To maintain order in the martial world, the 10 great sects and the 5 great families came together to found the Righteous Martial Alliance. Under the banner of righteousness, many smaller families and sects also joined in succession. Jang Jong, hailing from the Wudong sect, which had always stood against the demonic cult, became the first alliance leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance. But there was one thing many people did not know. Hidden within the Righteous Martial Alliance was a secret dark force known as the Black Flower Corps. If the Righteous Martial Alliance was the light, then the Black Flower Corps was the shadow. The 3 core missions of this organization were assassination, silence, and intelligence gathering. Thanks to its immense power, it quickly became the organization that the demonic cult and unorthodox sects feared the most. The man who built the Black Flower Corps into a legend was its leader, Ghostface. No one had ever seen his true face, because whenever he acted, he always wore a demon mask. His existence was as if he did not exist at all. One fine day, the Martial Alliance leader, Jang Jong, stood atop a mountain peak, gazing out into the distance. He called out, "Son." As soon as he spoke, Ghostface appeared behind him. He did not turn his head, still looking toward the horizon. "Do you need to wear a mask even in front of me?" Ghostface replied. "When on a mission, I cannot take it off." Jang Jong sighed. "You've been leading the Black Flower Corps for 25 years now, haven't you?" Ghostface bowed his head, remaining silent. The old man continued. "The war with the demonic cult is nearing its end. I intend to disband the Black Flower Corps. Perhaps now, it is time for you to stop doing these bloody deeds." Ghostface kept his head down. "I am fine." Jang Jong stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder. "But I am not." Ghostface looked up at him. "Is this an order?" Memories of the past suddenly flashed through his mind. When he was an orphan child wandering the streets, starving to death, he met Jang Jong. It was he who reached out and saved him, changing his entire life. Thanks to him, he was able to live to this day. Jang Jong continued. "This time, I intend to open a martial arts academy. If we want long-lasting peace in the martial world, the most important thing is to nurture the next generation. I plan to invite experts from the martial world to serve as masters, to teach the children. You should go there and be a master for them too." Ghostface remained silent, staring blankly at him. Jang Jong patted his shoulder once more. "This is an order." Ghostface slowly raised his hand, taking off the mask. Hidden behind it was a gaunt, haggard face, looking no different from an addict. "I obey." News of the White Martial Hall, the martial arts training ground of the Righteous Martial Alliance, quickly spread throughout the martial world. The great sects and families, upon receiving the news, immediately took action. On a grassy field, Nangong Hao was exhausted from overtraining, lying there gasping for breath. Before long, a wet nurse ran over from a distance. "Young master, are you out here practicing again?" Nangong Hao raised his hand, smiling. "It's Nanny Ha. I have to try hard. I'm not like my brothers and sisters. I have no talent, so I need to put in more effort." The wet nurse looked at the young boy with heartache. The Nangong family of Hunan was one of the 5 great families, having made great contributions in the war against the demonic cult. The current head of the Nangong family was Nangong Hong. His children were all hailed as geniuses, recognized as outstanding talents who would bring glory to the family. Only the youngest son, Nangong Hao, was judged to be useless. Nangong Hao asked the wet nurse, "Nanny, is there something urgent?" The wet nurse started. "That's right. I almost forgot. The master is summoning all the young masters and mistresses." Nangong Hao sat up abruptly. "Father is summoning everyone." In Nangong Hong's study, he had also just received a letter about the Righteous Martial Alliance's academy. This man was the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Hong. He looked at his children, rubbing his chin in thought. "White Martial Hall, huh?" The eldest son, Nangong Hi, stepped forward. "This matter concerns the face of our family. Father, please send me." The eldest daughter, Nangong Jing, stood beside him and sneered. "Sending me would be better than sending you." The second son, Nangong Hi, also spoke up. "Eldest brother and eldest sister are both over the age limit." The second daughter, Nangong Yu, smiled gently. "I will follow father's will." The useless Nangong Hao just bowed his head dejectedly, standing to the side, not daring to say a word. He thought, "This has nothing to do with me." Nangong Hong sighed. "Who should I send? There are 5 of them." Nangong Hai stepped forward again. "Father, please let me go." Nangong Hung glared furiously. Shut your mouth. Everyone was startled and terrified by his demeanor. Nangong Hung slowly raised his hand, pointing toward Nangong Hao. How are you go? You will represent our family at the White Martial Hall. Although Nangong Hao was extremely surprised, he had no objections. He bowed and accepted the order. Nangong Hai turned his head, staring at his younger brother with eyes spitting fire. A moment later, at the martial arts training ground of the Nangong family, Nangong Hao's face was pale, standing there nervously gripping his sword. In front of him was Nangong Hai, also holding a sword, poised to strike. He bent down, executing the square heaven sword technique. A brilliant golden light quickly appeared on the blade. He shouted sternly, "Twin dragons at play." Nangong Hao faced his attack, terrified to the point of clumsiness. Sword chi rained down like a storm, tearing through the wind toward him. After the attack, Nangong Hao stood there unharmed. The move just now, Nangong Hai hadn't aimed at him, but struck to both sides. Even so, it scared Nangong Hao so much he couldn't even hold his sword. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Nangong Hai looked at his younger brother helplessly. I don't understand why father sent you to represent the family there. Nangong Hao looked at his eldest brother, suddenly realizing. So big brother is angry about this. Nangong Hai continued. At the White Martial Hall, your weak ability will become a disgrace to the family. 3 months later, come back on your own initiative. At that time, I will put in a good word with father. Well, don't want to, Nangong Hao replied. No, sir. Nangong Hai snorted coldly, then turned and walked away. Nangong Hao wanted to say something, but then bowed his head sadly, saying no more. Sometime later, at the Righteous Martial Alliance, students from all over had gathered here to learn martial arts. Nangong Hao looked up at the city gate in front of him, exclaiming in surprise, "Is this the Righteous Martial Alliance? Are all these kids my age here to enroll in the White Martial Hall? Why did father send the weakest one me here?" Those arriving to enroll quickly started chatting and getting to know each other. Only Nangong Hao stood alone, observing the surroundings. They all looked so confident. They must be from famous sects or prestigious families. His gaze was quickly drawn to a rather beautiful girl. Seeming to recognize her, he looked quite emotional. Just then, a large man holding a broadsword stood on a high platform and shouted, "Everyone quiet down. I am Wu Daoji. People call me the Big Head Butcher. I am one of the people who will be teaching you." Everyone was extremely shocked to hear his introduction. Wu Daoji? Is it the Big Head Butcher, Wu Daoji? The one who can chase away bandits just by shaking his big head? Is it him? They all jumped up in excitement. Awesome. I was so smart to ask the sect leader to let me come here. Huh. Wu Daoji continued loudly. This is the main hall. From now on, you will study at the White Martial Hall, which is the martial arts training facility within the Righteous Martial Alliance. You have been randomly assigned to classes. Hurry up and check your class, then go to your classroom. The White Martial Hall used the symbols of the 12 zodiac animals to name the 12 classes. Everyone quickly moved to the notice board to find their class. The noise rose up again. Huh. My name is here. I have to go quickly, so I can rest a bit. Nangong Hao pointed at himself, muttering, I'm in the snake class, right? Must be. Even the Big Head Butcher is a master. Then the other classes must be full of righteous experts too. A moment later, at the snake class training hall of the White Martial Hall, Nangong Hao and a few other disciples had gathered there. While they were bewildered, not knowing where their master was, a voice suddenly rang out. Is everyone here? Everyone looked around in confusion, searching everywhere. Where is it coming from? I don't see anyone. On a distant mountain peak, a figure quickly flew toward them. This person appeared in an extremely impressive manner. When he landed, the aura radiating from him was incredibly powerful. Nangong Hao and the others were stunned into silence. Such a strong aura. Is that person going to be our master? A young man in blue stepped forward, cupped his hands, and asked, May I ask for your distinguished name? The person replied calmly, My name is Jang Jong Hi. Hearing this name, the disciples whispered among themselves. Jang Jong Hi? Is he the expert known as the Broken Sword Demon? That's amazing. Jang Jong Hi stood on high. Crossing his arms, he continued, However, I'm not your master. The young man in blue and the others looked at him with confused eyes. Jang Jong Hi continued, I am just the assistant. Nangong Hao was secretly astonished. Such an outstanding expert is only an assistant? Then what kind of character will the master be? Even if it's only for 3 months. If I can be guided by such an outstanding expert, perhaps I will improve a lot. By then, Big Brother will also acknowledge my ability. Jang Jong Hi spoke again. Your master is a legend of the righteous martial alliance. He single-handedly beheaded Zwabatian of the demonic cult, bringing victory to the righteous martial alliance. On the front lines, he stopped the demonic cult's assault. In a decisive battle, he was the leader of the Black Flower Corps. People call him Ghostface. He is your master. Hurry and pay your respects. As soon as he finished speaking, another person slowly walked out from behind him. The young man in blue was extremely skeptical. That outstanding? Who could it be? The kids behind him looked bewildered, seeming to have never heard the title Ghostface. Ghostface slowly walked forward, carrying a terrifying aura. The kids felt the momentum radiating from him, and involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly walked up to them. After seeing him, the kids became even more frightened, their faces twisted as if about to cry. Ghostface greeted them with a face looking no different from an addict. Hey brats, I'm Ghostface. I am the master of your snake class. The kids were completely dumbfounded by this legendary expert. Then, they were all filled with disappointment. What is this? Impossible. At the main hall of the Righteous Martial Alliance, Alliance leader Jang Jong was practicing calligraphy. He wrote for a while, then suddenly stood up. I told him to take off the mask. Surely there won't be any problems, right? Back at the snake class, the kids still hadn't recovered after seeing the master's appearance. Ghostface didn't know what to say either, just standing there scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. Nangong Hao thought to himself, why does he look so weak? Jang Jong Hi pointed at the person beside him and said, Master Ghostface. He accepted the Alliance leader's invitation to teach at the White Martial Hall. Surely everyone has heard of the Black Flower Corps, right? The kids were shocked again. Black Flower Corps? What is that? These juniors. It seems they've never heard of the Black Flower Corps either. Then, they started whispering. That person is going to be our master? He looks like a dying patient. Just standing there makes him look tired. Is he testing us? He looks like a fake. Jang Jong Hi heard their gossip and couldn't help but clench his fists. You little brats. You see your master and don't pay respects. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, rushing toward the kids. The kids were all knocked backward by this aura. Nangong Hao was terrified inside. Such strong sound arts. But why did he fall too? Seeing Ghostface also knocked down by his sound arts, Jang Jong Hi immediately ran over in panic. Sir, are you all right? After Ghostface stood up, Jang Jong Hi continued, looking down on Master Ghostface. Is looking down on me, Jang Jong Hi. The kids no longer dared to have the same attitude as before. Jang Jong Hi asked again, is that clear? After they confirmed, he began a roll call. A series of names were quickly read out. Next is Shung Ba. It was the young man in blue who had spoken first. The kids were extremely surprised to hear his name. His name is Shung Ba? Then he must be from the illustrious Murong family. Truly a genius. Handsome appearance. And a good personality too. This world is so unfair. Oh heavens! You gave birth to me. Why did you also give birth to Shung Ba? Nangong Hao was just like them, extremely surprised. He is Shung Ba. My father and the head of the Murong family have never gotten along. He definitely won't like me either. Next is a monk named Mingji. Seeing his chubby appearance, everyone had something to gossip about again. Is he a monk from the ancient Shaolin? Shaolin already has a very high status in the martial world. Just looking at him carries weight. Shaolin always maintains neutrality, so they aren't easily swayed. The White Martial Hall is impressive. Nangong Hao looked at the fat monk, thinking, I'm about to see Shaolin martial arts that I've only heard about in rumors. Next is a girl in red, named Zhugami. The Zhuge family was a family perfect in both literature and martial arts. People from this family were often nominated as strategists for the Righteous Martial Alliance. Last time at the ceremony, I met someone from the Zhuge family. Not only outstanding in appearance, but also superhuman in intellect. Nangong Hao looked at that girl, sighing inwardly. Zhugami, we were very close when we were young. Zhugami glanced at him, then turned her head away a moment later, snorting coldly, pretending not to know him. The last person is Nangong Hao of the Nangong family. Hearing his name, the kids all showed looks of boredom. Nangong Hao. I've only heard rumors. He is the disgrace of the Nangong family. Is that Nangong Hao really that useless? Hearing those mocking words, Nangong Hao lowered his head, clenching his fists. Why am I so famous? I really don't know. The whispering mockery of his classmates kept ringing in his ears. He'll be a burden to our class. What's wrong with that guy? He can barely accumulate internal energy. While they were discussing excitedly, Jang Jong Hi's voice rang out again. Too noisy. Everyone quiet down. Ghostface, standing beside him, also spoke up. Is that everyone? 10 people in total. Jang Jong Hi glanced at him. Master, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Ghostface whispered something in his ear. Jang Jong Hi nodded after hearing it. Understand. That's all for today. Ghostface then decisively turned and walked away. Jang Jong Hi instructed the kids. Go back to your quarters. Pack your luggage. And wait for the class announcement. Nangong Hao stood frozen. What? We just came for roll call today. Night fell. In the snake class dormitory. As soon as the kids walked in, their faces showed disappointment. What the hell is this? The Righteous Martial Alliance has so much money, yet the accommodation looks like a warehouse. Although they didn't like it, they had no other choice. They had to find a bed and lie down. A few glanced at Shung Ba, assessing him. It seems he isn't very satisfied with this place either, compared to the Murong family. This place is no different from a prison. Shung Ba ignored them, went to his bed, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating. Seeing this, the kids couldn't help but be amazed. Oh, he's still circulating energy? Doesn't he rest? While staring intently at Shung Ba, they suddenly all glanced to the side. Nangong Hao was sighing dejectedly on a nearby bed. Seeing him, the kids had a new topic. Truly a dragon and a shrimp. A genius and a useless loser. If you add them together and divide by 2, it would be perfect. Nangong Hao's face darkened. I can hear everything, you know. Only then did he startle and realize his bed was right next to Shung Ba's. He looked at the other boy, thinking, I once heard Big Brother say, if Shung Ba were his age, he would have long since become a formidable rival. That was the first time I heard him praise someone younger than himself like that. His brother's words flashed through his mind. Thinking of this, his expression suddenly sank. Amidst everyone's confused gazes, he picked up a wooden stick and went outside, determined in his heart. 3 months later, I must be acknowledged by Big Brother. With strong will, Nangong Hao went out to the yard, training frantically. The monk Ming Ji stepped out, observing him, his face looking thoughtful. 3 days passed. There was still no movement from the master. The kids were starting to go crazy with impatience. What is going on? How long do we have to wait? They told us to wait for the class announcement. The Righteous Martial Alliance is just a name without substance. The organizational system is a mess. Staying here all day is boring to death. Let's not stay here anymore. Going out to an inn to rest would be better. The Hunan #1 Inn. I heard they have many delicious dishes. Let's go there and have some grilled meat noodles to warm our stomachs. Do you want to invite the girls? Great idea. Good thinking. Let's go quickly. Day 4. Nangong Hao was still diligently training, ignoring his classmates who had gone out to eat and play. Day 5. He persisted in training. A week later, Jang Jong Hi finally came to them. He pushed the door open, ordering, everyone gather at the martial arts field. Waiting for a whole week, the day had finally come, making the kids excited. Nangong Hao also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the first lesson at the White Martial Hall is starting. They quickly gathered at the martial arts field. Nangong Hao was full of expectation. I must make Big Brother acknowledge me, despite his determination and expectations. When faced with Ghostface's bored expression, he couldn't help but feel discouraged. As usual, Ghostface pulled out the roll call book again, yawning while starting to read names. Nangong Hao was confused. Roll call again? Why is he so obsessed with roll call? Ghostface read a few names. Shung Ba, Zhuge Mi, Shui Ling, and Ming Ji. Except for the people just mentioned, everyone else is eliminated. Having spoken, he threw the roll call book away, telling the rest to go home. This news struck Nangong Hao like lightning, because his name was not on the list to stay. Are all his dreams and ambitions ending here? The remaining kids also looked confused. Nangong Hao thought, wasn't it supposed to be 3 months? It's only been a week and I have to go home? If Big Brother finds out about this, what will he think of me? The eliminated kids questioned excitedly. What do you mean by that? We already enrolled in the White Martial Hall. Is that something you can just say? It's absurd. You told us to wait. We waited. Is there something wrong? Did you look at our families, see that we aren't on the same level, and fail us? Jang Jong Hi narrowed his eyes. He didn't hesitate to draw his sword. You want to argue with your master? The kids felt the aura radiating from him and shut their mouths in fear. Just then, Ghostface stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Jang Jong Hi, it's fine. We must let the children know why they were eliminated. Jang Jong Hi sighed, sheathing his sword. If you say so. Ghostface then began to explain. Over the past week, I've been watching you. Living habits, personalities, strengths, and weaknesses. I have seen everything about you. Hearing this, the kids turned their faces away in shame, because in the past week, they really only cared about eating and playing, not practicing martial arts at all. Nangong Hao was confused. I've been training all week. Why? Ghostface continued. Besides, I also gave a signal that I was watching. Nangong Hao's eyes widened. What? The faces of the few who stayed were extremely calm, as if they had realized it early on. The scene shifted to a few nights ago. Shung Ba was circulating energy when he suddenly startled, opening his eyes. He didn't hesitate to draw the sword beside him. The window was pushed open by his sword chi. Outside was Jang Jong Hi secretly observing. Discovered by Shung Ba, he immediately left. Next was Zhugami. She was reading a book while playing chess. She suddenly frowned, looking out the window, then unhesitatingly threw the chess piece in her hand outside. The piece flew straight into a distant bush. Next was the monk Ming Ji. Finally, Shui Ling. Her senses were not as sharp as the others. When she felt someone watching, she crawled under the table in fear, trembling. The remaining disciples were stunned after hearing these stories. Nangong Hao thought helplessly. I didn't even notice that signal. Ghostface smiled. Well, is it convincing enough now? Nangong Hao lowered his head, clenching his fists, not saying a word. Another boy excitedly clenched his fist. No matter what. You didn't say there was a test. This doesn't count. The rest clamored in agreement. Right, it doesn't count. Ghostface's mouth curled up. Because I didn't announce the test beforehand. It doesn't count? Although it's a bit forced. I will give you one more chance. Hearing this, the kids were all excited. Ghostface then stated the method. Face Jang Jong Hi. Just land a decisive blow. Oh. Just touch Jang Jong Hi once and consider it passed. Hearing this, the kids whispered among themselves. Face the broken sword demon Jang Jong Hi. Then we're doomed. He and we are worlds apart. Nangong Hao clenched his fists, thinking, just touching him is enough. I still have a chance. Except for the few selected and Ghostface. Everyone else stepped onto the platform, preparing to fight Jang Jong Hi. Each person held a wooden sword, their faces extremely tense. Jang Jong Hi crossed his arms, looking at them. A moment later, he turned to ask Ghostface, can we start? Ghostface raised his hand to signal. Jang Jong Hi, receiving his permission, bent down to pick up a dry branch. To make it quick, you all attack together. I will use this to block. Are you afraid of even a twig? The kids were provoked to anger by his mockery. They shouted in unison. Just touching him is enough. If everyone attacks together, we'll have a chance to win. Then, they all leaped forward to attack. Jang Jong Hi suddenly stomped his foot. A terrifying aura radiated from him, spreading to the surroundings. The rushing kids were immediately stopped by this terrifying aura. Jang Jong Hi laughed coldly. You think attacking together will let you win? Stop dreaming. I'd be cheating if I used internal energy against you. So I won't use it. The kids spread out to surround him. Then one leader rushed forward. He swung his hand, executing the Yang One palm. Jang Jong Hi pivoted his step, and the boy's palm was immediately dodged. The Yang One palm I know must be as fast as lightning. This is at most just a clap. Another boy took the opportunity to fly in from the front. He swung his wooden sword, executing the 10 winds sword technique. Just like before, Jang Jong Hi only slightly leaned his body to easily dodge it. The rest also rushed up to attack one by one. But no one could touch Jang Jong Hi. He hopped back and forth within everyone's encirclement. His body as light as a swallow. Nangong Hao stood aside watching, unable to help but be stunned. He dodged all attacks just by moving. In just an instant. Touch him. It's basically impossible to touch him. A while later, Jang Jong Hi stopped and asked, tired already? It hasn't even been an hour. At this moment, he was standing on Nangong Hao's head speaking. The kids had struggled for a while, and were now exhausted, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Shung Ba and the others stood aside watching, each doing their own thing. Before long, the sky turned dark. Sunset began to fall. The kids were all breathless. Impossible. He is as strong as our sect leader. The difference in strength is too great. Should we just give up? Ghost Face, who had been watching everything from start to finish, saw that the kids had no intention of standing up again. So he spoke up. Then that's it for today. Just then, a loud shout cut him off. No! Nangong Hao gripped the wooden sword tightly, panting as he stood up again. His eyes were full of determination. Jang Jong Hi was also surprised to see this. He still hasn't given up, but his breathing is too chaotic, and he has almost no internal energy left. Why hasn't he given up yet? Nangong Hao gritted his teeth, urging himself. Think quickly. He isn't using internal energy, only footwork to dodge. He predicted the attack direction of everyone. In that case, there's only one way. Pour all remaining internal energy into a leg attack. Seeing Nangong Hao rush up again, Jang Jong Hi couldn't help but sigh. Giving up is also a way. This move of Nangong Hao aimed straight between Jang Jong Hi's torso and head. As usual, he only slightly pivoted his step to easily dodge Nangong Hao's sword path. If I chase the direction he dodges, I should be able to touch him. But that was only his own thought. In reality, Jang Jong Hi leaped up, gently avoiding the attack. Using a variation to anticipate his retreat works too, but my internal energy won't last long. Nangong Hao was terrified. Internal energy? My internal energy needs to be stronger. Father told me not to abuse it, but at this rate, I will be eliminated. Jang Jong Hi landed not far away. Nangong Hao gave up, but as soon as he turned his head, his eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, veins bulged all over Nangong Hao's body. Internal energy surging wildly. The aura on his body skyrocketed accordingly. Seeing this scene, Jang Jong Hi couldn't help but be startled. What is wrong with this kid? The scene shifted back to when Nangong Hao was a child. Back then, he met a person. That person took out a pill and gave it to him. Young master, taste this pill. It is very good for the body. Given the pill by that person, although he didn't know what it was, he swallowed it in one gulp. The entire Nangong family was in turmoil because of this. Nangong Hung and several elders rushed over. What happened? After taking that pill, Nangong Hao fell into indescribable pain. Nangong Hung frowned, staring at his son on the bed. Veins bulged all over Nangong Hao's body, writhing in pain and screaming incessantly. He rushed to the bedside. What on earth is going on? The doctor beside him explained. It's like this. The young master seems to have been poisoned. Murderous intent erupted violently from Nangong Hung. Which bastard dared to do this openly in the Nangong family? Find him for me. No matter what, I must hack him into 100 pieces. A servant behind him replied nervously, Master, because the eldest young master's birthday is approaching. Guests are coming and going in large numbers. If we investigate everyone. Just then, Nangong Hao painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The doctor advised, I suggest that finding the culprit should be postponed. The young master's condition is very critical right now. Nangong Hung shouted loudly. All the antidotes in the world. The Nangong family is everything one could need. Hurry up and cure the boy for me. The doctor spoke nervously. Although these symptoms resemble poisoning, it is not actually poison. Nangong Xiong was confused. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his heart filled with dread. He quickly stepped forward. He placed his hand on his son's chest to inspect him. A stream of evil energy has invaded Hauer's lower dantian. He immediately thought of the power-dispersing poison. It is a type of poison that dissipates internal energy in the lower dantian, rendering a martial artist unable to use their skills. But if it were the power-dispersing poison, his internal energy should have completely vanished. But this thing is trying to merge with his lower dantian. This is the first time I've seen such a poison. He clenched his fists and rolled up his sleeves. Then he sat on the bed to transfer true qi to his son. I must stop it from merging with his true qi. Hauer, my son, just hold on a little longer. Just a little bit more. Inside Nangong Hao's dantian, a stream of black energy was rampaging wildly. Even though Nangong Xiong used his internal energy to forcibly expel it, It was completely useless. That stream of black, evil energy remained stubbornly entrenched in Nangong Hao's dantian. However, his efforts were not entirely in vain. Nangong Hao's condition finally stabilized. He sat on the bed. Holding his son in his arms, he lamented. From now on, you will never be able to accumulate internal energy again. The more you use internal energy, the more chaotic your body will become. Father is sorry. I couldn't cure you. The scene returns to the present. Even though his father had warned him not to abuse internal energy, Nangong Hao had no other choice. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. Veins are popping out. Jang Jong Hi observed him, thinking to himself, I thought the kid had run out of internal energy. Is this really Nangong Hao? Ghostface stood aside, watching silently. His face showed no expression. Nangong Hao quickly grabbed his sword and leaped up. Seeing his speed, the other kids couldn't help but drop their jaws. But this move of his failed to hit Jang Jong Hi. Although he missed this time, something unexpected happened. Nangong Hao immediately turned around to attack again. He thought, I cannot give up. I must attack faster, stronger. Ghostface began to ponder at this moment. Those symptoms. Jang Jong Hi raised a dry branch in his hand. He blocked Nangong Hao's sword strike. Then he swung his arm, knocking him back. His movement speed suddenly skyrocketed. Was he hiding his internal energy before? Nangong Hao flew backward. He flipped several times in the air before landing. His face was still full of determination. Determined not to give up, Jang Jong Hi smirked. Your aura is completely different now. Very good. Come at me. Suddenly, Nangong Hao coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Even so, he didn't care in the slightest. Once again, he launched himself toward Jang Jong Hi. Just then, Ghostface appeared between the two of them. Jang Jong Hi saw him appear abruptly. He was extremely confused. Nangong Hao's sword strike did not stop. He continued to slash forward. Ghostface extended a finger. He tapped the back of his neck. Nangong Hao immediately collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, Ghostface also fell face first next to him. Master, are you alright? Ghostface chuckled. I'm fine. The sparring match ends here. I'll take Nangong Hao to the infirmary. That kid Nangong Hao counts as having passed. Jang Jong Hi looked awkward. He was about to say something, but before the words could leave his mouth, Ghostface pointed at his shirt, interrupting him. Just touching you counts as passing, right? Look, Jang Jong Hi's shirt wasn't just touched. It had been slashed by Nangong Hao. The children were stunned into silence seeing this scene. Jang Jong Hi couldn't believe it either. He stood frozen on the spot. Since when did he? Nangong Hao has passed the test. He gets to stay at the White Martial Arts Hall. A moment later, in the infirmary, Ghostface sat by Nangong Hao's bedside. The veins on his body were still bulging. His skin was burning hot. Ghostface reached out and touched his arm. Very quickly, Nangong Hao's hand returned to normal. Conversely, the veins on Ghostface's hand bulged violently, turning a dull gray color. A moment later, Nangong Hao had recovered to a normal state. Ghostface looked at his hand and sighed. It really is that. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Master, I'm coming in. Ghostface nodded. Come in. Jang Jong Hi walked to the bedside and asked, How is Nangong Hao's condition? Ghostface replied, Much better now. Jang Jong Hi then suddenly fell silent. Ghostface was puzzled. It seems you have something to say. Jang Jong Hi hesitated no longer and asked directly, The sore mark on my shirt was made by you, Master, wasn't it? Ghostface smiled at him. You still think I did it? Jang Jong Hi asked again, Why did you let Nangong Hao pass? Ghostface replied calmly, Is it not allowed? Jang Jong Hi was initially a bit dazed, then bowed his head and smiled. I understand. The two of them then silently watched Nangong Hao on the bed. Night fell at the Nangong family. Behind a screen, in front of Nangong Hung, someone was reporting the situation. The young master has been placed in that class. Nangong Hung nodded. I know. The figure then disappeared. Nangong Hung stroked his beard, looking into the distance. Ghost face of the Black Flower Court. Morning broke. At the White Martial Hall, birds chirped on the trees. After a night of rest, Nangong Hao showed signs of waking up. He groggily opened his eyes. As soon as he woke up, a face like an addict, yet terrifying like a demon, Ghostface's face filled his vision. Awake! Nangong Hao trembled in fear, sitting up and screaming loudly. Ghostface was also startled by his action and screamed along. Jang Jong Hi outside hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. What's wrong? Seeing the two of them with their mouths wide open, he was speechless. Not knowing what to say, Ghostface quickly calmed down, coughing repeatedly. You're awake? Nangong Hao scratched his head. Yes, sir. But why am I here? Ghostface asked back. You don't remember? How much do you remember? Nangong Hao said sheepishly. I remember up to the part where I couldn't give up, must raise internal energy to the limit. Then Ghostface continued. After that, you don't remember anything, right? Nangong Hao nodded. Yes, sir. Ghostface continued, right? I guess so. Nangong Hao looked confused. Ghostface explained. Although you don't remember, you passed. It seems your body is much better too. Go out and greet the other members of the class. Nangong Hao's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. I passed. A moment later, on the snake class martial arts field, Ba and the other four were gathering there. Very quickly, Ghostface also led Nangong Hao over. Nangong Hao quickly stepped up to join the team. Ghostface said to the kids, from now on, you are the 5 members of the snake class. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must all unite as one to carry out the mission. Nangong Hao was confused. Mission? Ghostface hurriedly waved his hand to explain. I forgot. Not mission. It's cultivation. The kids were extremely confused inside. He clearly just said mission. Ghostface continued, besides, we need to choose a class monitor. The kids were surprised again. Class monitor? Ghostface explained. The class monitor is responsible for assisting the master and leading the group. But I won't choose. Ba was puzzled. Then who will be the class monitor? Ghostface answered. You will choose the class monitor yourselves. In the next month, evaluate carefully and make a wise choice. Interesting, right? The scene shifted to when Ba was still at his family home. He practiced swordsmanship until the wooden stake was chopped to pieces. Just then, a middle-aged man walked over. Bar, not bad. Ba sheathed his sword, bowing. Father. The middle-aged man sternly reminded him. You will be the successor, but don't be complacent too soon. This middle-aged man was the head of the family, Shung. I don't care how others call you a genius. Your ability has not yet reached the family's expectations. Ba replied. I understand, father. I will always strive to train myself. Shung continued. I will become the next martial alliance leader. After you enter the White Martial Hall, you must create many achievements. The family will definitely dominate the martial world. Ba replied. The corner of Shung's mouth lifted slightly, seeming quite satisfied with his son's performance. Recalling this conversation, Ba thought, I must become the class monitor. This will be Ba's first achievement. Nangong Hao beside him was also secretly calculating. Class monitor? If I become the class monitor, will Big Brother acknowledge me in 3 months? The 3 people, Ming-Ji and the others, seemed uninterested in this matter. Ghostface continued speaking. If there's nothing else, then let's start the first lesson. Then, each child received a cloth bag. There is something very important in this bag. If you open it to look beforehand, you will be immediately failed. You must carry this bag intact to that mountain peak. I will grade according to the order of arrival. Depart in 30 minutes. The process will be very arduous and dangerous. Jang Jong Hi helplessly carried him on his shoulder and left. I'll wait for you. 30 minutes later, the kids ran up the mountain with all their might. Nangong Hao chased after them, panting, Oh my God, everyone is so good. Same age as me, yet their light footwork is so proficient. Leading was Ba. As he was running, a trap suddenly sprang up from below. Sharpened wooden stakes stabbed upward. But this thing didn't trouble him at all. He just swung his hand, throwing dozens of punches. All the wooden stakes were shattered. Ming-Ji and the others running behind saw it was a trap and were a bit surprised. Ba dealt with the trap and landed. Traps are only at this level. With my internal energy, I can completely crush them into pieces. Then he channeled internal energy and flew away. They ran for a while longer and encountered countless other traps. There were giant tree trunks hanging in the air, and arrows shooting like rain from all directions. Ming-Ji and the others bravely broke the traps, while Shui-Ling hid behind a tree in terror, holding her head in fear. A while later, Nangong Hao finally caught up. He stared blankly at the scene before him. Am I seeing things? The traps are all destroyed. Ahead, There is absolutely no sign of Ba and the others. He only saw that all the traps were now destroyed, scattered everywhere. Nangong Hao said helplessly, "Should I give up on being class monitor?" On the mountain peak, Ghostface and Jang Jong Hi were bored and yawning when Ba suddenly walked up. He was the first to reach the finish line again. Jang Jong Hi couldn't help but be startled. Why is this kid so fast? Ghostface didn't care much, ordering him to open the bag. Ba quickly took out the brocade bag. As soon as he opened it, his face turned gray as if struck by lightning. Inside was a dead bird. At this moment, Zhugami and the others also started running up. They saw Ba's appearance and were a bit confused. Ghostface also walked over, telling them to open their bags. The three obeyed and took out their brocade bags to check. Zhugami's eyes widened. Inside her bag was also a sparrow. The difference was, her bird still had a little breath left. Nangong Hao finally ran up. "I'm last." Seeing Ba and the others standing there, he thought, "Do we have to check the bags?" He quickly opened his bag to look. So the thing in the bag is a sparrow? But why isn't it moving anymore? Then he held the bag up in front of Ghostface. Ghostface reached out, poking the sparrow a few times, as if checking something. A moment later, the sparrow sat up, chirped, and flew up into the sky, disappearing. Nangong Hao watched the sparrow fly away, his face unable to hide his joy. Zhugami snorted coldly. "It's only alive and hopping because you walked here, isn't it?" This sentence directly made Nangong Hao ashamed, his face turning pale. Shui Ling beside her said something to Zhugami, as if speaking up for Nangong Hao. A while later, Ghostface spoke up again. "I told you there was something very important in the bag." Ba was confused. "What's important about a sparrow?" Ghostface explained. "Although it is just a sparrow, it is also a life. The difference between the righteous sects and the unorthodox sects or demonic cult lies in the power to protect. Although Ba arrived first, because the bird died, he failed. As for Nangong Hao, who arrived last but protected the bird, he also failed. Nangong Hao, who was excited thinking he would get a good result, was stunned upon hearing this. Ghostface continued. "First place is Zhugami. Second place is Mingji. Third place is Shui Ling." Ba angrily turned and walked away, ignoring everyone. Jang Jong Hi turned around angrily. "Where are you going during class, kid?" Ghostface reminded him. "Just let him go. He needs space to think. You guys rest for a bit now. Class resumes in the afternoon." Nangong Hao and the other three then went to the side to rest. Nangong Hao stole a glance at Ming Ji beside him. "Hello, I am Nangong Hao. You are for Shaolin, right? What is your name?" Ming Ji didn't answer. Still sitting silently, hands clasped together, eyes closed tight. Nangong Hao continued trying to strike up a conversation. But seeing the other person like that, he couldn't help but think helplessly. Does he not like talking to me? Just then, Mingji suddenly narrowed his eyes and glanced at him, then took out a brush from his robe. Under Nangong Hao's confused gaze, he started writing something. After writing, he held it up for Nangong Hao to see. "My name is Mingji. Obeying the abbot of Shaolin, I am practicing the vow of silence." Nangong Hao was confused. Vow of silence. Getting a response made Nangong Hao extremely excited. On a rock nearby, Zhugami and Shui Ling were quietly observing them. Suddenly, Zhugami seemed to sense something, looking up into the distance. In the distant bushes, there was the sound of whispering. "Where are you going? Shouldn't we go back?" This is another class's training area. These two were Han Ming and Tang Wuzhou from the pig class. As soon as they walked up to Nangong Hao, Tang Wuzhou exclaimed in surprise, "Nangong Hao, why are you here?" Nangong Hao also recognized him. Tang Wuzhou. The Tang family of Sichuan was one of the 5 great families, famous in the righteous circle for being skilled in poison and hidden weapons, because of their ruthless methods and conduct. This was the family most similar to the unorthodox sects. Han Ming beside him also spoke up mockingly. The useless loser of the Nangong family, Nangong Hao, also came to the White Martial Hall to study. Tang Wuzhou asked again, "Which class is this?" Nangong Hao replied helplessly, "It's the snake class." Tang Wuzhou laughed. "Snake class? It seems the standards of the snake class are really low, accepting even this kind of useless trash as a student. Or did you get in through the back door?" Nangong Hao smiled, but cursed inwardly. Why does he keep barking like a dog? He's from a great family. yet talks like a street thug. Nangong Hao's other classmates all glanced at Tang Wuzhou. Zhugami was so angry, she dug her nails in her flesh. She couldn't hold back and stood up to scold. Why are you running to someone else's class and barking? Tang Wuzhou was startled to see her. Zhugami, you're here too. Humming beside him saw her, and his face immediately turned red. It seemed he liked her very much. Zhugami said coldly, Tang Wuzhou, don't be an eyesore here. Can you hurry up and get lost? Tang Wuzhou smirked. Huh, just because the Zhuge family acts as strategist for the righteous martial alliance. You like to act high and mighty, don't you? If you don't want to become an enemy of my Tang family, then obediently stand aside. Zhugami clenched her fists in anger. Just then, Murongba walked up from behind Tang Wuzhou. Move! Tang Wuzhou saw it was Murongba and was completely stunned. Murongba, he belongs to the snake class too? His attitude immediately changed. No longer arrogant like before. Murongba, long time no see. I met you at the Five Great Families Conference. Murongba replied calmly. I don't remember. This sentence made Tang Wuzhou's face turn pale. Frozen on the spot. This was truly giving him absolutely no face. My father and your father have a very good relationship. How dare you look down on me? As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Murongba's shoulder. Murongba turned around angrily, slapping Tang Wuzhou's hand away. What does the relationship of the older generation have to do with me? Don't act familiar here. Humming hurriedly ran to Tang Wuzhou's side. Tang Wuzhou, are you all right? Tang Wuzhou gritted his teeth, staring at Murongba's back. Daring to insult me. He quickly channeled internal energy into his palm, then suddenly leaped up, executing the Poison Lotus secret hand, attacking Murongba from behind. Ming Ji and the others saw this and gasped in surprise. They thought this sneak attack by Tang Wuzhou would beat Murongba half to death. But before his hand could even touch Murongba's shirt, Murongba's figure slowly blurred, then swung a fist to block his move. Tang Wuzhou had 3 fingers bent back by this punch, screaming in pain. Not only that, Murongba also swung a palm, striking his chest. This palm carried internal energy, seeming to want to destroy Tang Wuzhou's dantian. Tang Wuzhou's eyes widened, sweat pouring down like a bath. Just then, a hand grabbed Murongba's hand, stopping him. Jang Jong Hi reminded him, do you want to kill your fellow disciple? Murongba turned back and glanced at him, then withdrew his energy and let go. He said nothing, coldly turning and walking away. Jang Jong Hi reminded Tang Wuzhou, go to the infirmary. Jang Jong Hi then turned back to look at Murongba again. Ghostface walked up beside him, sighing. His expression looks so heavy. Jang Jong Hi sighed. That child Murongba is too aggressive. I feel very worried. Ghostface smiled. Really? I'm not worried at all. In the forest, under a tree, there was a small grave that had just been built. A white flower was placed on the grave. It seemed Murongba had buried that sparrow. A while later, on the mountain, Nangong Hao and the others all looked forward dejectedly. Ghostface in front of them was sweating profusely, panting incessantly. This is physical training. Only when martial arts are proficient are you allowed to fight. This is the training method of the Righteous Martial Alliance. Looking at him with his gaunt body like an addict, trembling as he lifted a rock. After lifting it a few times, he fell backward under the disbelief of the disciples. Jang Jong Hi hurriedly ran over from behind. Master, are you all right? Zhugami thought. This master looks incompetent no matter how you look at him. Nangong Hao was also full of doubt. Looking like this, he could do 30 reps at most. What kind of hellish training method is this? Just as the kids were lost in thought, Ghostface suddenly spoke up. Without using internal energy, do physical training 1,000 times. Nangong Hao was horrified. 1,000 times without using internal energy? Then, everyone started lifting rocks. Lower your legs more. Posture like riding a horse. It was extremely strenuous for all of them, because they couldn't use internal energy. Next is the Great Shield Stance. Stand firm, like a mountain blocking the enemy. Stand firm 1,000 times. Nangong Hao gritted his teeth, thinking crazy, doing this hellish stuff without even using internal energy. Next is Thunder Rumbling Body, also 1,000 times. No internal energy. After a while of hard work, break time finally arrived. Nangong Hao lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. Crazy. Is this devil training? Even though I practiced with my siblings every day, I'm still not used to it. But why can the other classmates still hold on? While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly walked over. Jugami mocked him. Nangong Hao, you are still as weak as ever. Nangong Hao smiled weakly, because he couldn't refute it. She sat down beside him, sighing. Why didn't the Nangong family send your eldest brother Nangong Hai, or second sister Nangong you? I really don't understand why your family sent you. You know, I can't stand things I don't understand. Nangong Hao thought. I know this trade of yours too well. Just like when we were kids. Jugami snapped. Stop laughing. Answer quickly. I have other things to investigate. Nangong Hao sighed. Even I don't know why father sent me. Jugami said disappointedly. Oh my god, is your brain that bad too? Nangong Hao didn't mind much and asked, by the way, what's the other thing you want to investigate? Jugami explained, because of the Juga family, I will take over the position of strategist for the Righteous Martial Alliance. Before that, I want to understand the entire situation of the Righteous Martial Alliance. That's why I enrolled in the White Martial Hall. But at the White Martial Hall, there's one thing I still can't understand. That is that person. Nangong Hao followed her gaze. Master Ghostface? Jugami said seriously. He looks very much like an imposter. Nangong Hao's jaw dropped in surprise. Imposter? Shui Ling and Ming Ji also looked at her with disbelief. Jugami continued. At our age, we might not be clear, but adults regard Ghostface as a legend. The armed organization of the Righteous Martial Alliance is called the Red Flower Corps. But in reality, the secret organization inside is the Black Flower Corps. People of the Black Flower Corps all wear masks, so no one sees their true faces. Only the Alliance leader knows clearly who they are. The leader of the Black Flower Corps, Ghostface, becoming a master at the White Martial Hall? Who would believe this? The three of them seemed to wake up. On their faces, looks of belief also began to appear. Only Shung Ba sat silently to the side from beginning to end, closing his eyes to circulate energy. Jugami continued. Moreover, he calls himself Ghostface, but has never shown his strength in front of us. What we see is all the broken sword demon Jang Jang Hi. Although it is just a hypothesis, the probability that Ghostface is an imposter is up to 90%. Nangong Hao asked softly, then what should we do? Jugami continued. If Ghostface is an imposter, then we must expose him. The scene shifted to the pig class. After hearing Tang Wuzhou recount everything, Wu Daoji asked angrily, you mean those snake class brats ganged up on you? Tang Wuzhou lied without changing his expression. Yes, sir. Moreover, the master of that class didn't scold or punish them at all. Wu Daoji angrily gripped the hilt of his broadsword. A master acting like that? Indifferent to the despicable behavior of disciples? The big-head butcher, must intervene. Tang Wuzhou had deceived his pig-headed master. He was so excited that the corner of his mouth involuntarily curled into a sinister smile. If the big-head butcher, Wu Daoji, intervenes, Shung Ba will have to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. I should act a bit humble right now. Thinking so, he bowed and said, but no matter what, my injury isn't too serious. This is an internal matter. I don't want to make a big deal out of it. Wu Daoji interrupted. This ulcer will fester sooner or later if left alone. Let me handle this matter. You just rest assured and heal. Tang Wuzhou didn't persuade him further. Bowing deeply, then I beg your leave first. Late at night, until the third watch, Wu Daoji was still sitting reading in his room. At this moment, his mind was still very confused about the identity of the snake class master. A while later, he finally found the list of masters for the 12 classes. When he saw the name of the snake class master, he was immediately stunned with shock. His arm couldn't help but tremble with excitement. It's Ghostface. He is the master of the snake class. He immediately grabbed his broadsword, striking the ground hard. The floor shattered. The strength of the Black Flower Corps leader. Is it really as rumored? Wu Daoji will verify it personally. The next morning, at the snake class training ground, Nangong Hao exhausted his last bit of strength, lifting the rock for the 1,000th time. After lifting, he collapsed on the ground, exhausted and panting. Jang Jang Hi and Ghostface walked over, allowing them to rest for 10 minutes. Jugami frowned, staring intently at Ghostface. The expressions of Ming Ji and Shui Ling were also a bit unusual. Back to the break time yesterday. Zhugami told the three of them. I have a plan. Shui Ling. You are Shui Ling, right? I see you probably come from the medicine sect, correct? Lend me your needle bag for a moment. Shui Ling handed her the needle bag. Extremely confused inside. How does she know I'm from the medicine sect? Zhugami took out a needle, then took a bottle of anesthetic and poured it on the needle tip. Although this isn't a deadly poison, but if it's the real ghost face, surely he can dodge it, right? Wait for my signal. You just do as I say. Back to the present. After resting, Nangong Hao stood up to continue carrying rocks. Just then, Zhugami waved at him. Nangong Hao understood the signal upon seeing this. He let go without hesitation, letting the rock in his hands fall to the ground, then screamed in extreme pain. Ouch! My leg! The miserable scream immediately attracted the attention of Ghostface and Jang Jang Hi. Shui Ling took this opportunity to quickly pull out the flying needles, throwing them toward Ghostface without hesitation. A row of anesthetic-dipped needles tore through the wind straight at him. Ghostface saw this and just stood there frozen. However, before the flying needles could get close, they were swatted away by Jang Jang Hi using his sword. Nangong Hao's face sank. All the flying needles were knocked away. Ming Ji and Shung Ba were also astonished. Jang Jang Hi shouted coldly in anger. I said not to be rude to the master. At this moment, Shui Ling was kneeling on the ground, trembling. Jang Jang Hi knocked away the flying needles. Unfortunately, one of them stuck into my hand. I was pricked by my own needle. Seeing this, Jang Jang Hi hurriedly rushed over to check her condition. He quickly pulled the flying needle out of her hand. Strange reaction. Is there something wrong with this needle? He brought the needle to his nose to smell, immediately recognizing the scent of anesthetic. Shui Ling said tremblingly, My hand is numb. Jang Jang Hi turned back and said loudly to Ghostface, Master, I'm taking her to the infirmary. Ghostface waved his hand, signaling him to go ahead. Jang Jang Hi said no more, quickly carrying Shui Ling away. The mastermind of all this, Zhugami, stood silently to the side from beginning to end. Jang Jang Hi and Shui Ling quickly ran past her, back to when they discussed the plan. After hearing Zhugami's plan, everyone couldn't help but wonder. Only use one needle dipped in anesthetic? What? Zhugami smiled. The other needles are just bait. Hearing this, the three looked confused again. Zhugami explained. Shui Ling comes from a medicine sect. She knows how to use it. Just throw all the other needles out. Only keep one in Shui Ling's hand. When the time comes, Jang Jang Hi will definitely take her to the infirmary. He is a very responsible person. Nangong Hao asked, Why do you want to expose Ghostface? But target Jang Jang Hi. Zhugami looked at him angrily. Nangong Hao, you are truly an idiot. Can you use your brain a little? With Jang Jang Hi here, what can we do? Didn't you experience it yourself? Hearing this, Nangong Hao recalled the battle back then. Indeed, with Jang Jang Hi here, it basically couldn't do anything. Zhugami continued. The goal of this plan is to separate Jang Jang Hi and expose the fake ghost face. When Jang Jang Hi ran past Zhugami carrying Shui Ling, she secretly winked at Zhugami and smiled. Zhugami also crossed her arms and smiled smugly. Nangong Hao and Ming Ji stood by stunned. Truly magical. Everything happened exactly as Zhugami predicted. Zhugami didn't rush to execute the next step, but stood there silently, watching Jang Jang Hi's retreating figure. Just then, Ghostface walked up to her. Me? You were a bit surprised. Master Ghostface. Ghostface asked worriedly, What's wrong? Zhugami. She was stammering, about to explain, when suddenly, a loud shout rang out from behind. Master Ghostface. Everyone turned around in surprise. The arrival was none other than Wu Daoji. He carried a broadsword on his shoulder, walking slowly with a cold expression. He walked past Nangong Hao and the others. His powerful aura made the kids afraid. Such a strong aura. It's the big head butcher, Wu Daoji. He walked up to Ghostface, stuck his sword into the ground and asked, Is this the snake class? He suddenly paused, then looked left and right as if searching for something. Then, he turned to ask Nangong Hao and the others, Hey kids, is this the snake class? Nangong Hao nodded. Yes, that's right. Wu Daoji asked again, Is Master Ghostface not here? Both of them pointed behind his back. Wu Daoji looked confused. Not knowing what these kids meant, Jugami suddenly realized, so he's looking for Ghostface. That's great. She hurriedly pointed at Ghostface beside her, introducing, Master Ghostface, what's wrong with you? Master Wu Daoji is here to see you. Why are you still dazed? Ghostface's face was pale, sweat pouring down like rain, momentarily not knowing how to answer. Wu Daoji pointed at him in disbelief and asked, You are Master Ghostface? Ghostface nodded. Yes, that's right. Jugami, having done her job, quickly stepped forward, giving space to the two of them. An unexpected person arrived at just the right time. Wonderful. If he can be exposed by an expert like Wu Daoji, the true face of the fake Ghostface will spread throughout the world. Wu Daoji looked at the skinny, addict-like young man in front of him, thinking Ghostface, leader of the Black Flower Corps. He usually wears a mask when acting, so no one knows his true face. But no matter how I look, he doesn't look like Ghostface. Thinking for a moment, he asked coldly, Are you really Master Ghostface? Ghostface replied, Yes. I know you're the master of the pig class. But do you have business here? Ghostface spoke while constantly rubbing his hands together, acting extremely nervous. Wu Daoji observed his expression, analyzing inwardly. A martial artist without even a proper stance. He probably just borrowed Ghostface's name to be a master in the righteous martial alliance. Wait, regardless of whether he is real or fake, as long as I, Wu Daoji, defeat him, I can become famous throughout the world. Adding a bit of fame for myself isn't bad. The more he thought, the more delighted he became. He looked coldly at Ghostface again. My pig class student was ganged up on by your snake class students. But I heard you didn't punish those students at all. Nangong Hao was confused. Ganged up on. The scene of Tang Wuzhou being beaten up by Shung Ba immediately flashed through his mind. It's that bastard Tang Wuzhou. He dared to fabricate the truth. I must clear up this misunderstanding. Thinking so, Nangong Hao stepped forward. At the same time, Shung Ba also prepared to speak up to explain. Both opened their mouths at the same time, then stopped immediately, looking at each other. Shung Ba quickly stepped forward, pushing Nangong Hao aside. I was the one who beat him. Wu Daoji shouted angrily. The snake class truly has no rules. I haven't finished speaking, yet a student dares to interrupt. Shung Ba and Nangong Hao's expressions changed immediately. Such strong pressure, worthy of being the big head butcher. The 100 great experts were the top 100 experts in the martial world. Big head butcher Wu Daoji was considered one of the most outstanding among them. Just then, Ghostface hurriedly ran over, blocking in front of Shung Ba and the others. Master Wu, don't be angry with the children. If there is anything, just say it to me. The corner of Wu Daoji's mouth lifted. He was smug inside. Took the bait. He quickly sheathed his sword. I understand Master Ghostface's love for his students. Ghostface continued. Then let's go have a cup of tea, and talk slowly, okay? Wu Daoji immediately darkened his face. But I'm also a master who loves his students very much, so this matter cannot be easily overlooked. We should still settle it according to the rules of the martial world. Nangong Hao was startled. Rules of the martial world? Is it survival of the fittest? Wu Daoji pointed at Ghostface in front of him. Master Ghostface and I, Wu Daoji, let's have a duel to settle this problem. Hearing this, Ghostface sweated like rain again. Nangong Hao is also extremely tense. The story isn't even clear yet, and it's turned out like this. It really is a bit too hasty. Just then, Jugami ran over, covering his mouth with her hand. Shut up. No matter what, this is an opportunity to test Ghostface's strength. Nangong Hao thought, but isn't that playing right into Tang Wuzhou's hands? Although he really wanted to explain everything clearly, Nangong Hao finally listened to Jugami, silently standing aside to watch. Ghostface asked seriously, You know clearly that I'm Ghostface, right? I never spar. Hearing this, Wu Daoji was momentarily stunned. The aura on Ghostface had completely changed. Until now, I only know life and death duels. Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from him, the expressions of Jugami and the others changed. Wu Daoji couldn't help but start sweating cold sweat. His eyes suddenly widened, face full of surprise, because Ghostface's feet were moving in an abnormal pattern. It looked normal, but felt like something was wrong. The scene shifted to the infirmary. Shui Ling was being treated by a doctor. Jang Jong Hi stood by watching. The doctor held up the needle, breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, it didn't hit an acupoint. Jang Jong Hi stepped forward, bowing his head. Thank you, doctor. The doctor continued. Now just wait for the anesthetic to wear off. Then he glanced at Shui Ling. Winking once, Shui Ling smiled awkwardly. He saw through my trick. She suddenly startled, worriedly glancing at Jang Jong Hi. Seeing she was fine, he walked to her side, carrying a murderous aura, asking, Now explain to me, why did you target Master Ghost's face? Shui Ling was originally timid. Seeing him like that, she immediately turned around trembling. So scary. Jang Jong Hi continued to question coldly. If you don't speak. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. Some time ago, at the Great Hall of the Righteous Martial Alliance, Jang Jong ordered the people below. All members of the Red Flower Corps withdraw. Newcomers stay. Everyone cupped their hands in unison. Yes, sir. Then they used light footwork to leave one by one. Jang Jong looked down at the remaining people. Jang Jong Hi cupped his hands to him and said, Greetings, Alliance Leader. I am Jang Jong Hi, newly joined the Red Flower Corps. Jang Jong smiled. A pleasure. If I remember correctly, you are the son of Ghost Sword Jiang Ji Gang, right? Jang Jong Hi bowed his head sadly. Yes. Seeing his appearance, Jang Jong sighed. I apologize for mentioning your father. Let the past remain in the past. Now I assign you a personal mission. Jang Jong Hi wondered. Personal mission? Jang Jong slowly walked down the steps. He walked up to Jang Jong Hi, face to face with him, then patted him on the shoulder. Protect Ghost Face. Jang Jong Hi didn't understand. Does Master Ghost Face need protection? Jang Jong stroked his beard and nodded. This is hard to explain. Simply put, just stay by his side. Don't let him do anything. Jang Jong Hi still didn't understand. Don't let him do anything. The corner of Jang Jong's mouth lifted. Because he is Ghost Face. Back to the present. Feeling the tremor, Jang Jong Hi immediately rushed toward the mountain. Such a big commotion from the snake class. What exactly happened? No, I must be faster. I cannot delay. Thinking so, he channeled internal energy into his legs. Flying away, on the mountain peak, a deep trench appeared. The person who created it was Wu Daoji. Ghostface was lying at the other end of the trench, face pale, terrified to the extreme. Wu Daoji succeeded with one blow. Laughing excitedly, Master Ghostface, where did that aura from just now go? Ghostface stammered in reply. Master Wu, if you don't like drinking tea, drinking wine is fine too. Wu Daoji gripped his sword hilt again. Drink what wine? Take this. Having spoken, he decisively leaped up and swung his sword, slashing down toward Ghostface. A slash carrying terrifying power crashed straight down on his head. Nangong Hao and the others watching from the side stared wide-eyed in horror. A move falling from the sky like that. Master Ghostface will be smashed into meat paste. Wu Daoji then said, How long do you intend to hide? Master Ghostface. Ghostface, lying on his back behind him, replied, Until you stop attacking me. Wu Daoji grimaced, smiling but veins popping on his forehead. He continued swinging his sword to attack Ghostface. Ghostface made no counterattack moves from start to finish. He just kept dodging, attacking for a while without hitting. Wu Daoji angrily stabbed his sword into the ground, took a deep breath, and swung his sword again, executing the 3 paths of force destruction. 3 blades of sword chi tore up the ground, rushing toward Ghostface with extreme speed, just like the previous times. Ghostface still easily dodged, unharmed. Wu Daoji began to have doubts at this moment. Why can he dodge all my moves without getting hurt? Is he toying with me? The more he thought, the angrier he got. He swung his sword again, frantically attacking Ghostface. Ghostface's face was now pitifully pale. On the sidelines, Zhugami and the others looked disappointed. It seems Master Wu Daoji is still holding back. Sure enough, he's a fake. Only Nangong Hao noticed something. On the surface, it looks ridiculous, but he hasn't been hit by a single move. I want to see clearer. Clearer. Wu Daoji's storm-like attacks yielded no results. He was extremely impatient now. How long do you want to hide? His eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He has been dodging this whole time. How can that be? The opponent is an expert, and stronger than me. The more he thought, the more unwilling he was. Absolutely impossible. He rushed forward frantically with his sword again. Take this, Ghostface. This slash almost poured all of Wu Daoji's strength into it. This time, Ghostface had no intention of dodging anymore. His expression became solemn, revealing the coldness of an assassin, thinking he couldn't help but strike to teach Wu Daoji a lesson. But just then, Jang Jong Hi arrived in time, blocking that slash. Sorry, I'm late. The ground beneath their feet slowly cracked. Although this slash of Wu Daoji was blocked by Jang Jong Hi, its power continued to spread to the surroundings. Jang Jong Hi's face was also extremely strained, gritting his teeth to resist. Wu Daoji snorted coldly. You want to block? He took a deep breath again, raising his sword. Another extremely fierce slash. The Alliance leader's instructions still echoed in Jang Jong Hi's ears. Protect Ghostface. These instructions seemed to give him strength. Although Jang Jong Hi was in a weaker position, he stubbornly swung his sword to retaliate, blocking Wu Daoji's offensive. Zhuge Mi and the others witnessed the confrontation between two great experts with their own eyes. Staring blankly, Nangong Hao stood aside, veins popping on his face again, blood leaking from the corners of his eyes. I'm witnessing a battle between top martial arts experts with my own eyes. Ghostface beside him also noticed him. This kid is at it again. The ground was continuously smashed by Wu Daoji's broadsword. After fighting for a while, Jang Jong Hi flew into the air. Wu Daoji was confused. He looks only in his early 20s, yet dares to confront me. Are people from the Red Flower Corps all this strong? The two exchanged a few moves. Neither had the intention to continue fighting at this point. Wu Daoji asked the opponent, You don't look like someone from the Red Flower Corps. Who are you? Jang Jong Hi didn't hide it either, cupping his hands to announce his title. Wu Daoji realized after hearing it. Jang Jong Hi? You're the one known as the Broken Sword Demon? Why don't you move aside? Master Ghostface and I are sparring. Jang Jong Hi shook his head. I cannot move. Wu Daoji didn't understand. Why? Jang Jong Hi sighed. This is hard to explain to you. Wu Daoji gripped his sword hilt again. So you won't move? He thought. I have fought many experts. Half of them were not my match. But this kid's strength is quite remarkable. If I confront him, one of us will surely be injured. I came here just to expose the true face of that Ghostface. Now, bickering with a junior. It's truly too shameful. That stance just now was the ghost sword technique. After that incident, I thought I would never see this move again. Turns out he is the son of Ghost Sword. In Wu Daoji's mind, a scene from the past involuntarily appeared. Corpses piled up like mountains. He and his fellow martial artists stood amidst a sea of fire. In front of them was Ghost Sword Jiang Jigang. The great battle that year was still fresh in his memory as if it were yesterday. It seems we can't resolve this peacefully. Then he gripped his broadsword tightly, channeling energy. Just then, Nangong Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, screaming loudly. Wu Daoji and Jang Jong Hi were both startled by his scream and stopped. Zhuge Mi and the others also quickly ran over to look. Nangong Hao's eyes were full of blood, unable to open momentarily. Ghostface quickly ran over. He squatted down to check Nangong Hao's body, while Jang Jong Hi was distracted. Wu Daoji's voice rang out again. It seems today isn't a good day. Master Ghostface, let's reschedule. Next time, please use your full strength. Jang Jong Hi sheathed his sword and cupped his hands. See you another day. Wu Daoji turned and left, thinking, right? See you another day. Ghostface sat aside, treating Nangong Hao's injuries, his face extremely gloomy. No one noticed. His glance toward Wu Daoji was extremely fierce. Evening. At the pig-class martial arts arena, Wu Daoji was cultivating alone in the yard. His heart was still full of doubts. Ghostface. Who exactly is he? He clearly looks very weak, but he could dodge all my blade techniques. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Wu Daoji. Wu Daoji was startled, turning his head to look, but there was no one there. Did I mishear? Then he clasped his hands and closed his eyes again, intending to continue cultivating. But just then, a masked figure appeared behind him. Ghostface said, Now let's have a duel as you wished. How about it? Wu Daoji was horrified, gripping his sword hilt tightly, then leaped backward, creating distance from the opponent. Wu Daoji looked at the masked ghost face in front of him, extremely shocked inside. He was clearly right in front of me. Why didn't I sense him at all? Is this person really Ghostface? Ghostface asked coldly. Can we start the duel now? Having spoken, the terrifying aura on his body exploded violently. This terrifying aura made Wu Daoji start trembling before he even made a move. He tried to calm down, shouted loudly, then gripped the sword hilt with both hands, swinging a fierce slash toward Ghostface's neck. Facing this slash, Ghostface only put out a finger. As soon as the broadsword touched his finger, it immediately shattered. Wu Daoji was completely dumbfounded, standing there with his mouth open. Ghostface shattered his long sword with just one finger. This strength exceeded his understanding. Before he could recover from the shock, Ghostface had bent down and rushed toward him. His eyes flashed with sharp blue light. Internal energy quickly gathered at his fingertips. Then he consecutively poked countless times, attacking Wu Daoji. Wu Daoji couldn't counterattack or dodge at all, taking these strikes from Ghostface head-on. Several bloody holes immediately appeared on his body, and his mouth spat out fresh blood. Not finished yet. Ghostface continued to gather internal energy in his palm. But just then, a flood of memories flashed through his mind. Countless people had died under his blade. Ghostface told himself, "This is a duel. I must stop. Otherwise, he will die." Wu Daoji was completely helpless now, his whole body trembling violently, unable to resist. Ghostface grabbed him by the neck and said, "Are you still curious about my strength?" Wu Daoji hurriedly explained in fear, "I'm truly extremely sorry. I was rude to Master Ghostface." Ghostface continued, "I haven't been a master for long. There are still many things I don't understand. May you achieve everything you wish." Having spoken, he vanished on the spot under Wu Daoji's confused gaze. He knelt on the ground, his whole body still trembling uncontrollably. Turns out it wasn't an empty reputation. That person is the leader of the Black Flower Corps, Ghostface. Ghostface used light footwork, stepping on treetops to travel. After going for a distance, blood suddenly flowed out from under his mask. He landed in the forest, blood dripping onto the ground. His hands were also covered in blood. He leaned against a tree and sighed, feeling a bit lighter now. Living the life of a normal person is too hard. The next morning, in the infirmary, Nangong Hao was lying on the sickbed with his eyes bandaged. After a night of coma, he finally woke up. As soon as he woke, he sat up abruptly, reaching up to remove the bandage on his face. He groggily opened his eyes to look ahead. The surroundings were still a bit blurry. Did I faint again? I focused internal energy on my eyes to unleash that power. He suddenly startled, turning his head to look at the bed next to him. Who is it? Ghostface, who was steaming himself on the next bed, turned to look at him. Nangong Hao, you're awake. Nangong Hao looked puzzled. Master Ghostface, why are you here? Are you injured? Ghostface sighed. I haven't used excessive strength in a long time. It was a bit unbearable. What happened to your eyes? Nangong Hao gripped the bedsheet tightly. I saw everything. The way you deliberately dodged all of Master Wu Daoji's attacks. Ghostface was startled inside. Sure enough, it was thanks to that power, as his visual prowess strengthened. At that time, Nangong Hao had clearly seen all of Ghostface's dodging movements, which looked ridiculous but were extremely effective and magical. However, Ghostface didn't intend to admit it. He slowly sat up. You saw wrong. If Master Wu Daoji hadn't held back, I would have lost my life long ago. Thinking back to that moment now, I'm still trembling all over. Can't even stand steady. As he spoke, he acted trembling and scared like a mole. Nangong Hao replied decisively. I didn't see wrong. Master, you're Ghostface. Facing Nangong Hao's serious expression, Ghostface was helpless. Who told him to see it with his own eyes? He slowly got out of bed. You say you saw it with your own eyes. Do you know how dangerous that power is? Yet you still dare to use it. Nangong Hao was startled. Master knows the secret of my body. Until now, no one has known about this. Thinking so, he said, Father also said, if I use excessive internal energy, my Dantian will become extremely chaotic. Therefore, I always tell myself not to do it. Ghostface walked over to put his clothes back on. Images of his genius siblings flashed through Nangong Hao's mind again. He slammed his palm on the bed, speaking with determination. I want to become stronger. Even if it's dangerous, I want to be stronger. If you know a way, please guide me. Ghostface replied calmly. I naturally have a way. He turned around, walking up to Nangong Hao. That power is like a curse. If used incorrectly, it can lead to disability or even death. Why do you disregard danger to use it? Nangong Hao continued. I'm willing to pay any price. Anyway, no one expects anything from me. Ghostface sighed. No one expects anything? This child is walking the path I once walked. What purpose did the person who poisoned him have? I must investigate the reason he approached the Nangong family. Thinking for a moment, Ghostface spoke up. I will let you know how to become stronger. On a clear night with a bright moon, miserable screams suddenly rang out in the forest. Immediately after, the entire mountain stronghold was stained with fresh blood. The bandits here saw the newcomer and trembled in fear, not daring to move. Before they could do anything, they were all cut down. After dealing with everyone, that person calmly walked inside. A large, muscular man stepped out to block his way. Do you know where this is that you dare to barge in? As soon as he finished speaking, his head was severed. The people inside saw this scene and broke out in a cold sweat from fear. They didn't dare to be reckless like the other guy, just standing there, trembling as they looked at the person in black. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The person asked coldly. You don't know who I am? An old man hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I truly do not know. I only beg you to spare our lives. The person in black replied, if you want me to spare your life, you must remember this favor for a lifetime. But you should know who I am. The old man looked up at the person in black, seeing the demon mask on the other's face. He began to guess. Could it be your ghost face? Ghostface reached behind his back, pulling out his iron whip. The sharp iron whip instantly revealed its form. You guessed right. Then, the whole group was wiped out by him. Early morning, at the martial arts training ground, Nangong Hao was sitting cross-legged. In his mind, he recalled the conversation with Ghostface the day before. Please tell me how to become stronger. Ghostface sat down, sighing. First of all, we must understand your body's condition clearly. Nangong Hao nodded excitedly. Yes, sir. Ghostface began to explain. Your dantian, Nangong Hao, is not ordinary. After knowing about this, your father divided your dantian in two, like a severed meridian, causing blood and energy to be obstructed. Therefore, you only have evil energy, not internal energy. Nangong Hao didn't understand. But I still have a little internal energy. Ghostface explained. It's not how you use internal energy. Have you forgotten where you come from? You are from the Nangong family, one of the 5 great families of the martial world. Do you know how much power is in your body? Because the dantian is abnormal. Internal energy doesn't accumulate in the dantian, but is scattered everywhere in your body. Because the internal energy you use is inherently unevenly distributed. Your moves are weak like that. If you want to gather internal energy into the dantian, you are forced to use evil energy. Nangong Hao suddenly realized. So that's it. It's not like I'm crippled, but from the beginning, I couldn't accumulate internal energy. Ghostface continued. It's also thanks to your father splitting the dantian that you, Nangong Hao, have lived until now. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lived past 10. Born into the Nangong family, with Nangong Hung as your father. This is truly heavenly luck. Nangong Hao replied. According to Master, being alive is already a miracle. In the future, I really have no hope left, right? Ghostface stood up and shook his head. I didn't say that. I said you have heavenly luck. Not just your background. You are also lucky to have me as a master. Nangong Hao stared blankly at the master's extraordinary confident demeanor. Ghostface continued. First, you must learn how to circulate energy. Hearing this, he shouted excitedly again. Just now you clearly said I couldn't use internal energy. Ghostface smirked. Of course, you can't use the normal way. You must circulate energy in reverse. Nangong Hao didn't understand. If I use internal energy, isn't it very easy to suffer chi deviation? Ghostface asked sternly. Didn't you already make up your mind? Nangong Hao explained. Sorry, Master. I didn't mean that. Ghostface lectured. Reverse circulation is originally from the unorthodox sects. Because it is extremely dangerous, the righteous sects almost never use it. Righteous sects circulating energy is like walking on a safe, flat road, while unorthodox sects circulating energy is like opening a shortcut yourself. Although it is a rugged and dangerous road, it can help you use the internal energy in your dantian. Nangong Hao realized, if I circulate energy in reverse, can I use internal energy? Ghostface finished speaking and turned to walk out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct. My teaching principle is, you do the previous step well. Only then will I let you know the next step. Nangong Hao recalled the conversation, involuntarily holding his head in frustration. Reversing internal energy is too hard. I understand the theory, but in practice, I don't know where the key is. Nangong Hao, concentrate. I must do it at all costs. Absolutely cannot give up. While he was trembling trying to practice, other classmates also walked over. They stood behind him watching, faces full of confusion. Is he straining to poop? The scene changed. In the room, books were scattered all over the floor. Ghostface buried himself in the pile of books, looking for something. Just then, someone walked in from outside. Jang Jong Hi knocked on the door asking, "Master, can I come in?" Ghostface immediately let him in. Jang Jong Hi quickly pushed the door open and entered. He wasn't too surprised by this scene. Stepping forward to tidy up the books on the floor, I heard Master Wu Daoji was injured. Ghostface pretended to be surprised. "Is that so?" Jang Jong Hi asked further. "Did you do this, Master?" Ghostface pushed the pile of books off himself, stretching. "So what if I did? Do you need to know?" Hearing this, Jang Jong Hi was momentarily silent. Ghostface continued, "You should know, so you can conveniently report to the Alliance leader, right?" Hearing this, Jang Jong Hi was horrified inside. Ghostface slowly stood up, telling him, "I didn't do anything life-threatening to him. Just scared him a little." Jang Jong Hi sighed inwardly. "So he already knew I was reporting to the Alliance leader." "I understand, Master." Ghostface said no more, slowly walking past him toward the outside. Just a few steps later, he stopped abruptly. "Also, I need to meet the Alliance leader later too, so I will tell him myself." The scene changed again. As usual, everyone in the snake class was lifting rocks on the mountain. Today, they raised it to a new level. No longer standing on the ground, but standing on one leg on a wooden stake. Tired of practicing, they went to attack Jang Jong Hi again. Nangong Hao was still the weakest in the class, doing almost nothing. Afternoon, he and Ming Ji went to the martial arts field to spar. All his punches and kicks were easily blocked by Ming Ji. Nangong Hao couldn't help but admire. Amazing. He blocked all my attacks. While blocking, Ming Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his hand. Nangong Hao saw him suddenly counterattack and froze. Can't dodge it. He had to close his eyes, waiting for the opponent to strike. However, Ming Ji didn't intend to hit him, just holding a scroll in front of him to see. The content on it was, "I won't use internal energy. Very dangerous." Nangong Hao realized. So that's it. Let's continue. Having spoken, he swung his leg to continue attacking Ming Ji. Ming Ji tilted his head to dodge. He consecutively launched countless kicks, but couldn't even touch the hem of Ming Ji's robe. After dodging for a while, Ming Ji turned around to get close to Nangong Hao, then used his shoulder to ram the opponent away. Nangong Hao was knocked flying, falling weakly to the ground. He attacked my legs, throwing my body off balance. Is this Shaolin martial arts? After knocking him away, Ming Ji stood there rubbing his chin in thought. A moment later, he walked up to Nangong Hao and reached out his hand. Nangong Hao thought he came to help him up, so he smiled and thanked him. But Ming Ji didn't mean that, just holding up a piece of paper. Pushing internal energy up is the old way. Now, try feeling it in the opposite direction. Nangong Hao also found it reasonable. I'll try lowering my stance. After trying to follow Ming Ji's words, Nangong Hao couldn't help but be surprised. This really works. Feeling internal energy flowing down. Very stable. It seems something is about to appear below. Zhugami stood aside watching the two of them, saying boredly, "Truly embarrassing." Next week, practical training starts. Finally ending this boring basic training course. Shui Ling, who was training hard beside her, asked curiously, "Practical training? Must be very hard, right?" Zhugami replied calmly, "Small matter. I heard all 12 classes of the White Martial Hall have to go out for training." Shui Ling was even more puzzled. "Go out." Shung Ba suddenly walked over at this moment, probably to accumulate experience. Seeing him approach, Zhugami and Shui Ling paused their training. Shung Ba walked up to the two and continued, "Only staying within the sect. Although one can master martial arts, one cannot gain experience. Going out, not relying on the sect or family. We must rely on ourselves. Then we will understand many more things." "Miss Zhugami, I want to ask you something." Zhugami's face darkened, clearly unhappy. "Don't call me that. Since we're the same age, just call me by name." Ba was a bit reluctant. Then, Jugami, I want to ask you, do you want to be the class monitor? Jugami replied calmly. You don't need to worry about that. I'm not interested. To me, exposing that fake master is much more important. Shui Ling standing by also spoke up. I don't want to be class monitor either. My strength isn't enough. Hearing the two confirm, Ba turned his head to look into the distance. Where he looked were the remaining two people in the group. The scene shifted to the pig class. Tang Wuzhou, with one hand still bandaged, was sitting on the bed practicing. A moment later, he removed the bandage on his hand. Although not completely recovered, it was much better. Moves requiring energy channeling were only slightly sluggish. Then he stood up and went outside. As soon as he left the door, he was startled, glimpsing Wu Daoji nearby, walking toward him, bandages wrapped all over his body. He hurriedly bowed to pay respects. Master, are you all right? He laughed coldly inside. Hee. It seems he went through a difficult battle beyond expectations. Unexpectedly, Wu Daoji just walked past him indifferently. You focus on resting. Tang Wuzhou hurriedly turned around to ask, but what about the class matter? Wu Daoji paused. Don't worry about that anymore. Tang Wuzhou frowned, thinking in confusion. Why did he say that? Did I do something wrong? He immediately pretended to be nervous, stammering. I didn't mean to bother you. Just asking out of concern. Wu Daoji glanced at him coldly again. I told you not to worry about it anymore. Tang Wuzhou saw his firm attitude and knew he couldn't ask further. Having no other choice, he had to obey. Wu Daoji reminded him, if you cause trouble like this next time, don't blame me. This isn't something you can take responsibility for. I am warning you, not reminding you. Remember it well. Tang Wuzhou felt struck by lightning after hearing this. Terrified to the extreme, Wu Daoji said, no more. Continuing to leave. Tang Wuzhou stood frozen, standing gloomily on the spot, trembling with anger, clenching his fists. Warning? You dare treat me like this? Basic training ended. The White Martial Hall prepared to enter the next training phase, practical training. Elders from various sects arrived at the Righteous Martial Alliance as guests. The goal of the White Martial Hall was to escort them back safely. While accumulating experience, all 12 classes received escort orders. In the Alliance Leader's room, Jang Jong was extremely surprised after hearing Ghostface's words. What? He was stunned, staring at Ghostface. Ghostface repeated again. I want the Snake class to conduct practical training in a different way. Jang Jong was puzzled. What is the reason? Ghostface asked back. The Alliance Leader ordered me to be a master, right? Jang Jong nodded. That's right. Ghostface continued. In that case, I have the right to decide how to teach the children, right? Jang Jong couldn't refute. Of course, that's correct. But do you intend to use the Black Flower Corps' methods to train them? I'm a bit worried about this. Ghostface explained. I'm just adjusting the training method based on the children's abilities. So please rest assured. Jang Jong thought. With Jang Jang Hi by his side, I can worry less. Thinking of this, he nodded. I understand. Ghostface spoke again. Also, I have another matter to investigate. After confirming, I will report to you. Jang Jong was puzzled. Another matter to investigate? He was about to ask what it was, but Ghostface had disappeared. He looked out the window, sighing. It seems I must instruct Jang Jang Hi to pay more attention. Outside the main gate of the White Martial Hall, today was especially lively because elders from various sects had arrived. Nangong Hao and his group were also here, having been out for a month. Everything looked new to them. Which sect's elder do we have to escort? Jugami replied. It's already assigned. We just have to wait. Ba remained as usual, maintaining a cold attitude, standing apart from everyone. Suddenly, Nangong Hao exclaimed in surprise, Huh. Not far away. A boy was also looking at him in surprise. As soon as Nangong Hao turned his head, that boy was surprised. Huh. Then happily ran over. Cousin. Nangong Hao asked happily, Nangong Vin? You came to the White Martial Hall to study too. This boy was Nangong Vin, Nangong Hao's cousin. Hearing Nangong Hao's question, he couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. My father dragged me here to study, putting me in the goat class. Which class are you in? Nangong Hao scratched his head. I'm in the snake class. Somehow, I feel like you and the goat class suit each other very well. Nangong Vin asked. Your martial arts are still weak, so it must be very hard. But now they only teach theory, so it should be fine, right? Hearing this, Nangong Hao froze, thinking, theory? My class doesn't have that stuff. We started climbing mountains on the first day. Nangong Vin continued to complain. I have to memorize weaponry, literature, classics. So much I want to cry. If only they let me go to the tea house to be a storyteller, that would be great. Nangong Hao wondered, doesn't the GOAT class learn the combat techniques of the righteous martial alliance? Hearing this, Nangong Vin turned pale with excitement. Combat techniques? What is that, cousin? Nangong Hao was stunned. You really don't know? Then he briefly told his cousin about his training process. It's that thing. There's also thunder rumbling body or something. Nangong Vin listened, his face full of helplessness. First time I've heard of it. Suddenly, he leaned close to Nangong Hao's ear and whispered, right? Is that rumor true? The master of the snake class is Ghostface, right? Nangong Hao replied calmly, that's right. Nangong Vin continued, I heard my father say, he's an extremely terrifying expert. Nangong Hao couldn't help but show excitement on his face. Sure enough, Master is very famous. Master isn't scary. Moreover, Master is a very reliable person. Zhugami and the others behind him heard him use such flowery words to describe Ghostface, and their faces were written with helplessness. Chatting for a while, Nangong Vin suddenly turned to look at the team behind him. Cousin, we have to depart. Let's talk later. Then he quickly ran off to catch up with his classmates. Nangong Hao turned to his friends, asking doubtfully, now only we are left. We still don't know who we have to escort. That person must have a very leisurely personality. Zhugami smiled. That's great. A person with a leisurely personality must be very confident. Being an elder, their martial arts shouldn't be bad either. Taking this opportunity, let's go sightseeing. Hearing this, Shui Ling excitedly joined in. And eat good food too. Suddenly, Nangong Hao seemed to remember something, startled. Wait, the content of the snake class is different from other classes. Then could this training also be like that? Just as he thought, very quickly, Ghostface and Jang Jong Hi walked out from inside. All right, let's depart. The kids didn't understand, but the elder we need to escort hasn't appeared yet. Ghostface walked calmly. That person is here. Follow me. The kids looked at Ghostface's back. All bewildered, they quickly went out to the market, then went straight into the forest. After an unknown amount of time, Ghostface finally stopped. We're here. In front of everyone was a mansion, looking quite imposing. Nangong Hao looked bewildered. Is this a top merchant guild? Ghostface nodded. That's right. He was about to say something, when noise came from inside the mansion. Immediately after, the mansion gate was kicked open. Several tense-looking people walked out. Behind them was another person hurriedly chasing after them, kneeling and hugging their legs. Oh, without bodyguards, how can we do business? The man scolded angrily. Hey, old man, you intend to use this little money to hire us? If you don't want to die, let go. The old man saw the man raise his sword to slash him, scared out of his wits. Under the astonished gazes of Nangong Hao and the others, Ba flew out with extreme speed. Before the man could slash down, his wrist was grabbed tightly by Ba, unable to move anymore. Seeing the one blocking him was a kid, he was extremely angry. What is this? Kid, let go. Ba increased his force, making him groan inwardly. The opponent's strength is really strong. The accomplices behind laughed. Big brother, the opponent is still a child. Speaking up to here, he stopped in surprise, because his big brother was now trembling violently all over. Ba turned his head to look at Ghostface and the others, seeking opinion. Seeing him turn back, Ghostface understood and nodded without hesitation. The other two men also drew their swords and rushed up. Ba reached out to grab the sword hilt, drawing the sword extremely fast. Only a cold flash was seen, and the swords of all three men were broken by him. A moment later, inside the mansion, the three people were now obediently sitting inside. After witnessing Ba's terrifying strength, all three were sweating like a bath. Ghostface and Wang Shufeng sat together, smiling at them. Now, what exactly is going on? I will mediate for you. Start from this side. The leading man narrowed his eyes, assessing Ghostface's group, calculating inwardly. That kid is not ordinary. The others must also be very formidable. He directly ignored the strongest expert, Ghostface, only paying attention to Jang Jong Hi and the others. It's best to stay away from them. Thinking of this, He stood up. Fine. We bid farewell. Ghostface smiled and said nothing. The three then quickly walked out together. Wang Shufeng hurriedly stood up. Wait. We haven't finished talking yet. The man snorted coldly. We have nothing left to say. Hearing this, Wang Shufeng stood frozen on the spot, momentarily speechless. Jang Jang Hi praised Ba at this moment. You controlled your strength well, just now. Well done. Praised by him. Ba was startled. Thank you for the guidance. Wang Shufeng stared blankly out the door for a moment. Before remembering there were guests beside him, he turned around. I was rude. I am Wang Shufeng of the Daxing Merchant Group. Thank you all for helping just now. Nangong Hao wondered, does the elder also do business? Zhugami scolded. You really are an idiot. What does he look like, a sect elder? He is just a normal person. Use your brain. Nangong Hao smiled sheepishly, saying no more. Ghostface slowly stood up. We understand. Wang Shufeng was startled. Why are you looking for our merchant group? Ghostface introduced. We are the snake class of the White Martial Hall. Wang Shufeng was extremely excited. White Martial Hall? You mean the newly opened martial arts training place of the Righteous Martial Alliance? Huh. What an honor. Ghostface continued. About what happened just now. Can you explain it more clearly to me? I feel there's something hidden. Wang Shufeng bowed his head, saying sadly, it's like this. Previously, although this merchant group wasn't big, my business was very good. Other merchant groups started to get jealous. Secretly playing tricks, they started signing contracts with every bodyguard partnering with me. The bodyguard agencies in this area have all accepted bribes. No one is willing to sign a contract with the Daxing Merchant Group anymore. I sought bodyguard from other places, but due to lack of capital, the merchant group is facing many difficulties. Nangong Hao and the others fell silent hearing this. Zhugami scolded angrily, using this method to suppress others. Truly shameless. Although her words were about the other merchant groups, they were also like a sharp arrow, stabbing straight into Wang Shufeng's heart. Being a merchant, who doesn't have some tricks? Zhugami turned to Ghostface and continued. Master, do you plan to stay here forever? We're supposed to go escort an elder. Why waste time here? Wang Shufeng replied, sorry, there is no elder here. I'm afraid you have made a wasted trip. Ghostface laughed loudly. Huh, you misunderstood. We didn't come here to find any elder. Nangong Hao was startled. Then why? Ghostface didn't hide it anymore, going straight to the point. We are the bodyguards here to partner with the Daxing Merchant Group. As soon as his words fell, the entire hall fell into silence. Everyone was extremely shocked by his words. At night, in a magnificent mansion, the three people taught a lesson by Ba earlier were now kneeling here reporting. A few strangers and a bunch of nosy kids suddenly appeared. Sitting on the high platform was Tian Guizhong, owner of the Guizhong Merchant Group. Disguising as bodyguards? It seems probing clearly is a bit difficult. Suddenly appearing, saying they want to be bodyguards. A bit suspicious, so I tried to negotiate and accept, but ended up ruining the matter. A guard beside Tian Guizhong, with sharp eyes, slowly drew his sword. Seeing this, the people below kowtowed repeatedly in fear. Woohoo! Please spare us. Tian Guizhong snorted coldly. Forget it. Anyway, I already have a more comprehensive plan. Don't dream of returning to this Hunan region again. Huh. The scene shifted to the Daxing Merchant Group. After a discussion, Wang Shufeng smiled awkwardly and said, our merchant group truly has no capital. Ghostface replied, you don't need to worry about this. If the mission is completed, besides the 15 coins for the contract, just pay an additional 15 coins. From now until the work is done, please arrange food and accommodation for us. Wang Shufeng was full of doubts. Why is it like this? Looking at their clothes, they all seem to be of noble birth. They came to be bodyguards. A bit unbelievable. But no matter what, they are people of the Righteous Martial Alliance. Just agree first, then observing slowly is also good. Thinking so, he bowed and cupped his hands. I understand. You guys arrange your luggage first. We will discuss later. After everyone settled into their accommodation, they gathered in the merchant group's courtyard. Ghostface explained as he walked, this time, you have to train a bit harder. Our snake class doesn't do flashy training stuff, but directly executes missions. Hearing this, the kids all showed nervous expressions. Ghostface continued, on the way escorting goods. We will definitely encounter bandits. Bodyguards are martial artists hired to deal with these people, truly confronting bandits with swords and blades. That is real combat. Let me see the weapons you brought. Ba held up his sword. Ghostface stepped forward, looking closely, then glanced at Jugami's sword. Her scabbard was inlaid with much gold, silver, and gems sparkling. Shui Ling only had a very ordinary short sword. Ming Ji didn't use weapons. What surprised Ghostface the most was Nangong Hao's weapon. He used a tree branch whittled into a wooden sword. I said it was real combat. Why bring only a wooden sword? Nangong Hao scratched his head and smiled. I'm only used to using wooden swords. Ghostface cursed inwardly. Damn it. What does that have to do with anything? He turned around. All right. You all have good weapons. Speaking up to here, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled into a sinister smile. Hand them all over to me. Jang Jang Hi, bring out the things I prepared. Jang Jang Hi immediately cupped his hands to accept the order. He quickly took out a cloth bag, throwing it on the ground. Ghostface explained to the kids, these are the weapons I prepared for you, based on my extremely meticulous observation over the past time. Ba looked gloomily at the weapon in front of him. It was a rusty, mottled bundle of old swords, looking no different from a pile of scrap metal. Ba stepped forward, picking up a sword to examine. Is this the weapon I have to use? Ghostface replied, those swords are all yours. Ba looked at Ghostface in confusion. Master, this isn't a sword. This is just scrap metal. Ghostface affirmed once again. That is a sword. Ba explained. I don't want to show off, but my sword is the piercing steel sword, one of the treasured swords of the Morong family. It is extremely sharp, cutting stone like mud. Even if it strikes other treasured swords, it won't chip. Ghostface drew his sword to look. Truly a good sword. Ba raised the rusty iron sword in his hand again and asked, if I use this sword to fight and it breaks, what should I do? Ghostface replied calmly. Then take the one next to it and continue fighting. What if that one breaks too? Ghostface smirked. There are dozens of swords here. What are you afraid of? Could it be that without a treasured sword, you intend to stand and wait for death? This sentence from Ghostface immediately touched Ba's pride. Ghostface continued to click his tongue. Can't fight without a treasured sword. Ba momentarily didn't know how to answer. Ghostface turned to look at Jugami. He held up her sword to observe. Truly a beautiful sword. Jugami smiled. Master, although my sword is beautiful, it is just an ordinary sword. Before she finished speaking, Ghostface drew the sword to look and commented, truly worthless. He then took out a black object and gave it to her. Jugami asked in confusion, is this a bamboo flute? Could it be you want me to use sound arts? Ghostface smirked. The genius Jugami doesn't know how to use sound arts? Jugami replied reluctantly, of course I know. 2 days later, show me. Ghostface nodded in satisfaction. I look forward to it. Next was the timid Shui Ling. Ghostface looked down at her, thought for a moment, then threw her a string of hidden weapons. You don't need to throw anything away. Just carry this extra. As for the fat monk Ming Ji, Ghostface knew he didn't talk much, so he directly threw him his staff and moved on. Finally, Nangong Hao. Ghostface didn't give him any weapon but put his arm around his shoulder, whispering softly, first, you have to catch up with your friends. Can you do it? Nangong Hao said specifically, temporarily still can't. I still don't know the way. Ghostface encouraged. You will definitely do it. Channeling weak internal energy to the eyes to see through all things. That is not an easy task, but didn't you already do it? Nangong Hao was startled hearing this. The scene from that time involuntarily flashed through his mind. Ghostface continued. Internal energy is just energy naturally accumulated in a human body. Internal energy appears naturally and is nurtured, just like the martial arts of the sex. The dantian is the place that creates it. Originally, once energy gathers in the dantian, it won't dissipate. You are an extremely rare case. Yang energy like the sky, yin energy like the earth. But you reverse their positions. Then what should I do now? Nangong Hao replied with a gloomy face. Must reverse heaven and earth. The scene shifted to a forest. An old man was sitting drinking wine alone. He looked into the distance, lamenting. No one came to see me off. Truly lonely. Could it be they looked down on me, an elder? A few days later, outside the door of the Daxing merchant group. Today, this place was unusually lively. Carriages and merchants gathered. People crowded like the sea. They were discussing, checking goods, seeming to prepare for a long-distance escort trip. Shung Ba sat in the yard, still trying to practice with his pile of rusty swords. Zhuge Mi was also playing the flute beside him. Ming Ji and Xue Ling were also practicing using their new weapons. Ghostface slowly walked out from inside. Now, practical training officially begins. Our goal is to safely escort the merchant group from Hunan to Hebei. We don't know what will happen on the way, so always be vigilant, especially guard against bandits. No matter what happens, we must protect the safety of the merchant group and the goods. Right, I almost forgot. After this practical training ends, we will choose the class monitor. Shung Ba and Nangong Hao heard these words, and both became unusually serious. They stood there talking, not knowing if they noticed or not. On the tree canopy, not far away, several figures were secretly observing them. Then, the whole group set off with the merchant group, heading toward Hebei. Nangong Hao constantly looked left and right as he walked, alert to the surroundings, while Ghostface lay leisurely on the carriage behind, sleeping very soundly. Endless night covered the mountain range. The moon rose to the zenith. Everyone stopped to light a fire and rest. A servant brought a blanket for Jang Jong Hi, but he shook his head, indicating he didn't need it. Everyone took the opportunity to rest and regain strength, while Nangong Hao sneaked off alone to a deserted place, doing a handstand to practice. The Dantian really has strange fluctuations. Although very uncomfortable, I still try to persist. Essence energy in the meridians began to show signs of flowing into the Dantian. Nangong Hao practiced for a while, finally unable to endure, collapsing to the ground. I've grasped the root. Like this is truly too dangerous. Having to circulate energy in reverse, while avoiding damaging meridians, causing the body's rejection reaction. Is my determination still not enough? Do I dare to bet my life? He was lost in thought when Ghostface walked over. It's very late. Nangong Hao was startled. Master, Ghostface reminded. Now is not the time to practice. Nangong Hao smiled. Master, I have a few things to ask you. Ghostface ordered coldly. Go back to guard duty. Nangong Hao saw his expression and immediately tensed up. Ah yes. Sorry, sir. He stood up, quickly running back to the team. He thought, why does it feel so scary? Before long, only Ghostface was left here. Ghostface stood silently, waiting for Nangong Hao to leave completely. Only then did he speak up, releasing murderous intent at a child. Truly shameful. Why not find an opponent on your level? Like me. Although Ghostface spoke, there was still no sound around. Ghostface reached into his shirt searching for something. Thought it was some formidable person. Turns out just a bunch of shrinking turtles. Those hiding around couldn't hold back anymore, revealing themselves simultaneously. They stepped out from the bushes, appearing in front of Ghostface, looking at their clothes. This group must be subordinates of Tian Guizhong. Hey, you guy, are you blind? Speaking up to hear. He suddenly paused. Only now did he carefully notice Ghostface's appearance. He stood stunned for a few seconds, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Now I understand. Ghostface asked in confusion. You are those shrinking turtles? He still laughed extremely smugly. Just a sickly bag of bones like you dares to provoke us? I'll give you a little time to run away. Ghostface stood in the middle of the encirclement, replying calmly. No need to be so generous. He continued, because not only those kids, but this entire Daxing merchant group, all must die. Ghostface slowly took out a mask. Who came up with such a cruel plan? He saw the thing Ghostface took out, and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Ghostface sighed, whispering, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Why must it be so? He snorted coldly. Thought you took out something formidable. Turns out just a mask. Enough. Stop acting. Brothers. Attack. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a guy beside him rushed up. That guy didn't hesitate, drawing his sword and stabbing toward Ghostface. Ghostface slowly put on the mask. As soon as the mask was put on, his eyes immediately flashed with blue light. Where he stood, a blinding white light exploded. A terrifying aura immediately spread in all directions. His face was now covered in cold sweat. Ghostface stood amidst the dust, his whole body radiating fierce, murderous intent like a demon. The one who just attacked him had fallen flat on the ground, trembling. He asked the group coldly, Do you think I look like I'm joking? Ghostface's figure then slowly faded, then vanished on the spot under his horrified gaze. Before he could understand what happened, Ghostface was standing on the shoulder of another accomplice of his. The guy had his head gripped tightly by Ghostface, screaming in terror. The remaining ones heard that guy scream and turn around in shock. Ghostface then swung his hand, throwing a powerful punch into that guy's chest, knocking him down. Ghostface looked toward the crowd again, saying, "Next, I will let you know what a joke is." He stammered nervously. "Ghostface, could it be?" Two others immediately drew swords and rushed up. Ghostface was not afraid at all, leaping up, throwing palms. One palm for each person. Those two rushed up and were knocked down before they could do anything. Ghostface glanced sharply behind him. Behind him, 3 corpses were now lying scattered. Seeing this, the remaining ones hurriedly ran to shield in front of him. He cried out in horror at this moment. Could be Ghostface? Careful, he's Ghostface. Everyone, prepare poison attacks. Ghostface clicked his tongue. You mean, I'm afraid of poison attacks. Ghostface was walking toward the crowd when he suddenly stopped. Then his body shook violently. Ghostface raised his hand to cover his mouth. The crowd saw the situation suddenly change and were stunned. A moment later, Ghostface looked up, laughing loudly. Because another alias of mine is Ghostface. You think using poison can stop me? You only know about me halfway, so you have misunderstood greatly. He was horrified. Misunderstood. Ghostface erupted with aura once again. The word ghost in Ghostface is not the ghost in Ghost Malice, but the ghost in Lonely Ghost. He frowned. What does that mean? Another accomplice of his couldn't hold back and shouted. Why talk so much nonsense? Just fight. Having spoken, he swung his sword and rushed toward Ghostface. But that guy was no different from the 3 before. Punched flying by Ghostface as soon as he rushed up. Ghostface completely disregarded that guy, looking at him and continuing, moreover, I extremely hate poison attacks. Having spoken, he raised his hand. Internal energy quickly gathered in his palm. An invisible suction force emitted from Ghostface's palm, rushing straight toward him. He was just pulled strongly toward Ghostface. Without any strength to resist, Ghostface sucked him in front of him, using his hand to grip his neck tightly. His eyes rolled back, whole body trembling, terrified to the extreme. Ghostface asked coldly, What is your next plot? The scene shifted to the merchant group. Jang Jang Hi and the kids were still sitting by the fire keeping watch. Jang Jang Hi was closing his eyes, leaning against a tree. Ghostface's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Jang Jang Hi, come here for a moment. Jang Jang Hi was startled hearing Ghostface's transmission. He hurriedly transmitted back asking, Master, is something wrong? Ghostface replied, Of course there is something. Jang Jang Hi didn't ask much more. Quickly rushing off, he moved extremely fast, arriving where Ghostface was in the blink of an eye. As soon as he arrived, he was extremely shocked, because in front of him were countless corpses lying scattered on the ground. Ghostface was sitting on a nearby rock waiting for Jang Jang Hi. Jang Jang Hi, you arrived late. Jang Jang Hi's face was pale. You killed them all? Ghostface slowly took off the mask. No, if it's not a mission, I won't kill. I just broke their joints, destroyed their dantians. Jang Jang Hi broke out in a cold sweat. Destroyed the dantians of all of them? Who are they? Ghostface continued. Can't you tell? Assassins. It seems they were trained quite professionally. Jang Jang Hi was surprised. Not bandits, but assassins? What exactly happened? Ghostface explained. The force wanting to eliminate the Daxing merchant group seems to have invested more than I thought. They will continue to target the Daxing merchant group. Jang Jang Hi frowned. Trained assassins. The kids are in danger. We must stop this training. Ghostface shook his head. No. Training continues. I want you to deal with these assassins. The kids just need to deal with bandits. Jang Jang Hi nodded. What about you? Ghostface put the mask back on. I have some business. Need to go for a while. Then he leaped up, intending to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to pat Jang Jang Hi's shoulder, instructing, Protect those kids for me. Your strength is enough to deal with those assassins. Jang Jang Hi was still extremely confused. The situation is urgent like this. Where do you intend to go? Ghostface looked up at the sky. Just consider it visiting home. Jang Jang Hi was even more confused. Visiting home? Ghostface said no more. his figure vanishing on the spot, leaving no trace. As soon as Jang Jong Hi returned, Nangong Hao asked in confusion, "Huh? Assistant? Where did Master Ghost Face go?" Jang Jong Hi asked back, "Is something wrong?" Nangong Hao smiled and said, "Just now Master told me to go back first. I thought Master would come back right away, but I still haven't seen Master anywhere." Jang Jong Hi held his head and sighed. "Master has urgent business and left temporarily. We still have to continue escorting the merchant group, focusing on training." Nangong Hao was stunned, thinking, "Master went somewhere?" I have grasped the root of reverse energy circulation. Having many questions to ask Master, at this moment, he felt a stream of internal energy churning in his body. Just then, a person from the merchant group walked over to greet Jang Jong Hi. "Lord Jang Jong Hi, aren't you going to rest?" Jang Jong Hi smiled and said, "I already took a nap for a while." The person smiled. "Is that so? This is the owner of the Great Star Trading Company, Wang Yishuan. With Lord Broken's sword ghost escorting us, I feel completely at ease." Jang Jong Hi shook his head. "It's nothing. Compared to me, the children have it much harder." The kids had all fallen asleep by now. Only Ming Ji, who was responsible for the night watch, still stood tall by the fire. But he looked like he was about to nod off too. Wang Yishuan turned his head to look at them. "Having these kids escort us over such a long distance. It's been tough on them. Tomorrow, I must let you all get a good rest." Jang Jong Hi was puzzled. "At our current pace, we won't even be out of this mountain by tomorrow." Wang Yishuan explained, "There's a nomadic village on the way. Our trading company stops by every time we're on a trade run. We buy their goods, and in return, we trade them some necessities. So, our relationship is very good." "Oh, right. Where's the patient traveling with you?" Hearing him say that, Jang Jong Hi nearly choked on his own spit. "He'll be back later." Jang Jong Hi didn't bother to correct his term for his respected Master Ghost Face. The next morning, the group continued their journey. Today, they had to climb a mountainside, so everyone had to focus on pulling and pushing the carriages up the slope. The group was moving when they suddenly stopped. There was a rustling sound from the bushes ahead. Seeing this, Shung Ba and the others rushed forward. They spread out, forming a barrier in front of Wang Yishuan's horse, staring warily ahead. Soon, a lively young boy emerged from the bushes. Seeing the tense expressions on Shung Ba and the others, he was startled. Wang Yishuan called out happily, "Zhang Su, it's been a while." Jang Jong Hi let out a sigh of relief. "You know the boy?" Wang Yishuan explained. "I told you about it. He's a boy from the nomadic village. This kid always follows his grandfather to gather herbs." He quickly dismounted and asked the boy, "Did you gather a lot of herbs?" Zhang Su held up the bamboo basket at his side. "I've been searching since this morning." The basket was filled to the brim with fresh, green herbs. Wang Yishuan said with a smile, "I'll pay a high price for these herbs this time." Zhang Su said joyfully, "Thank you, young master." Wang Yishuan ruffled his hair. "Don't call me young master. Just call me big brother. Where's your grandfather?" "Why are you all alone?" Zhang Su explained. "Grandpa's back is hurting, so I came alone today." "Are you all heading to the village?" "Let's go together." Nangong Hao and the others were visibly pleased. "Looks like we won't have to sleep outdoors tonight." They then returned to their positions and continued towards the village. Zhang Su glanced at them curiously and asked, "Are you brothers and sisters from the trading company?" Nangong Hao replied, "Yeah, we're temporary escorts for the company." The boy looked at him with admiration and said excitedly, "An escort is someone with high martial arts skills, right?" Nangong Hao froze. He looked at the boy and thought to himself, "In my eyes, Shung Ba is a martial arts prodigy. His internal energy and strength are rare in this world, especially since Shung Ba can use the mountain-shattering sword style, which embodies the essence of the Murong family's hardness and speed. Although I've only seen him practice his sword forms recently, I can already see a shadow of senior brother Nangong Hi in him from when we were young." Next is Zhuge Mei. She uses the Zhuge family's basic techniques of change and illusion to toy with her opponents. She's especially intelligent. Her mind is always full of schemes to defeat her enemies. She's a talent skilled in both literary and martial arts. It's very difficult to find her weakness. No, she does have one weakness. It's her personality. As for Ming Ji, he possesses Shaolin martial arts. Unpredictable in his transformations. His moves are agile, and his power output is extremely strong. Although he's currently practicing the vow of silence, His abilities are unquestionable. Shui Ling has a somewhat timid personality, but her needle techniques are formidable. She can accurately locate all the acupuncture points. Because she's very sensitive, she can sense danger and avoid it. Everyone except me is so strong. The more Nangong Hao thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. Sweat uncontrollably poured down his face like rain. Of course they're strong. Zhang Su looked at him with disappointment and asked, "So what about you?" Nangong Hao was completely speechless. His face turned pale. "I'm still very weak." Zhang Su wasn't surprised. "I knew it. Look at the other brothers and sisters. They look so confident. You're the only one who looks so restless." Nangong Hao asked him, "Your name is Zhang Su, right? Are you also interested in martial arts?" Zhang Su nodded. "Yes. I want to learn martial arts too. I'll become an escort in the future. Then I can protect my grandpa and my little sister." Hearing these words, Nangong Hao's heart was shaken. He saw a reflection of his younger self in this child. When he was young, he had the same determination to become stronger to protect his family. He instinctively reached out his hand and ruffled Zhang Su's hair. "You're so young, yet you already have such ambition." Zhang Su suddenly shouted, "Don't pat my head." As he spoke, he kicked Nangong Hao's leg. Nangong Hao was kicked so hard he jumped up in pain. Zhang Su then ran ahead. "You're still a kid yourself." After walking a while longer, Wang Yishuan called out happily, "We're here." That's the nomadic village. Nangong Hao and the others couldn't help but break into smiles. After so many days of traveling and sleeping in the forest, they could finally sleep in a bed. Just then, Wang Yishuan's expression suddenly changed. Because all the villagers were dead, their bodies strewn across the ground. Zhang Su rushed in, crying, "Grandpa!" The basket of herbs in his hand was thrown aside. Nangong Hao and the others reached the village gate, and they were all stunned. He covered his mouth with his hand. Who on earth did this? Zhang Su quickly ran to his home. His grandfather hadn't escaped either. His body, covered in blood, lay on the ground. He ran to his grandfather, knelt down, and called out, "Grandpa, wake up!" The old man, with his last breath, tried to speak. "You people can't." Nangong Hao entered the house. His brows furrowed even tighter. The herbs and medicines in the house were all in disarray. The old man was then moved to a bed, bandaged, and given acupuncture. Wang Yishuan asked his subordinate about the situation. The man quickly reported, "Although a few are still alive, they are all severely injured." Inside the house, Shui Ling was still trying to treat the old man. Nangong Hao and the others stood by waiting. A moment later, the old man woke up. Jang Jong Hi stepped forward and asked, "You're awake?" The old man stammered. Then he suddenly sat bolt upright. Shui Ling quickly reminded him, "You mustn't move." He paid her no mind and shouted, "Zhang Qian! The bandits took my Zhang Qian. I beg you all to help me." Everyone was stunned. "Kidnapped?" The old man continued. "Not just my granddaughter, but all the women in the village have been taken." As he spoke, he kowtowed to them. "I beg you, great heroes, please help us. I beg you." Jang Jong Hi closed his eyes, remaining silent. Zhang Su ran to support his grandfather, and once again he burst into tears. Nangong Hao clenched his fists, thinking, "Our mission is to escort the trading company." But Master Ghostface also said, "The difference between the righteous path and the demonic sect is using strength for protection." Afterward, everyone went outside to discuss the matter. Nangong Hao said loudly, his voice filled with emotion, "We have to save the people who were taken." Jang Jong Hi sighed, "I want as well. But our primary mission is to escort the trading company. This would be a trap. We can't just leave the company here." Nangong Hao clenched his fists. "Even so, we can't just sit back and watch. What I learned at the Baiwu Academy is to help one another and uphold justice together." Moromba also stepped forward. "Instructor, I agree with Nangong Hao's point of view." Ming Ji and Shui Ling also nodded, showing their stance. Zhugame twirled her bamboo flute and spoke up. "Dealing with those bandits now is a good idea. For these bandits to dare leave their own territory and come here to commit such a crime, we can't let them run rampant." Wang Yishuan also stepped forward at this moment. "I think so too. You don't need to worry about the trading company. If we let them continue their rampage like this, I won't be able to rest easy either." Zhang Zhonghe glanced at him, lost in thought. Then he turned back to look at the kids. Nangong Hao's face was still filled with determination. His friends were the same. A slight smile touched the corner of Jang Hi's mouth. He thought, they're starting to carry themselves like true members of the righteous path. If that's the case, all right. Jang Hi then waved his hand and said, all right, brats. Begin the mission to rescue the kidnapped villagers. We'll split into two groups, a rescue team and an escort team. Nangong Hao made a resolution in his heart. I will definitely save them. Jang Hi quickly divided the teams. The rescue team will be Murong Ba, Zhuge Mei, Ming Ji, and myself. The escort team will be Nangong Hao and Shui Ling. You two are responsible for staying here and protecting the trading company. Hearing that he had to stay behind, the fighting spirit drained right out of Nangong Hao. His face fell. He was too disappointed to speak. Wait a minute. I also... Before he could finish, Jang Hi took out a bamboo tube. He held it up in front of him. This is a signal flare. If anything happens, just shoot it into the sky. I'll come immediately. Nangong Hao stammered, Instructor, I want to know too. Zhuge Mei stepped in front of him. You can't go. You'd be no help even if you did. Nangong Hao lowered his head sadly. Zhuge Mei was blunt, but it was the truth. He still couldn't use his internal energy. Going would only slow everyone down. He then accepted his fate. He clenched his fists. Everyone, you have to save them. The four of them, led by Jang Hi, quickly set off for the bandits' lair. Pick up the pace. Murong Ba and the other two heard the command and immediately obeyed, increasing their speed. As Murong Ba was moving at high speed, he suddenly sensed something. There was a strange movement in the bushes ahead of him. Soon, a sword slashed out from within. Murong Ba's eyes widened in shock. In that critical moment, he managed to lean back in time, dodging the fatal blow. His attacker was a tall, burly man. Murong Ba stomped hard on the ground, leaving a footprint, and used the force to leap backward, creating distance between himself and his opponent. They've already set up an ambush. They were quickly surrounded by a group of bandits. Jang Hi stood there with his arms crossed, glancing at them and analyzing the situation. Although these men all know martial arts, they aren't the kind of assassins Master Ghostface mentioned. In any case, they're just bandits. I can leave them to these kids. The bandit who had just attacked Murong Ba licked his blade. You little brats. Think you can chase after us? Murong Ba tightened his grip on his sword's hilt and channeled his energy. I'll take you all down. The bandit sensed the aura emanating from Murong Ba and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. To be able to use internal energy at such a young age. Murong Ba didn't hesitate. He immediately flew towards the man. The bandit was startled. He could only raise his twin axes to block. But to his surprise, the moment the sword tip touched the axe blade, it shattered like a dry twig. Murong Ba's eyes widened in astonishment. Even the bandit found it hard to believe. How did it break so easily? He swung his axe, intending to counterattack. But Murong Ba was no slouch. He jumped up in time to dodge. Then, he delivered a kick in midair, striking his opponent squarely in the face. The bandit took the kick to his face and was sent skidding across the ground. Murong Ba landed not far away, lamenting inwardly. My sword is too weak. It actually broke just like that. The bandit quickly lifted his head. A red shoe print was now emblazoned on his face. He cursed angrily. Damn it, this kid's got some moves. Murong Ba reached behind his back and drew another sword. His expression began to show signs of strain. With a sword like this, how am I supposed to defeat them? On another front, the battle was just as fierce. Two bandits wielding long swords charged towards Zhuge Mei. She was playing her flute when her eyes suddenly widened. An extremely powerful wave of pressure instantly erupted from her. The two charging bandits were immediately hit by this force, their faces contorting. Despite their efforts to resist, they were both pushed back. A moment later, the sound of Zhuge Mei's flute gradually faded, and the powerful aura dissipated with it. The two bandits, still shaken, stood frozen in place. They frantically checked themselves for injuries. After a thorough check, they found they were unharmed. They smirked smugly. Hith. What kind of sound attack was that? Felt as light as a feather. Zhuge Mei, looking helpless, forced a smile and said, I was just warming up. The next one will be for real. She said that, but inwardly she was thinking, this is bad. Mastering a sound attack in just 2 days was already an unimaginable feat. I gave it my all, but this is the best I can do. Over here, Mingji was also engaged in combat with another bandit. Despite his best efforts, the long staff in his hands was being overpowered. Startled, Mingji quickly leaned back to dodge. Thanks to his agility, he managed to evade the axe blow. He then took the initiative to leap backward and held up a piece of paper that read, "I can't use this weapon properly. My internal energy is restricted. It's so frustrating." All three of them, their faces etched with tension, were sweating profusely. Why did Master Ghostface choose such unsuitable weapons for us? The scene shifts back to the village. The trading company was arranging their supplies so the rescue team could rest comfortably upon their return. Nangong Hao sat alone to one side, his expression melancholic, his hand tightly gripping the signal flare. Even though I can't join the rescue team, escorting the trading company was the original mission. After all, although the chances of the bandits showing up here again are low, I still have to be on guard. After a moment of thought, he tucked the signal flare into his robes and stood up. Jiangsu was still standing outside the room's door, waiting quietly. Nangong Hao slowly walked over to him. Then, they were both startled as Shui Ling emerged from inside. "He's asleep now. He should be fine." Hearing this, Jiangsu bowed his head gratefully. "Thank you, big sister." Nangong Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. I'm going to check the situation around the village." Jiangsu clenched his fists, his expression determined. "Let me show you the way." Nangong Hao didn't refuse. He nodded in acceptance. The two of them then began to walk around the village. Nangong Hao asked curiously, "Do bandits come to this village often?" Jiangsu shook his head. "No. The nearest bandit lair is very far from here. That's why everyone chose to settle here." Nangong Hao suddenly understood. So that's how it is. He thought to himself. But why did they suddenly appear? This is a bit strange. His gaze swept over the cloth-covered bodies on the ground. After a moment of thought, a realization struck him. They knew the Great Star Trading Company would be conducting a transaction within the next 3 months. He quickly turned around. And they also knew the company would definitely pass through this village. Jiangsu, standing beside him, saw his sudden change in demeanor and looked utterly confused. Nangong Hao stood there, his face ashen, his fists clenched. After a moment, he finally spoke, calling out to Jiangsu. "We should head back." Jiangsu asked, puzzled. "Why?" Nangong Hao replied tensely. "I have a bad feeling about this." The two children talked under a tree, completely unaware of an assassin hiding in the canopy above. His sharp gaze had been following the two of them the entire time. Jiangsu looked a little tense and forced a laugh. "Why do you suddenly look so scared?" Nangong Hao replied seriously. "I'm not kidding. Let's hurry back." Just then, another voice rang out, making him jump. "I'm right here." Nangong Hao spun around in terror. The assassin landed perfectly from the sky, right in front of him. Nangong Hao sized up his opponent, thinking, his face is completely covered. He's not a bandit. At that thought, he immediately yelled at Jiangsu, "Run!" But Jiangsu couldn't run now. His eyes were wide, his lips trembling, unable to speak. His whole body was shaking violently. Seeing this, Nangong Hao cried out inwardly, "This is bad. Oh no!" His killing intent has scared Jiangsu stiff. He decisively grabbed Jiangsu's hand and turned to flee. The assassin in the tree smirked. "Where do you think you're going?" He quickly jumped down, blocking their path. Nangong Hao's hand went to the hilt of his wooden sword. He thought, "I have to buy enough time for Jiangsu to escape." He decisively swung his sword and charged, attacking his opponent. But the assassin simply leaned slightly to the side and dodged his attack. Nangong Hao didn't stop, continuing to slash at his opponent's face. However, attack after attack, he couldn't land a single hit. Nangong Hao saw that Jiangsu had run a good distance away behind him, and he let out a small sigh of relief. Just then, the assassin launched a kick, sending him flying and coughing up blood. Nangong Hao's body flew like a broken kite, tumbling several times before he managed to stabilize himself. The blow had injured him quite badly. He looked utterly wretched. The assassin sneered coldly. "Whose turn is it to get beaten now? I can't believe I'm fighting such a pathetic escort. If I'd known, I wouldn't have needed the bandits to make a move." Nangong Hao confirmed it in his heart. It really was a feint. The assassin snapped his fingers and continued, "I'll kill you first. Then I'll go take care of the entire Great Star Trading Company and everyone in the village." Hearing this, Nangong Hao's eyes narrowed. He quickly reached into his robes and pulled out the signal flare. I have to call the instructor right now. I have to use this to alert my master. But just then, 2 sets of manacles flew towards him. Before he could even fire the flare, both of Nangong Hao's hands were shackled. The signal flare slipped from his grasp and rolled on the ground. To Nangong Hao's left and right, 2 more assassins had appeared out of nowhere. The manacles restraining him were held by them. The signal flare rolled to a stop at the feet of the lead assassin. He roared with a ferocious expression, "A signal flare?" Then, he decisively raised his foot and stomped it to pieces. Seeing this, Nangong Hao screamed in horror, "No." The assassin laughed triumphantly. "Huh, this must be your last hope, isn't it?" Just then, a terrified cry came from behind. Jiang Su had also been caught by another assassin. He was being dragged back by the collar. Nangong Hao quickly shouted for them to let him go. The assassin snorted coldly. "It seems you still don't understand the situation you're in." He waved his hand, and countless sharp, arrow-tipped ropes shot out. Nangong Hao was bound by the ropes without any strength to resist and was hung upside down from tree. "Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Just slowly savor your own helplessness." After mocking Nangong Hao, he turned and ordered his subordinate to kill Jiang Su. No matter how much the boy struggled and cried, he couldn't break free. Nangong Hao's eyes widened. He roared for him to stop. Jiang Su was so scared he was screaming, calling his name. But seeing this only made the assassin more excited. "Look closely. Can you still be so arrogant? Are you thanking me for not killing you immediately? Or are you feeling hopeless? Perhaps even enraged? But there's nothing you can do." Elsewhere, Shui Ling was still performing acupuncture on the old man. Completely unaware that Jiang Su was being choked by an assassin, his eyes bulging. The opponent's voice still echoed in Nangong Hao's ears. "The weak will ultimately be trampled by the strong." These words provoked Nangong Hao. Some kind of seal within his body had been touched. "I am not weak." A terrifying power erupted from him, shattering his chains. A long time ago, when Nangong Hao was still with his family, a question constantly echoed in his mind. Why must I become strong? What is strength for, really? As the son of the Nangong family head, everyone placed very high expectations on him. The young master of the Nangong family must be strong. You must follow the family head's example, and thus protect the honor of the family. Just because he bore the Nangong name, everyone in the family pressured him. At some point, he too began to see it as a matter of course. And when he couldn't use internal energy, you cannot become a martial artist. The more you cultivate internal energy, the more turbid chi will build up in your body. So you must never accumulate internal energy. This news left Nangong Hao feeling utterly helpless. The elders of the family also changed their tune, mocking him one by one. "You're a member of the Nangong family, yet you can't use internal energy? All your brothers are prodigies. Why are you the only one who's useless? What a cruel twist of fate." I didn't want to compare, but the difference is just too great. Everyone just criticized and berated him. Even though he knew he wasn't supposed to, he still tried to keep up with his older brothers, forgetting the reason why he had to become strong, and just kept swinging his sword. But the thought of why he had to become strong always lingered in his mind. One day, while he was practicing, his father approached. "Our, do you like practicing martial arts that much?" Nangong Hao nodded happily. "Yes. Becoming strong is about protecting everyone." The family head laughed heartily. "And who is everyone?" Nangong Hao thought for a moment and then replied, "Probably people who are in trouble." Nangong Xiong asked again, "What is the strength you're thinking of?" The question hung in the air, creating a moment of silence. After a while, Nangong Hao finally said, "To be as strong as father." Nangong Xiong laughed loudly again and stood up. "I'm still very weak." Nangong Hao was confused. "I don't understand what you're saying, father. You're very strong." Nangong Xiong reached out and ruffled his hair. "But just being strong doesn't mean you can protect everyone. I'm not strong enough yet. I can't even protect the people right beside me, let alone those who are in trouble. When you become stronger, you must hold on to this resolve." At that time, he couldn't understand his father's expression or his words. But now, it seemed he understood a part of it. Protecting others is such a difficult thing to do. But no matter how difficult it is, he wants to protect them. This is the real reason he wants to become strong. He remembered Master Ghostface's word from before. "I will show you the way to become strong. But first, you must learn how to circulate your chi in reverse. And this was the source of his explosive power right now. He flipped backward in midair and landed with an overwhelming aura. His eyes were now filled with a fearsome determination. The innocence from before completely gone. The nearby assassin was terrified. He actually managed to break free from my iron locks? What in the world is this kid? Nangong Hao paid him no mind, dashing toward the assassin who was choking Zhang Su. Before his opponent could even react, he had already rescued Zhang Su from his grasp. By the time the man came to his senses, Nangong Hao was already a good distance away. Zhang Su had already passed out from the pain. Nangong Hao looked at him and let out a sigh. It worked. I was able to circulate my chi in reverse. The assassin over here narrowed his eyes, thinking, when we fought just now, his internal energy was clearly very weak. How did he suddenly become so strong? Nangong Hao ignored him, walking to a nearby tree and gently laying Zhang Su down. After doing all that, he stood up and said calmly, "The strong shouldn't trample the weak. They should protect the weak. That is the true way of the strong." The assassin's face darkened, being lectured by a little brat. He looked extremely annoyed. "You're still young. You don't understand how the world works. So I'll show you. This world is all about the big fish eating the small fish." He then signaled for his subordinate to finish Nangong Hao. Receiving the order, a subordinate immediately charged forward with his blade. Nangong Hao gritted his teeth, circulating his internal energy in reverse, channeling the power into his wooden sword. He used it to block his opponent's attack. The two clashed for countless rounds. As he fought, Nangong Hao thought, "This power comes from my internal energy, but I've never used it properly. That's because I've only just realized. I have to use techniques to enhance this power. The technique I know is the Fong Tian sword style. It's also a move I learned by secretly watching my older brother." The assassin saw him getting into an attack stance and broke into a cold sweat. Nangong Hao shouted, slashing down with his sword. Fong Tian sword style, first form. Twin dragons at play. He unleashed the technique. The assassin couldn't dodge. He could only stand there and take the hit. The clothes on his body were shredded by the attack, and he himself was sent flying, crashing to the ground. The remaining men saw his pathetic state and were stunned for a few seconds. The leader frowned, thinking, a top-tier expert like him was defeated by this kid? What in the world is going on? After executing that move, Nangong Hao's arm was trembling uncontrollably, but he couldn't hide the joy on his face. It worked. I successfully used my internal energy to execute a technique. But just then, a wave of dizziness hit him, making him cry out, "Ah!" His body then swayed, on the verge of collapsing. He tried to support himself with his sword. So dizzy, could it be because I used too much internal energy? Hang in there, Nangong Hao. There are still 3 enemies left. I absolutely cannot pass out now. The lead assassin didn't rush to attack. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at his subordinate on the ground, thinking, I used the bandits as a feint to attack from the east while striking in the west, so I could easily kill the entire trading company. But I never expected they would leave behind a young girl skilled in medicine and the weakest kid on the team to rescue the hostages. Could my guess have been wrong? His gaze towards Nangong Hao was completely different from before. Across from him, Nangong Hao had managed to stand up again. Seeing his sword hand trembling, the assassin suddenly understood. I wasn't wrong. To use that last move, he must have exhausted a lot of his strength. He then ordered number 2 and number 3 to attack together. Hearing the command, the 2 subordinates charged forward simultaneously. Nangong Hao was drenched in sweat. A combined attack. The 2 of them quickly attacked from above. Nangong Hao jumped, dodging one of the attacks. Blood dripped from his arm. He gritted his teeth. I'm hit. I can't dodge them both. Before he could recover from the shock, his expression changed again. The other one had also swung his sword. He raised his wooden sword to block, lamenting inwardly. If we keep clashing like this, the wooden sword will break soon. Under the combined assault of the 2, Nangong Hao was completely on the defensive. He tried to retreat, wanting to create some distance. As he backed away, a shadow appeared on the ground. He immediately realized someone was above him. The leader gave him no chance to counterattack, immediately shooting down ropes from above, their ends wrapped with sharp arrowheads, whistling through the air as they descended. Countless new wounds quickly appeared on Nangong Hao's body. He rolled on the ground to dodge, But the three of them attacked from three different directions, leaving him no opening to strike back. It's hard to dodge their attacks. What should I do? The lead assassin shouted mockingly. What's wrong? Scared so stiff you can't stand up? Why not use that powerful move of yours again? The three of them attacked again. Nangong Hao gripped the sword hilt with both hands, making up his mind. I need to use a move that can break their formation, but I haven't learned the Fontion sword art systematically. Nangong Hao was hit in the shoulder again. Fresh blood sprayed out, followed by successive wounds in other places. Nangong Hao could only defend helplessly, trying his best to dodge. Dodging while thinking, after I was hit with that mysterious poison. Father not only forbade me from accumulating internal energy, but he also didn't teach me any more moves. Until now, I can only use a single move. That move, I have repeated it hundreds, thousands of times. No, it must be tens of thousands of times. Fontion sword art, first form. After a struggle, he was now covered in wounds, drenched in blood. His body staggered, but suddenly, a fiercely savage light flashed in his eyes. That look startled even the bloodthirsty assassin. He felt a wave of fear. The internal energy in Nangong Hao's body exploded once again. Fiery energy rose up, wrapping around the blade. Twin dragons at play was unleashed once more, attacking everyone. This move was countless times stronger than before. Flames rose to the sky. After executing this move, his eyes had rolled back white. His body trembled to the extreme, but his will to fight remained, supporting his body to stay standing. His lips moved, not done yet, but he could only maintain that state for a moment. Immediately after, he collapsed helplessly, unconscious. His limit only allowed him to take out one more assassin. The remaining two stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. The leader walked over slowly, quickly arriving in front of Nangong Hao. He altered the move just now. He's young and lacks combat experience. He can only use it for a short time. Swordsmanship has many techniques, but they all ensure consistency. If one can understand the true essence within it, one can flexibly transform it into many forms. By then, one has truly reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. If I spare you this time, you will surely become a great threat in the future. Therefore, sending you to meet the King of Hell is the wisest choice. With this thought, he decisively drew his short blade, raising it to take Nangong Hao's life with one strike. But right at that moment, he stopped, because an old man appeared nearby, walking towards them. How troublesome. The assassin turned to look at the newcomer. Surprised inside, have the escorts returned already? He temporarily spared Nangong Hao, pointing his sword at the stranger. Who are you? The old man replied. Although I'm not clear on the specific situation, I can be certain of one thing. People who cover their faces like you are all trash. Three grown men bullying a child. The assassin listened to the old man speak for a while, becoming even more confused. What is this situation? Then he signaled number 2 to deal with the old man. Number 2 heard the order, immediately firing 3 hidden weapons. The hidden weapons flew straight at the old man, then stopped, but they didn't hit him. Instead, they were blocked by the wooden stick in the old man's hand. The old man continued speaking. Furthermore, you disregard human life, killing to silence witnesses without hesitation. This old man will make you lot taste suffering. This old man is the elder of the beggars sect, Hong Shugu. Meanwhile, Shung Ba and the others were still fighting fiercely. A bandit grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at Shung Ba, startling him. Immediately after, countless hidden weapons were fired from the front. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been hit. He frowned, thinking they use all sorts of dirty tricks. And my weapon is... ugh. Meanwhile, Jugami wasn't doing much better, constantly dodging the bandits' attacks, unable to hit the opponent. She yelled in frustration. How long are you going to keep dodging? Juga Mei thought to herself. My sound attack has no power at all. I need to think of another way. Jang Jong Hi had been standing with his arms crossed the whole time, quietly observing from the side, deep in thought. They're all the top students of Class T, yet they're struggling this much. Clearly, they're completely unable to utilize their weapons effectively. A moment later, he walked up behind a bandit and questioned him. Where are the people you kidnapped? The bandit didn't waste words, decisively turning and swinging his axe. But Jang Jong Hi just casually raised his sword and blocked the axe blow. I'll ask again. Those people. But before he could finish, he was cut off by the bandits' laughter. Trying to be a hero? Let me tell you, we've already sold them all to human traffickers. Jang Jong Hi's expression remained incredibly calm as he analyzed the situation. A lie. They clearly didn't have enough time. I originally intended to let the kids handle this. But the longer this drags on, the more danger the kidnapped people are in. This is the only way. With that thought, he swung his arm and sent his opponent flying. He then followed up with several more strikes on the man. The others fighting in the distance saw this scene and couldn't help but turn to look in astonishment. Jang Jong Hi's face was cold as he ordered. All of Class T fall back. I'll deal with them myself. Shung Ba lamented inwardly. We all look so pathetic right now. Zhuge Mei's expression wasn't any better. Only Ming Ji let out a sigh of relief. A moment later, all the bandits had been knocked to the ground. Jang Jong Hi reminded the kids. Listen carefully. If you had continued, you probably would have defeated them. These bandits are second-rate martial artists at best, but your weapons were not used to their full potential. You had a hard time dealing with these bandits. This is why you need real combat experience. Don't be too discouraged. Although combat training is important, rescuing the kidnapped people is the top priority. You'll still have your chance. All three of them showed determined expressions. Yes, sir. Only then did Jang Jong Hi look back at the kneeling bandit beside him. Take me to your lair. Now, over here. Hong Shugu was enveloped in a golden aura, taunting. Which one should I hit first? Or should you all just come at me together? The assassin saw the aura radiating from the old man, and his face paled in terror. He's a master from the beggar's sect. He then noticed the knots on the rope around the old man's waist. If it's 7 knots, then he's at least an elder. That means his strength is at least at the peak realm. No, that's not right. This old man could very well be a super peak master. I have to retreat first. With that thought, he pulled a bomb from his robes. Hong Shuga saw it, and his eyes widened. That's a smoke bomb. Just as he charged forward, his opponent threw the smoke bomb. The area was instantly engulfed in thick smoke. The old man stood protectively in front of Nangong Hao inside. They got away. Those bastards are too cautious. Only then did he notice Nangong Hao, a spirit that never gives up, even when pushed past his limits. In the most difficult situation, he can still make the best possible choice. Truly commendable. The sword style he used just now was the Fong Tian sword style. He must be a descendant of the Nangong family. Soon, night had fallen. Over here, the trading company was still busy arranging their goods. Wang Yishuan was giving orders when he suddenly sensed something and turned to look. Outside was a group of villagers. They had been rescued. None of them could contain their emotions. The people in the village saw them return and ran out crying. A warm atmosphere of reunion quickly enveloped the place. Jang Jong Hi and the others all wore satisfied smiles. Zhuge Mei was suddenly startled, her eyes widening. She saw Shui Ling in a room, bandaging Nangong Hao. Jang Jong Hi also noticed the problem at this moment. How did Nangong Hao get injured? Hong Shugu also walked over at this time. Do you need a rest? If not, have a little chat with me. Jang Jong Hi saw the old man and was surprised. 8th Elder, Hong Shugu. The old man sighed. What a nuisance. Why does hearing that title always annoy me so much? Jang Jong Hi asked again. Elder, why have you come here? The old man said impatiently. Is there a problem? I was just passing by on my way home. You're not from the beggar's sect. What's with the elder this and elder that? Just call me senior. Jang Jong Hi didn't argue the point and continued. In that case, were you the one who put that kid in this state? The old man was so angry his beard stood on end. I may be a drunkard, but I would never bully a child. Jang Jong Hi quickly tried to calm him down. Please, calm down, senior. Then what exactly happened? The old man calmed down and sighed. Where do I even begin with this story? First, bring me a jug of wine. Jang Jong Hi's eyes widened. He stood there, frozen, both speechless and helpless. A moment later, a table laden with wine and meat was set up. As soon as the old man had wine, he was like a mad lover, gulping it down in large swallows. After listening to his story for a while, Jang Jong Hi couldn't help but look incredulous. Is what you're saying true? The old man confirmed. It is. That kid from the Nangong family. He's only about 10 years old, and he fought to the very end to protect others. Jang Jong Hi was extremely confused. But isn't Nangong Hao unable to use internal energy? Could it be that he fought in a state of chi deviation? Just like that time, the scene from that day involuntarily flashed in his mind. Was there anything unusual about his state at that time? For example, did he lose consciousness? Fighting on instinct, perhaps? The old man looked at him blankly. You mean, like a chi deviation? Jang Jong Hi confirmed. Yes. Exactly. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. After a moment, the old man shook his head decisively. No, he showed no signs of that. On the contrary, that kid was formidable. I heard he even took down 2 assassins. Everyone was even more shocked to hear this. So, he fought against assassins. The old man narrowed his eyes and said gravely, That's right. And all 4 of those assassins were first-rate. The realms of martial arts are divided into many levels. Someone who has just learned to use a sword is a third-rate martial artist. One who has learned techniques and can fight is second-rate. Reaching the realm where one can use weapons in their body to channel internal energy makes one a first-rate martial artist. When internal energy takes form and a weapon can contain sword chi, that is a peak master. At this realm, one can shatter boulders. With over 60 years of accumulated internal energy in one's dantian, one can face 10 martial artists at once and still win. That is a super peak master. The realms beyond that are the transformation realm and the profound realm. Zhuge Mei found it hard to believe. Nangong, how could do that? She pressed the old man. Did you see it with your own eyes? The old man nodded firmly. Of course. But your reactions are strange, even if I'm a bit reserved with my words. Why do you all have to question me in such detail? Everyone looked helpless, stunned for a moment. After a while, Jang Jong Hi finally explained hesitantly. It's because that kid isn't as formidable as you say. Could there be some misunderstanding? The old man roared in agitation. What? Are you saying I'm lying? I am an elder of the Beggars Sect. The Beggars Sect is known as the largest intelligence network of the righteous path. If I were to speak nonsense, who would ever trust the Beggars Sect's intelligence again? When that kid was fighting the assassins, he clearly used the Feng Tian sword style of the Nangong family. So he must be a descendant of the Nangong family, excluding the daughters. And based on his age, that only leaves one person. Although the rumors about him aren't good, saying he has a lazy disposition. What I saw was the image of a hero who would sacrifice himself to protect the weak. The old man stood up excitedly, his aura exploding outwards, stunning Jang Jong Hi and the others. The old man declared with confidence, he is definitely the 3rd young master of the Nangong family. For a moment, no one responded. After the old man calmed down, Zhuge Mei finally spoke up. That's why. You're mistaken. The old man froze, his face full of confusion. What? Zhuge Mei explained. He's not the 3rd young master of the Nangong family. He's the 5th young master of the Nangong family, Gong Hao. After hearing this, the old man was in disbelief. His eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. Gong Hao. So that means I've ruined the reputation of the Beggars Sect. The face of the Beggars Sect is completely lost this time. I have to think of a way to change the subject naturally. With that thought, he cleared his throat and steered the conversation elsewhere. By the way, why did those assassins attack this place? Do you have any thoughts on that? Zhuge Mei and the others wore helpless, stiff expressions. Just then, Wang Yishuan entered from outside. The reason the assassins did this might be this. The scene shifts to Anhui City. Ghostface was there. He scanned the area ahead with a sharp gaze. I'm here. Before him was the Nangong family estate. He immediately walked up and knocked on the door. The door quickly opened. A servant asked suspiciously, Who is it? What are you doing knocking on the door in the middle of the night? Ghostface smiled. I am a master from the Bai Wu Academy, under the Zheng Wu Alliance. The man heard this and was surprised. The Zheng Wu Alliance? He immediately fell silent, sizing up the man before him and analyzing him. A scrawny figure, completely pale, and thin as a rail. Dark circles like a panda's. He looks like a sick man begging for medicine money. Why even bother lying? Honestly, but I still have to respond according to protocol. With that thought, he forced a smile and replied, It's very late now. Please come back tomorrow. Ghostface didn't seem annoyed. All right then, I'll come back tomorrow. Before he could finish, the other man slammed the door shut with a bang. The servant's attitude left him stunned. The scene shifts back to Jang Jong Hi's group. Wang Yishuan took out a box from his robes. Everyone gathered around curiously to see. It was a wooden box. Wang Yishuan opened the wooden box. It was empty inside. This left Zhuge Mei very confused. There's nothing in here. Wang Yishuan nodded. That's right. That's why I said it was a guess. It was back when the Great Star Trading Company was just starting to make a name for itself. He began to tell the story of the people who came and went from the company. At that time, those people came to the Great Star Trading Company. Tianghua, the owner of the Guozhong Trading Company, as well as the owners of the Shanyang and Ma Shan trading companies. They all came on the same day. Our company has always hoped to maintain good relations with other companies, not wanting to cause any conflict, so we held a banquet to welcome them. When the atmosphere became amicable, they proposed that we transport an item for them. We were not to ask any questions, and not to know what it was. The item was only to be sold to someone who knew a secret code. The payment was extremely generous, but my father, as a merchant, refused to help sell an item for someone else when he didn't know its origin. So he rejected their offer. Those people then left in a tense atmosphere. Not long after, the Great Star Trading Company began to be isolated. Those three companies constantly suppressed ours. The wooden box they left behind at that time. I opened it to look, but there was nothing inside. Perhaps they had already guessed that my father would refuse. Hearing this, Zhuge Mei spoke up. The assassins that Nangong Hao fought. It seems they were sent by them. Wang Yishuan confirmed, yes. We guessed as much, but in the end, it's just a gut feeling. Zhuge Mei rubbed her chin, deep in thought. What was in that wooden box? Wang Yishuan looked helpless. We'd really like to know, too. The old man also took out a wooden box and said, could it be this? Everyone's eyes widened in excitement. Wang Yishuan asked, confused, how do you have this? The old man replied casually. The beggar sect is also investigating this matter. The old man opened the box. Inside was a medicinal pill. Ming Ji held up his book, on which he had written the two words, medicinal pill. Jang Jong Hi asked the old man, is it a medicinal pill? The old man confirmed, it is, and it doesn't look like an ordinary one. I stole this while the evil sects were fighting over it. Zhuge Mei spoke up again. This seems very suspicious. The old man closed the wooden box, agreeing. Indeed, it is very suspicious. News of this has already spread throughout the Central Plains. It's like the stench of someone who hasn't bathed in 5 years just crawled out of a pile of manure. I've asked the medicine sect and the Tang clan to analyze this pill. Hearing this, Shui Ling's eyes lit up. She couldn't hide her excitement. Zhuge Mei pondered. If it's the medicine sect and the Sichuan Tang clan, they should be able to figure out its effects. Who exactly is the force buying and selling these pills? Everyone then fell into deep thought. The old man raised his wine bowl and took another sip, sighing. The martial world has only been peaceful for a short while. I fear a great storm is brewing again. He turned his head again to glance at Nangong Hao lying there. He's a very interesting kid, completely different from what people say. On the other side, Ghostface had climbed onto a roof. It's just a visit. There's no need to cause such a big commotion, right? His gaze then settled on the tallest tower in the estate. There was a powerful source of primal energy there. His figure instantly vanished from the rooftop. Such powerful primal energy. It can only be the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Xiong. He put on his ghost face mask. Inside the tower, Nangong Xiong was still reviewing his ledgers. He quickly sensed something. He put down the ledger and walked to the window. His figure also vanished in an instant. In a flash, he had appeared on the roof opposite him. Naturally, it was Ghostface wearing his mask. His aura had completely changed, no longer as gentle as before. Nangong Xiong observed for a moment, then asked, who are you? To dare trespass into my Nangong family estate in the middle of the night? Ghostface scratched his head, confused. I even went to the trouble of wearing a mask. You still don't recognize me? Nangong Xiong retorted. Can't anyone wear a mask? Are you trying to say you're the real Ghostface? Ghostface asked back. Then is there any other way to prove I'm Ghostface? In the palm of Nangong Xiong's hand, internal energy had already begun to gather. He thrust his palm forward and said, I'll verify it myself. Ghostface was immediately bound by his internal energy. His body was slowly lifted into the air. Nangong Xiong let out a loud shout, then unleashed a palm strike. Ghostface was sent flying by the blow. His body flew through the air and crashed into a cliff face, embedding deep within it. A loud explosion immediately rang out. As the dust settled, Ghostface's pathetic figure was revealed. Nangong Xiong flew over at this moment. Ghostface looked up at him and sighed. You really don't hold back, do you? Nangong Xiong landed in front of him, stroking his beard. If you were the real Ghostface, you should have been able to block that move easily. Ghostface slowly stood up. Head of the Nangong family. You are also quite suspicious. Nangong Xiong's face was stern. There is no place in this world for imposters to cause trouble. It seems this is a good place to really let loose and fight. Ghostface narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Is he testing me? I need to figure out his intentions first. Across from him, Nangong Xiong had already channeled his energy again, preparing to strike. Show me. A move called Kong Yin Yi Zhang was immediately unleashed. Ghostface stood there blankly, making no move to dodge. Very quickly, the attack was right in front of him. The rocks behind him shattered upon impact. Dust and debris once again filled the air. However, Nangong Xiong's eyes then widened in astonishment, because Ghostface, amidst the dust, was completely unharmed. Seeing this, he took the initiative and charged forward again, wanting to fight to the death. Another attack carrying scorching internal energy was unleashed. Ghostface retreated again, dodging it. The entire mountaintop was instantly lit up. Nangong Xiong attacked relentlessly, without pause. From start to finish, Ghostface only dodged, never fighting back. He sighed to himself. As expected of the head of the Nangong family, his aura is terrifying. He then gathered his strength and unleashed his power to block the attack. Nangong Xiong's face was stern. You have to be at least this strong to be worthy of being the real Ghostface. Ghostface retorted. Is it still not enough? Nangong Xiong continued his assault. Your realm is at least the transformation realm. But even being in the transformation realm is not enough to prove you're Ghostface. Transformation realm masters are not rare. Every sect has someone who has reached the transformation realm. Ghostface agreed. You're right. The two then engaged in another fierce battle. A moment later, Nangong Xiong was pushed back several steps. Of course it's right. Although we are both in the transformation realm, there is still a huge gap in power between us. That is undeniable. At this point, he swung both his palms, his internal energy transforming into sword chi, hovering in front of him. Actually, I once had the fortune of meeting Ghostface. Ghostface stood there, silent. Nangong Xiong's attack arrived in an instant. Another fierce explosion rocked the area. Ghostface continuously leaned and dodged the incoming streams of sword chi. No matter how ferocious the sword chi was, he ultimately managed to evade it. He leaped and dodged within the encirclement of sword chi, completely unharmed. Over here, the servant who had shooed Ghostface away earlier was sweeping the courtyard. He was startled by the commotion on the mountain. He had no idea that two supreme masters were fighting there, and just thought it was about to rain. On the mountain, after a world-shaking battle, the two temporarily stopped. Nangong Xiong watched his opponent intently and spoke again. In the martial world, there are those known as the three existences beyond the heavens. The three existences beyond the heavens include the alliance leader of the Zheng Wu Alliance, the limitless sword, Jang Jong. Next is a legend, now in seclusion, the Red Cliff Spear Saint, Song Man. And the last one, the hero who roams the four seas, the Wind and Cloud Saber Saint, Yu Chong. They are all extraordinary individuals who have surpassed the transformation realm, but have not yet reached the legendary profound realm. Ghostface felt the ground shaking and sighed. It's still not over? Across from him, above Nangong Xiong's head, another terrifying power was gathering. But in the demonic sect, there once appeared a figure who surpassed even the three existences beyond the heavens. If you say the three existences are close to the profound realm, then the demonic sect master's realm was the profound realm. At that time, the great war between the righteous and demonic paths had begun. But the fact that the war could end, the ones who contributed the most were the Black Flower Troop and Ghostface. If it weren't for him, that war would still be raging today. Ghostface was confused. Why are you suddenly bringing that up? A memory from long ago surfaced in Nangong Xiong's mind. At that time, he had fought to the point of exhaustion, his whole body trembling as he knelt on the ground. He was unwilling to accept that he would fall in this place. Before him was a ferocious demon from the demonic sect with an overwhelming aura. Facing such a demon, He was truly powerless at that time, faced with his opponent's fist. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. Fresh blood immediately spurted out. But it wasn't Nangong Xiong's blood. At the critical moment, Ghostface appeared. With a single slash, he sent the demon's head flying, saving his life. Using just one move, he had finished off a powerful demon from the demonic sect. The image of Ghostface's valor at that moment was deeply etched into his heart. The scene returns to the present. The fireball above Nangong Xiong's head had now grown even larger. He stared intently at Ghostface. Did you know? Those who experienced that great war secretly call him the peerless Ghostface. Ghostface remained silent, offering no comment. Nangong Xiong paid him no mind and continued. That's what they call Ghostface. Do you know how terrifying he is? After speaking, he decisively unleashed the heavenly sun palm. Ghostface didn't dodge, but raised his hand to block. The attack arrived, colliding with Ghostface's palm, and immediately shattered. Nangong Xiong was horrified. My internal energy was neutralized so easily. His realm is far higher than mine. Ghostface scratched his head. I didn't come here as Ghostface. As he spoke, he took off his mask. I came as a master of the Bai Wu Academy to visit a student. Nangong Xiong's eyes widened. He stood there stunned. You really are Ghostface. A moment later, at the Nangong family estate, Nangong Xiong held a wine gourd, sitting on the roof, looking at the person opposite him. A guest of my family, and I received you in such a manner. I hope you can forgive me. Ghostface, opposite him, also held a wine gourd. I actually prefer it this way. You don't need to mind it. Nangong Xiong still asked in disbelief. Are you really the Ghostface I know? You used to look so majestic and imposing. Ghostface smiled. You still don't believe me? How about we verify it again? Nangong Xiong refused. No need. Your strength has proven everything. I'm getting old. My memory is a bit poor. Ghostface added. It hasn't been that long. The two of them drank under the moon, enjoying the wine. While discussing the matter of Gong Hao, Nangong Xiong sighed. Did you come here for my son? Ghostface confirmed. I did. Nangong Xiong took a sip, then asked. Then what is it you wish to know? Ghostface frowned, looking at him seriously. You've put quite a bit of effort into Nangong Hao's dantian, haven't you? Nangong Xiong had no intention of hiding it and replied calmly. 1/3 of my internal energy to separate Howard's dantian. I don't regret that bit of internal energy at all. I mobilized everyone in the family to investigate, but we still couldn't figure out what kind of potent poison it was. Therefore, I placed all my hopes on the Zhongwu alliance. Ghostface sighed. Such deep fatherly love. It's just as I predicted. Please, tell me the whole story. Nangong Xiong raised his wine gourd and took a large gulp. He then held nothing back and told Ghostface everything. After hearing the whole story, he said, there is a way to suppress the evil qi in Nangong Hao's body. Hearing this, Nangong Xiong was very surprised, finding it a bit hard to believe. What is it? Please guide my son. Ghostface's expression was grave. It is the primal wheel returning art. Hearing the name of this martial art, Nangong Xiong was even more confused. This is the first time I've ever heard of this martial art. Is my son practicing it? Ghostface explained. This is a martial art I created myself. I still don't know if that kid is qualified to learn it. I originally had no intention of passing down my martial arts to future generations, especially in these peaceful times. Nangong Xiong thought to himself, for a martial artist, passing on a unique martial art is a matter of great importance. I cannot force him. With that thought, he bowed his head. I have been shameless. Please forgive me, and please understand the heart of father. Ghostface was a bit surprised by his sudden change in attitude. He was a bit taken aback. I will observe Nangong Hao for a while longer, before deciding whether to teach him my martial art or not. Nangong Xiong could only express his gratitude once more. He then stroked his beard and asked, an era of peace. When did the Black Flower Troop disband? Ghostface replied, the Black Flower Troop ceased operations 5 years ago. After that, I opened the Bai Wu Academy. You could say it's disbanded. Nangong Xiong was surprised. So, you've been at the Zhongwu Alliance all these years. Hearing Ghostface's confirmation, he was even more astonished. He suddenly stood up. I know the whole story now. I'll be taking my leave. Your son's training is not yet over. Nangong Xiong asked with a serious expression. Aren't you curious why I assumed you were an imposter as soon as I saw you? There's a rumor going around That ghost face is punishing the people. In fact, many evil sects are on guard against you. Isn't this very strange? Ghostface has been at the Zhongwu Alliance the whole time. So who is the ghost face appearing outside? Perhaps the era of peace is about to end. The scene shifts to the village. After being unconscious for who knows how long, Nangong Hao finally woke up. He sat up, looking around the room in confusion. He then checked his body. I've been treated. Looks like the instructor is back. Just then, he suddenly remembered. How is Jiangsu? At that thought, he rushed outside, calling for Jiangsu. The boy was outside with his little sister, eating meat skewers. Hearing someone call, he turned his head and answered. The three of them looked at each other, frozen in place. The two children then excitedly rushed forward and hugged him. You're awake. Jang Jong Hi's group also ran over at this time. Hong Suga was also standing under a nearby tree. Seeing Nangong Hao awake, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Shui Ling then stepped forward to check Nangong Hao's pulse. It seems you're fine, although you have some scratches. It's not a big problem. You use too much internal energy. You just need to recover your internal energy, and you'll be fine. Jang Jong Hi let out a sigh of relief. He then questioned Nangong Hao. Why didn't you use the signal flare? Nangong Hao looked helpless and explained. The assassin smashed the signal flare. I couldn't use it. Jang Jong Hi didn't dwell on the issue. He instructed, in any case, everything is fine now. The trading company will set off tomorrow. Everyone get a good rest today. Nangong Hao then went to meditate under a tree. He thought, I'm finally starting to have some hope. Now, I truly feel like a martial artist. As he was lost in thought, circulating his chi, Ba suddenly walked over. I have something to ask you. Nangong Hao looked at him and thought. This seems to be the first time Ba has ever spoken to me. Ba stammered, at a loss for words for a moment. Nangong Hao observed his state, and in turn, grew even more nervous. Because Ba didn't look friendly at all right now. Nangong Hao was sweating profusely. He asked himself, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Why is he staring at me like he wants to eat me alive? Ba then took out a wooden sword and handed it to him. This, Nangong Hao was even more confused. It's my wooden sword. What's going on? Ba then continued his question. I heard you used this wooden sword to fight those assassins. Hearing that tone that gave him goosebumps, Nangong Hao looked helpless. He forced a smile and confirmed. Only then did he notice the sword box on Ba's back. He only has 4 swords left. Ba bit his lip, extremely hesitant. After a moment, he made up his mind and stammered. How could you use such a fragile sword to fight them? A wooden sword can't withstand internal energy. Seeing someone who is always so cold ask him this question, Nangong Hao was stunned for a few seconds. The silence stretched on. Nangong Hao thought to himself, Ba, the one known as the genius of the Morong family, is asking me for advice. A smile unconsciously touched his lips. The two of them then went to talk under a nearby tree. Nangong Hao began to explain everything he knew to Ba. The most important thing is, when attacking head-on with a wooden sword, you have to adjust your internal energy, letting it spread as evenly and gently as possible throughout the entire blade. Ba rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Adjust my internal energy. Nangong Hao continued. You need to know how to apply your internal energy. At this moment, a realization dawned on him. So that's it. When Ba uses the piercing steel sword, he doesn't need to adjust his internal energy. Because a treasured sword can withstand immense internal power. He unconsciously recalled Ghostface's words. It's very difficult to emit internal energy through the eyes. This requires knowing how to apply internal energy. But you manage to do it, remembering these words. Another question popped into his head. But because I can only use the residual internal energy in my body to circulate my chi, I have to be accustomed to applying internal energy. Beside him, Ba had already picked up the wooden sword. He immediately closed his eyes and circulated his chi. Just as Nangong Hao had said, Nangong Hao watched quietly from the side. He's starting to concentrate. Then, he noticed Zhuge, Mei, and the others in the distance. Mingji was quietly practicing with his staff. Zhuge, Mei was intently playing her flute. Shui Ling was also inspecting her hidden weapons. Nangong Hao narrowed his eyes and thought. Master Ghostface has given Class T homework to improve each person's shortcomings, individual assignments, and real combat experience. That's the true purpose of this training. Lost in thought, He was suddenly startled. His wooden sword had just been broken by Shung Ba. He couldn't help but look helpless. My wooden sword. Shung Ba immediately rummaged through his sword box, then took out a sword and handed it to Gong Hao. He bowed his head and apologized sincerely. Gong Hao accepted the old sword, a replacement for his wooden one. The next day, he looked at his clothes, ready to set off again. He looked around and thought, although I haven't fully recovered yet, I can't delay the trading company's business just for myself. He then picked up his sword and walked outside. Outside, Wang Yishuan was directing everyone to load the goods, preparing to depart. Gong Hao was filled with a strong sense of determination. I must protect the trading company well. Just then, a voice sounded in his ear. Don't push yourself too hard, or you'll end up pushing up daisies. You little brat from the Nangong family. Gong Hao turned to look. He saw Hong Shugu sitting beside him. He's the beggar's sect elder who saved me. With that thought, he clasped his hands in respect to the old man. It may be a bit late to say thank you now, but I still want to express my gratitude. I am Nangong Hao, the Nangong family. The old man didn't seem to mind much. A simple greeting is enough. Go on now. Nangong Hao could only force a smile. After I've finished escorting the trading company, I will return to properly thank you. For now, I'll take my leave. With that, he quickly ran towards a group. Jang Jong Hi saw him running over, a little surprised. Nangong Hao, how is your body? Nangong Hao replied, Master, I'm fine now. He made a resolution. I made everyone worry. From now on, I have to work even harder. Jang Jong Hi then said sternly to his disciples, although this is combat training, safety always comes first. All of you, remember that well. The villagers also came out to see them off happily. Thank you all for saving our village. Zhang Su shouted loudly. Big brothers and sisters, escorts. See you again someday. Nangong Hao and the others all smiled happily. At this time, Wang Yishuan, on horseback, also gave the loud command to depart. The group was finally on the road again. Nangong Hao and the others still split up on either side, guarding the trading company. Wang Yishuan looked curiously at Jang Jong Hi. Why is that beggar's sect elder still following us? Hearing this, Jang Jong Hi turned his head to look behind him. Hong Shugu was walking along, picking his nose. He turned his face away, ignoring them. Jang Jong Hi could only shake his head. I don't know either. The beggar's sect's main base is in Tianjin. It's not on the same path as us. Wang Yishuan said with a smile. But with him here, I feel much more at ease. Zhuge Mei didn't waste a single moment of practice, continuously playing her flute as she walked. Suddenly, the old man ran up beside her. Young lady of the Zhuge family, are you practicing a sound technique? Zhuge Mei was clearly displeased, but she still replied politely, yes. My eccentric master insists I use this bamboo flute to practice. It's as if he thinks I can't master a sound technique. The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully. It's clear that you can definitely practice sound techniques well. Zhuge Mei replied confidently. Of course, but the old man's next words made her face turn pale. With your high level of comprehension, you should be able to use it naturally in about 3 years. Zhuge Mei couldn't believe it and asked again, really? The old man confirmed, yes. Sound techniques are also a type of martial art that requires skill. Even the simplest martial art requires a great deal of effort and hard work to master. Did you think it was easy to learn? Have you ever thought why a master gave you a bamboo flute? Hearing this, she lowered her head and thought, why haven't I thought of that until now? The old man's voice rang out again. Smart people are sometimes harmed by their own intelligence. You need to look at the bigger picture. Young lady of the Zhuge family. After saying this, the old man didn't say any more, just smiled and walked away. Zhuge Mei stood there, thinking dejectedly. It seems the old man's words had an effect. On another side, Shui Ling was also standing there in a daze, her face filled with tension and anxiety. She turned her head to look towards the forest and blurted out, there are people fighting nearby. Hong Shugu, who was beside her, heard this and was surprised. This girl's hearing is incredible. Let me see who they are and what they're doing. The old man immediately channeled his internal energy, focusing it into his eyes. In a forest not far away, 2 groups of people were fighting. After observing for a moment, the old man recognized their identities. It's bandits again, and it looks like they're disciples from the Amei sect. Hearing Amei sect, Mingji was startled. A memory from his time at Shaolin involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He was diligently sweeping the courtyard, as usual, but he suddenly turned his head in confusion, glancing behind him. There, a group of young monks were helping each other climb over a wall. Up to no good. Ming-Ji was only 6 years old at the time, and he was very confused. What's all the noise outside? Are Buddhist disciples also concerned with worldly matters? He felt helpless, so he turned back and continued sweeping, paying them no more mind. A moment later, someone suddenly appeared behind him again. A woman smiled and asked him, "Little monk, excuse me. Sorry for getting in the way of your sweeping." This woman was a disciple of the Amaze sect, named He Ling. Faced with her fairy-like smile, Ming-Ji's cheeks unconsciously flushed red. He stood there stunned, not knowing what to say. After a moment, he realized his gaffe and immediately bowed, saying, "My apologies. Please, go ahead." The women all covered their mouths and giggled. Walking past him, Ming-Ji's cheeks were bright red, and he thought to himself, they smell so good. Only after they were far away did he lift his head. Remembering this, he wrote on his board and held it up, his cheeks flushing. He signaled for Nangong how to look. Nangong Hao didn't understand and asked, "What is it?" Ming-Ji then wrote furiously, "If they're disciples of the Amaze sect, then they must be from class 2. I heard they get a lot of attention in class 2. Nangong Hao saw Ming-Ji's behavior and was very confused. "I know that too. The Amaze sect is all female disciples." Ming-Ji angrily threw the piece of paper with the word "idiot" written on it right at his face. "You don't even care about something like this? You're worse than a Shaolin monk." Nangong Hao, having been hit by the paper, was utterly confused. Is this Ming-Ji's true personality? Isn't the basic practice of Shaolin to have an unmoving heart? Over here, Shui Ling was fearfully clutching her head. They're getting closer and closer. She then looked up in alarm. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly burst out from above, chasing each other. The others also looked up. The 2 sides landed on the ground, not far from everyone. The woman, dressed in Amaze sect attire, wore a cloth hat that completely covered her face. The 2 bandits opposite her sneered. "You've lost your companions. You must be scared, huh? If you serve us well, maybe we'll even spare your life." The woman shouted angrily. "Not only are your faces ugly, your mouths are just as foul." The 2 men immediately charged forward with their blades. "Let us see your face. Let's see what you've got to be so arrogant." The 2 sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. After a few moves, the woman was attacked by her opponent's blade. Although she dodged it, the hat on her head was sliced off in the process. She covered her face with her hand and shouted, "How dare you mock a woman? I, Jin Yuer, will not forgive you." But behind the veil was not a peerless beauty, but a face so ugly that even ghosts and gods would shun it. The 2 bandits, who had been excited, thinking they were in for a treat, were suddenly frozen. Over here, Nangong Hao and the others were also staring, dumbfounded. He immediately turned to look at Ming-Ji. "Your dream girl." Ming-Ji didn't answer, just stood there, his whole body trembling. He blurted out. The bandit finally came to his senses and burst out laughing. "Wearing a mask. I thought you were some kind of beauty. A man pretending to be a woman. Just looking at you is disgusting." Jin Yuer was so angry her whole body trembled. "A man pretending to be a woman? I sentence you to death." Just then, Nangong Hao appeared in front of her, shielding her. "You shouldn't say such things to a girl." Jin Yuer was immediately so touched that her cheeks flushed. Nangong Hao said that, but he was also very confused. She calls herself a woman. I wonder if that's really true. The 2 bandits were now whispering to each other. They had just noticed the trading company behind them. The goods on the carts quickly caught their eyes. They immediately burst into excited laughter. "Although that man-woman thing ruined our mood, we didn't expect such an unexpected windfall. If you don't want to die, leave your goods and get lost." Nangong Hao gritted his teeth and thought, so it's come to this after all. He tightened his grip on his sword and channeled his chi. But just as he was about to fight to the death, Jin Yuer stepped forward and blocked him. Seeing this, Nangong Hao was stunned. Jin Yuer walked in front of him, shielding him, and reminded him, "It's dangerous here. You should step back." The scene shifts to a moment earlier. Jin Yuer stood behind, observing Nangong Hao's back. Although he was standing there, his body was also trembling uncontrollably. Jin Yuer noticed this too. Is he scared? His internal energy is also unstable. It seems he's injured. Why did he step forward? Does he want to protect me? A memory from her childhood surfaced in her mind. She was 5 years old, sitting alone by the side of the road, her heart filled with anxiety. People on the street came and went, but no one paid any attention to her. Suddenly, a voice called out in her ear. "Ewer, don't stay out there. Come inside." Jean Ewer obediently stood up and quickly went inside. The person was chopping meat and asked, "You are an initiated disciple of the Amaze sect. Why are you wandering around outside? Go and pack your things." Jean Ewer asked, "Where's Mother?" The person angrily slammed the knife down on the cutting board, turning to look at her. That weak voice again. This person was Jean Yong, Jean Ewer's mother. She sat down and looked at her daughter, then reached out and gripped her shoulders tightly. "Do you remember what Mother told you?" Jean Ewer answered instinctively. "Men are all despicable scum, weak before the strong, but they act tough in front of the weak." Jean Yong nodded. "That's right. That's what men are like, just like your father. That's why I told you. You have to become strong on your own." As she spoke, she revealed her firm muscles. Jean Ewer was puzzled. Isn't there a type of man who, even if he's weak, won't bow down to the strong? Jean Yong thought for a moment. After a while, she reached out and lifted her daughter's chin. "If such a man exists, I will let him become yours." Remembering this, Jean Ewer's face grew even redder. Although Nangong Hao didn't understand what was happening, he still stepped back. She turned her head and waved at him. "Let me handle them. You stay back." The two bandits had already attacked simultaneously. "How dare you get distracted?" At the same time, countless of their comrades rushed out from the forest. Jang Jang Hi immediately shouted, "Class T, prepare for battle." Everyone quickly formed up, ready for a decisive fight. Shung Ba drew his sword, blocking the opponent's attack. His old sword clashed with his opponent's, but didn't shatter. He recalled Nangong Hao's explanation from before. "Adjusting my internal energy. My internal energy doesn't suit me. If that's the case, let's try this." He decisively swung his arm, shattering his own sword, and simultaneously pushing his opponent back. Then, he drew another sword. "If that's the case, I'll just have to change weapons before they're destroyed." Two swords spun above his head. The enemy opposite him roared, "Is that kid crazy? You're just like a fly." Their swords clashed again. Shung Ba immediately let go of his sword after the clash. 3 swords, along with his body, spun in the air. A moment later, he grabbed the hilt again, channeled his chi, and flew down, unleashing the mountain-shattering sword-style, thunderous charge. The sword pierced his opponent's chest without any resistance. Shung Ba was secretly pleased. "I found my own method." Over here, 2 men also charged towards Jugame. Her eyes were firm. She played her flute while staring at them, thinking, "With my current sound technique, I can only push them back." Thinking back to why Master Go's face gave me this flute, I have to look at the bigger picture. Only then did she realize this wasn't an ordinary flute. It was black bamboo. This black bamboo flute is made from the stalk of the black bamboo plant, because it has the same standard of hardness and elasticity as steel. Black bamboo is very rare. I thought it was just painted black. My vision is truly too narrow. She decisively stopped playing, gripped the flute tightly, and channeled her chi. The 2 bandits charged forward excitedly, thinking victory was certain, but they were sent flying instead. Jugame thought excitedly, "This is how it should be used." Over here, Shui Ling was timidly clutching her hidden weapons, worried that her hidden weapon technique was still incomplete. "I must deploy my internal energy, predict the enemy's actions, and then attack immediately." Very quickly, she opened her eyes again. Immediately after, she flicked her wrist, launching her hidden weapons. The charging bandit was instantly hit, pinned to a tree trunk. He couldn't believe it and roared. This hidden weapon technique is... Before he could finish, another hidden weapon flew towards him, piercing through his face. Fresh blood spurted out. Shui Ling had succeeded. Her face showed clear delight. Over here, Mingji was also being flanked by 2 men. That fat guy, he just stood there in a daze, muttering, "My May sect. How could it be like this? Did I see wrong?" It seemed Jean Ewer's appearance had dealt him a heavy blow. His opponent's spear was already at the back of his neck, just as Ming Ji was about to lose his life. At the critical moment, he raised his staff and blocked the attack. Seeing this, the 2 bandits were horrified. Ming Ji then swung his arm, and the long staff decisively smashed into his opponent's face. The two men had no chance to strike, and were knocked down just like that. You bastards. Say the word death one more time. Over here. The internal energy on Jin Yuer's body exploded. The two young men who charged forward were sent flying by her aura before they could even get close. Nangong Hao stood there, utterly astonished. They were defeated? Jin Yuer shouted. This is the martial art of the Ame sect. The other two were beaten to a pulp, lying on the ground, only able to beg for mercy. Nangong Hao is still dazed in the back, thinking she's holding a sword, but she's punching people with her fists. Jin Yuer suddenly turned and walked towards him. The two of them, for eyes meeting, the atmosphere was very strange. After a moment, Jin Yuer finally asked, "Little hero, may I ask for your esteemed name?" Her question made the atmosphere even stranger. However, Nangong Hao then honestly told her his name. Jin Yuer cupped her fists at him. Nangong Hao. So you are from the Nangong family. I am Jin Yuer. Nangong Hao scratched his head shyly. Miss Jin, it seems you are not injured. His gaze then shifted to his comrades fighting fiercely behind him. My brothers are still fighting. I must go help them. After speaking, he quickly ran off. Jin Yuer stood there, watching his retreating back and smiling to herself. Yes, helping friends. Go on. A bandit saw him running over and charged forward to attack. Nangong Hao leaped up, dodging the man's attack. He immediately unleashed his power, channeling internal energy into his sword. With one swift move, he defeated his opponent. I understand now. Over here, Shung Ba and the others were also relentlessly suppressing their opponents. Nangong Hao stood there watching, his mouth agape. I'm still far behind, but they've given me hope. I won't give up. Jang Jong Hi observed from the side, secretly pleased. They can already control their new weapons. Their performance is much better than in the last battle. Have they grasped it already? A moment later, all the bandits had been tied up. Jang Jong Hi glanced at his disciples and praised them. The whole team has worked hard. You did very well this time. Hearing this, the five of them, each had a different expression. Wang Yishuan also walked over, cupping his fists in thanks. For you masters to be so outstanding at such a young age, the future of the righteous path will surely be bright. Jang Jong Hi politely cupped his fists in return. Not at all, not at all. We are still far from it. He suddenly turned his head, glancing at Jin Yuer behind him. You are from class 2, correct? Jin Yuer cupped her fists and introduced herself. I am Jin Yuer of class 2, by Wu Academy. Jang Jong Hi walked over and asked, please explain the situation from before. Jin Yuer didn't hide anything and quickly explained. While escorting the elder of the Huiyang sect, we were attacked by bandits. During the fight, I was separated from class 2. Jang Jong Hi asked again, then we must find class 2. Who is the master in charge of class 2? Jin Yuer was about to speak, but she suddenly stopped, because at that very moment, a clear laugh came from the forest. Following that, an incredibly charming woman flew down from the sky. Seeing her, Jang Jong Hi was very surprised. The beggar's sect elder also seemed to recognize her and sighed. So that mischievous little girl is the master. The flying crimson maiden, Wu Xiaoru. As soon as Wu Xiaoru landed, she spoke. So the students of class 2 are here. Jin Yuer, do you know how long I've been looking for you? Jin Yuer bowed sincerely to apologize. Yin Xiaoru praised her. As expected of Jin Yuer, you understand etiquette. However, one thing is one thing. If you do wrong, you must be punished. Just then, Jang Jong Hi walked over and patted her shoulder. You want to punish a student? Go back to the martial arts hall first, then we'll talk. Yin Xiaoru turned her head to look at him with cold eyes. He thought she would rush up and beat him, but unexpectedly, she leaned into Jang Jong Hi's embrace, looking at me with such scary eyes. Broken sword ghost. Do you want to punish me? Jang Jong Hi was stunned. He stammered. Annie, what are you doing all of a sudden? The old man laughed loudly. No wonder people call you a witch. Not far away, a hidden assassin took everything in. He immediately vanished from his spot, rushing to an abandoned house. As soon as he entered, he bowed to report. Subordinate reporting the situation. They lured all the bandits out, attacked those passing by, and found the elder. The person sitting on the chair laughed coldly. Well, they won't get far, because the beggar's sect elder is with them. You must track them carefully. Just then, a pigeon flew in from outside. The person quickly received the letter, opened it to read. As soon as he opened it, he was startled. There was only one word on the letter. Permitted, meaning permission granted. Receiving the order of permission made the assassin sigh in relief. He immediately tore the letter to shreds. The plan must proceed earlier than expected. We will strike tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, countless other assassins stepped out from the shadows. Then he took a box out from his robe. This time I must kill them all. The elder. And that kid too. Meanwhile, Jang Jong Hi was extremely awkward with Yin Xiaoro. Please, stay away from me. On Nangong Hao's side, everyone looked helpless. The assistant instructor must be shocked. Just then, a voice called out to Yin Xiaoro from the forest. Jin Yuer looked into the forest with joy. It seems my sisters are looking for me. Nangong Hao turned and asked her, is it people from the rabbit class? Jin Yuer immediately blushed and looked away. Yes. Ming Ji was startled. Disciples of the Amei sect? Faith ignited in his heart again. That's right. Only this girl is a bit strange. The other disciples must be. The approaching noise made Ming Ji's eyes light up. He turned around in anticipation. But to his disappointment, the other girls weren't much better. Ming Ji's worldview completely collapsed. He turned to stone on the spot, waiting for the group of girls to run past. He trembled, stammering, What the hell is this? Seeing Ming Ji suddenly fall to the ground, Nangong Hao hurriedly ran over to check. The rabbit class is where the Amei sect disciples gather. This is also the most closed-off place among the 12 classes of the White Martial Arts Hall. The most outstanding among them is Jin Yuer. She is also very famous in Zetian city of the Amei sect, added to her chivalrous and benevolent personality, frequently helping the weak. She is loved by everyone, known as the Flower of Amei. So people call her the compassionate heroine. Nangong Hao and the others listened attentively to Hong Shugu's explanation. Feeling it was more and more incredible, Nangong Hao exclaimed in his heart, So Lady Jean is such a wonderful person. Not far away, the people of the rabbit class were taking care of the elder they had to escort. Jin Yuer covered him with a blanket, reminding him, It's getting cold. Please cover yourself with this blanket. She suddenly turned her head, looking towards the snake class group. Her face immediately turned red. She turned away. Why is young Master Nangong looking this way? Meanwhile, Ming Ji suddenly cursed. Stop spouting nonsense. You look at that face and call her the compassionate heroine? They are clearly men. The Amei sect, I know, isn't like this. The old man swung his stick without hesitation, knocking him straight on the head. Ming Ji held his head in pain and shouted, Damn it! Why did you hit me? The old man didn't back down. He roared back, A Shaolin monk. How can you be so disrespectful? You say you're a monk practicing a vow of silence, right? I finally understand why Shaolin has you practice a vow of silence. Ming Ji was sweating profusely and stammered. No, it's not like that. Nangong Hao and the others all shared a single thought. So it's true. Over here, the members of Class 2 had gathered to gossip. Oh my goodness. How did things turn out like this? It's so romantic. Jin Yuer reminded them unhappily. Don't gossip like that. We've only just met. Another person was puzzled. Sister Jin Yuer, do you really think you and young Master Nangong are fated? Jin Yuer clenched her fists. Fate? Even if fate stands in my way, I will shatter it. To have him. Although Nangong Hao's group couldn't hear, he suddenly shivered. They were still gathered here, listening to Hong Shugu's explanation. The old man began to explain about Wu Xiaoru. The Wu family is a martial arts family that specializes in fist techniques. But the Wu family's fist techniques were not suitable for Wu Xiaoru's constitution, because the Wu family's martial arts are based on external techniques. Only those with a strong physique can cultivate them. Therefore, for the ever-ambitious Wu Xiaoru, after some research, she created a new martial art, using silk cloth as a weapon to compensate for her physique. Although you can't really call that silk cloth a weapon, because it wasn't a fist technique. The Wu family criticized her martial art, saying it didn't belong to their family. Wu Xiaoru left the family, giving up the path of the martial world. After that, she developed her own martial art, and only then did she gain the fame and reputation she has today. Zhuge Mei was puzzled. That's strange. Isn't that something to be praised? She gave up the fame of her family and earned it on her own. The old man agreed. You're right. But the problem lies with that silk cloth. Her flying crimson divine art can be executed using only fine threads. The flying crimson divine art can also become a puppetry technique, because she can control her opponent by transferring her internal energy through the threads. Furthermore, she is very good at hiding her true feelings, so no one can see what she's thinking. Because of that, people call her a demoness. Jugame pondered, can that kind of technique be considered a devious and unjust plot? If you were to face Wu Xiaoru, you would say the same thing. Over here, the others were gathered around a fire, roasting meat and drinking wine. Jang Jang Hi and Wu Xiaoru were talking not far away. She had let go of him by now and said seriously, so now, we have no way of knowing when those assassins will come for the trading company again. Jang Jang Hi confirmed, that's right. Although Master Ghostface said this might have been planned in advance. What's happened has happened. Wu Xiaoru smiled. In the end, I'm starting to doubt if Master Ghostface is really a qualified master. How much trust must he have in his students to put them in such a dangerous situation? Jang Jang Hi added, perhaps he has great faith in these children. Wu Xiaoru's eyes narrowed slightly as she thought. Ghostface, I'm very curious what kind of person he is. After a moment, she continued, I'm sorry. I have a duty to protect Class 2, so I can't help much. Besides, the Huiyang sect elder's health is not good. Hearing this, Jang Jang Hi turned his head to look at the frail elder in the distance. It can't be helped. Even if you can't help much, we are still very grateful. Wu Xiaoru put on a gentle expression. No need. I was thinking that. I had fallen for you if I helped you. But it's too late now. Suddenly, Jang Jang Hi's eyes flew open. The air instantly fell silent. He had sensed someone approaching. This way of moving, it's the movement of an assassin, not a bandit. For Class T, this is still a difficult opponent. It seems I'll have to handle this myself. Wu Xiaoru also became serious. I will join forces with Class 2. The two of them immediately charged forward. Over here, the students of both classes were still unaware, still chatting happily. Only Hong Shugu, with his keen senses, felt it. He shouted excitedly. They're here. The place where everyone was resting was now surrounded by assassins. Nangong Hao stood up, looking around warily. An assassin leaped up from behind him, intending a sneak attack. But the old man raised his staff in time, blocking the opponent's blade. Nangong Hao saw them and was utterly shocked. It's those masked men. The old man shouted. Last time you scurried away like rats. Today you dare to attack head-on? The assassin retorted without missing a beat. Even a rat can bite a cat to death. We'll show you just that. Full-scale attack. The assassins behind him immediately charged towards Nangong Hao and the others in unison. Everyone's faces were extremely tense. There are so many of them. What do? Who do we attack first? Zhuge Mei suddenly shouted. Everyone, form up. We must protect the trading company first. Hearing this, Nangong Hao and the other two were suddenly jolted to their senses. Everyone immediately split up and charged. Nangong Hao told himself, I forgot I was an idiot. Jang Jang Hi zipped past him and couldn't help but smile and sigh to himself. Is this combat experience? Such sharp judgment. The moment he drew his sword, several assassins fell. Over here, the members of the trading company were also in chaos, being attacked by assassins. But before that assassin could strike, Murong Ba appeared and blocked him. The man was immediately pushed back by Murong Ba's sword swing. The assassins were temporarily halted, unable to continue their charge towards the trading company. Murong Ba thought to himself, so these are the assassins Nangong Hao was talking about. They're completely different from the bandits. The assassins immediately took the initiative to spread out, surrounding Murong Ba. Immediately after, 5 swords stabbed towards him at the same time. Murong Ba didn't just stand there. He took the initiative to leap into the air to dodge. Seeing this, the group immediately changed direction, their sword tips pointing upwards as they thrust. Murong Ba also channeled his internal energy, unleashing the mountain-shattering sword style, a move called Violent Rain of 10,000 strikes, clashing head-on with the attack of the 5 men below. His expression was tense, sweat pouring down like rain. He sighed to himself. This coordination is truly too strong. Did Nangong Hao really manage to deal with them? Even if it's just a little, I have to gain the upper hand. One of them had been stabbed and injured by him. On another side, countless red threads shot out. An assassin was controlled by the red threads, unable to act on his own, to the disbelief of his comrades. That man actually swung his sword and killed two of his own. The one controlling him was, of course, Wu Xiaoru, hovering in the air. A playful smile touched her lips. Then, she decisively descended, landing on her opponent's shoulders. The man's neck was immediately snapped, and he died. Wu Xiaoru landed on the ground, smiling at the remaining men. Little bunnies. What should we do now? A group of Class 2 disciples surrounding the elder answered. Escort the elder. Wu Xiaoru nodded. That's right. Try not to see any blood. Over here, Hong Shuga was also in a fierce battle. He fought while taunting. See that? Your subordinates can't even catch a few kids. On all fronts, the members of Class T still had the upper hand. This forced the leader of the assassins to admit, that's right. It's not just them. We're all fighting and growing stronger. The old man swung his staff, taking the initiative to push him back. The assassin asked, confused, You are an elder of the beggar's sect, and those are elite disciples of their sects, right? The old man stroked his beard. You got a good eye. So, are you planning to give up and run away again? The assassin's face darkened. Do you think we came here without a plan? He then shouted, I permit the entire team to take the pill. Hearing this, the old man's face showed unconcealed shock. The assassins didn't hesitate, simultaneously taking a pill from their robes and swallowing it. The old man looked around, confused. What on earth did they just take? The image of that wooden box involuntarily came to his mind. Could it be the medicinal pill? The moment the pill entered their bodies, a powerful internal energy erupted from all the assassins. Over here, Jang Jang Hi and Wu Xiaoru were still fighting side by side against the assassins. With their strength, these assassins naturally posed no threat. Wu Xiaoru landed on the ground and said with a wink, We make a pretty good team, don't we? Let's team up again next time. Jang Jong Hi reminded her seriously. Master Wu Xiaoru, now is not the time for jokes. On another side, Nangong Hao stood observing. The ground was now littered with the bodies of assassins. Nangong Hao couldn't help but feel a chill. How terrifying. There were initially 50 assassins. Now, there are only about 10 left. At this time, Nangong Hao thought to himself, We've won. Suddenly, he turned. Listen up. Take the pill for me. Everyone was shocked. The remaining assassins were now enveloped in a violent aura. Zhuge Mei thought to herself, That thing is exactly like what was in the wooden box. An assassin quickly flew towards them. His speed made Zhuge Mei cry out so fast. Over here, Mingji was also being beaten back by another one. His face contorted, showing a look of terror. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Mingji couldn't resist, and was sent flying by a single punch. His body slammed into the carriage behind him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing Mingji knocked down, Zhuge Mei broke into a cold sweat. Nangong Hao thought to himself, after taking that pill, they become stronger. Zhuge Mei quickly ordered Xue Ling to go check on Mingji. She frowned deeply, a sense of unease rising within her. I feel like I've seen something similar to this before. The scene shifts to another place. Outside a large gate hung 3 corpses, left for the crows to peck at. In the palace on a mountaintop, a person was kneeling on the ground, reporting to the figure before him. Leader, your subordinate has many doubts about this mission. The other person retorted, Just do your job. Why are you worrying so much? The subordinate explained, We have served the Guizhong Trading Company for 2 years, so that's not a big problem. But the treasure they are selling seems extremely dangerous. The man confirmed, It is. But the more dangerous it is, the more alluring it is, isn't it? After you take it, your strength will rise to a new level. It can enhance your own power, and the price you pay is the depletion of your life force. This is something specially made for assassins like us. The other person sighed. Using this is indeed better than taking poison to commit suicide. The man roared maniacally, The blood pill. The day this pill spreads throughout the martial world will be the day peace ends. His eerie laughter echoed through the dark night. Over here, Nangong Hao's group was still facing the assassins who had taken the pill. Hong Shuge was also extremely confused. What's going on? The assassin opposite him sneered. I'm really curious if you could defeat my men. After speaking, he vanished from his spot. The old man angrily tightened his grip on his wooden staff. Over here, Zhuge Mei was trying to flee and dodge. The assassin in a frenzied state was in hot pursuit. Every punch he threw at the ground shattered it. Zhuge Mei was completely unable to fight back. Just dodging was a struggle. She was hit by one of his punches and was sent flying, coughing up blood. Ba arrived in time to catch her. Zhuge Mei, are you all right? Zhuge Mei smiled. Even in this situation, your voice still annoys me. She thought to herself, with our current strength, we can't beat them at all. I think we've reached our limit. It's unbelievable. Just one pill, and their strength increased so rapidly. Her gaze then shifted to another side. The masters are also doing their best to resolve the situation. If that's the case, just then, Hong Shugu roared again. You brats think you can cause chaos just by relying on a pill? He erupted with a terrifying aura, instantly sending several assassins flying. In Zhuge Mei's mind, thoughts were racing. There's no other way. We can only trust an elder Hong Shugu. She then shouted to Xue Ling, get Ming Ji to the elder. Ba, Nangong Hao. The three of us will go support the masters. We have to take down at least one of them. The three of them immediately charged out at the same time. The nearest assassin was their target. Their attacks landed on their opponent. But aside from tearing his clothes, they caused no damage whatsoever. Zhuge Mei gritted her teeth, her tension at its peak. The three of us combined still can't defeat him? He's using a protective energy field. How is that possible? Over here, Wang Yishuan was about to be killed by an assassin with a raised blade. Nangong Hao didn't hesitate, flying towards him. Zhuge Mei shouted a warning. Nangong Hao, maintain the formation. Nangong Hao charged forward with determination. I must save the head of the trading company. The other assassin laughed triumphantly. Hith, hith. Got you, little brat. Nangong Hao rushed closer, startled by that smile. The assassin swung his sword, blocking his attack. He then swung again, stabbing straight into his shoulder blade. Nangong Hao was hit, and immediately staggered. He flew backward, creating distance. The assassin sneered. Are you going to boast like last time, kid? Nangong Hao gritted his teeth and thought. This lead assassin is that same bastard. The assassin once again brandished his chain weapon. The weak can only become prey for the strong. Countless sharp points immediately shot towards Nangong Hao. Faced with this terrifying attack, Nangong Hao did not retreat. The scene flashes back to a long time ago, when his opponent was not yet an assassin. He and several others were locked in a cell. I had always waited for some hero to come and save me from this hell, and they finally appeared. In that moment, I thought I was saved, but I later realized, being saved once doesn't mean you can live in peace forever. We became targets for others again. A month after the person who saved us left, disaster struck once more. Heavens will ultimately turn into poison. What's the difference between good and evil, really? Strength is justice. With strength, you have everything in this world. Just then, he suddenly realized something. His eyes, although Nangong Hao was hit, covered in blood, he still hadn't given up. He leaped up, dodging the rope, and charged forward to counterattack. The assassin's eyes widened. Bloodshot. His eyes and that person's eyes are exactly the same. They are both equally disgusting. He retracted his weapon, then unleashed another move. Nangong Hao couldn't break through, forced to retreat again. He then leaped up once more, flipping in the air. I have to destroy his weapon. I have to strike the middle of it. With that thought, he decisively swung his sword down. After completing the move, he let out a sigh of relief. Success. But before he could celebrate, he was slashed several times by his opponent. Fresh blood once again spurted from his body. The assassin turned his head in surprise, horrified. He dodged the vital points? Nangong Hao rolled several times on the ground, stabilizing himself. The two were once again locked in a stalemate. The assassin praised him. Your dodging skills are quite impressive. Nangong Hao sneered. My master also praises me for my keen eyes. Nearby, Zhuge Mei was filled with helplessness. Putting on that foolish act while boasting? This kid Nangong Hao is truly hopeless. Another assassin also swung his fist towards her at this moment. Luckily, she reacted quickly, ducking to dodge. She then swung her flute, striking her opponent in a counterattack. His clothes were all torn, but his body was completely unharmed. Ba also leaped up from behind at this moment. His twin swords aimed straight for the opponent's head. After the dust settled, his sword had been caught by the opponent's bare hands. Cold sweat dripped down Ba's face. Even with the two of us teaming up, it's hard to fight against such a top-tier enemy. He was then sent flying by a swing of his opponent's arm. He happened to see Nangong Hao fighting fiercely nearby. Although he didn't take the pill, Nangong Hao's opponent is much stronger than the others. Is he their leader? While Morong Ba was distracted, the assassin swung his fist. Although Morong Ba raised his sword to block, he still couldn't stop it. Luckily, Zhuge Mei acted in time, grabbing his collar and pulling him out of the way. The technique she used was called the standard flute style. Morong Ba was also extremely surprised. The force of the attack was neutralized. Thanks to Zhuge Mei, he had just escaped death. She smiled and glanced at him. We're even now. But immediately after, her eyes widened. On Nangong Hao's battlefield, fresh blood sprayed out. But the injured person was not him, because at the critical moment, Jin Yuer had appeared in front of him, taking the attack for him. The scene flashes back to Nangong Hao's memories in the village. At that time, he was still recovering from his injuries. He was walking alone in the village to clear his head. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard a sound. He followed the sound and saw Zhang Su practicing martial arts alone. Although he was drenched in sweat, his sword swings had not stopped. Nangong Hao walked over and reminded him, "Your stance needs to be more stable." Hearing this, Zhang Su turned his head. "It's you, big brother. You scare me." Nangong Hao asked, puzzled, "What are you doing here alone? You should be with your little sister." Zhang Su replied, "Zhang Qian is with Grandpa." Nangong Hao bent down to look at him and smiled. "Even so, your sister was just kidnapped and rescued not long ago." Zhang Su replied seriously, "That's why I have to practice. This time, thanks to you brothers and sisters, the villagers were safe. But next time if you're not here, what'll we do?" Hearing this, Nangong Hao was deeply shaken. One swallow doesn't make summer. We drove the bandits away. But that was only temporary. What about next time? Will they be robbed and ambushed again? Are our actions meaningless? While he was lost in thought, Zhang Su's voice rang out again. "Thank you, big brother, for getting hurt to save me. Looking at you, I realized how selfish it is to just wait for others to save me. So from now on, I will protect myself." Nangong Hao was shaken once again. It's not meaningless, acting righteously and helping others. No matter how many times, being able to change them is what's most precious. The battle here was still incredibly tense. The assassin praised him as he attacked. Not a bad resistance. Let's see how long you can last. Nangong Hao was worried. The gap is too big. But if I give up here, what will happen to those innocent people? So I will fight to the end. He made up his mind, gathering his strength to unleash twin dragon palms. The sword thrust straight forward, aiming for the assassin's hand. But this move couldn't cause him any harm. On the contrary, he taunted smugly, "Too naive." He then kicked Nangong Hao squarely in the chest. Nangong Hao took the hit, his body immediately flying out like a broken kite. Over here, Jin Yuer was channeling her chi, unleashing a Mei martial arts. Forming a battle stance, she then charged forward, clashing head-on with the assassin. The assassin was shocked. What's with her physical strength? It's unbelievable. She's actually evenly matched with me. Who in the world is she? In the midst of the fierce battle, Jin Yuer suddenly turned her head to the side. Nangong Hao had collapsed there, barely breathing, in a wretched state. Seeing this, Jin Yuer's heart burned with anxiety. She decisively let go, stopping her fight with the assassin. She then recklessly charged forward, ignoring the calls of her junior sisters behind her. Over here, Nangong Hao coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, and once again tried to stand up. The assassin wasn't in a hurry, just standing there quietly, waiting. After Nangong Hao stood up, he sighed. "You know you can't win. Why are you so stubborn? Do you righteous people think you can do anything? But you still haven't realized, have you?" Nangong Hao cut him off. "It's not about whether I can or not. It's that I must." The assassin burst out laughing. "You must? Then I must also fulfill my duty." After speaking, he flew forward, wanting to finish Nangong Hao. Nangong Hao gritted his teeth and looked up. His sword arm was trembling uncontrollably. "My arm, it won't move anymore." Helpless, he could only close his eyes and wait for the end. Just then, Jin Yuer appeared again, taking the sword blow for him. Her blood sprayed out, shocking him to the core. He watched, stunned, as she used her body to block the sword for him. Before she fell, she managed to say, "It seems I have fallen for a true gentleman." With that, she collapsed helplessly. The assassin, in front of them, exclaimed in surprise. Unbelievable. She actually took a blow to save you. Isn't this the filthy death you were talking about? Nangong Hao's eyes began to fill with bloodshot veins. The sword in his hand was thrown aside. The assassin opposite him covered his mouth and laughed, laughing with immense glee. A powerful surge of internal energy was now radiating from Nangong Hao. Nangong Hao let out a ferocious roar. Just then, another assassin charged from behind, wanted to launch a sneak attack. Just as his hand was about to grab Nangong Hao's head, Jang Jang Hi, from a distance, was shocked. This rage is even stronger than last time. Nangong Hao was now completely dominant, continuously radiating internal energy. After that, the other assassin was beaten mercilessly by Nangong Hao. Another one, seeing this, didn't give up, and once again swung his palm towards Nangong Hao. But immediately after, a flash of fear appeared in his eyes. Nangong Hao's fist slammed into his arm. Fresh blood spurted out. Nangong Hao then leaped up and kicked him in the face. In an instant, the two assassins were knocked down by him, losing their ability to fight. Nangong Hao's body was still radiating a violent internal energy. Jin Yuer was completely unconscious. The assassins fighting with Jang Jang Hi and Wu Xiaoru were all startled by the commotion and turned to look. Seeing their attitude, Hong Suga was puzzled. These guys want to deal with the Nangong kid. But why? From all directions, they simultaneously charged towards Nangong Hao. Nangong Hao stood in the center of the encirclement, continuously punching, blocking, and counterattacking, not at a disadvantage at all. The old man walked over to Jang Jang Hi and asked, "What's wrong with that kid? Did he take the pill too?" Jang Jang Hi shook his head. "No. The first time that kid came to our academy, he was in the same state." Hearing this, the old man narrowed his eyes and fell into thought once more. From the beginning, there's been very little information about that pill. We must investigate this thoroughly. It's like fighting a monster. Their energy is indeed very strong. Their life force is slowly radiating out, bringing forth a powerful, boiling energy. But the energy that kid is radiating is not life force. It's more like internal energy. Over here, Shung Ba was also watching intently. It's just like when he took the entrance exam. But the power now and the power then are completely different. Zhuge Mei was also deep in thought. That's not the Nangong Hao I know. Could that be the secret Nangong Xiong has been hiding since Nangong Hao was a child? The battle here was still incredibly tense. The assassins had now completely gathered, tightly surrounding Nangong Hao. Seeing this, the old man shouted in alarm. "Why are you still standing there? If you let that kid go on like this, he'll die. Hurry up and save him." Hearing this, Shung Ba and the other one were jolted from their thoughts. The two of them quickly charged towards the crowd. They wanted to pull the assassins away, but as soon as they touched them, they were shocked. They wouldn't budge at all. Immediately after, a powerful wave of purple energy erupted from the center. The assassins were instantly sent flying by Nangong Hao's terrifying power. Nangong Hao's gaze turned towards Shung Ba and his companion. He had now completely fallen into a berserk state, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Seeing him swing his palm towards them, the two of them also simultaneously channeled their chi and swung their palms to block. The three of them clashed head-on. A powerful aura exploded. Immediately after, Nangong Hao was forcefully pushed back. Shung Ba and his companion were as well. They couldn't even stand firm, needing Jang Jang Hi's help. "Are you two all right?" Zhuge Mei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "I'm fine, but I don't think Nangong Hao recognizes us anymore." Jang Jang Hi stepped forward, simultaneously telling the two of them to fall back. He reached for his sword. "Let me handle him." He quickly arrived opposite Nangong Hao. On another side, the leader of the assassins was struggling, leaning against a tree. He said angrily, "I haven't lost. I can't lose to these righteous bastards." He then quickly took out the pill, preparing to swallow it. He popped it into his mouth without any hesitation. The scene shifts to another place, by a small stream in the forest. Ghostface stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Strange. They should have arrived by now. Could something have happened? I'll wait another 15 minutes. With that thought, he casually found a flat spot and sat down. As soon as he sat, he saw a line of ants carrying food back to their nest. Over here, veins were bulging all over Nangong Hao's body. Across from him, Jang Jang Hi tightened his grip on his sword, preparing for battle. He didn't have to wait long. Nangong Hao quickly charged towards him. But Jang Jong Hi seemed to have realized something and was suddenly startled. Nangong Hao's attack didn't slow down, swinging his palm down. At the same time, the assassin behind him had also charged forward, wanting to launch a sneak attack. Seeing this, Jang Jong Hi immediately grabbed Nangong Hao's hand and pulled him away. While he himself leaped up, he directly swung his sword, blocking the assassin's attack. After taking the pill, that man had also fallen into a frenzied state. I have to kill him. Don't anyone get in my way. The two sides immediately engaged in a decisive battle, unleashing a continuous flurry of moves. The more Jang Jong Hi fought, the more tense he became. Why is this guy different from the other monsters? He has a powerful energy. I need to switch to a stronger technique. With that thought, he unleashed the Jade Lion Sword Art. The golden Shi transformed into a ferocious lion, roaring as it attacked his opponent. The assassin was not to be outdone, immediately taking out his weapon. A few moves like this won't stop me. The attacks of the two sides collided head-on. Jang Jong Hi immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood and pain. Not only was his move neutralized by his opponent, but he himself was also hit. Hong Suga was also rushing over at this time. Wait, I don't know what you've taken, but your strength has grown too quickly. His move was blocked by the opponent's hand. Cold sweat dripped down his face. He thought, the last time I met him, he had only reached the first-rate realm. His wooden staff was immediately kicked and broken by the assassin. Seeing this, the old man didn't linger, taking the initiative to fly backward. Did this guy also gain this breakthrough in strength by taking a pill? Behind him, Nangong Hao was slowly getting up. He turned his head, observing the battle with a sharp gaze. Immediately after, his figure vanished from his spot. He was completely unable to distinguish friend from foe, attacking the old man. Luckily, the old man reacted quickly, turning to dodge. However, Nangong Hao now had to face the sharp arrow of that assassin. Seeing the arrow getting closer, the old man was startled. That kid is in danger. He quickly kicked out, pushing Nangong Hao away, dodging the attack. And so, he escaped death. The old man sighed to himself. I don't have the strength to both take care of that kid and deal with that assassin. What a nuisance. After a moment of thought, he shouted to Shung Ba and his companion. Hey, you two, go and hold that kid off for a while. Nangong Hao had also landed on the ground by now. Shung Ba and his companion quickly moved forward to block him. I'll help this time. You idiot, Nangong Hao. Why haven't you woken up yet? Nangong Hao grew even more frenzied, his aura exploding with even greater intensity. Over here, the old man engaged the assassin again. Jang Jong Hi had also returned, unleashing a move called Divine Speed Assault. This sword slash came down, passing straight through his opponent. The old man quickly shouted for him to be careful. Before Jang Jong Hi could react, his head was grabbed by the assassin. Immediately after, he was forcefully slammed head first into the ground and finally thrown away. Jang Jong Hi thought in pain. He's stronger than last time. Seeing this, the old man grew even more alarmed. Suddenly, he realized something else. The assassins who had just been knocked down by Nangong Hao were now standing up again. The old man was extremely confused. When did these guys get so skinny? But their energy has become stronger. This is truly like a final burst of life. Will they keep moving until their life force is completely depleted? At that thought, he shouted, they're going to get up again, so be prepared. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale. Jang Jong Hi struggled to get up, lamenting inwardly, this is bad. We're in trouble. We can't beat them. He involuntarily recalled Ghostface's instructions before he left. Master Ghostface, what should I do? What should I do now? In their most desperate moment, Ghostface returned. I was wondering why you hadn't arrived yet. What a mess. His appearance shocked everyone present. Master Ghostface, you're back. Ghostface's eyes swept around, finally settling on the group of assassins. You assassins, what in the world did you eat? The assassins didn't say a word, charging straight forward. Seeing this, Ghostface was a little surprised. A madman roared and swung his palm towards him. But Ghostface didn't even glance at him, just casually waving his hand. The assassin was sent flying backward, covered in blood. So you're just a bunch of mindless beasts. In that case, I wonder if you beasts are afraid of death. The moment he put on his mask, the assassins were all startled. But very quickly, they swarmed towards him. Ghostface easily dodged their attacks, then channeled his energy, making them spin around at his will. He condensed his internal energy at the tip of his index finger, then swung his hand, sending out a blade of chi, slicing through all of their bodies. The assassins who had given Ghostface's group so much trouble were completely wiped out in a single move. Hong Suga was so scared he broke into a cold sweat. He thought those troublesome guys were killed as easily as cutting grass. Jang Jong Hi let out a sigh of relief, as expected of Master Ghostface. Wu Xiaoru's face was tense. So that's Ghostface. His energy is terrifying. Not only that, the internal energy on Ghostface's body was still exploding. He slowly walked forward. The leader of the assassins sat paralyzed on the ground. Looking at Ghostface was like looking at a demon. Ghostface walked up to him, interrogating coldly. I want to hear your answer. The assassin trembled violently all over, completely unable to speak. Seeing this, Ghostface leaned in closer. Well, can't speak? The assassin was terrified to the extreme. This guy is a monster. I'm definitely dead. The internal energy in his body was being sucked away by Ghostface. A moment later, when he had drained the opponent's internal energy, Ghostface withdrew his own internal energy. The assassin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in pain. Ghostface asked coldly again, Can you talk now? Shung Ba stood at a distance, thinking, this killing intent is very similar to my father's. No, it's even stronger. Is this really the frail master we know? Zhugami confirmed in her heart. He really is Master Ghostface. They were only paying attention to the front and didn't notice Nangong Hao still going berserk behind them. In the blink of an eye, he rushed past them. His target was where Ghostface and the assassin were standing. But before he could do anything, Ghostface reached out and grabbed him. My naughty disciple, do you want me to teach you a lesson? Nangong Hao was held tight by him. He could only growl frantically. The internal energy in his body was quickly sucked away by Ghostface. Then, Ghostface threw Nangong Hao to the side, leaving Nangong Hao unconscious on the ground. Then he turned back to look at the assassin. Now we can start over, right? I ask you, what did you eat? The assassin gritted his teeth. Screw off. You monster. Ghostface sneered. Monster? Who do you think is the real monster? I cherish those who are innocent and pure. Like my little disciples. Don't you look at your own appearance? Doing things that even your own body rejects. In my eyes, you're the monster. Hearing Ghostface's words, the assassin's eyes widened. He froze. A moment later, he struggled to squeeze out a few words. No, I did these things, all for those hypocritical gentlemen. It was you people who forced me to become like this. Ghostface asked back, was it really us? The assassin roared. It was the foolish actions of you righteous sects that made me lose everything. I used to have to steal to survive. Everyone wanted to kill me, so I killed them to survive until today. It was you so-called righteous people who pushed me to this point. This is the world you created. Facing this situation, Ghostface sighed. I understand, but weren't those all your own choices? I don't care about your past. Saying that, Ghostface used internal energy to wrap around the assassin's neck and lifted him up. What I'm interested in is, what did you eat, and where did you get it? Being strangled. A thought flashed through the assassin's mind, that he had to speak. Finally, he was honest, confessing. What he ate was the blood pill. Ghostface remained silent, waiting for him to reveal the location. But when he spoke the location, Ghostface coldly dropped a sentence, like a watermelon. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin's head exploded in the air. Fresh blood stained the ground red. Ghostface stood there lamenting. Choices must come with responsibility. One day, I will also have to take responsibility for the path I have walked until now. Then, Ghostface turned and walked towards everyone. At this moment, Nangong Hao was immersed in his inner world. He opened his eyes, looking at the thing opposite him. It's you again. It was a sphere wrapped in massive evil energy. This is probably the source of his explosive internal energy just now. That thing quickly rushed towards him. Nangong Hao was immediately swallowed by it. His eyes widened. Memories flooded back. You couldn't even protect the person in front of you. Who exactly are you protecting? You can't even control your own anger. You chose to become a monster. You can't even protect yourself. You basically cannot meet anyone's expectations. What can an incompetent person like you do? Nangong Hao held his head in pain. Just then, A figure appeared in front of him. I looked up. It was his mother, but her appearance quickly twisted into a demonic face. Brat, how much further do you intend to go? That's enough. Stop it. Stand up. Listen to me. Nangong Hao startled awake from his stupor. His whole body was drenched in sweat. Rain. Was it all just a dream? Jean Yuer was wringing out a towel nearby. Seeing him awake, she spoke up. Young Master Nangong Hao. Nangong Hao saw that Jean Yuer was safe and sound. He breathed a sigh of relief. Jean Yuer noticed his clothes were a bit disheveled. Her face flushed red. No, I don't have any other intentions. I was just taking care of you, young master. Nangong Hao was puzzled. Is something wrong? Jean Yuer didn't wait for him to finish speaking. She broke through the wall and ran out in embarrassment. I'll go get the doctor right away. Nangong Hao was bewildered, not understanding what happened. The assassin injured Jean Yuer's back. But why does she seem like she doesn't care at all? Anyway, where am I? He quickly got out of bed. He went to the window to check. Below was a bustling street. This is Hebei. Nangong Hao stood there looking down. He unconsciously let out a sound of awe. Whoa! Ghostface was sitting outside. He asked curiously, What are you amazed at, you brat? Seeing Ghostface sitting there. His first reaction was shock. Then he asked, Master, what are you doing here? Ghostface sighed. I told you to practice reverse energy circulation. Yet you fell into that state. Nangong Hao recalled the situation back then. He could only dejectedly apologize. Ghostface shook his head. No, this is also my fault. I didn't pay enough attention to this matter. Therefore, I have decided to transmit the martial arts I created myself to you. Nangong Hao was astonished. Martial arts created by Master himself. Ghostface slowly stood up. Your father has already agreed. Now it's your turn to decide. Are you willing to become my disciple in name and truth? Nangong Hao didn't hesitate. He immediately agreed. Ghostface stepped forward. He looked at him seriously. Then let's skip the cumbersome formalities. I'm the instructor of the snake class anyway. This matter must be kept secret from everyone. Nangong Hao nodded. Yes. Ghostface rubbed his chin. I also heard that some things happened while I was away. You nearly died protecting a child. Is that right? Truly a strange outcome. Speaking of which, he reached out and patted Nangong Hao's head. But you did very well. Nangong Hao was so moved he trembled. He bowed his head. Yes. Just then, Jean Yuer, Zhugami, and the others returned. Nangong Hao saw them arriving. He turned his head to look. Moromba stepped up and asked, Walking around already when you haven't recovered yet? Nangong Hao turned his head to glance outside. It's because Master is here. But at this moment, Ghostface had long since disappeared. The doctor then checked his pulse. Unbelievable. This is too strange. The young master has recovered too quickly. Jean Yuer asked coldly. Are you sure he's well? The doctor stammered in fear. Yes, Mississippi. He is much better. Now he just needs to recover his strength. Jean Yuer continued to interrogate. Can you swear on those words? The doctor immediately swore in fear. At this moment, Zhugami spoke up. Nangong Hao. I know now isn't the time to ask, but do you have a secret? A thought flashed through her mind. He resembles those masked men. Nangong Hao scratched his head. He smiled and said, Secret. He was about to speak when he was startled. Ghostface poked his head out from the roof, signaling him to keep it a secret. Nangong Hao immediately obeyed. He changed the subject. It's nothing. Can I say something similar? Zhugami continued to press. Are you sure it's just similar? Jean Yuer keenly sensed something. She turned her head to look, but Ghostface had left without anyone noticing. Another person appeared on the roof. He walked to Ghostface's side. Haven't seen you in years. Where have you been? Ghostface turned to look at the other person. Long time no see. Commander Hong Shugu. The person laughed loudly upon hearing that. What commander? I was only a temporary leader for 3 months during the war. That was a long time ago. Ghostface replied. A temporary leader is still a leader. The old man sighed. How should I put it? I've ceded that commander position to someone more capable. By the way, so the legendary master Ghostface. Looks like this when the mask is off. I must report this news to the beggar's sect. Ghostface exclaimed. I'm also very ashamed. After all, I'm no longer a member of the Black Flower Squad. The two then sat down to chat. I heard the Black Flower Squad has disbanded. I was entrusted with handling intelligence. Ghostface glanced at him. How is the intelligence on the blood pill coming along? The old man quickly pulled a wooden box from his chest. Only this. I still don't know what the formula inside is. I will leave here with those two clans to investigate, so we will know what this is soon. You asking about this proves you still don't know anything about that place. Haven't you always been looking for it? Did you just return? Ghostface took the wooden box. He confirmed. Ghostface recalled the past. That day, Ghostface had also gone to that place. But when he arrived, the place was already a mess. Corpses were scattered everywhere. These are tearing wounds, not slash wounds. Even with so many people, they couldn't resist. The strength involved was quite high. He slowly moved forward. The outer door had been battered out of shape. Vicious strikes. Then he flew inside. The owner of this place. The old man's corpse lay inside. On the ground, words were written in blood. They read, Ghostface was here. The opponent's goal was to pin all the blame on Ghostface. The scene returned to the present. Ghostface didn't seem to mind much. He looked at the pill in the box. No one will care. It wasn't a major sect anyway, so this isn't a problem. The old man continued. But there are a few things that concern me. Ghostface interrupted. Traces show there were two people. One person left it intentionally. The other was disposed of. The old man wondered. If you say so. There are many people involved in this matter. Then only the Guozhong merchant group remains. Go investigate them quickly. Ghostface stood up. Are you leaving right now? The old man stroked his beard and laughed. I don't need any escort. I just wanted to get involved. So, I go where reason tells me to go. Ghostface smiled. Do you need me to see you off? The old man waved his hand and left. No need. I can protect myself. Ghostface didn't insist. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. Based on the sword marks, could this be my karma? He was lost in thought when Hong Suga suddenly turned back. The old man rubbed his chin. He observed him intently. This made Ghostface confused. You haven't left yet? The old man replied seriously. Your eyes are clear. Now I understand why they let you be an instructor at this martial arts hall. Look at those children. We have experienced war. But these children have not. We shed blood and sacrificed, precisely to protect their future. Open your heart and protect them well. Speaking of which, the old man took out a gourd of wine and took a sip. Night quickly fell over the Nangong clan. In a certain room, a person stepped up. He took a sword from the rack. Nangong Hi held the sword. His expression was grave. 3 months have passed. Little brother. A group of masked men attacked the snake class. They were assassins hired by the owner of the Guozhong merchant group, with the goal of destroying the Great Star merchant group. At the same time, it was to distribute the blood pills. To deal with them, the Righteous Martial Alliance immediately established an investigation team. They went to the headquarters of the Guozhong merchant group, but everyone involved was dead, leaving no trace behind. The Red Flower Squad, under the Righteous Martial Alliance, took over the investigation of this case. At the Righteous Martial Alliance headquarters, a group of people were sitting around a long table. The instructor of the pig class, Shung Ba, spoke first. The results of the rat class's field training were quite good, weren't they? Are the other classes doing well too? The instructor of the tiger class, Hu Qingyu, continued. The training results of the rat class? A bunch of rats. Apart from trampling the grass around them, what else can they do? Shung Ba angrily slammed the table and stood up. What did you say? The instructor of the rabbit class, Wu Xiaoro, also spoke up. Guess who is from the demonic cult? I still feel nauseous right now. Can you two find a place with no people to argue? There are many people watching here. Hu Qingyu was annoyed. Young lady, I don't want to hear you speak. Wu Xiaoro corrected him. I am not some young lady. I'm the Flying Red Lady. Even if you go to the demonic cult, you can call me that. Hu Qingyu's eyes glared wide, extremely ferocious, agitated as if he wanted to rush up and fight to the death. Just then, the instructor of the ox class, Budong Guan, slammed the table and shouted, Everyone shut up. The alliance leader is about to preside over the meeting. The instructor of the horse class, Jin Wenshu, spoke up in confusion. But the alliance leader requested all 12 instructors must be present. Why don't I see the instructors of the dragon class and the snake class? Does anyone know where they went? Just then, a shout came from outside. The alliance leader has arrived. Everyone stood up in unison. They clasped their hands in greeting. The alliance leader smiled kindly. All right, please sit down, everyone. As soon as he sat down, he took the list from the person next to him and looked it over. The person next to him explained. All classes of the white. Martial Arts Hall have returned safely from field training. I will listen to the detailed reports from each of you. This experience will be a valuable asset for the future of the righteous faction. This person is the younger brother of the Zhuge clan's eldest son Zhuge Mo Zhuge Song. The alliance leader continued. Not just the children. You instructors have also worked hard. I thank everyone here. Zhu Ba asked. Alliance leader. Although it's a bit abrupt. But I have a question I want to ask. The alliance leader glanced at him. What is it? Speak freely. Zhu Ba quickly said. You requested all instructors to be present. But among the 12 instructors, there are only 10 here. The alliance leader asked back. Do you know the reason? Wu Xiaoro narrowed her eyes and thought. Right. The instructor of the snake class is Ghostface. From the beginning, we haven't been on the same side as him. The instructors of the White Martial Arts Hall are either top masters in the martial arts world or at the transcendent realm. It's understandable that instructor Ghostface didn't come. But why is even the instructor of the dragon class absent? The alliance leader spoke again. Those two are people I value very highly. One of them is a confidant of mine for 25 years. The one known as Ghostface. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Is it the legendary Ghostface? So the rumors are true. Wu Daoji trembled all over. He held his head and thought. He really is Ghostface. Almost lost my life. The instructor of the rooster class, Jang Jong, sitting next to him, saw his state. He couldn't help but feel confused. The alliance leader continued. As for the other one, the scene shifted to the snake class dormitory. Nangong Hao was carrying rocks on his shoulders to train. The 5 of them have held the horse stance like that 3,000 times. Jang Jang Hi stood above, smiling and exclaiming. Everyone has gotten used to the training. He then ordered them. 100 more. Not far away. Someone was secretly watching. This person was none other than Jin Yuer. Young Master Nangong looks so handsome today. The person next to her wondered. Jin Yuer, are you planning to just stare at him like that all day? Jin Yuer replied. You really don't understand anything. Then she quickly took out a guide on chasing handsome men. This is the handsome man seduction secret method that is famous on the streets. The third secret method to capture a man's heart is playing hard to get. The other 2 were dumbfounded. What does playing hard to get mean? Jin Yuer began to explain to them. I was too hasty recently, so now I have to hide. Keep my distance from him for a while. Then he will be curious why he doesn't see me. After that, he will come looking for me. The other 2 were amazed. As expected of senior sister. Truly impressive. On this side, Nangong Hao had paused his training. He muttered to himself in confusion. I haven't seen Jin Yuer these past few days. Jang Jang Hi then ordered them again. Hurry up and pack your things to go back. Ming Ji sat down on the ground tiredly, panting. Now I'm used to it. Nangong Hao walked over, smiled, and asked, not keeping silent anymore? Ming Ji explained, it's over anyway. Now that I'm going back to the temple, I'll definitely be scolded. So, I have to say all the words I couldn't say before. Nangong Hao felt helpless inside. Starting over from the beginning again. Ba also walked over at this moment. I saw you training very hard just now. Seems like your body has recovered. Huh? You've gotten stronger too. Zhugami also walked over and said, that's right. Ever since meeting those assassins, you have become much stronger. Moreover, the effort you put in is catching up to those assassins. Shui Ling, shyly hiding behind her back, also spoke. Your wounds recovered really fast. This is so strange. Nangong Hao stammered. He didn't know how to explain for a moment. Just then, another voice rang out. The Brat's foundation is very solid. Nangong Hao was startled. He turned around. On the cliff, a person was standing there, rubbing his chin and looking at him. Which class are you in? The scene returned to the alliance leader. As for the other one, the instructor of the dragon class, is the Wind Cloud Blade Reverend, Sun Yuqiang. The instructors were all panicked upon hearing this. He is really an instructor? Isn't the gap between us and him too big? How is that possible? The instructor of the dog class spoke up. If it is Reverend Sun Yuqiang, then isn't he the Wind Cloud Blade? One of the 3 venerables of the outer heavens. Someone like the Wind Cloud Blade. Why would he agree to be a lowly instructor at the White Martial Arts Hall? The alliance leader smiled. You know quite a lot about the Wind Cloud Blade, don't you? The instructor of the dog class replied. I don't know him personally. I'm just curious, because as far as I know, the instructors here are all figures among the 100 great masters. If he is one of the 3 venerables of the outer heavens, Then isn't he more powerful than everyone sitting here? The alliance leader explained. Even the sect leaders of the great sects either cannot withstand the transformation realm or are discouraged because they cannot reach it. Meanwhile, the three venerables of the outer heavens have reached the peak of the transformation realm. They're the ones closest to the mystic realm. Initially, him becoming the successor to the alliance leader of the righteous martial alliance was also quite strange. But if you understand him as a person, you will understand. But Ongguan wondered. I heard he never stays in one place for too long. The alliance leader continued. The more you want to catch him, the faster he runs. The more you want to confine him, he will disappear. That is why people call him the Wind Cloud Blade. But Ongguan didn't understand. Then why did he become an instructor at the White Martial Arts Hall? The alliance leader explained. One day, he came to find me, insisting on becoming an instructor. Hearing this, everyone imagined an extremely humorous scene in their heads. One of the three venerables of the outer heavens would do such a thing. The scene returned to 3 months ago. One night, the alliance leader was playing Spot the Difference in his room. This one and that one aren't the same. He suddenly stopped because there was someone outside. Sun Yuqiang climbed in through the window. He greeted him. Long time no see, old man. The alliance leader didn't understand. What wind blew the wind cloud blade to my place? Aren't you traveling everywhere looking for a successor? Sun Yuqiang scratched his head and laughed. I'm traveling, but finding a genius like me isn't easy. The alliance leader agreed. You're right. Finding a true genius is very difficult. That's why I established the White Martial Arts Hall. Sun Yuqiang looked straight at him. Actually, I found someone, but he refused to be my disciple. But I saw that brat come here. The alliance leader was surprised. Really? There's someone who can refuse the Wind Cloud Blade? Must be another stubborn brat like you. Sun Yuqiang laughed loudly. Haha, stubborn. Old man, you're right. Also because of this matter, I want to ask you a favor. Put my future disciple and me in the same class. The alliance leader frowned. That brat must already have another class. Sun Yuqiang said confidently. He just doesn't understand the situation yet. So he chose wrong. I'll show him. The alliance leader continued. You really like him, don't you? Just for this reason? Are you hiding anything else? Sun Yuqiang praised him. Old man, you're really sharp. I want to find a few more candidates for my successor. The alliance leader was stunned. You want to steal candidates from other classes? Sun Yuqiang explained. Consider this a search for the sole successor to the Supreme Dragonard. I have to choose people very carefully. The alliance leader sighed. All right, do whatever you want. Sun Yuqiang was surprised. Are you serious? Don't regret it later. The alliance leader smiled. But we must see that child's choice first. You can't suggest it, but the final decision lies in the children's hands. That's how it is. So, you instructors sitting here must strive to teach the children well, lest you be looked down upon by the disciples of the Wind Cloud Blade and Ghost Face. Everyone's faces showed tension. The scene shifted to Nangong Hao's group. They were still staring blankly at Sun Yuqiang. Who are you? Sun Yuqiang landed in front of them. I asked first. Brat, which class are you in? Nangong Hao was dazed and didn't answer. Zhuge Mi quickly stepped forward, clasped her hands, and said, Greetings, senior. This junior is Zhuge Mi of the Snake class, White Martial Arts Hall. She thought to herself, I can't be deceived by appearances anymore. Just like Master Ghost Face. This person is definitely very powerful. Thinking this, she asked, May I ask for senior's great name? Sun Yuqiang looked at her in confusion. Why are you talking like that? It feels like I'm weak before I'm even old. Zhuge Mi froze. Her face was full of confusion. On the side, Ming Ji and Shui Ling also appeared very nervous. Sun Yuqiang then pointed at Ba and asked, Hey, what's your name? Ba immediately clasped his hands and introduced himself. The man walked over. He rubbed his chin and observed him closely. Ba, huh? Then he hugged him tightly. Ba was spun around by him for inspection. His face immediately turned red. Senior, what are you doing? Checking for a moment. Sun Yuqiang exclaimed, as expected of someone from a great clan. Very good physique. In this aspect, you are stronger than my disciple. However, let me check a bit more. Ba sensed killing intent from the opponent. He couldn't help but be startled. Sun Yuqiang before him looked like a ferocious dragon roaring. A terrifying aura crashed straight into Ba. Blood immediately trickled from the corner of his mouth. Gong Hao immediately shouted for him to stop. Sun Yuqiang glanced at him and warned, "This brat. Don't bother me." But right after that, he seemed to discover something. "Oh, look at that. There's a very strange energy inside your body." In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Nangong Hao. "This class has many interesting people. Which class are you in?" He reached out to check Nangong Hao, but was grabbed by another hand. Ghostface appeared. Grabbing his hand, he replied, "They're in the snake class. They're my disciples." Sun Yuqiang was surprised. "So you're Master Ghostface." The two smiled, but they had already started channeling energy, using internal energy to clash. The surrounding ground instantly shattered due to the terrifying aura. Ghostface didn't speak, but Sun Yuqiang's strength terrified Nangong Hao and the others to the extreme. "Who is this person? Such terrifying internal energy." Mingji blurted out, "I've met him before. He once came to the temple looking for wine to drink and caused a huge scene." Zhugami was horrified hearing this. Daring to go to the Shaolin temple, where everyone is respected, to find wine? He must be crazy. Mingji rolled his eyes and explained. That time, the abbot called him the Wind Cloud Blade. Zhugami was even more shocked. Wind Cloud Blade? Is that the Wind Cloud Blade? Ahead, the armor covering Ghostface's arm had been shattered. He looked coldly at the opponent. Wind Cloud Blade, do you still want to continue? The Wind Cloud Blade frowned. I was just a bit surprised. Ghostface, I didn't expect you to have such profound internal energy. Ghostface thought to himself, is he enjoying this fight? Should I fight more seriously? Thinking this, he increased his force. But just then, blood suddenly gushed from the corner of his mouth. This scene made Sun Yuqiang exclaim in surprise. Oh, both sides immediately retracted their internal energy and let go of each other. Sun Yuqiang clasped his hands behind his back and said, I must not have controlled my strength well. Are you all right? Ghostface shook his head. I'm fine. Initially, hearing that you wanted to come here to be an instructor, I was extremely surprised. Sun Yuqiang smiled. It's the same for both of us. One of the world's #1 assassins becoming an instructor. Seeing your unmasked face, I'm even more surprised. Ghostface replied calmly. I only took it off recently. Just then, Jean Yuer rushed over. Young master, she rushed over. Clinging tightly to Nangong Hao, she called out loudly. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Seeing Jean Yuer, Sun Yuqiang's eyes widened in surprise. He sensed something from her. A wild and abundant energy, along with a physique like an indestructible diamond. Could this be a natural-born martial body? He immediately stepped forward and asked her, which class are you in? What is your name? Jean Yuer glanced at him unhappily. I have no interest in old men. Sun Yuqiang hurriedly waved his hand to explain. It's not what you think. At this moment, Ghostface also stepped forward to explain. This young lady's name is Jean Yuer. She is from Imei sect. Hearing Imei sect, Sun Yuqiang was stunned for a moment. He was extremely confused inside. Doesn't the Imei sect only accept female disciples? But after looking closely at her attire, he couldn't believe it even more. This person is a woman? He clenched his fist. Too embarrassing. Looks like I have to give up on you. Since you are a disciple of one of the 10 great sects. Ghostface asked in confusion. But why didn't you come to the meeting today? Sun Yuqiang asked back. The instructor's meeting? Was it mandatory? I was just wandering around. So you attended the instructor's meeting? Ghostface nodded. That's right. Ghostface didn't show up directly either. He just secretly hid on the roof, letting no one know. Recalling this, Ghostface couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Of course. Sun Yuqiang looked up at the sky and sighed. So only I didn't go. The old man will definitely scold me severely. He sighed. Hearing you were an instructor here, I came to check it out. Quite interesting, especially your snake class disciples. They have great potential, like a python about to transform into a dragon. Ghostface replied. Thank you for the compliment. But Sun Yuqiang interrupted. Instructor Ghostface, why don't you speak more comfortably? Although we haven't met before, our ages are about the same. Ba was surprised and thought, the Wind Cloud Blade is that young? Sun Yuqiang turned around again. Also, from now on, I believe my candidate is more powerful than your disciples. Let's leave it at that. After speaking, he decisively disappeared on the spot, leaving. At this moment, Zhugami spoke up and asked, Was that really the wind cloudblade? If it really was the wind cloudblade, then that's two. Ghostface nodded. That's right. It was him. The Supreme Dragon art allowed him to reach the realm of the three venerables of the outer heavens at a very young age. That's why he has to be cautious in choosing his successor. And there is no better place than here. Thinking for a moment, he called out loudly, Snake class, listen clearly. Sooner or later you will hear about this. So you might as well stay and listen now. This sentence was directed at Jean Yuer. Ghostface looked at everyone seriously. In the instructors' meeting, there was a very important announcement. All disciples of the White Martial Arts Hall must participate in the White Martial Arts Tournament. Everyone was extremely surprised to hear this. The scene shifted to Sun Yuqiang. He was walking when he suddenly stopped. He muttered in confusion. What is this? Was it from earlier? He recalled the clash with Ghostface just now. He's Ghostface. Interesting. Indeed, choosing to come here was the right decision. Sun Yuqiang looked normal on top, but his pants below were torn to shreds, revealing his white buttocks. The White Martial Arts Tournament is a martial arts competition aimed at finding talents who can lead the righteous faction in the future. Originally, it was held every 3 years under the name Dragon Phoenix War. Therefore, with the name Dragon Phoenix War, the level below the Dragon Phoenix War is the White Martial Arts Tournament. After the White Martial Arts Hall was built, talents from everywhere gathered here. The rules and requirements of the tournament changed accordingly. Zhugami suddenly understood. So, it's not just a name change. Ghostface nodded. Correct. The rules have also changed. Out of 12 classes, only 6 classes can enter the final round. Ba spoke up and asked, What about the preliminary round? Ghostface replied, The preliminary round will be held next year. In the preliminary round, you must fight as a team and win to enter the finals. In the finals, you will compete individually. So in the preliminary round, you are teammates. But in the finals, you will become enemies. Everyone became tense hearing this. Just then, Wu Xiaoro on the tree also spoke up. In other words, if the whole team loses, then no matter how talented you are, you cannot enter the finals. After speaking, she landed in front of them. Jean Yuer, why did you run here? Honestly, is it because you're young that you're so hasty? Jean Yuer, you must have your own opinions. Speaking of which, she glanced into the forest. You guys too. From behind a rock, a weak response immediately came. Yes. Then she walked up to Ghostface. I didn't see you during class. I intended to inform you of the new announcement, but as expected of the former leader of the Black Flower Squad. Your news is really fast. Ghostface froze. Looking helpless, he thought to himself, I clearly went. Xiaoro continued. Even in the final round, you are our opponents. We won't go easy on you either. Rabbit class, let's go back. Then she quickly led her disciples back. Nangong Hao sighed inwardly. Jean Yuer is definitely going to get scolded this time. Jean Yuer walked a bit, suddenly stopped and called out, Young master, for this period of time, I probably won't be able to come see you. Nangong Hao smiled. Sparring with you helped me improve a lot. I was feeling guilty about it. Jean Yuer thought sadly. Our love is about to be obstructed. Right now, we are enduring a long, cold winter. But spring will come eventually. I will wait for that moment. Nangong Hao didn't understand her inner thoughts. From winter to spring, perhaps she means, if we can face challenges like surviving winter, our strength will improve significantly. Thinking so, he replied, I will also wait for that moment. Jean Yuer had a different thought. Hearing this sentence, she couldn't suppress the joy showing on her face. Young Master Nangong feels the same way as me. Then she said again, From now until then, please take care. Soon, the sun began to set. Everyone in the snake class gathered together. Zhugami spoke up and asked, So from now on, must we focus on practicing team formations? Ghostface shook his head. No need. Zhugami was confused. Master just said the preliminary round is a team battle. Moreover, during the last outdoor training, even though we never practiced, we acted without hesitation. Ghostface nodded. Correct. Team combat is indeed very strong, but it also has weaknesses. What if one of you gets injured? What if the opponent exploits our weakness? If the formation is broken, what if the enemy ambushes us? Team combat is indeed very strong, but as long as one person falls behind, it becomes useless. That is the weakness of team combat. Zhugami wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Ghostface. I used to be an assassin. What do you think I will teach you? Members of the Black Flower Squad all have their own unique training secrets. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. Ghostface smiled meaningfully. From now on, I will transmit that to you. Shung Ba walked to the stone pillar of the snake class. He thought, it's too quiet. I must blend into the surrounding environment. Zhugami looked tense. Do we really have to do this? So annoying. Nangong Hao frowned. Is this really the training secret of the Black Flower Squad? The five of them stood behind Ghostface. Everyone was highly focused. Ghostface spoke again. He spun around like a clown and shouted, 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Ming Ji flinched. Therefore, he was eliminated. Ming Ji angrily knelt on the ground and cursed. Damn it. Ghostface laughed and said, you little brats are too early to trick me. I am the dignified former leader of the Black Flower Squad. Everyone was silent. Zhugami was trembling with anger, clenching her fists. But she still forced a smile. Is this the training secret of the Black Flower Squad? Ghostface asked back. Do you think I'm joking? Zhugami explained. Of course. This is really... Ghostface lectured. This training method is similar to the turtle breathing technique. You will learn how to conceal your existence. This is an important training method that Black Flower Squad members can learn very quickly. If you can conceal yourself in a chaotic battle, do you know how advantageous that is? A small difference can determine life and death. Shung Ba continued. Clearly, if one can hide in a decisive situation, then indeed nothing is better. Nangong Hao also spoke up. This is harder than I thought. If I try to stay motionless, my body unconsciously trembles. If I use internal energy to stay still, the internal energy consumption is too great. Moreover, concentration will be scattered. Zhugami roared in anger. Isn't this a child's game? The sky quickly darkened. Outside the training ground, only Ghostface remained standing there, enjoying the breeze. He suddenly spoke up. You came. The person arriving was Nangong Hao. Nangong Hao bowed to Ghostface. Master, I am looking forward to today's lesson very much. Ghostface continued. What I've taught you so far is how to concentrate the dispersed internal energy in your body into the dantian. Nangong Hao sat down, closed his eyes, and channeled energy. He thought, indeed, after concentrating all the internal energy in the body, the dantian has also grown larger, unlike the meager internal energy before. With a larger dantian, I can execute martial arts like others. Ghostface slowly walked over. So, from now on, I will teach you the origin reversion art. This is also my root martial art. Origin reversion art. Currently, no one has been able to inherit Ghostface's root martial art. Nangong Hao clenched his fists, full of determination. Finally, I'm about to learn Master's root martial art. Ghostface's explaining voice rang out, like water flowing to its source. Following nature is an inevitable law. That is the law of nature. Also the law of this world. But humans always want to go against it. The law of humans. Farmers plowing the land. Even blacksmiths using fire to forge iron. Humans do not obey laws, but exploit nature to evolve. In the world order, only humans struggle to develop, exploit to evolve. The method of accumulating internal energy is the same. What are the dantian and the circulation cycle? The dantian is the center of the body, and the circulation cycle is the flow of qi from the dantian through the body. Ghostface heard this. He corrected immediately. Only half right. The dantian is like a bowl containing nature inside the human body. But that bowl of yours is split into two halves. This is extremely contrary to nature. The chaotic internal energy in your body is a terrifying type of yang energy. Enough to burn your qi meridians. Nangong Hao was horrified hearing this. If Father hadn't used internal energy to separate it, then my dantian and qi meridians would have been burned to ashes long ago. Ghostface continued. The first stage of the origin reversion art is reverse energy circulation. The beginning of the origin reversion art is itself going against nature. Nangong Hao suddenly understood. So this is the reason Master wanted me to practice reverse circulation. Ghostface continued. This stage of reverse circulation might have scared you before, but this time, your life might be in danger. Nangong Hao swallowed hard, then said confidently, I am ready. Ghostface smiled. That's the spirit. a descendant of a prestigious clan practicing reverse circulation. This is truly a crazy act. Time to do crazier things. Then Ghostface spread his arms and began to channel chi. The next stage is forward chi flow and reverse chi flow. Both must be conducted simultaneously. Nangong Hao sweated profusely. He thought, conducting two directions simultaneously? The scene shifted to another place. Here, corpses were piled up like hills. Not a single survivor. In the room of the bandit leader. He died on his chair. Behind him, there was a line of words written in blood. The person from the Righteous Martial Alliance, in charge of the investigation, stepped forward. Touching the bloodstain on the wall, he immediately ordered his subordinates. He hasn't gone far. Deploy the inescapable net. Must catch him to interrogate for clues. Everyone then quickly moved through the forest. In a certain bush, a person wearing a mask like Ghostface was hiding. He stood on a tree trunk observing the team below. He exclaimed inwardly. Only the Red Flower Squad came. Jang Jong Hi was moving. Suddenly sensed something. He stopped abruptly. What is this? I sense an aura similar to Master. He immediately channeled internal energy, accelerated and rushed away. Encountering a cliff, he climbed straight up. On top of the cliff, another Ghostface was standing there waiting. Jang Jong Hi just arrived. He immediately drew his weapon to attack. Seeing the attack coming, Jang Jong Hi didn't dare to be careless. Immediately drew his sword to defend. The opponent saw this. Couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh!" Jang Jong Hi looked tense. He thought, this guy is very strong. Must use the ultimate technique to gain the upper hand. He executed the ultimate technique, the Jade Lion Sword Art, attacking the opponent. The opponent saw this, but wasn't afraid at all, swinging his weapon to form a circle. Jang Jong Hi's attack just arrived, was immediately blocked and neutralized by his iron chain. Then he jumped up the cliff. This is the ultimate technique of the starred. Want to taste my technique? Jang Jong Hi behind looked quite miserable by now. The attack just now caused Jang Jong Hi quite a few scratches. The opponent reached out and pulled the remaining weapon from his back. Two iron chains wound around his body. Under the bright moonlight, the internal energy on the opponent quickly exploded. Jang Jong Hi's face was tense to the extreme. He's about to strike. The opponent swung his hand. Where the iron chain passed, the ground immediately cracked and shattered. Jang Jong Hi opposite turned pale. They're like sword arts. A loud explosion immediately rang out there. Rocks on the cliff shattered. Falling down, Jang Jong Hi was completely defeated. Collapsed on the ground. The opponent walked to his side, not knowing what he intended to do. Jang Jong Hi observed the opponent at close range. He thought, fake clothes and mask. Thinking this, he spoke up and asked, "Are you one of the members of the Black Flower Squad?" The opponent replied seriously, "I'm Ghostface." Jang Jong Hi decisively retorted, "No, you are not Ghostface. Ghostface is currently an instructor at this martial arts hall." The other person retracted his weapon, turned to leave. "So you are easily deceived like that?" Jang Jong Hi frowned. "What?" The other person replied seriously, "The Ghostface there is fake." Jang Jong Hi dug his fingers into the ground, extremely agitated inside. "That master is fake?" He turned his head to look at him again and warned, "Don't block my way." After speaking, he disappeared on the spot, leaving. In Jang Jong Hi's mind, he still couldn't believe it. A fragment of memory appeared in his head. When he was still small, still in the clan, he witnessed Ghostface fighting in a sea of fire with his own eyes. Master cannot be fake. The next day, at the White Martial Arts Hall, Nangong Hao and Ming Ji were walking on the road, surrounded by countless disciples from other classes. He looked around, exclaimed, "Before, I only focused on cultivation, didn't pay much attention. Now that I look, this place is huge." Ming Ji replied annoyedly, "Damn it, Master always makes us train like crazy. Where's the time to walk around? Not dying is already lucky enough." The surrounding disciples were looking at them and whispering, "Look, isn't that someone from Shaolin? Not everyone with a shaved head is from Shaolin. Which class are they in? But why do they look so weird? Are they beggars?" Nangong Hao heard them say he was a beggar. Stunned for a moment, Ming Ji roared excitedly, "What are you looking at? First time seeing a bald person?" Everyone saw him being so fierce. They covered their mouths in fear. Ming Ji's ferocity silenced everyone. Nangong Hao beside him could only smile helplessly. Don't mind them. Ming, Ji. But this time we agreed to meet. Soon. Nangong Vin ran over, waving his hand. Brother. Nangong Hao also happily waved back. The two brothers then started chatting. Hearing Nangong Vin say he goes out often, Ming Ji softened his face. No way. Where's the chance to go out? Nangong Vin bowed to him. Last time, I didn't have a chance to formally greet you. I'm Nangong Vin, Nangong Hao's cousin. Pleased to meet you. Shaolin disciple. Ming Ji introduced himself indifferently. But, are you really Nangong Hao's cousin? You don't look much like him. This is suspicious. Nangong Hao hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Forgive him. Sometimes he can be a bit harsh. Right. What's happening today? The atmosphere here is quite lively. Nangong Vin explained. That's because of the white martial arts tournament. Nangong Hao is even more confused. So what? It seems it hasn't started yet. Nangong Vin was about to explain. Someone shouted loudly. Attention! Which teams will enter the finals of the white martial arts tournament? He pointed to the notice board next to him. The tournament betting house organized by the Rooster class is officially open. The surrounding disciples heard the betting house start taking bets. They were extremely happy. Nangong Hao stood there scratching his head in confusion. Tournament betting house. The three of them then walked towards the crowd. The man standing on the platform kept rambling on. Hurry up and bet on the class you support. If the class you bet on makes it to the finals, we will pay double. The rate is 50%. Nangong Hao heard this. He showed interest. Exclaimed, whoa. They opened a betting house for the martial arts tournament. Nangong Vin continued. Of course. All kinds of people are interested in the tournament. It is a place to find young people with talent and potential. The main character of the tournament is brother Nangong Hai. Guess which class can enter the finals? Nangong Hao was stunned. You don't know. Just then, someone stepped up to bet. I bet 100 taels of silver. The snake class will be eliminated, because there is trash like you in the team, Nangong Hao. The person arriving was none other than Tang Weizhou. He still hated Nangong Hao to the bone, mocking and laughing fiercely. Nangong Hao saw this. His face darkened, clearly showing displeasure. The person accompanying Tang Weizhou was looking around searching for something. A moment later, he stepped forward, whispered something into Tang Weizhou's ear. Hearing it, Tang Weizhou couldn't help but be more smug. What now? I think no one can save you now. At this moment, Ming Ji realized something. Spoke up. Aren't you the guy who got his fingers broken by Moron Ba? Ming Ji then burst into laughter, mocking. This made Han Ming roar in anger. You damn pig, daring to meddle in other people's business. You think coming from Shaolin makes you great? Shaolin Temple sounds impressive. But do you think you're impressive too? Ming Ji heard this, laughed even more happily. I think you're the one measuring a gentleman's heart with a petty man's belly. You think coming from the Tang clan of Sichuan makes you great? Truly a sycophant. Ha Ming was insulted right to his face distorted, extremely unsightly. The two were ready to fight, standing there fighting with their eyes. At this moment, Nangong Vin suddenly stepped out to mediate. Everyone is watching. Stop it quickly. Tang Weizhou saw him, a bit surprised. Hey, your face is very familiar. Seems like I've met you somewhere. Nangong Vin introduced himself, without intending to hide. We met when we were small. It's been a while. Tang Weizhou suddenly understood. Right, I remember you. You were the child I taught a lesson to during the clan meeting for being too arrogant, even though you were just a child from a branch family. Right? Nangong Vin remained extremely calm, replied without anger. That time I was beaten until crippled. If not for brother Nangong Hao, you must have found it very amusing. The scene from that time appeared in his mind. His hands were held tight by two people. No matter how much he cried and screamed, it was useless. Tang Weizhou in front had a cold face, raised a stick, then immediately struck down on his head. Just then, Nangong Hao appeared, used a stick to block this attack from Tang Weizhou. Nangong Vin escaped a calamity because of that. Recalling this matter, Nangong Vin got into a fighting stance. This time it's my turn to protect brother. Nangong Hao also remembered this clearly. That was before I suffered from chi deviation. After that time, Tang Weizhou trained hard, was recognized by the Tang clan, and his hatred for me has lasted until now. The gloomy aura on Tang Weizhou was constantly radiating. His eyes didn't hide the killing intent, staring straight ahead. Although Nangong Vin said that, his arms were trembling violently. Nangong Hao stepped up, smiled at him. Namgong Vin, you don't need to force yourself. You are not his opponent. Namgong Vin saw Nangong Hao step up, panicked. I know, but I am no longer the child who only knows how to cry like before. Nangong Hao continued. Me neither. On this side, Ming Ji and Ha Ming couldn't hold back anymore. Rushed into a duel. Ming Ji ducked to dodge a blow from Ha Ming, then immediately swung his fist straight into his face to counterattack. Ha Ming spat out fresh blood, cursed through gritted teeth. You damn pig. Then he madly swung his fist to attack. The surrounding disciples looked over simultaneously. Look, there's a fight over there. Who is fighting whom? The betting house owner saw this and shouted loudly. It's the snake class. Those who are never seen. They're fighting with the pig class. The competition hasn't even started, and they're already fighting. Ming Ji was fighting. Suddenly exclaimed, Oh, I called you a sycophant. Did you go crazy? Ha Ming was even more angry hearing this. His face distorted. He immediately drew his sword to slash. But just then, a hidden weapon flew over, stuck into the ground next to the two of them, startling them. Stop! Followed by a loud shout. Everyone stop. Nangong Hao turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Who threw the throwing knife? On the roof, a figure was standing there. Unofficial fighting is not allowed here. We do not allow these unjust brawls. Nangong Hao and Namgong Vin frowned. 5 great heroes. Namgong Vin explained. It's the rat class. Nangong Hao was suspicious. Rat class. They are one of the classes of the martial arts hall. But are they on guard duty? Namgong Vin shook his head. No, that's just their hobby. Nangong Hao was even more surprised. What? Hobby? The person still stood there with arms crossed, staring at them. The 3 of them also looked at that guy with suspicious eyes. Just then, someone spoke up from behind. If you want to fight, then fight fairly. Nangong Hao was startled. Turn his head back. There's someone else? This young man wore a green outfit, holding a large blade in his hand, looking like Guan Yu, standing there extremely majestically, fighting during the white martial arts tournament. But if you continue to fight, speaking of which, a guy in blue clothes, holding a spear stepped forward. Then you have to step over the dead bodies of us brothers. Nangong Hao was even more confused. Brothers? Others also appeared. Total of 5 people, looking like 5 superhero brothers. They stood on the roofs on both sides looking down, looking extremely cool. Ha Ming was confused. Tang Weizhou. People from the rat class are here. What should we do? Tang Weizhou laughed coldly. Even better. They run around the classes all day, acting like heroes. I've been wanting to teach them a lesson. Then he stepped out and shouted loudly. Come here and fight me. You trash. The person in red shouted with a fierce face. I guess he wants to see blood. The 5 immediately rushed down towards him. They landed on the ground simultaneously, lined up in a straight line. For the sake of protecting justice. For the sake of protecting world peace. We are the 5 great heroes. From now on, we will stop those who disrupt the order of the White Martial Arts Hall. Tang Weizhou gritted his teeth. Full of nonsense. The betting house shouted excitedly. The rat classes joined too. Could this be an early martial arts competition of the White Martial Arts Hall? The surrounding disciples cheered excitedly. The guy in red excitedly drew his sword. Tang Weizhou didn't want to say much either. Flew forward and pointed a finger. This finger pointed straight at the red guy's dual swords, causing the red guy to be immediately blown away. The 2 behind saw this and clasped their hands together. The red guy who was blown away flipped in the air, just landed on the hands of the other 2, then borrowed their force to fly back. Dual swords slashed towards the opponent. Tang Weizhou didn't stand still to take the hit either. Took out his weapon to block. Nangong Hao stood aside watching, secretly amazed in his heart, attacking with rebound force. Truly a dangerous second attack. Ming Ji also spoke up. Is it because they are brothers that they coordinate so well? Namgong Vin explained. Members of the rat class. Individual strength is actually not that strong, but I heard when they fight together, their strength can match top martial arts masters. Nangong Hao bit his finger in thought. Match top martial arts masters? Ming Ji suddenly understood. So that means they are very good at team combat? Namgong Vin scratched his head helplessly. That's right. Over there. The combined attack of the 3 put Ha Ming at a disadvantage. Extremely struggling. Tang Weizhou behind took out hidden weapons. immediately shot towards those people. The other two saw this and hurriedly stepped forward, swinging their swords to block. Tang Weizhou's face darkened, full of tension. Block. The rat class's key formation is indeed well-deserved. Han Ming on this side was tattered all over. He was hit by another attack from the opponent. His body flew backward. Couldn't even hold his sword. Just like that, he was knocked unconscious on the ground. Unconscious. The guy in blue mocked loudly. Only know how to hide behind teammates and secretly throw hidden weapons? Turns out the Tang clan of Sichuan is only this much. Nothing can stand against justice. Tang Weizhou channeled energy again. Hatred in his heart was unceasing. These trash dared to be so arrogant. I must show them the terror of our Tang clan. Nangong Hao, watching from the side, saw his state and was startled. Could it be? He hurriedly shouted to remind everyone to step back. Tang Weizhou is about to use the Tang clan's poison art. Hearing this, the disciples ran away in fear. The scene instantly became chaotic. The internal energy on Tang Weizhou suddenly exploded. His eyes also turned green. Then, a tornado formed around him. The guy in red saw this and shouted, "Stop him! Don't let him harm the people around." Junior brothers. The others heard the order, responded in unison, and rushed up. Tang Weizhou's poison tornado was slowly expanding. The ground where his poison art swept through shattered and corroded. But these 5 brothers were not panicked at all. They stood there with determination. "We will stop him." The guy in red reminded loudly. Use internal energy to surround the poison art. Everyone obeyed in unison, without hesitation. Then, they all spread out, surrounded Tang Weizhou, channeled energy to prevent the poison art from spreading to the surroundings. Nangong Hao stood aside observing. He thought, no good. Surrounding the poison art only causes their internal energy to be constantly consumed. If they don't stop him quickly, Tang Weizhou inside the vortex was still full of vitality. He waved his hand to urge the poison art, attacking the 5 people. The one in yellow was the first to be unable to withstand it, was blown out of the formation. Nangong Hao glared, cried out, "Not good." He rushed up without hesitation, caught the person. The yellow one was hit, body trembling, looking very miserable. When Nangong Hao observed the person, he was startled to realize, it's a girl. On this side, the clash between the two sides was still extremely fierce. The guy in blue defended while shouting, "Big brother, Shang has been blown away. The balance has been broken. We must retreat quickly. Let me use my body to hold him back. That way you guys can escape." The guy in red interrupted, "I will not use my brother as a sacrifice. Didn't we say it already? If we die together." Nangong Hao behind was still observing carefully. Because of the poison art, they cannot move to the correct positions. The power of the formation cannot be fully utilized because of that. Moreover, they're missing a member. Thinking this, he immediately turned his head to call Ming Ji. Ming Ji pointed at himself in confusion. Nangong Hao decisively threw Shanya towards him, told him to catch her. Ming Ji didn't dare to delay. Hurriedly reached out to catch. Then, Nangong Hao executed reverse chi flow, urged internal energy. On this side, Tang Weizhou was throwing a palm strike down on the red guy's head. "You bastard." Just then, Nangong Hao appeared again, used both hands to hold his hand tight. "Stop it, Tang Weizhou." But how could he persuade Tang Weizhou? His appearance, conversely, made Tang Weizhou even crazier. "Just you want to stop me?" The two exchanged blows. The powerful aura exploded, stunning the brothers. On this side, Ming Ji held Shanya, face flushed red. Nangong Hao and Tang Weizhou were both determined. Just then, Tap Back appeared. "Are you guys destroying the White Martial Arts Hall? Just because of a dog bite, you plan to fight to the death?" She quickly channeled energy, rushed straight between the two, used powerful strength to forcibly knock both of them away. The two were blown away. Both were terrified inside. Tap Back didn't stop, continued. "All of you follow me to the Judgment Hall." The dust settled. The ground was now a mess. Cracks were everywhere. A moment later, at the Judgment Hall, Ming Ji and Nangong stood outside, wanted to eavesdrop to see what happened inside. Tap Back sat on a chair, looked at this group of people and sighed. "Honestly, you kids look smart. Why cause trouble in this place?" The guy in red retorted, "We just wanted to demand justice." Tap Back shouted loudly, "Silence. You are the ones causing trouble. So everyone shut up." She pointed at Nangong Hao again. You tell me, whose fault is this? What is the cause of this situation? If you dare to distort the truth just because of personal grudges, then, as a member of the White Martial Arts Hall, I will kick all of you out. Tang Weizhou was tense inside. So many people. Why choose exactly Nangong Hao? If I get expelled because of this, the clan will no longer back me. Damn it. Nangong Hao turned his head to look at the others. The brothers all looked at him with sparkling eyes. The battle initially was between the snake class and the pig class. The rat class only wanted to try to mediate, prevent the matter from becoming more serious. But the main cause is still the discord between me and Tang Weizhou. Thinking this, he remembered Nangong Vin's words before. The instructor of the dog class is famous for being a mad dog. When in a good mood, the instructor is very gentle. But once angry, truly like a mad dog. Big brother, you must be careful. The more Nangong Hao thought, the more difficult he found it. If I say something wrong, I will be expelled. This matter even affects the rat class and Nangong Vin. Therefore, I must tell the truth about what happened. After thinking, he spoke up. The rat class did nothing wrong. This matter is the fault of me and Tang Weizhou. Tang Weizhou heard this. His eyes immediately filled with bloodshot veins. Staring at him, this bastard Nangong Hao. Tapback asked again. So that means, this matter only needs the two of you to take responsibility. Nangong Hao nodded. Yes, I am willing to accept any punishment. But to end the grudge between me and Tang Weizhou, I request to conduct an official duel. Everyone heard this, including Tang Weizhou. Were extremely surprised. The scene shifted to another place. Everywhere were traces of a fierce battle. A group of people had lost their lives. The ground was stained with blood. An old man holding a scabbard walked up to Nangong Hai, exclaimed, "Oh my, thank you very much, young master." Nangong Hai handed the sword to him. He sheathed the sword, continued, "If you let me handle the toll, and give them some toll money, you wouldn't have needed to personally intervene." Nangong Hai glanced at him coldly. "You mean, if we paid the toll, they would have let us go?" The old man replied, "Usually yes." Nangong Hai snorted coldly. If they were soldiers of the Nangong clan, they wouldn't collude with bandits. The old man was startled hearing this. "I apologize. It was this old man who didn't think thoroughly." Nangong Hai continued, "We will absolutely not do anything to tarnish the name of the Nangong clan." He looked down at the white martial arts hall below, exclaimed, "Therefore, let's go back, uncle." In the room, Tapback was still speaking to everyone. "You admitted everything. Didn't blame anyone. I'm very impressed by this. Requesting an official duel? This is interesting. Tang Weizhou, do you accept this challenge?" The whole room immediately fell into silence. Everyone turned their eyes towards him, waiting for an answer. Tang Weizhou gritted his teeth. "I have a request. That is to allow me to use poison arts in the duel." Tapback was startled. Nangong Hao frowned. His face clearly showed tension. Tapback looked at him again. "Do you agree?" Although Nangong Hao was tense, he didn't object. "Because if I don't let him use poison arts, he won't accept the result." Tapback immediately stood up. "Then, I approve the duel between Nangong Hao and Tang Weizhou. Let's go to the training ground." A moment later, at the training ground, everyone was present. Nangong Hao and Tang Weizhou stood opposite each other on the field. Nangong Hao started warming up his hands. Tang Weizhou opposite sneered. "Do you really think you can defeat me in a martial arts match?" Nangong Hao replied seriously. "If it were before, I never thought about it. But now, things are different." Tang Weizhou laughed even more happily. Putting on a serious face and talking nonsense. The arm behind his back had started to move, secretly smug inside. "You are truly seeking death. Nangong Hao, finally, I can use this poison." Tapback stepped forward and announced loudly, "Now, we begin the duel between Nangong Hao and Tang Weizhou. I Tapback will witness this duel." The two immediately got into fighting stances. Nangong Hao thought, "I must test the results of my cultivation so far." Tang Weizhou laughed coldly, determined to crush the opponent. He immediately took the initiative to rush up. He executed the Poison Lotus secret hand. Nangong Hao pursed his lips tightly, surprised inside. This move is... The scene of Tang Weizhou ambushing Ba appeared in his mind. It was because of this move that he had his fingers broken by Ba. Nangong Hao clenched his fist, gritted his teeth. What if I act like Ba? This punch of his directly meet the opponent's palm strike. Tang Weizhou sneered. Idiot, do you think I will fail on the same move twice? After speaking, he used his hand to wrap around Nangong Hao's hand. The other hand swung a palm strike to continue attacking. The palm strike imprinted straight onto Nangong Hao's chest without obstruction. Nangong Hao was blown backward, slid on the ground for a distance before stopping. Looks like I'm not the only one improving. Before he could recover, the opponent swung a knee to attack again. Ming Ji watched from outside the field, extremely worried. Damn it. The match just started and he already used poison to attack. The longer the match drags on, the more disadvantaged Nangong Hao will be. What should he do if he just loses like this? Just then, the guy in red glanced at them and said, Nangong Hao won't lose. So be quiet. Namgong Vin was confused. But he has been poisoned. His body has started to become sluggish. It will also be harder to use internal energy. The guy in red snapped. Justice doesn't lose that easily. Just as the guy in red said, this kick from Tang Weizhou was blocked by Nangong Hao with his hand. He laughed coldly and praised. Good at taking hits too. Nangong Hao ignored it. Started channeling energy. Immediately pushed the opponent back, forcing him to retreat. Tang Weizhou landed on the ground. Mocked loudly. Haha, don't try to overexert your internal energy. The more you use internal energy, the more the poison will destroy your internal energy circulation cycle. Then you will suffer pain more terrifying than death. Nangong Hao trembled all over, thinking inside, pain more terrifying than death. But what confuses me is, I feel very fine. Completely feeling no pain at all. Tang Weizhou didn't realize. Still thought he felt pain, so he was even more excited. Finally realized it. You must be starting to feel the effects of the poison, right? This is the end. Useless trash. He threw a palm strike. Nangong Hao raised his hand to block again. This made Tang Weizhou extremely confused. Frowned. The more he fought, the more confused he felt. Strange. Why can he still use internal energy without any issues? Incomprehensible. He roared. You definitely want to end this match before the poison spreads to your whole body, right? But it's useless. Speaking of which, he flew into the air, both arms immediately covered with hidden weapons. A move called Dark Falling Rain. Aimed straight at Nangong Hao and struck down. He hurriedly executed movement techniques to dodge, while also catching a hidden weapon dart. Tang Weizhou definitely used poison art. Could it be that when the poison entered my body, it was burned by the yang energy in my dantian? This is called fighting poison with poison. Ming Ji spoke up in confusion from outside the field. I don't quite understand. Clearly he was hit by Tang Weizhou's poison. But why are there no signs of poisoning at all? Namgong Vin beside him seemed to realize something. If there are no symptoms, could it be invulnerability to 100 poisons? Ming Ji frowned. Doesn't look much like invulnerability to 100 poisons. But I honestly hope so. That's right. Tapback standing by watching was also thinking secretly. Truly impressive. I even prepared antidote just in case. Could it be Ghost Face's doing? Tang Weizhou attacked while roaring. Good at enduring too. You useless Nangong Hao. Truly surprised me a bit. Nangong Hao suddenly turned to dodge. Threw a punch. I should be the one saying that. Immediately punched straight into the opponent's face. Tang Weizhou was blown away just like that. Blood also trickled from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Extremely confused inside. Clearly he was hit by my poison art. Why hasn't his speed changed at all? What exactly is happening? Nangong Hao opposite also had blood trickling from his mouth, but his eyes were still full of confidence. Next, he rushed up, madly swinging fists to counterattack. Tang Weizhou was suppressed, even more panicked inside. How can this be? People outside were also shocked by this scene. Tang Weizhou realized just now. My poison might not have worked. He could only carry a belly full of doubts. Constantly taking hits. A moment later, he was blown away again, rolling on the ground. The aura on Nangong Hao didn't diminish at all. Tang Weizhou struggled to get up slowly. Impossible. He definitely has a way to deal with my poison art. That's why he agreed to let me use poison art. The memory of him torturing Nangong Hao appeared in his mind. The more he thought, the angrier he got. His eyes were bloodshot. How can I lose to Nangong Hao? If so, fine. I will use one of the 8 great poisons of the Tang clan, the heat death poison, to kill you. Heat death poison is a deadly poison extracted from a two-headed centipede. Just a light touch. The poison will spread through the meridians of the whole body. If the antidote isn't taken within 2 hours, the poisoned person will die. This is one of the 8 great poisons only the young master of the Tang clan is allowed to use. Very quickly, a terrifying poisonous aura radiated from Tang Weizhou. Nangong Hao frowned. Cold sweat poured out. The atmosphere has changed. Tang Weizhou held something in his hand, immediately threw it to the ground. Instantly, dust and smoke filled the air. Tapback frowned. Is that a poison fog bomb? She hurriedly shouted to the others. Cover your mouths and noses. Leave the arena immediately. Everyone heard the order. Immediately did as told. The arena was now covered by green mist. Nangong Hao stood in the center. Couldn't see anything at all. Vision was completely obscured. Very quickly, hidden weapons shot out from the poison fog. Nangong Hao didn't dare to be careless. Hurriedly jumped up to dodge. At the same time, Tang Weizhou also appeared from behind him. A sword grazed Nangong Hao's arm. Fresh blood immediately sprayed out. A scream of agony also rang out following that. Tapback heard the sound. Agitatedly urged internal energy. What are you doing? Tang Weizhou. The poison fog dissipated. Nangong Hao's figure quickly appeared. He fell painfully on the ground. Meridians all over his body were constantly bulging. But right after that, he struggled to get up once again, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes were full of bloodshot veins. Face distorted. In his mind appeared the scene of cultivating with Ghostface that night. Forward chi flow and reverse chi flow operating simultaneously. I didn't expect them to happen at the same time. Ghostface smiled. Surprised. Probably because you've never seen it before. Reverse energy circulation carries a huge risk of damaging the meridians, because they can get entangled. But using both forward chi flow and reverse chi flow simultaneously is much more dangerous. It can make the body explode like a bomb. Nangong Hao was stunned. Explode like a bomb? Ghostface continued to explain. That's right, because 2 streams of chi are deployed at the same time. So you have to use the same meridian to operate both. They are inherently 2 different things, but must merge into one, even though there is no connection between them. Even a small mistake is not allowed. Nangong Hao asked back, so what if I make a mistake? Ghostface replied calmly, boom. The moment forward and reverse intersect, your meridians will explode. But you don't need to worry too much. Nangong Hao heard this. Happy inside. Does Master mean he will help me? But reality is not like a dream. Ghostface took out a box, said excitedly, to prevent your body from exploding, I have prepared acupuncture needles and medicinal herbs. Nangong Hao roared angrily. What? Turns out Master is looking forward to me exploding? But right after that, his face became serious, because Ghostface was also looking at him with serious and cold eyes. Then what else can I do? Nangong Hao stammered. I'm a student. You should teach me more, right? Ghostface continued. If you were just a student of the snake class, I would do that. But what I teach as the instructor of the snake class is for you absolutely not to let your guard down. I taught you the basics and everyone's flaws. Real combat. You can consider the cultivation so far as the training of the Black Flower Squad. But here, you're not here as a member of the snake class, but as a disciple of me, Ghostface. I will use my own way to cultivate you into a true Ghostface. Nangong Hao turned his head to look at that terrifying face. Ghostface smiled extremely sinisterly. Fight. Break it. Then stand up. Recalling this matter, Nangong Hao suddenly punched the ground hard. Just fight as Master taught. Just like I burned Tang Weizhou's poison earlier. I will also burn this poison. I can sense 2 streams of internal energy. They are fire chi and cold chi. They are ravaging my meridians. Nangong Hao determined not to lose to this poison. Channeled energy resolutely. Want to burn them completely. I definitely can do it. I will burn them all at once. Tapback also appeared in front of Tang Weizhou. She reached out, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. You bastard. You dared to use one of the 8 great poisons. Do you want to kill your fellow disciple of the righteous faction? Tang Weizhou hurriedly explained. If he takes the antidote within 2 hours, he will be fine. But inside, he laughed extremely sinisterly. Then he will become a useless cripple. Ha! Tapback shouted angrily. Hand over the antidote quickly. Hurry up. The duel ends here. Tang Weizhou suddenly fell silent. Didn't say anything more. Tapback saw that attitude of his. Even more angry. Do you want to be expelled from the White Martial Arts Hall? Just then, another voice rang out. This is just a duel. I request the match to continue. Everyone was surprised by that voice and turned their heads back. The person who arrived was Nangong Hai and his old servant. This sudden appearance made the atmosphere here even stranger. Nangong Vin was sweating profusely. Big brother. Nangong Hai. Nangong Hai glanced at him. You also entered the White Martial Arts Hall? Nangong Vin bowed nervously. Yes. I also entered. Nangong Hai reminded. Don't tarnish the name of the Nangong clan. Keep quiet. Anyway, no one cares about an outsider. Then he walked towards Tapback. I am Nangong Hai of the Nangong clan. Tapback glanced at him. Nangong Hai. So you're Nangong Hao's older brother. But his condition is very dangerous right now. How can you request to continue fighting? Nangong Hai faced the opponent's aura. Without any fear. The internal energy in his body also flowed accordingly. The Nangong clan is the clan possessing the top sword art among the 5 great clans. They fought alongside the 10 great sects in a righteous demonic war. The head of the Nangong clan, Nangong Hung, had a realization after experiencing that great war. Becoming a transformation realm master. This realm is divided into 3 stages. Initial, late, and peak. Nangong Hung has currently reached the late stage, also recognized as the strongest among the generations of clan heads. With that power, he led the Nangong clan to rise, becoming a force equal to the 10 great sects. Nangong Hai and Tapback confronted each other directly, neither fearing the other. Tapback was extremely surprised inside, clearly just a junior. But his internal energy is not inferior to mine. The people of the rat class were also extremely surprised. Is that the champion of the previous Dragon Phoenix War? His strength is not inferior to the instructor of the dog class. Truly impressive. Powerful like fire. Young master of the Nangong clan. Nangong Hai. Tapback then glanced at Nangong Hao struggling painfully on the ground. She waved her hand. Retracted internal energy. Now is not the time for us to do these things. We must quickly give Nangong Hao the antidote. Then immediately take him to the clinic. Nangong Hai spoke loudly. The Nangong clan is the strongest clan among the 5 great clans. Also the vanguard opening the path to the heavens. If that child dies gloriously in the duel, that will be the pride of the whole clan. Everyone heard his heartless words, were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. Even Tapback was sweating profusely, exclaimed inwardly, this brat isn't normal at all. Is this the common disease of the 5 great clans? Nangong Hao, lying on the ground, started to move at this moment. Tapback turned her head back in surprise. A terrifying aura was constantly radiating, burning the poison. Nangong Hao's dantian was burning incessantly. At this moment, he stood up again, surrounded by 2 streams of power, gold and purple. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Nangong Hao said with a serious face, the match isn't over yet. Let's finish the rest. Saying that, he pointed his finger at his opponent. Tang Weizhou saw this, laughed even more fiercely. Another crazy guy. Tapback thought to herself. His internal energy has stabilized. Did he neutralize that deadly poison? I must pay closer attention to him. She immediately issued an order. The match continues. Nangong Hai stood aside with arms crossed watching, face showing neither joy nor anger. Nangong Vin and the others stood behind, all waiting extremely nervously. Tang Weizhou gritted his teeth and cursed silently. This bastard is truly persistent like a leech. If I drag out the time, eventually he will die because the poison spreads throughout his body, right? Nangong Hao opposite clenched his fist, determined inside. I have grasped the method to use forward chi flow and reverse chi flow simultaneously. At this moment, he was startled to realize Nangong Hai's appearance. Big brother, why are you here? Nangong Hai saw him looking over. Spoke up. In the White Martial Arts Hall. Any wrong words, actions, or weakness will disgrace our clan. After 3 months, return home on your own accord. Nangong Hao suddenly understood. So that's it. Has it been 3 months already? Nangong Hao exhaled. I must show big brother. I'm no longer as weak as before. Tang Weizhou opposite laughed coldly. Come here. I am ready. His figure immediately disappeared on the spot. Executing the Poison King great step, dodging while mocking. Come catch me. See if you can do it. But what surprised him was Nangong Hao completely kept up with his speed. Nangong Hao clenched his fist, full of determination. I must prove my existence. A punch landed straight on Tang Weizhou's face. Tang Weizhou was blown away, rolling on the ground. Just stopped. Nangong Hao's ghost-like figure appeared in front of him. Tang Weizhou blocked his attack. Nangong Hao continued to attack madly. I will prove I am not the trash of the Nangong clan. Everyone was stunned. Couldn't believe the strength he was showing. Even Nangong Hai had to be surprised. Ming Ji thought to himself, this internal energy is similar to the time Nangong Hao went crazy before. But this time is completely different. In another place, Ghostface was sitting drinking tea in his room. Ghostface suddenly sensed something. Turned his head to look out the window. Learn it already? That's why I say, shouldn't trust the clan's evaluation. How can a child like that be called trash? On this side, Tang Weizhou, despite giving his all, was continuously beaten badly. I lost. How can I lose to a piece of trash like Nangong Hao? I must use poison. Must use a stronger poison. However, before he could take out the poison, he was beaten half to death again. He couldn't understand inside. Is he really Nangong Hao? Who exactly is he? What the hell are you? By this time, Tang Weizhou had completely lost his fighting ability. He just collapsed on the ground. Unconscious. Nangong Hao clenched his fist. I am a disciple of Master Ghostface. I am Nangong Hao of the Nangong clan. Immediately after, Tang Weizhou was carried away on a stretcher by two people. Nangong Hao turned his head to look at Tapback. She stepped forward and said, based on the duel result, the person responsible for the previous incident will be Tang Weizhou of the pig class. Nangong Hao, this is the antidote. Take it and go back to your snake class. Nangong Hao looked at the object in his hand, surprised. So this is the antidote for the heat death poison that Tang Weizhou always carried? Committing the grave crime of using one of the 8 great deadly poisons. Tang Weizhou has been expelled from the White Martial Arts Hall. On the other side, Nangong Hai didn't say a word, turned and walked away. That night, Tang Weizhou also quietly left the White Martial Arts Hall. Nangong Hao checked his body again. He thought, I don't need the antidote. The heat death poison has completely disappeared from my body. Thanks to the Dantian absorbing all the deadly poison, my internal energy has also increased. Did I naturally become this strong? Mingji walked over, asked in confusion, what's with that face? Are you thinking about something bad? Nangong Hao was startled. No way. Let's hurry back. It's dinner time. Although he didn't need it, he still put the antidote in his chest pocket. Better to have it than not. The people of the rat class also walked over at this moment, clasped their hands in greeting. Thank you, Warrior Nangong Hao. He also returned the greeting. It's nothing. I just told the truth. As for this duel, I did it for myself. The guy in red said enthusiastically. You are too modest. The guy in blue also spoke up. In that situation, even if you sold us out, it would be understandable. But you not only didn't lie, but also dueled Tang Weizhou. The person in blue clothes chimed in. We are very happy to know that. Besides the 5 great heroes, there are other righteous people. We won't forget this favor. Farewell. After speaking, they pulled out a smoke bomb. Amidst the bewildered gazes of Nangong Hao's group, several young men threw the smoke bomb and left extremely coolly. Nangong Hao scratched his head helplessly. Looked at Ming Ji and Nam Gongvin. Should we go back too? Ming Ji agreed. Sure. My stomach is starving. Nam Gongvin noticed the side just now. Where did Brother Hai go? Night quickly fell. Ghostface had just finished brewing 2 cups of tea in the room when someone arrived. I just finished brewing a pot of good tea. Nangong Hai walked over and sat down at the table. Lucky to meet you, Senior Ghostface. You don't need to talk to me like that. Ghostface heard this. Attitude immediately changed. Asked suspiciously, so what do you know about me? Nangong Hai glared and replied, Father told me about you. Nangong Hai began to recall that night in his mind. He just arrived at the door. There was a voice inside calling him in. Namgong Hung was still sitting at the desk studying ledgers. Coming here so late. Is something wrong? Nangong Hai clenched his fist. Father, I plan to bring 5th brother home. Please allow me to do so. Namgong Hung was confused. Haven't we talked about this already? Nangong Hai knelt down, spoke loudly. From before until now, I have never disobeyed you, not even once. But this time, I really cannot accept it. Fifth brother's strength is only slightly above an average person. You know better than me about his physical condition. Nangong Hung frowned. So you mean, you want to go against my decision? Facing his father's majesty and expression, Nangong Hi immediately bowed his head. His face was tense, almost unable to breathe. Even so, he still didn't give up. He raised his hand and punched his chest hard. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Please reconsider, father. Nangong Hung retracted his aura. Sighed. Higher. Why do you hate your little brother so much? Do you think your little brother is the reason I haven't chosen a clan heir yet? Nangong Hai explained. I am only worried about the future of the clan. Nangong Hung continued. Choosing an heir has nothing to do with your little brother. Your brother's at the same age as him now, had long surpassed my ability, and are still continuing to develop strongly. Moreover, didn't you reach the peak at the age of 20? The position of clan head is not obtained solely by one's strength. Nangong Hai replied. The clan head is the symbol of the whole clan. In the martial arts world, the strength of the clan head will become the strength of the clan itself. And thanks to that, the clan is recognized as an influential force. So besides strength, do we need any other qualities? Nangong Hung exclaimed. There was a time. I thought so too. But your little brother is now a member of the White Martial Arts Hall. If you want to bring him back, you must get permission from that person. Nangong Hai opened his eyes wide. Are you talking about that person? Ghost Face, the youngest instructor? The scene returned to the present. Therefore, the reason I came to see you today is to take fifth brother away from the White Martial Arts Hall. Ghost Face pondered. Take Nangong Hao away? Fine. But I have a condition. Nangong Hai asked excitedly. What condition? The next morning, everyone in the snake class was extremely confused. Nangong Hao was the most bewildered, only stammering, unable to speak. Ghostface smiled. I would like to introduce someone. This is young master Nangong Hai. From today on, he will temporarily assume the position of assistant instructor. Nangong Hai stood aside, sweating profusely. Seemed like he wasn't happy at all. The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. Nangong Hai recalled the conversation last night. Assistant instructor? Ghostface explained. Actually, our assistant instructor was heavily injured while performing a mission for the Righteous Martial Alliance. I think he will need about a month to rest. Nangong Hai hesitated. But a month is too long. I will introduce you to another martial arts expert in our clan. Ghostface waved his hand. That person can only be you. Only you alone. Come be the assistant instructor for the snake class. After that, whether you want to take Nangong Hao away or do anything else, it's up to you. The scene returned to the present. Although tense and unwilling, Nangong Hai still spoke up to introduce himself. I'm Nangong Hai. People call me the Ascending Dragon Sword. Hope for your guidance. The disciples were dumbfounded. Ghostface was grinning from ear to ear. Nangong Hao held his head, extremely confused inside. Why is Big Brother here as an assistant instructor? Then, the training session took place, as usual. Shung Ba swung his sword. Then his whole body flew up with it. He gripped the sword tightly, determined. I must give up hardness. I must learn how to use softness. When using this sword. Just then, a voice called from behind. He quickly walked over, clasped his hands to introduce himself. Nangong Hai nodded. So you are the little tiger of the Murong clan. He asked back in confusion. Is something wrong? Nangong Hai said seriously. I was ordered to instruct you, so I plan to face each person one by one. Why did you give up hardness? If you only pursue softness, you won't achieve anything. Shung Ba wondered. Then what should I do? Nangong Hai bent down to pick up a branch, started channeling internal energy. Hardness and softness are no different. You must let the sword follow the flow of the hard force, but hide the soft technique within it. In softness, do not lose hardness. While speaking, he demonstrated for him to see, putting hard force into the weapon, then using softness to generate internal energy. Seeing Shung Ba deep in thought, Nangong Hai couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. He must have realized it. Truly a gifted brat. And just then, Zhugami suddenly walked over. Brother Nangong Hai. Long time no see. Nangong Hai was surprised. Sister Zhugami? You were in the snake class too? Everyone chatted extremely animatedly. Only Nangong Hao stood aside, silently observing. Shui Ling walked over. asked Nangong Hao curiously. Why are you standing so far from your big brother? Nangong Hao scratched his head and laughed. I'm a bit shy. I probably need to sort out my thoughts a bit. He thought. I thought he came to take me back. But why did he become the assistant instructor of the snake class? What exactly does he want to do? Shui Ling saw him lost in thought and became even more confused. In the medicine room, Jang Jong Hi was lying down recovering. Ghostface walked in carrying a fruit basket. Are you feeling better? Jang Jong Hi smiled and sat up. Master, you came. Ghostface placed the fruit basket on the table. Your physical condition is really bad. I think you have to train with the snake class kids. Jang Jong Hi replied apologetically. I'm sorry. I am an assistant instructor, but couldn't help you with anything. Ghostface shook his head. It's okay. I found an idiot. No, I mean, a very talented person to temporarily replace your position. Jang Jong Hi was stunned hearing this. Extremely confused. Master, do you know how the members of the Black Flower Squad are living now? Ghostface shook his head. Who knows? They are all a bunch of weirdos. One kept demanding to go home. Another one, I completely couldn't guess what was in his head. After the Great War, only a few of them survived. However, once they have escaped the boundary between life and death, I think they will probably continue to live. Jang Jong Hi clenched his fist. Forgive me, but I think the person who beat me to this state was one of the members of the Black Flower Squad. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere fell into a terrifying silence. The scene shifted to the 100,000 Great Mountains. Someone was climbing to the top of the mountain with bare hands. He quickly climbed to a cave on the cliff. He knelt down and began to report. Someone looking very much like him attacked. All members were wiped out. Vice leader. 2 eyes immediately lit up in the cave. Are you sure? The person confirmed. Yes. According to the witness, that person wore black clothes, wore a ghost mask. The person in the cave heard this. His eyes were already bloodshot. Ghostface, it's you again. Rubble fell down following his angry roar. The other person advised. Please don't be too angry. We not only have a pact with the Great Star Merchant Group, but also with the Poison King Valley. I also haven't traded with those peasants. We have been preparing for this for a while. The person in the cave asked back, making pacts with too many of them. Won't it make us vulnerable to blackmail? The other person replied, that is why all of us must start acting at the same time. If the whole martial arts world is stirred up, hunting us down will be very prone to mistakes. The person in the cave immediately agreed. Then let me see how far you can go. Evening. The 5 members of the snake class gathered in the yard. Mingji said happily, Assistant Instructor Nangong Hai is really impressive. Ba agreed. The assistant instructor analyzed our weaknesses and mistakes accurately. Mingji continued. Not just accurately. The assistant instructor also explained everything very clearly. The way the assistant instructor teaches makes it easier for me to understand than Master Ghostface's way. Zhugami chimed in. Of course. You've been in Shaolin Temple for a long time, so you don't know. The assistant instructor has surpassed the level of students who will lead the future. According to my mother, the assistant instructor is a martial arts genius seen once in 100 years. Other descendants of the Nangong clan are the same. Sister Nangong Jing defeated Pang Lushan and Anhui in just 5 days. Besides, there's also a story about Brother Nangong Hi that is equally famous. That was the battle dispute with one of the 100 great masters at Nin. In the end, they tied. Of course, as for Sister Nangong Yu, I don't need to say much. Ba was shocked inside. Genius once in 100 years. Zhugami continued. They are much older than us either. The Nangong clan will be a solid wall that everyone enrolling in the martial arts academy must overcome. Everyone turned their heads to look at Nangong Hao simultaneously. Mingji said, Right, you also come from a Nangong clan. But all the people from the Nangong clan I've met are weak and fragile like this. Shui Ling chimed in. If I grew up with such brothers and sisters, I would also feel very small. Nangong Hao looked helpless. Sad. It's okay. I'm used to it. Growing up, I've heard a lot of gossip. Shui Ling hurriedly waved her hand to comfort. Not everyone has to become a genius. You definitely have your own talents. Nangong Hao is not a genius, but he is still working hard. Mingji was angry. Stupid Nangong Hao. We are thinking like losers again. Nangong Hai stood not far away, observing the group chatting and teasing each other. At home, he never laughed like that. Has something changed? A child different from his siblings. Other children learn one and know 10. But for him, learning one thing was already very difficult. Childhood memories came flooding back. Something must have changed. But that won't change my decision to bring him home. At this moment, Nangong Hi realized something. Master Ghostface handed these brats to me and then ran off somewhere. Ghostface sat on the roof, recalling Jang Jong Hi's words. I'm very sorry to tell you this, but I think it was one of the members of the Black Flower Squad who beat me to this state. Black Flower Squad? Then he stood up. If I want to know who that is, first I must find the Black Flower Squad. The scene shifted to another place. Outside a tavern, a young master passed by, threw a tail of silver to the servant standing outside. I want to go to the second floor. Prepare it thoughtfully for me. The servant bowed. Yes, I will lead the way for you immediately. The servant glanced at the person, thought to himself, must be a noble. Soon, a table of sumptuous food was served. Here is your food. The servant wondered inside. Is this guest not curious about the tavern's food? The person didn't lower the bamboo fan covering his face, replied leisurely. The food looks not bad, but is it missing something? I'm talking about the flower with a fragrance that travels 3 miles. The servant scratched his head and laughed. Guest, actually, our tavern doesn't sell flowers. Is that so? Seems like I was mistaken. Yes. Then wish you a good meal. Then the servant quickly retreated outside. The person finished eating and left. The fan covering his face was still not lowered. Someone was following behind him. Seems like a petty thief. Who are you? Why are you looking for Chinpishu? The person folded the fan and said, oh, seems like I came to the right place. The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. The leader was terrified inside. This guy. He hurriedly waved his hand to signal the two behind to retreat, and he immediately bowed in greeting. Seems like you're quite sick. Apologies for our rudeness. The person saw his attitude like that, a bit confused. The leader then ordered his subordinates. That brat definitely provided wrong information. This is Kwong No, one of the 100 great masters of the martial arts world. Just an ordinary worker, but because he goes crazy whenever he drinks, people thought he came from the demonic cult. However, when not drunk, he is very elegant and calm. Then he led his brothers away. The person called from behind. I want to meet him. The person you call Chinpishu. Are you willing to lead the way for me? Kwong No stopped. Warned. Listen carefully. Sick guy, just pretend you never heard that name. Saying that, he suddenly stabbed his blade hard into the floor, cracking the ground. Otherwise, you might die without knowing why. A moment later, Kwong No was beaten black and blue. Face deformed. How imposing he was just now. Now he was that miserable. The person looked at him coldly. Scaring people? I'll say it again. Take me to find Chinpishu quickly. Kwong No asked back. Can I ask the reason? The person replied. He is an old acquaintance of mine. A moment later, at a certain place, villagers hugged each other in fear. Old people collapsed by the road. They were scared because Kwong No led Ghostface here. He looked around. Doubts rose in his heart. But when did leader Kwong No become a member of the Rat Association? The Rat Association was founded by people at the bottom of society. Rather than an association, it's better to call it a commercial organization specializing in buying and selling information. If the beggars sect has beggars gathering news during the day, then some say the Rat Association hunts for information late at night. Kwong No scratched his head. I'm only there to pay off debts for Chinpishu. Ghostface said, oh, was about to say something when he went into the house to call someone first. The servant from earlier quickly poked his head out from inside. You're back. Why did you two come back together? Ghostface walked past the waiter, coldly threatened. Brat, I will make you pay for trying to harm me. That's what I want to tell you. A moment later, in the room, prepare a pigeon. Send a letter to Chinpishu. The brat was confused. But why? Today isn't the reporting day. Kwong No was stammering when Ghostface spoke up. I'm looking for someone. The waiter suddenly understood. So you want to commission the Rat Association. If you can fill out these papers as required. Ghostface turned his head to glance at the waiter. Smiled. I don't need papers, nor do I need a carrier pigeon. Isn't there a saying near ink, one gets black? He stepped forward, placed his hand on the wall. Like this. The two looked at him blankly, understanding nothing. Ghostface quickly began to channel internal energy. The wall immediately shattered, revealing a secret room. Kwong No stood behind, shocked inside. Even the wall of the next room cracked. This must be the mountain-shaking bull technique. The person in the next room turned his head to glance at them. Seems like you realize my existence. Sharp intuition. Ghost face slowly walked over. Long time no see. Xiao. On this side, Nangong Hao was sitting reading something. I have some business to handle. We'll be gone for a while. Don't slack off on training just because I'm not here. After reading the letter Ghost face left behind, he couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, this master, he just taught me how to use 2 streams of energy simultaneously. Then he began to practice. Reverse circulation is the first step. If the next step is using 2 streams of energy simultaneously, then everything I've done so far was to prepare for learning the origin reversion art. While practicing, he suddenly realized something. He turned his head to look back. Suspicious. Ooh. Nangong Hai rushed over with murderous intent. 5th brother. We haven't finished talking yet, right? A punch without mercy struck Nangong Hao directly just like that. He took the blow, face pale, gritting his teeth. Sweat poured out like a bath. Nangong Hai didn't stop, continued to swing the other hand, then successively unleashed countless moves, attacking Nangong Hao. He could only barely defend extremely miserably. Nangong Hai suddenly said, 5th brother, I want to use the Nangong clan's heavenly Dao greatsword. Saying that, the internal energy in his dantian radiated even more violently. Immediately after, a punch knocked Nangong Hao into the air. Not finished yet. He also flew up, if not clan techniques. Then what exactly is he using? A kick without mercy struck straight into Nangong Hao's back just like that. His body was like an arrow, crashing straight into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wait for the dust to settle. Nangong Hao's body sunk deep and the rubble appeared. Nangong Hai landed next to him and continued. Wait until we get home. I will slowly interrogate you. So you better go report to Master Ghostface. Say that you want to go home. Although Nangong Hao was beaten extremely miserably, he still gritted his teeth and refused firmly. I don't want to. A light immediately flashed in his eyes. Dual flow was immediately executed. 2 streams of energy in his body quickly exploded. Nangong Hai couldn't help but be shocked inside. 2 completely different streams of energy. How can they appear at the same time? An extremely violent explosion immediately erupted there. Nangong Hai was pushed back a distance, still extremely confused inside. What exactly did Master Ghostface do to 5th brother? In the dust, Nangong Hao's figure stood up once again. Before Nangong Hai's surprised face, he was bending down, condensing internal energy. The move he executed, it was the first form of the heavenly Dao sword art. Immediately after, he rushed out, unleashing the twin dragon hand. Nangong Hai stood there silently, letting this punch strike in front of him. At the critical moment, he just gently raised his hand and blocked it. You still only know how to use the twin dragon hand. He swung his hand, following the momentum to execute the tiger fist grasping hand, sending Nangong Hao flying. Nangong Hao flew far away again, crashing headfirst into the ground. But right after that, a light flashed in his eyes again. He didn't hesitate, sprang up again, swung his fist, and rushed forward. The move this time is Twin Dragon Hand Transformation, but still couldn't hit Nangong Hai. He narrowed his eyes, secretly amazed inside. Twin Dragon Hand Transformation? Quite surprising. Then he swung his hand, executing the 5th form of the Heavenly Dao sword art. Under Nangong Hao's surprised look, a downward strike descended. The dust settled. His body was face down on the ground again. Nangong Hai stood there silently, clasped his hands behind his back waiting. He couldn't help but sigh, because ahead, Nangong Hao stood up once again. Nangong Hai asked him, do you still want to fight? In Nangong Hao's mind, he recalled the years of bitter training with the wooden sword. The corners of his mouth curled up. Big brother, I really don't know when and how to give up. Nangong Hai nodded. I really can't make you less stubborn. All right, I won't force you anymore. But I have a condition. Nangong Hao asked back seriously. What condition? Nangong Hai explained. As an assistant instructor, within a month, I will do my best to teach Murong Ba. 1 month later, if you can defeat Murong Ba in a martial arts contest, then I will allow you to continue staying at the White Martial Arts Hall. Nangong Hao frowned. He thought, fight Murong Ba. The scene shifted to another place. A duel was taking place here right now. A person wearing a ghost mask chased the real Ghostface, screaming, "You dare to impersonate our leader? I will definitely tear you to pieces." The real Ghostface asked back helplessly, "Why don't you believe me? I really am the leader of the Black Flower Squad. I'm Ghostface." The other person resolutely didn't believe. Roared, "I don't know who sent you, but you definitely received wrong information. Our leader Ghostface is a handsome man." Ghostface heard this, looking helpless, speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. But he quickly realized something was wrong. Strange. I never reveal my face to them. What exactly is he saying? Thinking this, he roared, "Don't try to trick me. You don't even know Ghostface's face." The other person showed no weakness, replied loudly, "I have a way to detect. You fake. Don't look down on my ability to gather information." Saying that, he swung a palm strike to attack. But Ghostface easily dodged it. He thought, he is quite agile, then tried dodging this move. Ghostface was startled seeing him reach into his chest pocket. The other person immediately snapped his fingers, firing the soul-severing bullet art to attack. Instantly appeared in front. Destruction. An explosion immediately erupted there. Ghostface dodged this blow. Face couldn't help but be surprised. Not finished yet. 3 more attacks came from behind. He dodged to the sides once again. The other person snorted coldly. "Let's see how long you can dodge. I have plenty of money to throw." Ghostface roared angrily. "You plan to frame me? You stingy miser. You must be counting the coins you just threw, right?" The other person's heart skipped a beat. How did he know? Thinking this, he couldn't help but admire. "You understand me better than I thought. Who exactly are you? Someone from the beggars' sect? If not, what kind of deity are you?" Ghostface looked impatient. "How many more times are you going to ask? Fine. I will make you believe me." Sensing this terrifying internal energy, the other person couldn't help but be surprised. This energy could it be the leader's origin reversion art? Impossible. Ghostface smirked, looking interested. "Let's see after I defeat you." Internal energy condensed at the fingertips, then swung out a strike. The opponent's body was instantly cut in half by that slash, falling heavily to the ground. Ghostface stood there observing. His face was still cold as ice, without any emotion. "Get up quickly." The other person's eyes immediately flashed with light, then swung a palm strike to ambush again. But his attack was easily blocked by Ghostface raising his hand. This made the other person even more confused. He slowly stood up. "You even know the ghost tactics? The energy you attacked me with just now was the origin reversion art. Are you really our leader?" Speaking of which, he also took off his ghost mask. After that, the two went to the cliff to watch the moon. Ghostface waited for a long time before seeing him return. Asked unhappily, "Why are you so late?" The other person carried some snacks in both hands. Smiling very happily, "I brought wine and meat." Ghostface asked again, "Were you late because you were busy picking up copper coins?" He flinched. "You followed me? Seems like you really are our leader." He handed Ghostface a gourd of wine. "What exactly happened? You used to be so strong and reliable." Ghostface took a sip, sighed. "It's all in the past." The opponent asked again, "You didn't take off the mask because of this appearance? Were you also the one who spread the rumor that you were handsome and dashing?" Ghostface said impatiently, "I said it wasn't me. Where exactly did you hear such baseless rumors? You are the person in charge of intelligence for the Black Flower Squad. How could you believe in such absurd rumors?" Scratching his head, smiling, "That's because Manhwa said he accidentally saw your face. This is a portrait of you drawn based on what he saw. I think I have to destroy all these things." Then, the two raised their wine gourds at the same time and drank it all. The two drank together for a while. The other person asked about the main business again. "But, why did you come to find me? I thought it was better for us not to keep in touch." Ghostface glanced at him, asked back, "You must know what the other members are doing, right?" The opponent heard this, narrowed his eyes. "The others? Do you mean the tragedies that happen at those clans and sects?" Ghostface continued, "I heard there is an imposter of Ghostface, using my name. Now I have to find out that guy's identity." The other person stood up, smiled. "Leader, do you know, we have no hard feelings about you abandoning us." Ghostface smiled. "Right. This is your personality." The opponent continued, "But, let's make it clear first. When I was a member of the Black Flower Squad, helping you was natural. But now I'm no longer a member of the Black Flower Squad. So, if you want to use me, you have to pay. The tragedy of clan extermination spread throughout the Central Plains. The Green Forest Bandits, those who recently rose to fame due to scandals, have been killed in many places. We discovered their bodies, along with traces of many types of weapons like swords. Due to the use of many types of weapons, the killer could not be identified. Only one clue was left. That is the line of words carved in blood on the wall. This is the news sent to the other person. He smiled. I also agree that Ghostface imposter is very likely a former member of the Black Flower Squad. But from these weapon traces, it's impossible to know who among them did it. You trained us to use all kinds of weapons, so we could hide our identities. Ghostface smiled. That's also thanks to you guys following me around. The other person retorted without weakness. We didn't follow you. It was you dragging us around by the hair. The servant standing by exclaimed inwardly. Those two look really happy. He then became serious. Anyway, in places where that fake Ghostface appeared, there was always that thing. Ghostface narrowed his eyes. That thing. He quickly took out a wooden box. Have you heard of the blood pill? Ghostface thought to himself. Is it the blood pill? The thing Elder Hong Suga mentioned? He continued to explain. It is a type of pill being secretly circulated in the Central Plains. It is said that after swallowing it, one can instantly increase internal energy. Everyone is looking for it. Ghostface frowned and said, I once saw a person swallow it, but until he lost all consciousness, exhausted all energy, he still didn't stop. That is not a normal pill. But why is everyone hunting for it so much? He was surprised. I don't know if it has any other effects besides increasing internal energy. Pondering while observing the pill. Its main purpose is not to increase internal energy, but to make warriors fearless of death. Ghostface and the servant were both stunned by these words. Ghostface frowned. This must be a last resort. After all, there are many people who will continue to move forward for revenge, continue to live, meaning that in places where the Ghostface imposter appeared, blood pills were discovered. He confirmed, yes. I don't know why, but when you meet him in person, you'll find the answer. Just then, a carrier falcon flew back from outside. He immediately ordered the servant to open the window. As soon as the window opened, the falcon flew in. He quickly took the letter from its leg. After reading, he said to Ghostface, you will find out the identity of that imposter faster than imagined. Then he slapped the map on the table. The blood pill has appeared. Ghostface's face immediately became gloomy. The next morning, Ba was shirtless, sitting cross-legged, channeling energy to cultivate. Nangong Hi walked over and praised. You came really early. Truly diligent. Ba saw him coming. Immediately, retracted energy and stood up. Assistant instructor Nangong Hi. What are you doing here? Nangong Hi looked at him seriously. Ba, what is the reason you want power? Ba was startled inside, recalling his father's words. The Morong family has always desired to rule over others. Thinking this, he clenched his fist. To rule over everyone else. Nangong Hi was surprised inside. Rule. Seems like this child's goal is the throne. This child's talent is not inferior to my younger sister. I wish you were also my younger brother. Thinking for a moment, he spoke up. To stand above 10,000 people. You must be stronger than everyone. But what is your current state? Can you stand above everyone? Ba replied. I think at least I can stand above everyone in this white martial arts hall. Nangong Hi asked again. Do you know Tang Weizhou dueled my brother a few days ago? Can you defeat my brother? Ba showed a decisive look. I know Nangong Hao improves every day, but with a skill that could only defeat Tang Weizhou. He cannot compare to me. Nangong Hai confirmed. Correct. In the duel, Tang Weizhou's martial arts could only be considered average. But if it were a Tang Weizhou who had exhausted all his poisons and hidden weapons, could you still defeat him? These words startled Ba. He bowed his head in thought. A Tang Weizhou who had exhausted all poisons and hidden weapons. The truly terrifying thing about the Tang clan of Sichuan is not martial arts, but their secret poisons and hidden weapons. That is why the Tang clan is a clan that always keeps its doors closed. Holding many secrets, Nangong Hai's voice rang out again. You can't do it, right? Because just being grazed by one of the 8 great deadly poisons, you will collapse. There cannot be a single mistake. Do you think you can do it? You know I'm the champion of a Dragon Phoenix War, right? Do you understand what that means? It means I'm the top person of our generation. I will help you. I will make you surpass everyone in the White Martial Arts Hall. In exchange, a moment later, the 5 members of the snake class gathered to practice in the bamboo forest as usual. Nangong Hai stood aside reminding, use your senses. Balance cannot be maintained absolutely forever. Focus your mind. Then he picked up a few small pebbles, then swung his hand to throw them. The first target was Jugami. She easily dodged without losing balance. Nangong Hai praised silently. Jugami is very sharp. Then he continued to throw at the others. Ming Ji jumped up in panic, while Murong Ba decisively swung his hand to knock away all the pebbles. Nangong Hai smiled and praised silently. The others have all mastered the basics. What about you, little brother? His eyes turned towards Nangong Hao. He immediately swung his hand, throwing pebbles at Nangong Hao. Nangong Hao's eyes immediately flashed with light, then swung a palm strike to knock away all the pebbles. This made Murong Ba, standing next to him, extremely surprised. Just like me, Nangong Hai exclaimed inwardly. I thought only in the martial art competition would I have that feeling. Turns out you have truly grown up. Still not enough. While speaking, he continued to throw pebbles. This time, Shui Ling couldn't block. Fell down on the ground. Zhuge Mi and the others saw her fall and were very worried. Nangong Hai suddenly shouted loudly at this moment. Everyone, stand still. Everyone was startled by his shout. Nangong Hai walked up to Shui Ling. Questioned coldly. You haven't even mastered basic kung fu. Which sect do you come from? Shui Ling answered nervously. I come from medicine sect. Nangong Hai was suspicious. Medicine sect? Where is it? How big is the scale? Shui Ling smiled helplessly and explained. Just a small sect. So perhaps you don't know. Actually, the medicine sect, words not yet finished, was interrupted by Nangong Hai. I am curious. What did this useless sect teach? That made you not even master basic kung fu? Shui Ling stood up dejectedly. I know, but words not yet finished, was interrupted by Nangong Hai again. Your body can't keep up? Shui Ling nodded tremblingly. Nangong Hai continued. I know your senses are sharper than anyone here, but if the body doesn't obey, then it's useless. But the worst thing is your determination. Based on what do you stay at the White Martial Arts Hall with that mindset? Seeing the aura he radiated made Shui Ling freeze on the spot. Murong Ba and the others were also extremely panicked inside. Too oppressive. Nangong Hao couldn't hold back anymore. Immediately jumped down from above. Blocked in front of Shui Ling, big brother. Enough. This is not the Nangong clan. The atmosphere here instantly fell into a terrifying silence. Thought Nangong Hai would get angry, but conversely, he was unusually calm. All right, I compromise. Then I will stop here. Among everyone present, only you acted. Today's training session ends here. Everyone go back. He smirked, glanced at Murong Ba. Facing that expression of the opponent, Murong Ba was startled. He stood there, watching Nangong Hai slowly leave, not knowing what he was thinking. The conversation last night rang in his head. The condition is to fight Nangong Hao. Nangong Hai confirmed. Correct. 1 month later, there will likely be an unofficial contest. Murong Ba frowned. Absurd. The fact that he could neutralize Tang Weizhou's hidden weapons and poison is indeed remarkable. But according to my observation, Nangong Hao didn't get poisoned because he has a special constitution. Then he began to tell Nangong Hai everything he knew. It is exactly like that. If he uses a certain amount of internal energy, he will switch to another state. That will create a strange energy, different from normal energy. Nangong Hai also admitted. That's right. That strange energy has gathered in his body since he was small. That's why we stopped him from using internal energy. Nangong Hai thought to himself, that energy must also be the thing that eliminated the poisonous energy. Because of that ominous energy, we never allowed him to use it. Murong Ba continued. If so, I don't think I will lose to him in a contest. Nangong Hai interjected. My 5th brother has only been at this White Martial Arts Hall for 3 months. Do you think what that means? It means, without us saying, in the past 3 months, he has cultivated a lot on his own. The scene returned to the present. Murong Ba was facing Nangong Hai on a mountain. While fighting, Nangong Hai said, I heard father talk about the Murong sword art. It is a sword art of instant destruction, a type of sword art favoring speed and power. What is the essence of instant destruction sword art? Manhwa Ba continued. The essence of the Manhwa sword art is a storm that destroys everything. Nangong Hi agreed. Correct. Invisible to the naked eye, but can be felt. It has the power to even topple deep-rooted great trees. The essence of the Manhwa sword art is wind. A great storm. Saying that, he flew towards Manhwa Ba, instantly appeared in front of him. Manhwa Ba didn't dare to be careless. Hurriedly retreated to dodge. The ground under his feet shattered at this moment. Rocks and soil flew everywhere. Manhwa Ba was terrified inside. The wind around the sword body has 3 waves, splitting in different directions. While he was distracted, Nangong Hi appeared beside him again, using strength and agility, becoming an existence drifting like the wind. If you yourself can become a great storm, a sword strike carrying destructive power will then be slashed out. Manhwa Ba completely couldn't dodge this time, forced to take the hit. Wait for the dust to settle. Manhwa Ba's miserable figure appeared again in the middle of the battlefield. Nangong Hi stood there, face cold as ice. Continued to instruct. If you can do what I say, no one will be able to stop you. Stand up. Manhwa Ba staggered and slowly stood up, extremely confused inside. He could simulate the essence of the instant destruction sword art in such a short time. The strongest swordsman of this generation. Ascending dragon, Sword Nangong Hi. Through practicing with him, I can learn a lot. Moreover, this teaching method is also completely suitable for me. He quickly stood up again, gripped the sword tightly. I will absorb everything. All the foundation that you have. The scene shifted to another place. In a room, fresh blood splattered all over the pillars. A man sat paralyzed there. A sword was still stuck in his chest. He looked at the crazy person in front, extremely confused. Why did this happen? The Mountain Goat Gang is a small faction located near the Martial Alliance. To develop the gang, they needed a master who could represent the gang. I finally obtained the legendary pill, something only famous sects have. We didn't know its exact origin, but when we showed it to the gang leader, he determined it was that type of pill. The gang leader took the pill, extremely excited. Wonderful. Look at how this energy core reacts violently to its smell. This is definitely a high-grade pill. How did you get it? The young man replied. One of the merchants accompanying me helped me buy it. Just a coincidence. The gang leader smiled. So lucky. Take it quickly. Now it is yours. The young man heard this, eyes wide open. He hurriedly bowed to refuse. If not for the Mountain Goat Gang, I would have probably become a thug on the streets. Please accept this pill. Raise the reputation of our gang. The gang leader nodded. Thank you. Then he swallowed the pill, turning into the crazy state like now. Just then, someone walked in from outside. Am I late? Rest in peace. I will handle these bodies. The young man dazedly looked at Ghostface's back moving forward. At this moment, he could finally leave with peace of mind. Thank you for stopping the gang leader. A moment later, sunset had fallen. Ghostface had also helped bury the bodies of the people in the Mountain Goat Gang by now. Don't know how many times already. Then he returned to the place where the imposter Ghostface appeared. There were always blood pills. Ghostface examined the letter in his hand, pondering. I thought I could quickly find such a person. Didn't expect there to be so few of them. Next is Sichuan, but I don't like going to Sichuan at all. Then he left, not forgetting to leave a few gold bars on the table. The guy picked up the gold to observe. Eyes couldn't help but light up. The servant asked suspiciously, Master, I have a question. Why did you lie to that sickly-looking man? The person the guy was looking for came here before. He laughed extremely cunningly. That's because if he takes more time to find that person, we will earn more money. The servant cursed silently inside. Stingy, money-grubbing old man. The servant was speechless. Quickly walked out. He thought, from now on, I also have things to investigate. The scene shifted to Nangong Hao's group. They were all lying paralyzed on the ground, panting. In front was Nangong Hai. He said coldly to them, if this were real combat, all of you would have been wiped out. The preliminary round is team-based, but you don't have any team spirit. Zhugami replied. Master Ghostface said, instead of attacking together, we should defeat enemies one by one. Break their formation. Nangong Hai retorted. That can only be done when each of you is capable. Master Ghostface might trust you, but I don't. Especially, speaking of which, His eyes stared at Shui Ling. Then he turned around. Forget it. Think for yourselves what you can contribute to the team. Now, dismissed. Shui Ling then quickly helped everyone bandage their wounds. Nangong Hao comforted her. Shui Ling, don't mind what my big brother said. He always talks like that. Shui Ling replied happily. No, I am indeed weaker than all of you. Then she went to Murong Ba's side. Let me help you treat your arm. But unexpectedly, Murong Ba stood up coldly and walked away. I'm fine. Zhugami was confused. What's wrong with that guy? Ming Ji also spoke up. Honestly, people are so nice to him. Look at that bastard. Zhugami heard this and shouted. Don't talk nonsense. Nangong Hao thought to himself. Murong Ba today is exactly like the first time I met him. I thought the two of us had become closer. Shui Ling spoke up again. Because the preliminary round is coming. I think they're all very sensitive. I will try harder. Nangong Hao cared about her. Right. Shui Ling. What kind of sect is the medicine sect? Shui Ling cheered up hearing about her sect. Medicine sect? It is a sect that originated from a village, using medicine and medical skills. Through many generations. Actually, this sect leans more towards doctors than martial artists. To save those injured in war. The medicine sect was sent to the battlefield. But because they couldn't live solely on medical skills. So, while treating martial artists, they also learned martial arts. From their forming the sect as it is now. Everyone listened attentively to her explanation. We're extremely surprised. Nangong Hao spoke up again. Then they gradually became much stronger in 20 years. Truly admirable. Shui Ling hurriedly waved her hand. Not really. The reason I came to the White Martial Arts Hall is also because the foundation of the medicine sect is still very weak. So they sent me here to learn the basics. Therefore, I am trying my best. Zhuge Mei comforted him. Don't worry. We'll help you too. Nangong Hao thought to himself. Everyone who came here has their own reasons. When I get the chance, I have to ask about the duel with Murong Ba in a month. As he thought this, he turned his head to look. The direction he was looking was toward Murong Ba in the distance. The scene changes to another location. In the mountains, a man was busy gathering herbs. I'm really lucky today. Why are there so many herbs here? But just then, he was startled. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? He turned his head, only to see that a giant cliff had appeared behind him at some point. Where did this giant rock come from? Am I daydreaming? The person lifting this giant rock was Jean Yuer of the rabbit class. It wasn't just her. All the sisters of the rabbit class were focusing their strength to lift it. Jean Yuer suddenly shouted, I can't take it anymore. The person behind her said, confused, why are you saying such discouraging things? That's not like you, sister. Jean Yuer impatiently continued, I can't take it anymore. I have to go see young Master Nangong Hao right now. Her shout woke up a person lying on a tree branch. This person was Sun Yugong. He looked toward the sound, puzzled. What's going on? He saw the rabbit class carrying a giant rock past him. He became even more interested. Jean Yuer, down below, signaled to the others. This can be a secret between us and Master, okay? Everyone was confused. What is it? Jean Yuer didn't say much more. She decisively left her position and ran off. Despite everyone's shouts, the rock teetered. Sister, where are you going? Sun Yugong, seeing this, couldn't help but wonder. Where's she going? Oh well. I was starting to get bored anyway. Jean Yuer ran like the wind below. Sun Yugong's figure instantly vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, Nangong Hao was circulating his energy, training. He skillfully executed 2 streams of reverse internal energy. This time, he wanted to merge them, but it seemed he had failed. His body was thrown backward by the explosion. He sat there helplessly. He sighed in frustration. Wrong. This really isn't as easy as I thought. Then he took something out from his robes and opened it to look. Can I do this well on my own? He could see that. Murong Ba been going out every night these past few days. I think he's training with my older brother. What he was reading was the second letter left by Gue Mion. By the time you read this second letter, it means you've gotten used to the two-way split flow, right? The next step of the two-way split flow is to combine 2 types of external energy. We call this step reverse envoi. Reading this, he was a bit surprised by the next name. He stood up again. He continued to practice. Maximize the repulsive force of 2 different properties to increase internal energy. It means simultaneously going against nature. His internal energy exploded again. Nangong Hao's face was tense. He gritted his teeth. The internal energy is too strong. Just then, Jin Yuer ran over, calling out loudly. Young Master Nangong Hao. Seeing the terrifying internal energy radiating from him, she was startled. He's training so hard this early in the morning. As expected of my man. But this energy balance seems... She was about to step forward to check. But Sun Yugong appeared, blocking her way. Don't get close. The balance is about to break. Jin Yuer glanced at him, thinking, where did he come from? In the distance, Nangong Hao was still frantically circulating his energy. Powerful streams of internal energy around his body continuously crashed into the surroundings. Jin Yuer shouted in worry. She couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. She leaped forward, wanting to stop him. She immediately caught Nangong Hao. She used her own body to shield him from impact against the nearby cliff wall. Nangong Hao saw her sudden appearance and asked, confused, Miss Jin Yuer, what are you doing here? Jin Yuer smiled. Because I wanted to see you. So I came. Young Master Nangong Hao. Are you hurt anywhere? Nangong Hao shook his head. I'm fine, but you're bleeding. Even though her head was bleeding, Jin Yuer still smiled brightly. A little herbal paste will fix it right up. Then she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Sun Yugong lamented. That's why I told her not to get close. Nangong Hao asked worriedly. Lord Fengyan Dao, will Miss Jin Yuer be all right? Sun Yugong explained. She has a natural talent for martial arts, so she'll be fine. My name is... Nangong Hao didn't hide it. He told him his name. Sun Yugong asked again. So what martial art are you practicing? Nangong Hao chuckled, scratching his head. Sorry, I can't tell you that. Sun Yugong let out a cheerful That's right. It's not right to tell others about your master's martial arts. You did well, but this process is too dangerous to practice alone. Afterward, the two sat down to talk. So, in 1 month, you have to fight that young genius? Nangong Hao nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's why I'm trying to push myself past this step. Sun Yugong continued. I don't know what martial art you're practicing, but it seems very unbalanced. The yang energy in your body is too strong. It will break the balance. To fix it, you need a powerful source of yin energy. Jin Yuer, lying nearby, suddenly spoke up. Is there a way? Sun Yugong blurted out a single word. Yes. Nangong Hao was bewildered. He didn't understand what was happening. Who just said that? He saw Jin Yuer sitting up. Nangong Hao was so shocked his eyes looked like they were about to pop out. Jin Yuer glanced at him and asked, what you need is a powerful source of yin energy, right? Both of them were stunned by her appearance. The scene changes to another location. Many people were gathered, chatting. Nangong Hao's snake class was also here. Mingji said impatiently, seriously. What are we doing here so early in the morning? Zhuge Mei shot him an annoyed glance. Complaining again. You don't sound like a monk at all. I already told you. Today they're announcing the preliminary match schedule. We have to come and see. Mingji was still annoyed. But we don't all need to come. Shui Ling, standing beside them, replied cheerfully. Since the preliminaries are team battles, it's good for everyone to watch together. Nangong Hao and Shung Ba walked behind them. Both were lost in their own thoughts. It was unclear what they were thinking. Soon, two people walked over. They posted a notice on the bulletin board. The surrounding disciples rushed over to see. It's here. The preliminary match schedule is finally out. Someone even clasped their hands in prayer. I hope I get an easy opponent. Another person was pensive. I heard Pang Gangjin of the Pang family is in the Tiger class. At this moment, the members of the Snake class had also arrived. Their opponent was the Ox class. The guys from the Ox class were immediately excited to see their opponent was the Snake class. How lucky. It's the Snake class again, big bro. This is a guaranteed win for us. They must be so weak they have to hide all over the place. Zhuge Mei radiated a murderous aura. She glared at them. What did you just say? The guy wasn't scared at all. He sneered mockingly. Ooh, scary. So scary. You look so pretty, but you have such a fierce attitude, little sister. Look at her reaction. You're pretty too. What's your name? Zhuge Mei grew even angrier. She gritted her teeth and said each word clearly. I am Zhuge Mei of the Snake class. The class you think you got dogshit lucky to run into. The guy remained unfazed. The Zhuge family. I thought your class was just a bunch of monks. Another guy noticed something and chimed in. Wait, big bro. I think the girl next to her is cute too. Tisk TSK. This kid. As they say, a hero must have a harem. Nice, nice. Zhuge Mei couldn't take it anymore. She rushed forward and slapped the guy across the face. Everyone was stunned by her sudden action. Only Nangong Hao remained standing there, lost in thought. Zhuge Mei looked at her opponent coldly. I've had enough. The guy who was slapped was just as angry. You damn bitch. I was going to go easy on you. With that, he swung his fist, intending to hit her. The scene flashes back to the conversation with Nangong Hao's group from before. What about ice energy? The two men were shocked to hear her say that. Ice. Jin Yuer continued. Apprentice disciples of the Amei sect. After learning the basic martial arts, will officially cultivate Amei's emotionless art. A childhood memory flashed through her mind when she and the others entered a cave. Inside was a block of ice that radiated extremely powerful energy. You could say, the beginning of the Amei sect's emotionless art starts with using the pure ice crystal on the energy core. Many disciples couldn't bear it and ran away. It is the center of Yin energy. If we are not clear-headed enough, we will be mesmerized by its beauty. Jin Yuer stepped forward. As she was about to touch the pure ice crystal, the guardian stopped her. If you touch it directly with your hand, you will freeze to death. After hearing the whole story, Sun Yugong said thoughtfully, that's right. If it's the pure ice crystal, controlling the excess yang energy won't be a problem. But isn't it kept in the secret vault of the Amei sect? Jin Yuer explained. I once heard that. When the Zhengwu Alliance was first established, we gifted a pure ice crystal to the Zhengwu Alliance. Nangong Hao asked her, so that means there's a pure ice crystal within the Zhengwu Alliance? Jin Yuer saw him looking at her. She immediately blushed and turned away. She didn't dare to look at him directly. Yes, Sun Yugong said with a smile. Then I'll go ask about this. Come back here tonight. Jin Yuer was secretly happy. So I get to see Nangong Hao again. The scene returns to the present. Nangong Hao was still completely unaware of what was happening around him. He stood there, stroking his chin, thinking, I'm not sure if using the pure ice crystal can control that strong yang energy. Without Master Gay Mion's permission. Is it okay to do this? Over here, Zhuge Mei and the guy had started fighting. She ducked to dodge her opponent's attack. The punch flew straight toward Nangong Hao, who was deep in thought behind her. He didn't dodge at all. He let the punch land on him. But something unexpected happened. The punch didn't faze him in the slightest. Everyone present was dumbfounded by this scene. Although he was fine, the punch did snap him out of his thoughts. He immediately bowed his head to apologize to the person. My apologies. I was lost in thought just now and accidentally bumped into you. The guy was furious at his action. Is this guy trying to make a fool out of me? Just then, a hand landed on the guy's shoulder. Instructor Gu appeared with a menacing expression, threatening them. I've already said, all unofficial brawls are forbidden in the Baiwu Pavilion. How many more times do I have to repeat myself? The guy immediately panicked and backed away, shouting, It's the mad dog of the Baiwu Pavilion. The surrounding disciples immediately scattered. Instructor Gu looked sternly at Nangong Hao's group from the snake class. Oomph. It's you people again, huh? The two sides immediately started arguing loudly. They started it. Hey, you started it first. It's better than fighting. Instructor Gu sighed helplessly. All right, drop it. With the Baiwu martial arts tournament approaching, there won't be a single peaceful day. If you don't want to be disqualified, behave yourselves before the match begins. After everything was over, Zhuge Mei asked Nangong Hao, are you okay? I heard a really loud thud just now. Nangong Hao scratched his head. Really? But my head isn't hurt. But why were they so angry? Shui Ling said in a panic. Taking a hit that heavy. He must have lost his memory. We need to treat him quickly. Moron Ba stood to the side, frowning in thought. Not a single injury? The scene shifts to the other two guys. I'm so pissed. How are we going to get revenge on them in the preliminaries, big bro? Why aren't you saying anything? The big brother walked ahead. His arm was still trembling uncontrollably. He was utterly confused. I was the one who hit him. But in the end, I'm the one with a broken bone. That guy. Who in the world is he? The sky quickly darkened. Nangong Hao and Jin Yuer, as promised, went to the training grounds to wait. Nangong Hao suddenly said, Feng Yin Dao is late. Jin Yuer stood beside him. Her face flushed as she silently prayed. I hope he doesn't show up. Just then, Sun Yugong appeared, waving his hand. Yo, you're early. I ran into some bad luck, so I'm late. Nangong Hao asked him. You're here, sir. Have you found out where the pure ice crystal is? Sun Yugong replied casually. Of course I found out. Jin Yuer, standing beside them, was secretly annoyed. He's already getting on my nerves. Sun Yugong pointed to himself proudly and continued. Who do you think I am? I'm Feng Yin Dao. Nangong Hao thought excitedly to himself. He truly is one of the 3 outer sages. This way, I'll be able to comprehend the next realm of the reverse origin art. Sun Yugong asked them, Well, shall we go? The 2 followed him, but still had a question. But how do we use the pure ice crystal? Sun Yugong explained. The pure ice crystal will freeze everything around it. As long as you can control the flow of energy, you'll be able to absorb the energy of the pure ice crystal. At this point, he turned his head and asked Jin Yuer, Am I right? Jin Yuer confirmed. Yes. The pure ice crystal is known as the treasure of the North Sea. The emotionless art of the Amei sect is a cultivation method that can convert internal energy into yang energy. Sun Yugong was confused. But wouldn't that disrupt the harmony of yin and yang? Jin Yuer continued. The martial arts of the Amei sect don't prioritize harmony to begin with. The Amei sect is a school founded on Buddhist principles. All disciples follow the teachings of the Buddha. Because they have mastered the laws of nature, they have surpassed the laws of the mortal world, creating their own harmony. Therefore, to master and perfect the martial arts of the Amei sect, one must completely abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Sun Yugong suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Since most internal energy is yang energy, if one cannot completely control it, the lack of yang energy will affect one's appearance. He thought to himself, so this is the reason for the difference in appearance between the master and the young disciples of the rabbit class. Nangong Hao called out. Feng Yun Dao. Sun Yugong interrupted. Why you such a long name? Just call me Sword King. Nangong Hao didn't mind. Yes, Sword King. May I ask where we are going? Sun Yugong stopped. He pointed ahead. It's this place. Nangong Hao was immediately so shocked his jaw dropped. But isn't this the Alliance leader's residence? Sun Yugong covered his face. He quietly snuck inside. Nangong Hao and Jin Yuer followed suit. Nangong Hao was suspicious. Sword King, hasn't the use of the pure ice crystal been approved? Sun Yugong replied. Do you think they would allow an individual to use such a precious treasure? We're just going to borrow it for a bit. Nangong Hao and Jin Yuer were both stunned. Is that so? Sun Yugong's eyes gleamed as he ordered, Follow me closely. After saying that, he decisively vanished from his spot. He shot off like a rocket. Nangong Hao and Jin Yuer were sweating profusely. They felt extremely uneasy. Am I imagining things? Or does he really enjoy doing this kind of stuff? A moment later, they arrived at a certain room. Sun Yugong told the 2, This is it. Under the floor, there's a path leading underground. If we follow these stairs, we'll find the place where the pure ice crystal is kept. Nangong Hao took off his mask, saying in amazement, You even found a secret place like this? You're amazing, Sword King. Sun Yugong grinned from ear to ear. Nice. I'm not that surprised. I didn't know I was this capable either. Just then, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Someone's coming. I'll go draw their attention. You 2 go in first. Nangong Hao said worriedly. But I don't want to trouble you. Sun Yugong pushed him down, smirking. Have you forgotten who I am? Just get inside quietly. I am Feng Yin Dao, one of the 3 outer sages. The cellar door was immediately closed. Sun Yugong thought to himself, I need to get out of here quickly. Soon, someone approached from outside. Why is the door open? In a flash, the Alliance leader appeared before Sun Yugong. Well, look who we have here. Lord Sword King. What are you doing here so late? Sun Yugong took out his wine gourd, laughing. Old man, why don't we have a drink? The Alliance leader smiled. A drink? Actually, I was just craving one. But then his gaze shifted to the side. It was the location of the entrance to the secret passage below. Jin Yuer and Nangong Hao were making their way down the stairs. Jin Yuer said fearfully, Young master, can you slow down a bit? Nangong Hao came up to her, asking, Is it because it's too dark to see? Jin Yuer was startled. When did he get so close? Nangong Hao held out his hand and asked, Do you want to hold my hand as we go? Her expression immediately changed. Hold his hand. Like a couple, she tremblingly reached out her hand. A moment later, at a lakeside pavilion, Sun Yugong and the other man were already sitting down for a drink. Infinite Sword, Alliance leader Jang Jong, drinking with Feng Yin Dao, Sun Yugong. After a while, the Alliance leader finally began to ask, "Have you found a suitable successor?" Sun Yugong replied, "There are a few." The Alliance leader asked again, "So are any of the kids with you?" Realizing he had been found out, Sun Yugong was startled. "So you already knew?" The Alliance leader sighed. "You should work on your acting skills." It was too obvious. Sun Yugong bowed his head apologetically. "Please forgive me for not reporting this beforehand." The Alliance leader burst out laughing. "Huh, are you really apologizing to me? I never thought I'd see the day you admit you're wrong." Sun Yugong continued, "There's a child who needs the pure ice crystal, so we had to borrow it for a bit." The Alliance leader was surprised. "The pure crystal? That's a dangerous item. But since someone is with the kids, there's no need to worry too much," Sun Yugong said excitedly. "So you're giving us permission?" The Alliance leader continued. "But I trust you understand that it's not something you can just borrow empty-handed, right?" Hearing this, Sun Yugong felt that something was wrong. His face was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Nangong Hao and Jean Yuer still hadn't resolved the hand-holding issue. Jean Yuer's face was beet red. Her eyes were bloodshot. She was extremely agitated. Nangong Hao saw this and thought she was angry at him. He quickly pulled his hand back. "Sorry, that was rude of me, just holding your hand like that. It's weird, isn't it? Just hold on to my shirt and follow me." Jean Yuer grabbed his shirt and walked on. She was filled with regret. "Why did I hesitate just now?" "Jean Yuer, oh Jean Yuer, you're such an idiot." After walking a bit further, she finally calmed down and asked, "By the way, how can you see so clearly when it's this dark?" Nangong Hao explained, "It's nothing special. Master Gamion also praised my good eyesight. I'm trying to figure out a skill that only uses a small amount of internal energy." Jean Yuer thought to herself, "Good eyesight? Master once said that eyes are the most important factor in actual combat. My man is truly extraordinary." After walking for a while, they finally reached the bottom floor. Standing outside the door, they could see a blue light emanating from within. Nangong Hao reached out to push the door. As soon as it opened, a terrifyingly cold energy spread out from inside. "So that's the pure ice crystal. It's so cold. This cold energy feels like it's going to tear my flesh apart." Then he turned his head to glance at Jean Yuer. "The cold energy of the pure ice crystal is too strong. Are you okay?" Miss Jean Yuer. However, Jean Yuer, standing beside him, was not doing well. Her eyes flashed with a blue light. She stood there in a daze. Nangong Hao was very confused by this scene. What's wrong with her eyes? I have to stop her quickly. Thinking this, he hurriedly shouted, "Miss Jean Yuer, snap out of it. It's dangerous over there. Don't get any closer." But Jean Yuer seemed to have gone mad. She suddenly turned and swung her fist, intending to hit him. Nangong Hao didn't dare to be careless. He immediately raised both hands to block. Jean Yuer's punch was extremely powerful. It instantly sent him flying like a broken kite. He only stopped when he slammed into a wall. He fell weakly to the ground. His body trembled. I blocked that punch, but I was still hit with such a heavy shock. To stop Miss Jean Yuer, I have no other choice. He immediately activated the two-way split flow. Meanwhile, Jean Yuer was about to touch the pure ice crystal. Nangong Hao rushed forward, shouting, "Miss Jean Yuer, please forgive my rudeness." He aimed his fist straight at her face. A look of hesitation was clear on his face. Her gentle appearance immediately flashed in his mind. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped. Damn it, I can't hit her. Just then, Jean Yuer turned around. She mercilessly grabbed his arm. His body fell to the ground. Nangong Hao was knocked flat on his back by her move. He couldn't get up for a moment. Jean Yuer then continued toward the pure ice crystal. But Nangong Hao didn't give up. He once again stood up and hugged her tightly. "You shouldn't touch the pure ice crystal." Jean Yuer immediately fell into an even more frenzied state, growling. The scene cuts back to Sun Yugong. "I'm too curious. Now I have to do something troublesome." As he was talking, he was suddenly startled. He turned his head to look back. What is this energy? Is it the kids? In the cellar, Jean Yuer, despite Nangong Hao holding her tightly, still stubbornly moved forward. He used all his strength to pull her back, but couldn't stop her. At this rate, she'll touch the pure ice crystal soon. Their previous conversation echoed in his mind. If I touch it directly with my hand, I will freeze to death. Thinking of this, he became even more determined. I can't let Miss Jean Ewer get hurt because of me. Since he couldn't stop her, he decisively rushed forward. He intended to grab the pure ice crystal first. Finally, he got what he wanted. He grabbed the pure ice crystal before she could. A blue light exploded, illuminating the entire room. A memory surfaced in his mind along with it. Power. It's okay. Don't cry. But mother, it's because of me that you're in this state. His mother, though her whole body was poisoned, looked incredibly tragic. But she still comforted her son. It's not your fault, so don't cry anymore. Nangong Hao stood there, witnessing this memory. His mood was indescribable. Next was the scene of Nangong Hi walking over to scold him. This is all your fault. You are the one who killed mother. You are also the one who caused the Nangong family to decline. It's all because of you. The most painful memories of his childhood flooded back in his mind one by one. The strange, evil energy in his body erupted violently, accompanied by a mocking voice. You must have forgotten, haven't you? Nangong Hao was confused. Forgotten what? The voice continued to echo. You'll remember soon enough. Just then, another block of ice appeared before him. In reality, the pure ice crystal was still burning with a bright blue light in his hand. Jean Ewer had been thrown far away by the powerful energy. Her head hit a rock. She was knocked unconscious on the spot. The whites of her eyes were showing. At the same time, Sun Yigong also ran in from outside. What was that sound? Did he touch it? He quickly rushed over to stop him. Quick, put that pure ice crystal down. However, he couldn't touch the pure ice crystal because the recoil is too strong. The boy is about to freeze to death. Before he absorbs it completely, I must destroy it. Thinking this, he waved his hand to execute the dispersion claw. The attack hit the pure ice crystal, immediately causing countless cracks to appear on it. The pure ice crystal then shattered into many pieces. Sun Yugang didn't stop. He continued to channel energy to control these fragments. A moment later, he sighed in relief. Done. But it seems a bit small. I must be mistaken. Only then did he turn his head to look back. Nangong Hao had also fallen unconscious by now, collapsed on the ground. His chest was still emitting a blue light because of the pure ice crystal. Sun Yugang walked over, placing his hand on his chest to check. This kid absorbed all the fragments of the pure ice crystal. This energy is too great. He can't handle it. He quickly channeled his energy, wanting to help him relieve the pressure. At this moment, he could sense the entire pure ice crystal inside Nangong Hao's body. All right, now what if I extract these fragments? Damn it, it has already stabilized in his energy center. How could it assimilate with this kid's energy center so quickly? If I extract the pure ice crystal in this situation, the kid might die. But if I leave it like this, it's also very dangerous. Thinking for a while, he sighed. No other way. Kid, consider yourself lucky. I will help you bear the pure ice crystal. Then he urged the divine dragon internal energy. The pure ice crystal in Nangong Hao's body was quickly wrapped by the divine dragon internal energy. A moment later, they condensed together, creating a perfect block of pure ice crystal. Sun Yugang continued to use the divine dragon internal energy to help Nangong Hao stabilize his body. A vortex of golden internal energy had formed in his chest. Sun Yugang finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close to a disaster. It's temporarily stable, but if you cannot control the energy of the pure ice crystal, the cold energy will block your meridians, making it hard for you to breathe. But if you can master the energy of the pure ice crystal, that is your destiny. Good luck, kid. Then he took out a notebook to write something down. If you can turn it into your own ability, I will put you on the list of candidates to be my disciple. Finished writing, he started to notice his surroundings. Let's see. All right, clean up this place and let's go. A moment later, the alliance leader also walked over. Observing thoughtfully, the pure ice crystal had been put back in its original place, but had shrunk significantly. The alliance leader also noticed this. Extremely suspicious. The size seems to have decreased. Or is it my hallucination? Scene shifts to the forest outside. A horse carriage was moving slowly. A group of children were locked in a wooden cage. When the carriage reached the outskirts of the city, a guard shouted at them. Hey, can't you go faster? It's getting dark. The old man got down to explain. Sorry, because the wheel is broken. Before he could finish, the other party stepped up and interrupted. Don't block the road anymore. Hurry over to that side. Another guard, standing at his post, asked, What do you think about that matter? I think they're too weak. They won't last long. Hearing that, the other guy couldn't help but curse. Damn it, we're about to get scolded again. Hey, old man, take these things inside. The carriage then quickly ran into the city. The children were then taken off the carriage, unknown where they were being led. The guard ordered the old man, Old man, before you go, take those bodies outside away too. Nearby, there were quite a few corpses covered hastily with mats. Although the old man was sweating from nervousness, he still forced a smile. Yes, please rest assured, sir. They didn't pay attention to the old man anymore. Quickly leading the children away, waiting for them to go far, the old man finally raised his head. His eyes now became sharp, completely different from the fearful look just now. He walked slowly. His body transformed accordingly. He took on the appearance of the guards from before. This person was Jia Yin, the head of intelligence for the Black Flower Troop. He disguised himself as one of the enemy. As he walked, he calculated his next move. This is the place that has recently sold the most blood pills. I'll save the children first. Then I'll investigate what they're plotting. He then vanished on the spot. He quickly departed. In a certain room, countless people were bound and hanging on the walls. A man stood there observing them, deep in thought. Even on people with no internal energy, it still has some effect, he said as he took notes, as if he were conducting research. Suddenly, one of them screamed wildly. He desperately tried to rush toward the man. He seemed to hate him to the bone. The man stood there with a faint smile. The chains are made of a special metal, so better luck next time. He then turned to his subordinate beside him and ordered, Give this bastard another pill. On the roof, Jia Yin was also observing everything. So they're secretly testing the effects of the blood pill. If there's such a large quantity of pills here, I'm sure I'll find the source soon. Just then, a new batch of children was brought in. Sir, this batch has just been delivered. The man smiled ferociously. Children, eh? That's right. Let's see what happens when children take it. He then took a pill and walked over to a child. He told him to open his mouth. The child's eyes welled up with tears. His body trembled. He was terrified. Just then, another guard walked in. Sir, they've arrived, and they've brought the blood pills. Hearing this, the man paused his actions. They're here. I'll go meet them myself. I'll be right back. So go ahead and give those kids the pills. After giving the order to his subordinate, he quickly left. Jia Yin quickly followed him. I have to stay close to him. But he had only taken a few steps when he heard the children's cries for help. The guard shouted angrily, Shut up. If you want to blame someone, blame your parents for selling you. Hurry up. Open your mouth for me. Jia Yin stood there, hesitant and undecided. I feel sorry for the children. But right now, the intelligence is more important. I promise I'll save you next time. Thinking this, he made up his mind. He quickly ran off. Inside, the subordinate's face was still grim. He looked at the children. Kid, you're putting up quite a fight, huh? You want a beating? He then grabbed the child by the collar and lifted him up. Then he repeatedly slapped the child across the face. As he was hitting him enthusiastically, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Jia Yin, who had already left, had returned. He took off his mask. The man said, on second thought, The mission is no longer my top priority, because I'm no longer a member of the Black Flower Troop. The subordinate shouted in panic. Who are you? Where did you come from? Jia Yin didn't say much. He decisively threw a punch straight at his face. Even if I told you, would a brat like you understand? The scene shifts outside. The man was now standing with his hands behind his back, in front of cargo cart. I didn't expect that person to be so young. But oh well, I don't care about that anymore. This quantity is enough for 100 people. Looks like we'll have to find a few more test subjects. Just then, a loud explosion suddenly rang out from behind. The cart of pills behind him was also shattered by the shockwave. The pills flew out of their boxes. They scattered all over the ground. He shouted in panic. My blood pills. Jia Yin walked out from inside, carrying 2 guards. At this moment, he was also wearing a Gue Mian mask. Is the transaction finished? You should know. That intelligence was worth a lot of money. How much did you end up wasting? The man looked at the suddenly appearing Jia Yin, completely bewildered. Who the hell are you? Jia Yin threw the two bodies to the ground. It seems it's been a long time. You see this mask and still dare to be so arrogant. The man was getting more and more confused. Jia Yin continued, if you don't know, then you best go die. He then executed the golden coin soul bullet technique. He shot toward the group of people. The man pointed at his subordinates, roaring, what are you bastards standing around for? Hurry up and stop that bastard. The guards didn't hesitate. They immediately obeyed and charged forward. Jia Yin's eyes flashed. The charging men were hit by the technique. They died on the spot, seeing his subordinates torn to pieces. The man was so scared his whole body trembled. Jia Yin slowly walked toward him. I don't care about your business, but laying a hand on children is going too far. At this point, he raised his hand again. He condensed his internal energy. Another loud explosion echoed from outside the forest. At this moment, Gue Mian had also arrived. Looking at the explosion coming from inside, he couldn't help but sigh. I came to complain about the faulty intelligence, but it looks like I'll have to wait a bit. After everything had settled down, Jia Yin walked over to the pile of blood pills to search. Gue Mian also walked in. Good heavens, you've made a real mess of this place. Jia Yin asked, Leader, why are you here? Gue Mian walked over to inspect. If you always have to pick up those coins, why not throw something easier to find? Jia Yin replied as he collected his coins. My martial art is called the Golden Coin Soul Bullet Technique. At least I have to perform it true to its name. Don't you think so? We're no different from those children. Hearing this, Gue Mian sighed to himself, because all members of the Black Flower Troop are orphans. After a moment, he asked, wherever there are blood pills, that fake Gue Mian will appear. Did that fake Gue Mian come to your place? Jia Yin tried to change the subject. Leader, what kind of joke is that? Gue Mian threatened. If you lie again to make more money, I will kill you. Jia Yin explained. Leader, you saw yourself. I believe the circulation of the pills has changed. I'm also investigating this matter. The trade of blood pills was supposed to be very discreet, but now it's spreading throughout the Central Plains. Gue Mian asked again, so you're saying the connection between the fake Gue Mian and the pills is expanding? Jia Yin confirmed. Yes. On the surface, we are hunting the fake Gue Mian because he's a suspect in many massacres. But in my opinion, the blood pill is the core of all the problems. How should I put it? I feel like there's an invisible hand manipulating it. Once I gather more intelligence, I will send you a letter. So why don't you return to the Zhengwu Alliance for now? Gue Mian thought for a moment, then sighed. All right, I've been gone for 2 weeks. I suppose it's time to go back. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. By the way, I've told you this before, but if you lie again, I will really kill you. After saying that, he quickly left, leaving Jia Yin alone. He stood there with his hands behind his back, sighing. Please forgive me, leader, but I don't think I can let you meet him just yet. I need his help with something. The scene shifts to another location. A group of people were urging their horses, pulling carts at high speed. As they neared the estate, they saw the scene of devastation. They couldn't help but be confused. Isn't this the place where we just made a deal? Whatever. We still have a long way to go. Our mission is just to transport the ingredients. Whatever happens to them after the deal is none of our business. The scene shifts to the Sichuan Tang clan. Tang Weizhou was kneeling before the family head. Tang Jitong sat on a high seat and asked him, so you're saying you were expelled from the Baiwu Pavilion? Tang Weizhou was tense. He stammered an explanation. It's because your son was tricked by Nangong Hao. So I had no choice but to use poison. Tang Jitong grew even angrier. You mean, even after using one of the 8 great poisons, you still lost to that brat from the Nangong family? You imbecile. His aura immediately knocked Tang Weizhou backward. He painfully vomited a mouthful of blood and groaned. Tang Jitong continued to roar in anger. How will outsiders look at our Tang clan? Moreover, you came back without even thinking of getting revenge? You are a disgrace to the Sichuan Tang clan. I will strip you of your position as young master. I don't want to hear any more of your excuses. Get out of my sight. Tang Weizhou didn't dare to argue. He immediately stood up, clasped his hands, and left. After he was gone, Tang Jitong asked his subordinate beside him, how pathetic. What's the status of the goods? The person replied, The supply within the Tang clan is proceeding. There are no obstacles. But that person wants us to increase production. This person was Tang Suha. Tang Jitong didn't understand. Why would they do that? Tang Suha continued. It seems that after their movements were exposed, they're being pursued. So they've also asked for our help in distributing the goods. Tang Jitong asked again, is this to divide their forces to mislead their pursuers? That person is quite clever. Tang Suha asked in return, family head, how about we let the young master handle the distribution? After all, we need someone trustworthy. If the young master goes with the Tang clan's elite team, it should be fine. Tang Jitong sighed. I had a son late in life, so I'm a bit worried, but very well. Let's do that. Tang Weizhou hadn't left. He was standing outside, listening quietly, hearing his father's decision. His expression immediately became determined. This is my last chance. Father has entrusted me with this responsibility. I must succeed. After that, he quickly set out with the others, escorting the goods. The next day, at the Baiwu Pavilion, Nangong Hao lay in bed, still fast asleep. As soon as he woke up, he saw an unfamiliar face. Young Master Nangong Hao, are you all right? Nangong Hao unconsciously uttered 2 words. My goddess. Jean Yuer was so moved her face turned red. She covered her mouth with her hand. Oh my, did you just call me your goddess? Only then did Nangong Hao startle awake, his eyes wide open. Is that you, Miss Jean Yuer? Jean Yuer was both excited and moved. She lightly tapped him. Stop teasing me. At that moment, Sun Yugong also walked in from outside. You're finally awake. But he was immediately shocked, because Nangong Hao was now writhing in pain on the bed. He was vomiting blood. Get a doctor, quickly. After that, he got on the bed and used his internal energy to help him regulate his breathing. Because the divine dragon internal energy is enveloping the pure ice crystal fragment, at least it won't spread throughout his body. But we still need to be vigilant at all times. He is in a dangerous condition. We don't know when that pure ice crystal fragment will explode. Jean Yuer sat beside him, replying guiltily, I'm sorry. Young Master Nangong Hao nearly died, saving me from being drawn to the pure ice crystal. I will take responsibility for young Master Nangong Hao for the rest of my life. Sun Yugong laughed and interrupted. Forget about that. You didn't do it on purpose. Besides, everything is fine now. No need to worry too much. Jean Yuer cursed inwardly. Damn it, he interrupted me again. Nangong Hao was also frowning deep in thought. Isn't it very dangerous to have the pure ice crystal inside me? So why does my body feel so light? Thinking this, he spoke up. I want to test something. A moment later, the 3 of them went to the edge of the forest. Nangong Hao stood there and began to circulate his energy. Since there's no more excess yang energy, perhaps I can use my skills in this state. Good. The yin energy from the pure ice crystal is neutralizing the abundant yang energy. Now, let's try pushing the 2-way split flow to its limit. Seeing him execute the 2-way split flow so smoothly, Sun Yugong couldn't help but be amazed. Extraordinary. It seems this kid has finally absorbed the pure ice crystal. In a forest not far away, a figure is also watching quietly. This person was none other than the newly returned Gue Mian. His expression was dazed. He blurted out in wonder, how terrifying. What in the world is going on? A moment later, after Nangong Hao finished his practice, Gue Mian walked over to observe him. Gue Mian kept circling him to observe, then asked, so you're saying, the pure ice crystal has been absorbed into your body, right? Nangong Hao scratched his head and smiled. Yes. Luckily, a master swordsman saved me. Gue Mian frowned in thought. This child's internal energy contains the pure ice crystal, the so-called treasure of the North Sea. And it's also enveloped by divine dragon internal energy. I don't understand how they managed to stabilize the flow of yang energy together. What in the world is going on? Seeing Gue Mian lost in thought, Nangong Hao excitedly boasted, Master, I've successfully executed the 2-way split flow. Gue Mian was even more astonished to hear that. So quickly, Gue Mian told Nangong how to show him. Nangong Hao didn't hesitate. He immediately urged his internal energy. Gue Mian's eyes widened. He was even more shocked. Is this the 2-way split flow that I taught this kid? It's truly beyond imagination. The 2-way split flow is a skillful application in the process of splitting flows in forward and reverse. compared to splitting the flow from the outside, absorbing through sight and bodily understanding. This is a step where one can understand and absorb with one's own body and sight. Nangong Hao condensed a stream of power in his palm. Master, should I release it now? Gui Mian was stunned. Release what? Only then did he notice Nangong Hao's bleeding hand. Wait, your hand. Before he could finish, Nangong Hao had already struck out with his palm. The explosion of the two-way split flow carried terrifying power. It flattened everything in its path. Nangong Hao and Gui Mian were both stunned by the sight. The entire forest before them had been turned into a pile of rubble. After that last strike, Gui Mian thought to himself, it was a success. But this child's body is not yet ready to release it. Only then did Nangong Hao turn his head to ask Gui Mian, Master, the destructive power of the two-way split flow is truly too strong. Gui Mian scratched his face, a bit embarrassed. It is indeed a very fearsome skill. Even Gui Mian himself hadn't expected the level of destruction to be so terrifying. Nangong Hao suddenly became drowsy. Then he collapsed from exhaustion, unconscious. Gui Mian sighed. Of course, to obtain such immense destructive power, it would naturally drain this child's internal energy. After that, Gui Mian helped him bandage the wound on his hand. A moment later, Nangong Hao groggily woke up again. Gui Mian explained, your internal energy has increased significantly thanks to the pure ice crystal and the dragon's qi. For you right now, this has certainly exceeded your ability to handle. During the two-way split flow, the most important thing is the balance of the energy flow, although the flow will usually stabilize on its own. In your current state, your body cannot withstand such powerful energy. Therefore, getting injured is inevitable, just like what happened to the palm of your hand. Nangong Hao looked at his two hands and sighed. I was too hasty. After that, he apologized. Gui Mian asked, what were you in such a hurry for? Nangong Hao didn't hide anything. He told his master everything. After hearing it, Gui Mian laughed with amusement. So you made a promise with the assistant instructor? Huh? Actually, I was also looking forward to something similar. But unless I give you explicit permission, using the two-way split flow is strictly forbidden. Nangong Hao didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded in agreement. Yes, master. Gui Mian continued. From now on, we will focus on training your body. Today, climb to the top of that mountain. Then immediately return to the dormitory to rest. All right, go on now. Although Nangong Hao didn't understand, he still quickly turned and ran off. After he was far away, Gui Mian spoke again. Thank you for helping my disciple. Sun Yugong immediately jumped out from the forest. You don't need to thank me. After all, I'm considering making that child a candidate for my disciple. Gui Mian didn't understand. Nangong Hao is already my disciple. Sun Yugong smiled. Don't you think that, if his master were to disappear, he might become my disciple? Hearing this, Gui Mian was startled. His expression darkened. Sun Yugong explained, don't misunderstand. I'm only saying this because I'm worried about you. Gui Mian thought to himself, as expected of one of the three outer sages. He's already realized the condition of my body? After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. Thank you for your concern. But there's no need. I will take responsibility for my disciple until the very end. Sun Yugong waved his hand. You don't need to worry so much. That child is just one candidate. The candidate I favor the most comes from the dragon class, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius that I'm currently very fond of. The winner will definitely be that child. Gui Mian broke out in a sweat. He was utterly confused. You've already found such a good disciple. Why are you still coveting someone else's? Sun Yugong scratched his head. He laughed and turned away. Well, we all have our reasons. A few days later, the preliminaries of the Baiwu Pavilion officially began. The business on the streets became increasingly bustling. Various acrobatic performances also took place one after another. At the preliminary arena of the Baiwu Pavilion, a large crowd of spectators had already gathered. Bookies walked among the seats, shouting loudly. Place your bets on the contestants. This is your last chance. The audience began to buzz with discussion. This is the first martial arts tournament since the establishment of the Baiwu Pavilion. It's sure to be exciting. Which class are you looking forward to the most? I don't know. I think just passing the entrance exam for the Baiwu Pavilion is enough to prove their strength. the disciples from various sects and families. Those who fail the entrance exam are required to enroll in the Qingwu Hall, a martial arts hall affiliated with the Baiwu Pavilion. I'm sure they will all show us some truly amazing matches. Is that so? Then this Baiwu martial arts tournament is sure to be spectacular. Nangong Hao's team had just arrived in time. As soon as they entered the arena, they were overwhelmed by the lively atmosphere. Zhuge Mei was more composed. She explained to them, "Of course it's lively. This martial arts tournament is like a festival for the common people. Moreover, this is also a chance for them to see the figures who will lead the martial world in the future." Mingji cried out in panic. "What do we do if that's really the case? People from Shaolin Temple might come to watch the competition. If they find out I'm not observing my vow of silence, I'll be in big trouble. From now on, I won't say another word." Nangong Hao chuckled to himself. "I think they'll only come for the final match." Zhuge Mei spoke up again. "That's right. I haven't seen Moron Ba since this morning. Will he get here before the match starts?" Nangong Hao thought to himself. It seems he comes back very late every night. What in the world is he practicing? He was lost in thought when he was suddenly startled, because a crowd had gathered in front of him. It was very noisy. "You beggar, do you know who you just bumped into?" "Oh no, my meat. I've been saving that for 3 days. Why did you step on it?" The other guy was furious. He made no effort to hide his murderous intent, questioning him. "You dare block my way to the martial arts tournament over such a small matter?" The beggar was frightened. He quickly waved his hands and shouted, "Oh my God! A warrior from the Baiwu Pavilion wants to kill a beggar. Is anyone going to save me?" The guy couldn't take it anymore. He raised his fist. Just then, another hand grabbed his, stopping him. The one who intervened was Ming Ji. He had once again entered his state of silent meditation, so he didn't say anything. The guy saw him. He quickly pulled his hand away. "It's you people from the snake class again. What are you interfering for? You want to die before the match even starts?" Ming Ji quickly used body language to speak. What he meant was, "I don't want to die." The guy became even more annoyed, cursing, "You bastard. Are you mocking me in front of everyone?" His junior brother, who was with him, whispered in his ear, "Big bro, a lot of people are watching. Besides, these guys are our opponents in the match. Let's go. We still need to warm up." Hearing this, the guy glanced around. After that, he grumbled and turned to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a threat. "Sooner or later, I'll tear you all to pieces." Ming Ji made a face. He didn't look scared at all. Nangong Hao ran over to the beggar. He reached out to help him up, asking, "Are you okay?" The beggar took his hand, smiling cheerfully. "Thank you for your help, sir. Since you've already helped, could you be a good person to the very end?" Nangong Hao silently cursed the man's shamelessness. A moment later, he walked on, looking at his empty money pouch, sighing to himself. "All my savings are gone." The beggar followed behind, gorging on a pile of food. After that, the beggar knelt down and kowtowed to thank Nangong Hao. "Young hero, thanks to you, this poor beggar won't starve to death. One day, I will definitely repay this kindness." Although Nangong Hao was sad, he still managed to force a smile. "It's all right. As long as you're full, I'm happy." Zhuge Mei, walking ahead, suddenly reminded them, "Nangong Hao, we might be late. Let's go back. Hurry up." On the stands, the audience held up banners, waiting excitedly, cheering for the contestants. Gue Mian sat alone in a corner. "You're finally here. Hurry up and sit down." Nangong Hao walked over, silently amazed. "It's only the preliminaries and the crowd is already this big? I wonder how the other classes have prepared." Each class was separated, in different tents. Next to their snake class was the tiger class, followed by the other classes. Nangong Hao observed them, thinking, "The horse class will fight the sheep class. And our opponent is the ox class, I believe." The ox class was the class of the two young men who had just had a conflict with them. Nangong Hao looked toward them. He couldn't help but be startled. Why do they look so fierce? Wu Daoji stepped onto the stage with his saber, speaking loudly. "Although it's not yet the final match, I welcome everyone to the martial arts tournament held at the Baiwu Pavilion. The preliminaries will take place over 2 days. The event that everyone has been waiting for now officially begins. The horse class and the sheep class, please come up to the stage." The two sides immediately went up to the stage. They stood facing each other. Nangong Rong was also in one of these two classes. He was standing on the stage. Gue Mian, down below, stroked his chin, wondering, "Why don't I see Ba? Does anyone know where that kid is?" Zhuge Mei replied, "For the past few days, he and the assistant instructor have often been missing." Gue Mian smiled with amusement. "With the assistant instructor, huh? Looks like they have an interesting plan." On the stage, the match had begun. Gue Mian wasn't paying attention. He turned his back to the stage. He asked his disciples, "Do you remember what I taught you?" The four answered in unison, "Yes, we do." Gue Mian continued, "There may be many unexpected situations. In that case, what will you do?" Everyone answered in unison, "We must destroy the opponent's teamwork." Gue Mian nodded in satisfaction. "Very good." On the stage, Nangong Rong had been defeated. He sat on the ground. The horse class is the winner and advances to the next round. Next up is the ox class versus the snake class. Nangong Hao became serious, thinking it's time. "First, I have to focus on this preliminary round." Shui Ling suddenly spoke up. "But Ba still isn't here." As soon as she finished speaking, Ba walked over. "Sorry, I'm late." His appearance was very pitiful, as if he had just finished arduous training and rushed here. He was wearing several iron shackles on his arms and legs. They looked extremely heavy. Observing his appearance, Nangong Hao and the others were all extremely shocked. "You're wearing iron shackles on your arms and legs. Look at the state you're in." Nangong Hai also walked over from behind. Nangong Hao's face showed clear tension. He must have been training with my older brother until just now. After the kids had gathered and stood in their positions, Gue Mian spoke up. "Since everyone is here, then the class leader, Shui Ling, will give everyone the detailed plan." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at her in unison. Shui Ling's face was tense. She recalled a previous event. One evening at sunset, Gue Mian summoned all the members, saying, "I will now announce the leader of the snake class." On a ballot in Gue Mian's hand, it could be seen that the only person with 2 votes was Shui Ling. This left Ba and Zhuge Mei utterly confused. Shui Ling is the class leader? Not me. Shui Ling herself was stunned, pointing at herself. "I'm the leader of the snake class?" Nangong Hao excitedly congratulated her. He wasn't surprised at all. Mingji also walked over. "I voted for you too." "Huh." Shui Ling waved her hands. "But how can I be the leader of the snake class?" Nangong Hao comforted her. "I believe you will definitely do a good job. You've always been our reliable support." Mingji continued. "Even at the Shaolin Temple, they say that someone who always helps others is a good person." Zhuge Mei had no other choice. She walked over and smiled in congratulations. Shui Ling nervously tried to say something to her. But just then, Ba spoke up. "Miss Shui Ling, this was decided by a majority vote. If the class leader acts like this, the whole group will become weak." Hearing this, Shui Ling snapped out of it. "Sorry, I will act with an attitude befitting my position." She clenched her fists, determined. Ba is right. I need a change. Gue Mian continued. "All right, since we have chosen a class leader, then from now on, all of you must follow Shui Ling's instructions." Everyone agreed in unison. Just then, Nangong Hao noticed something, scratching his head. He was very confused. "So who voted for me?" The scene returns to the present. Class leader Shui Ling was explaining to the members. "Our main goal is to break the opponent's formation, turn it into a one-on-one fight." Zhuge Mei continued. "Based on the martial characteristics of the ox class, they will launch their attacks from the ground. This means we have to get them off the ground to disrupt their formation." Gue Mian silently approved. "This is the correct answer. According to the principle of wood overcoming earth, the earth element cannot be underestimated." As expected of Zhuge Mei, Ming Ji said softly, "If we want to prevent them from touching the ground, I have an idea." The 2 teams then stepped onto the stage. The referee's voice followed. The second preliminary match, the ox class versus the snake class, officially begins. The leader of the ox class, Yang Shan, observed his opponents, analyzing. "In terms of strength, besides Ba, the rest are not worth worrying about. I'll deal with the bastard at the end." The others obeyed in unison. One of them silently recalled the scene of hitting Nangong Hao before. "That bastard Nangong Hao really gets on my nerves." The leader continued his explanation. "However, the true strength of the ox class comes from our ground-based attacks, primal strength, and high teamwork. We won't form up, We'll start fighting immediately. Wu Daoji shouted loudly. The match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuge Mei also shouted, Qing Gong. Everyone then leaped into the air in unison, leaving only Ming Ji below. He circulated his energy and executed the icefall hand. He struck the stage directly. His strike directly caused the entire arena to shake violently. Nangong Hao praised, amazing. But reality was not as he had hoped. He was immediately astonished. The members of the Ox class formed a line. They circulated their energy and shouted, Now's the time. Don't let them keep their balance in the air. The Ox class intended to use the 1,000-pound chain to settle the match. Ming Ji's face was filled with horror. They can actually withstand this move of mine? Yang Shan roared. Don't you dare try to defeat our Ox class with such despicable tricks. Brothers, deploy the formation. Everyone then stood in the shape of the character For Earth. They surrounded the 5 members of the Snake class. Yang Shan shouted loudly. First combination. His teammates immediately swung their fists to attack. The members of the Snake class stood back to back. They defended against the opponent's offensive together. Shui Ling thought to herself, this is bad. Damn it. We're surrounded by their formation. She immediately took out her hidden weapons and shouted loudly. Let me open a path for everyone. With that, she decisively threw her hidden weapons. The attacking crowd was forced to pause for a beat to defend. But it was only a brief moment. It didn't have a major impact on their formation. Shui Ling was stunned, thinking, this is tough. Zhuge Mei shouted loudly. We have to focus our attack on one point to open an escape route. Monk Mingji, hurry up and do something. Mingji didn't say much. He decisively drew his long staff and charged forward. Zhuge Mei continued to command. Follow him. We have to break this formation. No one disagreed. They immediately followed. Mingji smiled smugly, thinking good. We've escaped their encirclement. But to his surprise, only 3 of them successfully broke through. Shung Ba and Nangong Hao were still surrounded. Yang Shan laughed smugly. Just as we predicted. The crowd immediately rushed forward. Now, take care of Shung Ba first. Shung Ba closed his eyes and stood still, waiting. When the fist was near, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was incredibly fierce. Nangong Hao and the others were all shocked by what happened next. Because with Shung Ba's strength alone, he had completely crushed the entire Ox class, leaving them in a state too pitiful to look at. Before that, when the 2 of them were surrounded, Nangong Hao gritted his teeth. He was extremely tense. Were the ones who got trapped? He was about to charge forward, but was stopped by Shung Ba's hand. Nangong Hao, you stay out of this. Next, to Nangong Hao's astonishment, he took off one of the iron shackles on his arm. Shung Ba said sternly, I'll handle everything. When the attack came, he counterattacked with astonishing speed. I will break their offensive. Outside the arena, Nangong Hai smiled with great pride upon seeing this. Gue Mian, standing beside him, praised. You've raised him very well. Nangong Hai replied smugly. People from Morong family are indeed different. This child is a genius. Gue Mian retorted. No, every child here has talent. It's just that you can't see it. Treating them differently only makes them mature slower. You must look at these children with a more open mind. To judge the world using only what the naked eye can perceive. Isn't that very foolish? Nangong Hai, the one known as the Soaring Dragon Sword. Your swordsmanship reached its peak faster than others, but you still haven't been able to break through to the next realm. Hearing these words from Gue Mian, it was as if something clicked in his mind. Did Gue Mian say these words because he knew of my troubles? He is definitely the great master that father acknowledged. At this moment, the instructor of the Ox class slapped his thigh and shouted, All of you get up. What did I just say? The group crawled up from the rubble, replying, The Ox class never falls. Seeing his students so resilient, the instructor smiled with satisfaction. Nangong Hao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. They are so tenacious. They can't be underestimated. Yang Shan shouted again. Brothers, form the attack formation. Shui Ling waved her hand, throwing her hidden weapons. I'll do my best to stop their attack movements. Yang Shan was hit. He was terrified. How can she hit every acupoint so accurately? Damn it, our speed has slowed down. Zhuge Mei shouted loudly. Monk Mingji, we'll each take one. Mingji said nothing. He leaped out. It seemed he agreed. The two of them simultaneously rushed toward the two opponents in front of them. Those two were immediately punched straight in the face. A needle was stuck in the back of both Zhuge Mei's and Ming Ji's necks. Both of them were overjoyed. The blood needles of the medicine sect are truly effective. On the other side, Yang Shan had now used his energy to suppress the hidden weapons on his body. He suddenly stomped his foot hard. He frantically circulated his energy, preparing to unleash the secret ultimate move of the Ox class. Shui Ling was stunned to see this, thinking, I've already hit his acupoints, and yet he can use his internal energy to forcefully break the seal? Yang Shan's aura transformed into a ferocious golden ox. It glared at everyone. Yang Shan immediately leaped out. Zhuge Mei was terrified. He's so fast, but Yang Shan didn't attack her. He rushed past her side. This left Zhuge Mei utterly confused. What? He passed me. What does he want to do? It turned out his target was Shui Ling, who was standing behind. She couldn't dodge or block. She could only close her eyes and accept her fate. But at the critical moment, Nangong Hao and Murong Ba rushed forward. They both swung their fists and hit Yang Shan at the same time. They sent him flying far away. The final result: the snake class is victorious. They advanced to the next round. The audience below cheered excitedly for this match. The instructor of the Ox class sat on the side. He sighed to himself. My disciple has been defeated, as expected of Gue Mion's disciples. At this moment, Nangong Hai also narrowed his eyes and thought. That girl used acupoint strikes to block the opponent's blood and chi to slow them down? I didn't expect her to have such an ability. The other children as well. They're all better than I expected. Does that mean I was wrong? At this moment, the members of the Ox class were still unwilling to accept defeat. I absolutely will not let things end like this. I can't lose to those bastards from the snake class. He then took out a pill. On the other side, the members of the snake class were still unaware of what was about to happen. They were still celebrating happily. Nangong Hao was the first to notice. He turned around. He saw that his opponent had stood up again. The opponent's appearance at this moment immediately reminded him of the assassin from that night. He hurriedly shouted in alarm. Everyone, be careful. The other side didn't miss the opportunity. They rushed forward while he was turning to warn everyone. But just as the guy's arm was about to hit the top of Nangong Hao's head, it was grabbed by another hand. Gue Mion looked at him sternly. So that thing is also spread within our ranks. Gue Mion then raised his hand. He pointed a finger at the center of his opponent's forehead. The guy collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The instructor of the snake class finally ran over, panting. What's going on here? Gue Mion slung the guy over his shoulder. Instructor Budongwan. I'm taking this kid for a while. Budongwan was even more confused. What do you mean by that? Gue Mion didn't explain much. He decisively leaped and vanished on the spot. A moment later, at the Alliance leader's residence, Gue Mion brought the guy here, throwing him to the ground. I'm still investigating this matter. I think the Zhengwu Alliance should also be aware. So I came specially to inform you. The person next to the Alliance leader said in shock. That child really took a blood pill. Gue Mion confirmed. I confirmed it myself. If even a disciple of the Baiwu Pavilion can possess that thing, then I'm sure it is spread throughout the Central Plains. I heard the Red Flower Troop is searching for the fake Gue Mion. Instead, I think they should investigate the blood pills that are circulating everywhere. The other person was terrified. He knows our every move like the back of his hand. The Alliance leader finally spoke up. How many people from the Red Flower Troop are searching for the fake Gue Mion? The other person reminded him, Alliance leader, this is confidential. Is it really okay to tell him? The Alliance leader shook his head. It's fine. Seeing the Alliance leader like this, the other person no longer had any objections, except for those protecting the martial world. All other members have been dispatched to search. The Alliance leader continued, from now on, change the objective, from the fake Gue Mion to the blood pill. At the same time, take this child to the infirmary. Take care of him and investigate for me. The other person had no objections. As you command. He immediately and quickly carried the other person away. Soon, only Gue Mion and the Alliance leader were left. The Alliance leader then asked about Gue Mion's health. Gue Mion sighed. Same as always. The Alliance leader stood up. Because you're teaching at the Baiwu Pavilion, I originally wanted to let you stay away from the disputes of the martial world. I originally wanted to reward you handsomely for your great contributions to the Alliance. But it seems that's not possible now. Can't you spend the rest of your time for yourself? Gue Mian replied. There are still some things I must do from my past. Therefore, this is a mission I must complete. The Alliance leader patted his shoulder. All right, remember, I'm always by your side. On the first day, the horse class, the snake class, and the tiger class were victorious in the preliminaries. They advanced to the semifinals. On the second day of the preliminaries, the rabbit class, the rat class, and the dragon class were victorious. Now, there are only 3 weeks left until the semifinals. Nangong Hao was training in the forest by lifting a large rock several times his size. I must have gotten a little stronger, but just increasing my internal energy is useless. Compared to Shung Ba, I'm still too far behind. I have to become even stronger. On the cliff, Nangong Hai stood there quietly, observing Nangong Hao's training. Just then, a voice echoed in Nangong Hai's ear. Are you worried about your younger brother? Nangong Hai turned his head. I was just passing by. Gue Mian didn't pay much attention. Let's just say that, having taught the snake class until now. How do you feel? Nangong Hai replied. Except for Shung Ba, I have grasped the limits of the other children. Zhuge Mei is too arrogant about her intelligence. She always wants to surpass others. She doesn't want to cooperate with her other teammates. Ming Ji is an impatient person, completely unlike someone from Shaolin. I think he will become an obstacle in the preliminaries. Especially Xue Ling, with her slow thinking and weak fundamental strength. She will put the whole team in danger. Gue Mian shook his head, wondering. You're talking now as if you were wrong before. Nangong Hai admitted. I admit my previous judgment was wrong. My thoughts were based only on my own arrogance and prejudice. Gue Mian continued. Zhuge Mei has very high self-esteem, but she deeply understands the importance of teamwork. With her flexible thinking and quick decision-making ability, she is like the head of snake. Ming Ji, although his words are rough, has unwavering determination. He also cares deeply for the other children. This fits the characteristics of a Shaolin monk. He is the body of the snake. Xue Ling may look weak, but she is more adventurous than anyone. Therefore, her inner will is extremely strong. She is the tail. It is because of these children that Shung Ba and Nangong Hao can play the role of the snake's fangs. I hope this can give you some enlightenment. Nangong Hao was shocked. All things are directly or indirectly connected and have their own function. This is not limited to the snake class. Families and sects are the same. Everything in the world has its own role and purpose. I understand. For me to take on this job was to teach me this principle. Below, Nangong Hao was rolling down the slope with the rock. Gue Mian and Nangong Hai were silent. They said no more. Night quickly fell. Somewhere, a battle was taking place. Jang Jang Hi was once again knocked down by the fake Gue Mian. The person said to him, I will not interfere in your family's affairs. Jang Jang Hi stood up and continued. The Red Flower Troop will no longer pursue you. Our mission has shifted to collecting the blood pills. The fake Gue Mian was very surprised to hear this. The Zhengwu Alliance has finally realized the true cause. Jang Jang Hi replied. A blood pill was discovered on a disciple of the Baiwu Pavilion, which belongs to the Zhengwu Alliance. Master Gue Mian personally reported this to the Alliance leader. Hearing this, the person immediately became furious. Gue Mian, you dare mention that imposter's name? Jang Jang Hi retorted loudly. Is not an imposter. On what basis do you say he is an imposter? Weren't you also a member of the Black Flower Troop before? You should know better. The fake Gue Mian said in a low voice. Do you really think that? The legendary leader of the Black Flower Troop, after the troop disbanded, would go to the Baiwu Pavilion to teach a bunch of kids. Gue Mian is strong, more righteous than anyone. He is our great father figure. He always put us before his own family. With just a snap of his fingers, the seas would part, and mountains would crumble. Enemies would flee in terror at the mere sight of his mask. Jang Jang Hi was sweating profusely. That's a bit of an exaggeration. The fake Gue Mian didn't stop. He continued to roar. Even if his hands were stained, he would never stop destroying evil. He is not the type of person to hide in the back and teach children. But why do you all call that bastard our revered Gue Mian? Fine. I will go and verify for myself whether he is real or fake. After saying that, he vanished on the spot. The scene shifts to another side. Gue Mian sat yawning. He was extremely bored. Gue Mian asked Nangong Hao, who was standing before him. Are you ready? Nangong Hao said with a determined expression. I am ready. Today is the day of Nangong Hao's duel with Murong Ba. Nangong Hao arrived at the appointed location. He saw Murong Ba and Nangong Hi already waiting there. Nangong Hai was surprised. What a surprise. You're here too, Master Gue Mian? Gue Mian said with a smile. Of course I had to come. This is a martial arts contest between two of my disciples. Gue Mian then climbed onto a nearby rock. Isn't this the best spot to watch the match? Gue Mian then told them to start. Don't mind me. I just came to watch. Nangong Hai didn't mind either. He stepped forward and announced, then, I declare the match to begin. The rule is, when one side concedes, the match ends. No weapons are allowed. Murong Ba immediately got into a ready stance. Murong family, Murong Ba, please guide me. Nangong Hao also got into a similar stance. Nangong family, Nangong Hao, I accept your challenge. Nangong Hai waved his hand and declared, the match begins. Nangong Hao frowned in thought. The strength he showed in the tournament was definitely not his full power. Every time he removes an iron shackle, his speed increases. Therefore, I must first wait. Is he not going to take them off one by one? As soon as he removed the iron shackles, Murong Ba appeared before Nangong Hao. Faced with this incredible speed, he could only cross his arms in front of his chest to block. Nangong Hao was immediately knocked back by a single punch. Murong Ba didn't stop. He continued to attack wildly with a storm of punches. Nangong Hao had no strength to fight back. He could only passively defend. I clearly blocked it, but the shock is still so great. Soon, he was hit by a blow. He spat out fresh blood. Nangong Hao made up his mind. I can't let this continue. I have to counterattack. He immediately let out a loud shout. He unleashed his internal energy. Murong Ba jumped up to dodge this move. Then he kicked him in the back of the neck. Nangong Hao was kicked to the ground, but he quickly rolled away, dodging. Murong Ba proactively retreated. He created distance between them. Nangong Hao struggled to look at his opponent. The difference is too great. As expected of the little dragon of the Murong family, Nangong Hao was then beaten to a pulp repeatedly. He was unable to fight back. Nangong Hai, standing on the side, wondered. It seems the winner has been decided. Do you still intend to watch? Gue Mian replied, not necessarily. I think the look in that child's eyes tells me. He still wants to keep fighting. The younger brother, you know, would he give up so easily? Your brother is also foolish enough not to give up on anything. Nangong Hai couldn't refute it at all, because those words were too true. Ahead, Murong Ba swung his hand and executed the Winter Tyrant's horizontal sweep. A powerful slash kicked up a cloud of dust. Nangong Hao's whole body trembled. He was covered in blood. He looked extremely pathetic. After that, Nangong Hao powerlessly collapsed to the ground. Murong Ba, opposite him, was also a bit tired, panting. He was utterly confused. Why? Why won't you fall? Why do you keep reminding me of that memory? The genius of the Murong family. The little dragon, Murong Ba. He was praised as the child who inherited the talent of the family head, Murong Zhan. He had always shouldered everyone's expectations. But the second son of the Murong family was completely different. He only possessed mediocre talent, far inferior to his older brother. Because he was always compared to his genius brother, he exhausted all his strength, hoping to catch up to his brother's footsteps. Murong Ba recalled that time. Little brother, stop now. Let's go eat. His younger brother stopped. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, I'm still far behind. I'll practice a little longer and then go. You go eat first. Go rest first. Murong Ba immediately lay down on the training ground. All right, then I'll wait for you to finish practicing and we'll go together. Take your time practicing. Their deep brotherly bond was known to all. Then one day, the younger brother trembled and cried outside the door. Inside the house, their father was mercilessly beating Murong Ba. You are the heir of the Murong family. How can you be complacent with this little bit of strength? Do you think you can waste your talent as you please? Murong Ba lay on the ground, trembling as he replied, It is father who has overestimated me. Murong Zhan said angrily, You brat are still trash. Murong Ba lifted his head. I've tried my best. Murong Zhan radiated a gloomy aura. Then I will personally correct this rotten mindset of yours. Murong Ba's father was known for never being satisfied. He always wanted the family to become stronger. And all his expectations were focused on his eldest son, Murong Ba. After his father had beaten Murong Ba half to death and left, his younger brother dared to come forward to bandage his older brother's wounds. Although Murong Ba was beaten black and blue, he still pretended to be cheerful. I'm fine. I'm used to it. My body is very strong, his younger brother said worriedly. But big brother, you're pushing yourself too hard. Murong Ba confidently stood up. He put his hands on his hips, shouldering such a heavy responsibility. This is only natural, because I'm the heir of the great Murong family. I'm just glad you didn't get beaten. It was on that day that his younger brother made a decision. He would share their father's expectations. He would lessen the burden on Murong Ba's shoulders. But that was also the beginning of the tragedy. After that, the two brothers often practiced together. The younger brother blocked his older brother's offensive. He was terrified. There are two of him. Is it an illusion? He was quickly kicked in the leg by Murong Ba. He fell backward powerlessly. Murong Ba's fist stopped in front of his younger brother's face. I win again. The younger brother took his hand. He happily conceded defeat. The two brothers then went to talk under a tree. You're amazing, big brother. You can even create illusions. I still have a long way to go to catch up to you. Murong Ba comforted him. You've improved a lot. His younger brother suddenly asked, Big brother, do you have a dream? Murong Ba pondered. A dream? I hope to roam the Jianghu freely, to explore the world. His younger brother was very surprised to hear this. Roam the Jianghu? That's so admirable. I also hope to be like that one day. Murong Ba was confused. Admirable? What a strange thing to say. He walked over. He faced his younger brother. If I go out into the world, you have to come with me too. We're brothers, after all. The younger brother said worriedly. But I'm not as talented as you, so father has no expectations for me. Murong Ba crossed his arms, thinking, father's expectations? Huh. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Then what if we do it this way? The two brothers then went to the training ground. They stood facing each other. Their father stood on the side, observing. Murong Ba made the first move. He leaped forward. Seeing this, his younger brother dodged like a pro. Then he swung his fist in a counterattack. Murong Ba was hit and sent flying. He was forced to retreat. Murong Ba wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. You've gotten stronger. The younger brother stammered in reply, of course. His expression made Murong Ba feel helpless. Such bad acting. Murong Zhan stood on the side, deep in thought. He observed everything. Murong Ba then circulated his energy and executed the divine spirit heavenly art. The two brothers clashed again. Both were focused on the fight. They were completely unaware that Murong Zhan was slowly approaching. He suddenly appeared before Murong Ba. His aura was murderous. Then he decisively swung his hand. He slapped Murong Ba. You dare to put on a show in front of me? Murong Ba was terrified. He found out. Murong Zhan continued. Did you think I knew nothing? From now on, if you dare to go easy on him again, I will punish your younger brother in your place. The younger brother anxiously stepped forward to explain, Father, you've misunderstood. I was the one who begged him. Murong Ba shouted. This is none of your business. The younger brother still didn't give up. He puffed out his chest and said loudly, It's because of me. Because I wanted to be acknowledged by you, Father. That's why I begged my older brother to go easy on me. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Murong Zhan looked at him coldly. So, this is all because of your weakness? He held a cane in his hand. He walked toward him. He scared him so much his whole body trembled. After that, he mercilessly beat him. Murong Ba watched this scene. His whole body trembled. He gritted his teeth and roared, Stop. Then he also leaped forward. He took the initiative to attack his own father. Murong Zhan casually raised his hand. He blocked Murong Ba's blow. That's right. This is what I want. Get angry. You must absolutely not hold back in the slightest. Seeing his older brother become so frantic because of him, his expression became even more tense. Murong Ba charged forward with determination in his heart. You must have the determination to kill the enemy before you. This is the path our Murong family must walk. Murong Ba's head was grabbed by his father and slammed into the ground. He also showed no mercy at all. He beat him to a bloody pulp. The younger brother anxiously spoke up again. "Stop it, father." On that day, Ba's younger brother witnessed two demons. A few days later, he met his older brother in the hallway again. But surprisingly, Ba's attitude had completely changed. Even though he greeted him enthusiastically, Ba didn't even glance at him. He walked past him coldly. This left Ba's younger brother utterly confused. From that day on, the bond between the two brothers gradually fractured. Back in the present, Ba once again unleashed a storm of punches. He attacked Nangong Hao, seeing his opponent suddenly go berserk. Nangong Hao couldn't help but be startled. He was hit again. He was punched straight in the face by Ba. He was knocked far back. He once again spat out fresh blood. But even so, he still stood firm. It's not over yet. He let out a roar. He executed the twin soul palm, twin dragon reverse fist. Ba used his movement technique to jump up and dodge. Outside the arena, Nangong Hai was shocked. Is that the afterimage footwork? The footwork of the Murong family is truly profound. But my younger brother's eyesight is also very sharp. In the battle, Nangong Hao watched Ba execute his movement technique. He sighed in admiration. So fast. Even if my eyes can see it, my body can't keep up with that speed. Soon, he was hit in the arm by Ba again. Fresh blood spurted out. He made up his mind. I have to seize the moment Ba lands on the ground. He immediately leaped up. Then he slammed his palm hard onto the ground, causing it to crack. Ba was startled by this and jumped up. Isn't that Ming Ji's move? Nangong Hao didn't miss the opportunity. He rushed forward and grabbed Ba's hands tightly. Finally caught you. The pure ice crystal in his body quickly radiated Yin energy. It merged with his dantian. The two streams of Yin and Yang energy quickly exploded. Gue Mian shot up in surprise. That's a perfect balance between Yin and Yang energy. This kid can finally use the energy of the pure ice crystal. That body is ready for the next step. Ba's face was tense. He thought, this energy gives me a bad feeling. I have to get out of here quickly. How could Nangong Hao let him get his way? A terrifying pure ice crystal quickly formed. Ba was even more terrified. What is this? What is this Yin energy? When did he reach this unbelievable level of strength? Nangong Hao smiled. He was pleased with himself. I did it, just as Master said. When my body is strong enough, I will be able to freely use the energy of the pure ice crystal. Soon, the block of ice shattered. Ba broke free. The way he looked at Nangong Hao had now changed. Seeing the determination in his opponent's eyes, he couldn't help but hold his head and sigh. So troublesome. Why does he keep reminding me of that? Very quickly, his gaze became sharp again. Fine. I will use my full strength to defeat you. With that, he charged forward again. He kicked at Nangong Hao. Seeing that Nangong Hao could block it again, he was even more surprised. He didn't stop. He continued to swing his fist down. But Nangong Hao had already retreated to dodge. The two created distance again in a stalemate. Nangong Hao calculated in his mind. The energy of the pure ice crystal has spread throughout my body and is balancing my internal energy. I can still fight. Immediately after, both of them swung their fists again. They took the initiative to attack their opponent. Both were hit, spitting blood. They went back and forth like this. Neither was willing to give in. Ba leaned to dodge one of Nangong Hao's punches, shouting, I will end this match. Seeing this, Nangong Hao's eyes immediately widened. Ba executed the wind and cloud shadow step. He rushed up to attack. Nangong Hao stood on the spot. He couldn't believe it. There are 3 Murong Bas? He couldn't dodge at all. He was quickly hit in the chest by Ba. He retreated again. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Although Ba had successfully landed a blow, his expression was also very grim. There's something strange about my fist. What's going on? Is my hand frozen? Nangong Hai was also utterly confused by this situation. The Nangong family prioritizes using Yang energy as internal energy. Why can he use such powerful Yin energy? Guemian picked his nose, thinking smugly, good. The energy of the pure ice crystal is working very well. Over here, Nangong Hao was also filled with doubt. He looked down at his body. The pure ice crystal is protecting my body. Perhaps I can use the two-way split flow now. Seeing Nangong Hao's appearance, Ba was extremely confused. What is he planning to do? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. Nangong Hao circulated his energy, urging his internal power. The last time I used this move, all of my internal energy was depleted, but now I can control it. Ba executed his footwork and rushed forward again. Do you really think I'll let you use that kind of defenseless ultimate technique? He then unleashed the heavenly tyrant fist dance, striking down. The two spectators were shocked beyond belief. As the dust settled, Nangong Hao's figure was still standing tall, circulating his energy. This caused Ba's expression to immediately contort. He couldn't believe it. What? His internal energy didn't dissipate at all. Nangong Hao swung his arm and shouted. Two-way split flow. Ba was also filled with determination. He didn't intend to dodge. I will face him head-on. He then executed the Winter Tyrant's horizontal sweep. He launched 3 kicks downward. Both of them carried immense determination. Neither backed down. After the attack, both of them fell to the ground. Between them, a deep crater had formed in the earth. Ba lay sprawled out, coughing up fresh blood. An image of his younger brother appeared in his mind. His younger brother knelt beside him, crying. Big brother, why did you have to suffer from reverse internal energy flow? Things were never supposed to be like this. Ba's younger brother then picked up a journal. This is Big Brother's journal? He hurriedly opened it to see what was written inside. I must endure this loneliness. But if I stay by my younger brother's side, he might be in danger. Father's expectations. I alone am enough to bear them. Because I'm the eldest son of the family, I should only focus on arduous training. At first, everything was going smoothly, but the wall of growth is too high. If my growth stagnates again like last time, it might negatively affect my younger brother. Therefore, to break through that wall, I need real combat experience. Every night, I sneak out of the house to find opponents. Every time I gain new experience, my senses become sharper. If I continue like this, I think I'll be able to meet Father's expectations. And yours too, little brother. The first time I killed someone in my life, I had no other choice. Because my opponent was as skilled as I was. My hand won't stop shaking. After experiencing a real life-or-death battle, I broke through the wall. Father will surely be very happy. But was my action justified? After that, I keep seeing illusions of the man I killed. He appears with a confused expression. He just stares at me, without saying a word. But I know he hates me. I just wanted to break through that wall. I can't concentrate. The more I try to control my internal energy, the more clearly I see him. I feel like there's a demon deep inside me. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I never wanted it to be like this. It seems my meridians, my internal energy, everything has become chaotic. I beg you, disappear. I beg you, disappear. Reading this, Ba's younger brother felt even more guilty. I can't even imagine the burden he carried alone as the eldest brother of the Morong family. Didn't I say I wanted to share the burden with him? How arrogant that thought was. It's all my fault, just because I was too weak, just because I abandoned my big brother. That's why this happened. It's all my fault. After that, Ba's younger brother went to find his father. Big brother is not dead. Jean was confused. What do you mean by that? Ba's younger brother explained. The one who died was me, Bak. Please tell the others. The one who died was not my big brother, but me. I will give up this name. From now on, I will take my big brother's place and inherit the name Ba. From then on, the younger brother lived as his older brother. Bak endured the pain and trained diligently. Whenever he hit a bottleneck, he would tell himself that he and his big brother were twins. If his big brother could do it, he could do it too. His father no longer punished him as cruelly as before. Instead, he began to teach him with words. It must be because this reminded him of his older brother. Just like that, he became the eldest brother of the Morong family. He became the little dragon, Ba. Recalling everything, a thought appeared in Ba's mind. If it were my big brother, he would absolutely not lose. At this moment, both of them had stood up again. Nangong Hao was also thinking to himself, if I lose this fight, I won't be able to stay here anymore. I still want to stay here. Both carrying their own will, they once again advanced toward each other. Very quickly, they faced each other again at close range. Nangong Hao swung his fist and shouted, I am Gue Mian's disciple, Nangong Hao. Opposite him, Ba shouted similarly, swinging his fist. Both of them landed a punch on the other's face. Both were knocked back. They slid across the ground, retreating. The one who fell first was Nangong Hao. Murong Ba's arm trembled. He clenched his fist. And I am the eldest son of the Murong family, Murong Ba. The confrontation between Nangong Hao and Murong Ba ended with Murong Ba's victory. However, there was another battle still raging between the sects. The leader of the Virtuous Fist sect swung his hand and shouted, "Wipe out all those savage bastards from the Freedom sect for me." The battle grew increasingly fierce. A worried voice came from among the Freedom sect members. "Sect leader, at this rate, our sect will be wiped out." The sect leader sighed. "We have no other choice." Everyone, use that thing. The members of the Freedom sect were all stunned by these words. The sect leader has given the order. Everyone, hurry up and use it. Everyone didn't hesitate. They quickly took out the blood pills. As soon as they swallowed the pills, they all immediately went berserk. They charged forward with a ferocious aura. The leader of the Virtuous sect was terrified to see this. What in the world is going on? Everyone, stop them. As soon as he finished speaking, his head was chopped off by someone who suddenly appeared. The scene shifts to the Sichuan Tang clan. Tang Suha reported to the family head. The blood chi pills have been distributed very well. They are also being used in battles between sections. Tang Jitong nodded. Good. We will gradually mark our power across the entire Central Plains, except for the 9 great sects. Tang Suha continued. I think we should act more cautiously from now on. Tang Jitong shook his head. No need. Just keep doing what you're doing. Tang Suha was still very worried, but our family could be in danger. Tang Jitong angrily crushed the armrest of his chair. You've said too much. Tang Suha was immediately frightened by his glare. I am truly sorry. Then I will take my leave. The scene shifts to a small stream in a forest. As soon as Tang Jitong appeared, a voice rang out. You've come. He didn't hesitate. He immediately got straight to the point. Everything is proceeding according to my instructions. What about the tail that was following us? The other party reassured him. No need to worry. We have erased all traces leading to the Sichuan Tang clan. Tang Jitong asked again. Then tell me your next plan. The other party replied. The Tang clan doesn't need to act for now. It's the demonic cult's turn to shine. Tang Jitong was startled. The demonic cult has been revived? The other party explained. Not completely revived yet, but we have given them a new life. Tang Jitong asked again. The demonic cult has been revived? The other party confirmed. That's right. It is all as that person wishes. Meanwhile, although Nangong Hao had been defeated, he had made his older brother see him in a new light. My younger brother can already control his energy so skillfully. How can that enormous and chaotic energy be so harmonious? Guamian, behind them, said with a smile, all things follow what is called the middle way to. Where there is light, there must be darkness. This is the natural law that stabilizes the world. Order and chaos. Nangong Hai seemed to have gained some enlightenment from the 2 words middle way. After he turned around, his aura exploded. Guamian smiled smugly. Nice. He truly is a genius. Just through a few words and observing the children's fight, he immediately achieved enlightenment. A moment later, Nangong Hai shouted in amazement. I've finally broken through that wall. Guamian confirmed. That's right. You have finally reached the transcendent realm. We can celebrate later. First, let's take these 2 children to the infirmary. Nangong Hai wondered too. Why 2? He turned his head to look at the children. The child named Murong Ba had passed out while standing. A moment later, somewhere, a beggar was running frantically. He snuck up outside a room. After peeking inside, he went in, seeing Nangong Hao lying on the bed. He wondered to himself, isn't this the hero who bought me food? Is he badly injured? I hope he gets well soon, so he can give me some difficult tasks. That's right. Since I owe this benefactor, maybe I should give him a get-well gift. If he eats a lot of food, he'll get better. But where are my leftovers? A moment later, he took out a bun that was both black and smelly. He slowly brought the bun closer. He intended to feed it to Nangong Hao. The foul smell from the bun quickly wafted into Nangong Hao's nose. Just then, Nangong Hai burst in shouting, What the hell are you? The beggar was startled. He turned his head to look. Nangong Hai pointed at him and questioned, What kind of poison are you trying to use on my younger brother? The beggar quickly explained, This isn't poison. Nangong Hai didn't say another word. He decisively swung his palm to strike. But surprisingly, the beggar's skills were not bad. He easily dodged. Nangong Hai didn't give up. He continued to use his movement technique. He blocked the beggar's path. He didn't let him escape. He panicked and explained again. It's not like that. I was just worried about him. Nangong Hai's attack came again. But he dodged it again. He ran toward the door. Anyway, this is just a misunderstanding. Nangong Hai stood on the spot. I couldn't even touch a single finger of his. Sun Yagong had just run over. Kid, have you seen a beggar wandering around here? Nangong Hai answered unconsciously. He's gone. Hearing this, Sun Yagong immediately ran off. One step too late again. That cunning little brat. Nangong Hai was still standing there, stunned. He hadn't recovered from the shock. Morong Ba, in his delirium, saw an image in his mind. Morong Ba saw his older brother walk over and praise him. Well done, little brother. Morong Ba sat up, asking doubtfully, Is it really you? Seeing his older brother confirm it, Morong Ba immediately rushed forward and hugged him tightly. The two brothers hugged and lamented. I thought you had grown up. Looks like you're still the same crybaby for back then. Without you, I've been doing well too. Protecting your reputation is still a big challenge for me. His older brother retorted. You always used to underestimate yourself. But this time, you have truly surpassed me. Now you're the real Morong Ba. Thank you, my little brother. Watching his older brother's figure gradually fade away, Morong Ba could only cry out in despair. No matter how much Morong Ba cried and screamed, the fact that his older brother was dead could not be changed. At this moment, he finally startled awake from his dream. The corners of his eyes were wet with tears. Nangong Hao sat beside him, scratching his head. Huh, you're awake. I was worried about you. Looks like you had a nightmare. Morong Ba slowly sat up. It wasn't a nightmare. It was a nostalgic dream. Seeing Morong Ba so cheerful, Nangong Hao couldn't help but be surprised. I can't believe it. Morong Ba continued. I think this is the first time I've been injured this badly. Because the last time I competed in a martial arts tournament was with my older brother. At first, you couldn't control your internal energy, right? But in just a few months, you've matured so much. You become as strong as me. Now, no one has the right to call you the disgrace of the Nangong family anymore. Nangong Hao was stunned for a moment. After a while, he let out a breath. Thank you. Thanks to you. I also learned a lot from this match. Although I lost, I can go home with no regrets. He thought to himself, that's right, because I gave it my all. I have no more regrets. Just then, someone else walked in from outside. Since you're awake, follow me out. We need to talk, little brother. The two of them then went out to the forest together. Nangong Hai asked as they walked, Do you still remember the promise between us? A wave of sadness washed over Nangong Hao. I promised, if I lost the match, I would go home with my big brother. Now that I've lost, I'd better prepare myself to say goodbye to my friends. But to his surprise, Nangong Hai said something incredibly shocking. But I don't remember anything about that promise. Nangong Hao was stunned, asking, So that means? Nangong Hai continued, Looks like I'll have to go home alone. You can stay here. Do you know why I've always been so strict with you? Nangong Hao shook his head. I don't know. Does it have something to do with our father? Nangong Hai confirmed. That's right. That's part of the reason. If it weren't for your internal energy, Father could have reached the peak of the transcendent realm. To suppress the evil energy in your body, Father lost 30% of his internal energy. He couldn't break through to the next realm. No one knows when he'll get another chance. Because of that, our family's reputation also declined. Nangong Hao sadly bowed his head. I know about that. He thought, it's understandable that Big Brother is sensitive to danger, because he will be the next head of the family. If I were my big brother, I would be very angry too. Nangong Hai continued. But what made me even angrier was what happened to Mother. Mother's body was weak. She was bedridden all year round. However, she knew you were poisoned. She stayed by your side day and night. But one day, when Mother was taking care of you, while Father was not there, something happened. To calm the evil energy that was slowly driving you mad in your body, she used her own internal energy. After that, Father concluded that you would never be able to control the peak yang energy on your own, although he sealed that energy deep within your heart. That's why he didn't let you use your own internal energy. Nangong Hao sighed to himself. So I was the reason Mother's illness got worse. Nangong Hai continued. Father wanted you to continue living, even if you were called the disgrace of the Nangong family. A few days after Mother passed away, of course, It wasn't your fault, but I hated that you brought hardship to our parents. Perhaps I was too shallow back then, so I wish for someone to blame. Nangong Hao added, I always thought my family and brothers hated me because I had no talent. I once blamed father and my own fate. Nangong Hai comforted him. The problems of the world are very harsh. It's not your fault, and it's not our family's fault either. Things just happen that way. From what I've observed of you, I see that you don't want to submit to your fate. You have worked tirelessly, and now you can control your internal energy perfectly. Now, I have decided to acknowledge you. Remember, you are a member of the Nangong family. You are my proud younger brother. I believe Mother in the afterlife will also be very happy. Just then, Nangong Hai's eyes suddenly widened. He quickly pushed his younger brother to the side. He yelled for Nangong Hao to dodge. Because of this, he himself was hit. In another place, an eagle was circling in the air. The person kneeling on the cliff saw it and said, Vice Leader, it's time. Recently, the Zhengwu Alliance is holding a competition called the Baiwu Martial Arts Tournament. This is a great opportunity to show them that the demonic cult still exists. A voice came from inside. What kind of game are those righteous bastards playing? It's worth waiting to see. I will destroy their peace. The other person continued. I heard that Gui Mian is teaching his disciples at the Baiwu Pavilion. Hearing this, the person inside shouted in disbelief, What? You're saying that Gui Mian is peacefully teaching disciples? Interesting. It seems that in the battle with our master, he was seriously injured, so he retired into seclusion. If so, things will be easier than I thought. I will kill his disciple to announce to the world the return of the demonic cult. Everything will go according to plan. Meanwhile, Nangong Hai had lost an arm to save his brother. Nangong Hao's face was pale. He uttered, Big brother, your arm. Nangong Hai looked ahead, his voice stern. Now come out. A reply immediately came from the forest. Nice. I was planning to kill both of you, but you're pretty good, aren't you? Another person said, Isn't it because your attack was sloppy? Nangong Hai shouted angrily. Don't be cowardly villains hiding in the shadows. Show yourselves. The opponents quickly stepped out together, but they didn't pay any attention to the Nangong brothers. Instead, they argued with each other. You think you're any different? One shot. Has your wound from last time fully healed? Nice. I put some saliva on the wound. It's recovered. Seeing this, Nangong Hai angrily circulated his internal energy. He threw a powerful palm strike. The other two still didn't care. They stood there arguing, but as the attack was about to reach them, both of them raised their hands at the same time. Nangong Hai's attack was thus blocked and dissipated. This caused him to break out in a cold sweat. The two men shouted angrily, Kid, can't you see we're talking? The righteous path is full of idiots. These two were the Blood Fiend twins. Nangong Hao was terrified. They could easily neutralize Big Brother's purple sky palm like that. Who in the world are these old men? Nangong Hai nervously reminded his brother. Leave here immediately. Go to the Zhengwu Alliance. Report this to them quickly. Nangong Hao shook his head firmly. No, I will fight too. I can't let you get hurt anymore. Nangong Hai reminded him. They are seasoned masters of the martial world. They even surpass my level. When I give the signal, run as fast as you can. Don't think about anything else. Nangong Hao wanted to hesitate and say something, but he was interrupted by Nangong Hai. Don't you trust me? Nangong Hao sadly bowed his head. All right, I'll go find Master Gamion and ask for his help. Before that, you must hold on. Nangong Hai replied sternly. Nangong Hao didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly ran off. The old man in red saw this. He immediately gave chase. Hith. I didn't give you permission to move. Where do you think you're running? He then swung his hand to strike at him. Just then, Nangong Hai also rushed forward. He swung his fist to block the man's attack. Looking at his arm, now covered in demonic energy, his expression grew even heavier. This dark energy, could it be that you are members of the demonic cult? The man corrected him. Not the demonic cult, the divine cult. Then he once again swung his palm to strike at the Nangong brothers. Nangong Hai gritted his teeth, unleashing another move. He executed the shielding dragon pawn formation. A violent tremor immediately erupted in the area. Before Nangong Hao could recover, the old man in green blocked his path. Where do you think you're going, kid? Nangong Hai immediately shouted and rushed forward. Look here. I'm your opponent. The old man in green easily dodged Nangong Hai's punch. Then he reached out and grabbed his arm. "You bastard." Nangong Hi was lifted up by the old man in green and slammed into the ground. The impact immediately caused him serious injury. Seeing this, Nangong Hao hurriedly ran over. "Big brother." The old man in green paid them no mind. He turned his head to glance at the old man in red. "You can't even handle a single kid? Did I really have to step in?" The old man in red explained. "It was just a small mistake. Because I was playing with them. That's why." While the two were arguing, Nangong Hao quickly helped his big brother up, intending to leave. Nangong Hai reminded him, "No matter what, we can't beat them. They're at least as strong as our father." Nangong Hao was terrified. "You're saying those old men have reached the transcendent realm?" Nangong Hai confirmed. "That's right. So, I think this is the best decision we can make." After saying that, without waiting for Nangong Hao to understand, Nangong Hai decisively pushed his younger brother off the cliff. "Survive, little brother." Nangong Hao thus fell into the river below, his fate unknown. Seeing this, the two old men were furious. "You bastard. We lost one of them. All because you were so slow. How is it my fault? You were supposed to protect him. He's the kid we need to pursue. After him." Nangong Hai sternly made up his mind again. "If you want to leave this place, then you'll have to step over my dead body first." Hearing this, the two men both looked at him with unfriendly eyes. At the same time, the Zhengwu alliance was also in chaos. "It's a raid. Everyone stop them. They're too strong. Hurry up and regroup." A group of assassins was confronting the warriors of the Zhengwu alliance. A loud explosion erupted. Wu Daoji was puzzled. "What kind of monsters are they?" The instructor of the monkey class shouted loudly. "Does that matter? If they are enemies, we just need to kill them." He then executed the ferocious tiger's chaotic dance. He attacked the enemy. Meanwhile, the instructors of the other classes were also fighting the enemy. These assassins were very strange. When they were about to be killed, their bodies would swell up, wanting to self-destruct. Fortunately, Wu Xiaoro appeared in time. She used her silk ribbon to pull the man away. She pondered, confused. "What kind of chaotic move is this? Who are these people?" Wu Daoji replied, "I don't know. Are they chasing someone? Over here." Zhuge Mei looked at the person opposite her and asked, confused, "Why are you here?" The person opposite was Guiyang Sheng, the instructor of the sheep class. "I have no other choice now. Don't resist. Come with me." The group was shocked. "Their purpose is to kidnap us." "But why?" Guiyang Sheng continued. "If you don't come with me, I'll have no choice but to show you what I can do." His internal energy had now turned black like that of the demonic cult. Seeing this, Ming Ji was horrified. How can a righteous master have such dark internal energy? Just then, Gue Mian appeared and blocked him. "I didn't know the instructor of the sheep class was a member of the demonic cult." Gui Yanqing was puzzled. "On what basis do you judge me like that?" Gue Mian laughed coldly. "What a stupid question. You're revealing your demonic energy too clearly." Gui Yanqing no longer hid it, laughing loudly. "Huh, Gue Mian. The legend of the righteous demonic great war. I want to see just how capable you are." Gue Mian decisively swung his hand and chopped off his head. "Sorry, this isn't something you can see just because you want to." He then turned his head to look at his disciples. "Is everyone all right?" All four of them replied that they were fine. Only then did Gue Mian startle, asking, "Where's Nangong Hao?" Moronba explained. Nangong Hao went out with assistant instructor Nangong Hi. Gue Mian silently breathed a sigh of relief. "That kid is with Nangong Hai. He should be fine. But why do I have such a bad feeling?" Meanwhile, the fake Gue Mian was standing by the riverbank. Below was Nangong Hao, who had drifted there. At this moment at the Zhengwu alliance, the battle had ended. The casualties were countless. So the instructor of the sheep class was a spy for the demonic cult. That means the demonic cult has started to become active again, judging by his actions. The instructor of the sheep class had been hiding for a long time, just waiting for the right opportunity. How many more spies are there among us? It's really hard to say. Come to think of it, even the kids from the Ox class had some suspicious actions during the Baiwu martial arts tournament. Are you sure their instructor had nothing to do with this? Budongguan immediately slammed the table and stood up, roaring. Are you suspecting me? Zhu Bei was not to be outdone. He retorted loudly, yeah. What's wrong with being a little suspicious? I also heard that those strange pills are circulating among the children. Some people are saying that they're from the demonic cult. The alliance leader sat in the middle, listening to them argue. The aura around him grew extremely grim. He suddenly erupted with power, shouting, "All of you shut up. What we need to do now is not criticize each other, but to start investigating, to see if the rumors of the demonic cult's return are true." Everyone was terrified. This energy, could this be the true strength of the infinite sword? The alliance leader paid no mind to their expressions. He continued to assign tasks. All instructors return to the Baiwu Pavilion. As instructors, reassure and protect the children. As for the rest, let the people of the alliance handle it. Now, everyone dismiss. After everyone had left, Gue Mian appeared. The alliance leader wondered, "Is there something else you want to say?" Gue Mian replied, "A disciple of the snake class has gone missing." The alliance leader nodded. "I've heard about that too. It's the child from the Nangong family, right?" Gue Mian continued, "I believe that child is the target of the demonic cult." The alliance leader didn't understand. "Why are you so certain?" Gue Mian explained, "Most of the infiltrators in the alliance are small fries. But the one who pursued the snake class was the instructor of the sheep class, a master of the demonic cult. I highly suspect they're targeting the children of the snake class." The alliance leader asked again, "Do you also think that the one who ambushed the two Nangong family kids is also a top master in the martial world?" Gue Mian confirmed, "That's right. Nangong Hao was with Nangong Hi. But to this day, there's been no news of either of them. It's very likely that a martial arts master more powerful than Nangong Hai has kidnapped them. I want to go find my disciple. Please allow me to leave." The alliance leader decisively refused. "We don't know when the demonic cult will attack us again. So you must stay here. Protect the other children. I will send people to find the two Nangong family brothers." Gue Mian wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by him. "You also know, you're no longer what you used to be. I've been turning a blind eye for a long time. But now that the demonic cult has returned, I cannot let you leave." As soon as Gue Mian left the room, he ran into Sun Yugong, who was waiting. Sun Yugong spoke up. "I've never seen that old man refuse a request so harshly. I think your illness is quite serious." Gue Mian sighed. "All people will eventually leave this world. I am just..." Before Gue Mian could finish, Sun Yugong turned and shouted to stop him. "Stop! Don't say any more. I understand. That is your lifelong wish, isn't it? Tell me more. I will help you fulfill your wish with all my strength." Gue Mian replied, "But I'm not. I don't have much time left." Sun Yugong interrupted again. "That's right. I completely understand your desire to escape reality. Don't worry. You want to find the two Nangong family brothers, right? I guarantee I will bring them back. You just stay at the Alliance. Take good care of yourself." The demonic cult launched attacks of various sizes throughout the martial world to support the scattered and weak smaller sects. The Jingwu Alliance stood up. They stood proudly on the front lines. The Baiwu martial arts tournament was temporarily suspended. The Alliance also officially announced the return of the demonic cult. The 9 great sects and other large and small sects also gathered. They came together to deal with this situation. Under the supervision of the Jingwu Alliance, the chaos gradually subsided. The Nangong family, Nangong Xiong, was sitting and reading a letter. "Although the Alliance is searching for them, we should also do something. Send people to find Hire and Hauer." The other sons of the Nangong family spoke up. "But if that brat is with Big Brother, is it really necessary to worry so much, Father? Let me go." Nangong Xiong clenched his fist. Do not underestimate the people of the demonic cult. Before they disappeared, they nearly ruled the entire martial world. The scene shifts to another location. A desperate scream rang out. "Let me go. I'm not going anywhere." Sun Yugong dragged the scowling beggar along. "Your master is about to set off. As a disciple, how can you bear to refuse to accompany your master?" The beggar stubbornly refused to follow, shouting, "I have never acknowledged you as my master. My heart still belongs to the beggar's sect." Sun Yugong punched him on the head. "This kid, why are you so obsessed with the martial arts of the beggar's sect? Everyone is dying for me to teach them my martial arts. I really don't understand you." Just then, he suddenly turned his head, because Murong Ba had unexpectedly walked over. He clasped his hands to Sun Yugong. "I want to go with you." Sun Yugong wondered, "So, you also know where I'm going?" The other members of the snake class also appeared. "Please let us go with you." Sun Yugong asked again. You all want to go with me? This isn't a leisurely trip. Everyone replied with determination. Nangong Hao is a member of our class. The beggar heard this name. He was startled. Nangong Hao? Are you talking about that young hero? Sun Yugong was a bit surprised. Young hero? That's right. That child has gone missing. It's very likely he was kidnapped by the demonic cult. I'm about to go look for him and his big brother. After hearing this, the beggar bowed his head in thought. After a moment, he stood up and tied his hair back. A member of the beggar's sect never forgets to repay a kindness. Let's go. Sun Yugong was excited. His attitude changed so quickly. He then led the children on their way. Let's go. You can come along too. The Nangong Hao rescue team, formed by the Dragon class and the Snake class, was thus established. Time flew by. 6 months had passed. Nangong Hao was covered in blood, his expression dazed, in a mountain cave somewhere. Outside, 2 groups of people were glaring and cursing at each other. Nearby was a box of pills. It seemed this was the cause of the conflict. The 2 groups then drew their swords and charged at each other. The battle was raging fiercely. Nangong Hao suddenly walked over. Everyone was stunned by his appearance. Who is he? A child? Nangong Hao didn't say much. He immediately executed the Fong Tian sword technique. Twin dragons follow the will. He swung his wooden sword. He directly knocked everyone down. They lay sprawled on the ground. They were terrified. How can he be so strong? He's so young. Nangong Hao slowly walked over and questioned them. Do you know what you were trying to steal? One person replied, trembling. We don't know. We just... Before he could finish, Nangong Hao's sword had pierced the man's hand. If you don't know what this is, then why do you want it? The man replied. There's a rumor that there are rare pills here. Nangong Hao asked again. Where did you hear that rumor? The man answered in pain. It's just a rumor. So, I don't know where it came from. Nangong Hao increased the pressure. Is that so? Just then, another person walked up behind him. The fake Gui Mian said to him, You don't kill them. You only cripple their meridians. Your hobby is truly strange. Nangong Hao replied casually. It's still better than taking someone's life. After all, they're not members of the demonic cult. The other person crossed his arms and sighed. Meaningless. You've crippled their martial arts. To a martial artist, that's the same as their life. But fine, if that is your belief. Then continue. Nangong Hao turned his head and asked, Where are we going now? The fake Gui Mian replied. I heard a wooden box appeared in the southwest. Let's go there. He thought to himself. I saved him because I saw the shadow of the leader in him. But he is being increasingly consumed by the demon in his heart. But he hasn't killed anyone. I just need to watch him closely. The scene shifts to another location. The beggar pointed ahead and said, This way. Sun Yugong was not happy. What did you just do? Don't you see how unhygienic that is? Besides, we just came from that direction. The beggar retorted annoyedly. You mean? Lord Fengyan Dao, you know which way we should go. Sun Yugong got angry. You cowardly brat. I told you to call me master. Who do you think I am? I'm Fengyan Dao. The wind and clouds will show me the way. The wind is telling me the direction. He then pointed in a direction. Zhuge Mei had a helpless expression. Are you serious? What are you 2 doing? We should gather some intelligence. The beggar thought. Intelligence? That's right. But where do we go to get it? Zhuge Mei walked over. She pointed at his face. That's the specialty of the beggar's sect. And you are from the beggar's sect. The beggar's jaw dropped in shock. What the hell? This beggar's name was Yu Yujin. He was from the beggar's sect. Sun Yugong also spoke up. Kid, you're from the Zhuge family, right? As expected of someone from that family. Always having breakthrough ideas. Zhuge Mei felt helpless. It's only because you 2 are so stupid. Sun Yugong continued. But right now, the beggar sect is probably busy assisting the Zhongwu Alliance, investigating the appearance of the demonic cult. Zhuge Mei sighed. Then let's go to my house. A few days later, at the Zhuge family estate, Zhuge Mei and the others had arrived. It's been a long time, mother. Are you well? The head of the Zhuge family fanned herself and looked at them. After arbitrarily deciding to enroll in the Baiwu Pavilion, now you return without a word of notice. Hearing this, Ming Ji and the others were all extremely shocked. She went to the Baiwu Pavilion without permission. Her mother continued. I believe you didn't do so without reason. So, why have you returned now? Zhuge Mei replied. I need the strength of the Zhuge family. Her mother nodded. I see. But we have some guests here. So let's put this aside for now. I hope you can understand our situation. Sun Yugong laughed loudly. Huh, we came uninvited. So, it's no problem. Just then, someone else walked in from outside. This person was none other than Hong Shugu, an elder of the Beggars sect. Night fell on the Zhongwu alliance. Gue Mian coughed violently in his room. He looked at the blood on his hand, sighing. It's been happening more and more often lately. The stronger the origin reversal art becomes, the harder it is for my body to withstand it. Just then, a sound rang out by his ear. Gue Mian was startled. He quickly walked to the window and opened it. A hawk immediately landed on his arm. The content of the letter read, "They are using the blood pills to cause chaos in the martial arts world. Because they are very cautious. It is difficult to detect them early, but now they have become more brazen. The conclusion is, they are aiding the demonic cult." Gue Mian was shocked. Images of several figures flashed through his mind. The core members of the Tang sect of Sichuan. The scene shifts back to the Zhuge family. Hong Shuge laughed heartily. Hey, long time no see. Disciples of Gue Mian. Sun Yugong saw the old man and was extremely surprised. Elder, why are you here? The old man continued. I didn't expect you to stay at the Orthodox Martial Alliance for so long. Before this, you never stayed anywhere for more than 3 months. Yu Wujin excitedly ran over and hugged the old man. Master! This made Sun Yugong furious. Who is your master? That person should be me. Hong Shuge spoke up. That's right. Once a disciple of the Beggars sect. Always a disciple of the Beggars sect. Yu Wujin agreed. You are right. I will be a disciple of the Beggars sect until I die. Hong Shuge was also very excited. Exactly. You are the future of our Beggars sect. Sun Yugong stood up angrily. You don't know anything. With his talent, being the disciple of the Wind and Cloud Saber is the most suitable path. Hong Shugu retorted. Didn't you hear what Yu Wujin said? Once a disciple of the Beggars sect. Always a disciple of the Beggars sect. The family head spoke up at this moment. Since we all know each other, why don't we sit down and talk? A moment later, everyone gathered around the table. Hong Shugu raised his teacup and drained it. Then he said, I didn't expect the demonic cult to attack the martial arts world so directly. The family head continued. They probably want to let us know that the demonic cult still exists and is very powerful. We still haven't found the 2 children from the Nangong family, so it is very likely they have been kidnapped. Sun Yugong spoke up. I heard the Nangong family has also taken action. Their goal is to save the children. Hong Shugu continued. Instead of tracking the demonic cult, why don't you look for information regarding the blood pills? Sun Yugong didn't understand. Blood pills? What is that? Zhuge Mei explained. It is a type of pill that the assassins used when we were escorting a merchant caravan. Consuming it helps them increase their internal energy. But they lose their consciousness and are forced to fight to the death. Moromba added. During the martial arts tournament, a disciple named Luo Xiao also used it. Sun Yugong looked at them in surprise. Enhancing internal energy? Like the legendary elixirs? The family head refuted. No, using it can lead to death. We are still investigating this matter, but it has been used in disputes between medium and small clans. And before we noticed, it had spread throughout the martial arts world. Elder Hong shook aside. As one of the heavenly 3 venerables, how can you be so indifferent to what is happening in the martial arts world? Sun Yugong roared in agitation. Just because I'm one of the heavenly 3 venerables, does that mean I must care about those things? Hong Shugu didn't pay much attention. He continued speaking. Let me explain. The blood pill first appeared 10 years ago, created by the Ghost Sword. He was a famous swordsman in the Jianghu. But when his martial arts reached a bottleneck, he couldn't break through. He began looking for elixirs. In that process, he found a new type of pill. He thought he had encountered a fortuitous opportunity. But after taking it, he gradually lost his mind. The Orthodox Martial Alliance had to sacrifice many martial artists to stop him. So the type of pill he used was named the blood pill. Zhuge Mei pondered. Ghost Sword. Could this be related to the demonic cult? And now, a large amount of blood pills has spread throughout the Central Plains through merchants. At first, I didn't realize the assassins were using that very pill. But when I saw them lose their minds like the Ghost Sword, I suspected it was the blood pill. The thing that drove the ghost sword mad in the past has appeared again because the quantity of pills is so large and scattered all over the Central Plains. This matter must be handled by the entire martial arts world, not just by any single individual. The family head interjected. Moreover, this is happening at the same time as the return of the demonic cult. Everyone was startled, seeming to realize something. Sun Yugong transmitted his voice to the two of them. Don't tell me. The beggar's sect believes the blood pills are being distributed by the demonic cult? This is more complicated than I thought. Should we let the children go out? We must investigate this matter more thoroughly. But since the Orthodox Martial Alliance has announced the resurgence of the demonic cult, we won't hide it from the children. Besides, these children just want to save their friends. Aren't you proud? More importantly, they are martial artists. This experience will be very useful for them. I won't let them face danger, and I will protect them properly. So don't worry too much. Another voice rang out, startling the family head. He's right. Don't worry too much. Our goal is not just to fight the demonic cult. We have to save Gong Hao and his brother. The family head and Sun Yugong turned to look at Yu Wujin in surprise. The family head was astonished. Did that brat just eavesdrop on our sound transmission? Eavesdropping on sound transmission. Is that the skill of that man? The one who possesses the supreme dragon art. Sun Yugong walked over and draped his arm around Yu Wujin's shoulder. You've learned what I taught you. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Yu Wujin looked annoyed. What's so hard about this? Sun Yugong was even happier. You are very talented. Just then, someone ran over. Family head, something big has happened. An outer sect martial artist is killing people indiscriminately. My disciples tried to stop him, but couldn't. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately ran off quickly. The family head arrived and asked loudly, "Report the situation." The person fighting replied, "We have set up a formation to hold him back, waiting for reinforcements." The family head waved his hand. "Everyone stop. I will deal with him personally." No one objected. They quickly retreated to the sides. The formation was disbanded accordingly. Hong Shugu and the others also arrived. His aura is exactly like those who use the blood pill. Everyone be careful. He has lost his mind. He will fight to the death. Zhuge Mei and the others were extremely shocked. Only Sun Yugong smiled with interest. The person roared, "I have waited my whole life for this moment. To meet the head of the Zhuge family is truly an honor." Hong Shugu was puzzled. Is he crazy? Shui Ling was surprised. How can he still speak? Zhuge Mei also said, "He's not like the assassins from before." The family head asked, "Kid, do you know what the pill you swallowed is?" The person laughed loudly. "Of course I know. It's the blood pill that helped me increase my internal energy tremendously. Many martial artists disappear before they mature. I am the same. I have talents surpassing the 9 great sects and the 5 great families. My fate should not be to disappear like an ordinary martial artist. As for hypocrites like you, who have hogged all the martial arts manuals and elixirs, this probably isn't a good reason, right? But look, these corpses are proof that I'm stronger. Your disciples couldn't even touch me with a finger. Now, I will show you." Head of the Zhuge family, witness this power. Having said that, he flew up into the air, swinging his sword straight at the family head. Seeing this, she simply waved her hand. He was knocked to the ground by her wave. "What were you trying to show off?" Elder Hong Shugu spoke up to remind her. "Don't kill him. We still need to extract intelligence." The family head replied, "I know." The person fell to the ground, vomiting blood and pain. "You all die." Immediately after, he self-destructed, engulfing the place in a cloud of dust. It seemed everyone would be blown to pieces by the explosion, but that was not the case. The Zhuge family head, at the critical moment, had timely erected a barrier of light, shielding everyone from the explosion. She quickly realized something, reaching out to catch a piece of paper floating in the air. Chaos demon art? Yu Wujin suddenly rushed forward and punched a nearby rock. He shouted, "Who is hiding there? Come out." The person immediately jumped up, landing on a tree branch, dodging the attack. Are all beggars sect disciples this rude? This person was Nangong Shing, the second child of the Nangong family. Zhuge Mei also recognized her identity and was extremely surprised. Senior Nangong Shing? Ming Ji and the others heard this and were all astonished. The fire dragon sword of the Nangong family? Nangong Xing. Later, everyone entered the meeting room. Is it true? I didn't expect the Nangong family children to act on their own. Nangong Xing laughed loudly. Huh, I didn't expect it either. My fifth brother has such wonderful friends. To think they dared to confront the demonic cult, putting their lives on the line. It really surprises me. Zhuge Mei continued. Since you have taken action, surely seen your brother Nangong, he is also... Nangong Xing nodded. That's right. I think he went to the beggar's sect. I came here to seek the wisdom of the Zhuge family. But it seems even the Zhuge family doesn't know what exactly happened. So, next time I will go to... The family head bowed her head and sighed. Chaos demon art. People say those who use the blood pill will lose their consciousness and fight to the death. But the guy just now still retained his consciousness. This is what I retrieved from his clothes. I'm not sure, but I think this is related to the blood pill. Do you know anything more about this? Hong Suga spoke up. Chaos demon art. I have never heard of it, but there is definitely someone who knows about this. Nangong Xing immediately asked him. Who is it? The old man replied solemnly. Tanbai Shu. He knows what this is. The scene shifts to another location. Yian was sitting in a room, counting money. Suddenly, he asked towards the outside. Are you done yet? The fake Gue Mian leaned against the door and replied. After hearing that the blood pill originated from the demonic cult, he went crazy. From now on, I have to use sedatives to put him to sleep. His physical condition isn't very good. Yian didn't understand. Shouldn't you stop him a little? The fake Gue Mian lamented. This child, he believes his brother's death was because he was too weak. His eyes look exactly like the eyes of the Black Flower Troop members back in the day. Yian realized. So this is why you drag him around everywhere. The fake Gue Mian replied. For some reason, I can't leave this kid alone. It's like seeing myself before I met the leader. In his delirium, Nangong Hao opened his eyes wide. Confused. Where is this? In front of him was Nangong Hi. Turning his back to him, Hao hurriedly ran towards Nangong Hi. Big brother, you're still alive? But when he got close, Nangong Hi turned his head, questioning him with a ferocious face. Why did you leave me to die? Give the thing in your hand to me. Nangong Hao stood frozen on the spot, full of confusion. Brother, what are you saying? He looked down, discovering that what he was holding was his brother's arm. He panicked and quickly let go, falling backward himself. On the side, Nangong Hai was screaming miserably, in extreme pain. Nearby were the two who had assassinated him. Nangong Hao gritted his teeth and roared. Come here. He finally couldn't lie still anymore. He sprang up. He walked to the window, opening it. The moon had reached its zenith. Nangong Hao stood there, looking up at the sky, determined. Big brother, I will avenge you. Whatever the cost. The scene shifts to the infirmary of the Orthodox Martial Alliance. The doctor held an acupuncture needle. Shocked. My heavens, I have practiced medicine all my life. I have never seen a body like this. All your acupoints and meridians are damaged. I don't even know how to explain it. It's as if your internal energy is rioting in your dantian. Gue Mian replied calmly. I'm used to it. I know my own body's condition. You don't need to worry further. The doctor was still very worried. But the Alliance leader ordered me to monitor your condition. Gue Mian replied. I will explain to the Alliance leader. Now you may leave. The doctor didn't insist anymore, quickly standing up to take his leave. As soon as the doctor left, Gue Mian coughed incessantly. My dantian is gradually losing control. I can use the origin reversal art to endure, but my body can no longer control it. Another year, or maybe just a few months. He lifted his pillow, taking out a letter to read. I don't have much time left, according to the intelligence I received from him. The thing disrupting the martial arts world is not just the blood pill. Chaos demon art. If the blood pill is a substitute for elixirs, this technique is a substitute for lost martial arts manuals. I believe the chaos demon art and the blood pill are two sides of the same coin. He recalled Yi Yan's words. The leader must know very well. Those who absorb the blood pill will lose their consciousness. But there are reports that martial artists who learn the chaos demon art can retain their consciousness. Even martial artists with poor internal energy, with the help of that martial art, will become powerful. So, if a martial arts master cultivates this art, is there hope for them to completely control the energy of the blood pill? A technique that can control this kind of energy? Gue Mian read up to here, seeming to realize something. His face darkened. I must investigate this personally. A moment later, the doctor returned. Although I cannot cure you, I have prepared some medicine. However, Gue Mian was nowhere to be seen. On the bed, only a letter he left behind remained. Something came up, so I have to leave for a while. Please tell the Alliance leader. You treated me very well. The doctor's face turned pale, extremely worried. A letter written in blood. 30 years ago, after the head of the Tang sect of Sichuan passed away, the war for succession immediately began. A group of people gathered to discuss. I never thought Tang Suzong would die so early. What the hell happened? Did the injury he suffered in the battle with Jang Jong worsen? One person retorted, that accident happened too long ago. Such an old wound. Couldn't suddenly relapse. That doesn't matter now. We must decide, among the descendants of his seventh son, who will become the successor. Who do you nominate? Another person spoke up. That's not necessary. Why don't we choose the eldest to succeed? Everyone was astonished to hear this. Tang Jitong, he absolutely lacks the qualifications to be the family head. I think the second young master is more likely to become the heir. Another person clenched his fist. If we're talking about qualifications, isn't the result already too obvious? It must be the young master. He should be the family head. Only 14 years old, and he has mastered all the skills of the family. His talent is indisputable. Another person said worriedly, but I doubt if he is Tang Suzong's son. That child was brought back by him from some corner and adopted as his son. We cannot hand the position of heir to someone of unknown origin. Moreover, he is too young, only just turned 14. Since when did our Tang sect of Sichuan choose a family head based on age? Wasn't the previous family head, Tang Suzong, also appointed at 20 because of his outstanding talent? If our opinions differ so greatly, why not follow the tradition of the Tang family? A life and death battle to decide who will become the head of the family. Using martial arts competition to decide the family head position? That is not our tradition. 100 years ago, after killing all other members, only the sole survivor could become the family head. Do you think that method is suitable for our great Tang family? Everyone agreed in unison. No one objected anymore. The scene changes. A small black cat was taking a walk. Suddenly a voice rang in its ear. You came again? You shouldn't sneak in here like this. Otherwise, you'll be caught and stewed for soup. The young man picked up the cat, stroking it while lamenting. Even so, you are the only one who comes to keep me company every night. The cat suddenly turned its head to look outside, then dashed away. The person outside was startled seeing it run out. What was that? A cat. This person was the second young master of the Tang family. Tang Jitong. What are you doing alone, little brother? Seeing his brother arrive, the young man was extremely surprised. Second brother. Why are you here? Tang Jitong asked back. I came to visit my brother. Do I need a reason? Have you heard the news? The family is about to organize a martial arts competition to decide the successor. The young man nodded. Yes, second brother. I heard I have to participate too. Tang Jitong's face became solemn. Do you know what that means? The young man became tense. I'm not quite sure. Is it like we will spar with swords? Tang Jitong didn't hide it, frankly confirming. That's right. We will slaughter each other until only one person survives. Hearing this, the young man couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat. You mean us brothers have to kill each other? Tang Jitong confirmed. They say, about 100 years ago, the Tang family used this method to choose the family head. The young man asked again, so that's why you brought so many guards? Tang Jitong was confused. What are you saying? I came alone. Having said that, he immediately sensed something. He glanced outside and cried out in horror. Oh no, they found me. Just then, countless sharp eyes appeared on the roof, staring at him. The place immediately resounded with a loud explosion. In the smoke and dust, countless hidden weapons were fired. The assassins fell into a disadvantage, dodging continuously. The two Tang brothers also jumped out of the smoke. The assassins are well trained. It seems they have all reached the peak realm. The two fought the enemy together. Tang Jitong blocked an opponent's attack, snorting coldly, using poison in front of two young masters of the Tang family. Are you looking down on our Tang family? I will show you how formidable the Tang family's poison is. It's impossible to guard against. After pouring poison onto his fan, he immediately executed a move, attacking the assassins in front of him. Two of them were immediately hit by the deadly poison, in extreme pain. Another one seized the opportunity to attack from behind with a sickle. When Tang Jitong realized it, it was too late. The assassin's attack was right before his eyes. Just then, something flew in from a distance, saving his life. Tang Jitong didn't miss the chance, immediately grabbing the sickle and throwing it back. The assassin couldn't dodge in time, was hit by him, and died on the spot. He immediately turned his head and said, "Thank you, little brother." His younger brother was unknowingly standing amidst a pile of corpses. Seeing the scene, Tang Jitong couldn't help but be astonished inside. He finished off the assassins even before me. He truly is a genius rarely seen in 100 years of the Tang family. An assassin who was still breathing lay trembling on the ground, groaning incessantly. Tang Jitong walked over, asked coldly, "Speak. Who sent you?" The person replied in terror, "I can't say." Tang Jitong decisively drew his sword and stabbed the person. Seeing this, the young man hurriedly ran over to stop him. Tang Jitong gritted his teeth and interrogated again. "Tell me, who wants to kill me and my little brother?" But the response was only silence. He swung his sword in hatred. Flesh and blood instantly flew everywhere. The young man behind lamented, "Second brother, we didn't need to kill him." Tang Jitong lectured, "Don't be so soft. They're assassins sent to kill us. If we are killed, who benefits the most?" "It was definitely sent by him." The young man asked doubtfully, "Who is it?" Tang Jitong explained, "Who else could it be but our eldest brother?" Hearing this, the young man was horrified. Why would he do that? Tang Jitong's face darkened. "It seems he wants to kill all his brothers to become the family head alone. I thought so long ago. That's why I came to find you. Listen carefully, little brother. To survive, we brothers must join forces. You will help me become the family head, right?" Before the Tang sect's martial arts competition began, among the 4 potential heirs, 3 had already been assassinated. If it were an orthodox sect, whoever the culprit was would be punished. However, because this is the Tang family, the elders were instead satisfied. Thus, the battle for the position of family head officially began. Tang Jitong felt extremely uncomfortable inside. Isn't this too unfair? To become the family head, eldest brother intends to kill his own flesh and blood brothers. I absolutely won't let this happen. Aren't we the ones who should survive? I want to become the family head, to find a way for all brothers to live. After that, the young man went to find his eldest brother. Seeing him enter, Tang Jija spoke up. "Little brother, I'm sorry. I still haven't been able to take care of you. Come to my side. If I become the family head, I will definitely reward you heavily." Seeing the young man say nothing, he quickly changed his tone. Or do you want me the family head? What do you think?" The young man pondered, recalling. "When Mother and I first arrived here, no one liked us. Moreover, when Mother passed away, only second brother came to pay respects. The eldest brother tried to explain. I had my own difficulties. The elders were always watching my every move. The people below us also objected. Actually, it wasn't that I didn't want to visit you." The young man clenched his fists. "I know, because this is the Tang family. But I cannot trust you. You killed third brother and fourth brother." The eldest brother was startled hearing this. Those 2. Before he could explain, he was hit by something. He died on the spot, before the dazed eyes of the young man. Just then, Tang Jitong slowly walked in, still making excuses when death is imminent. "Don't worry, the battle is almost over." The young man stood there, pursing his lips tightly. "The person who killed our brothers was not me." Not long after, Tang Jitong went to meet the elders. "So you won. Congratulations." Tang Jitong bowed and clasped his hands in thanks. Another person frowned. "But isn't the 7th young master still alive?" The person next to him explained, "Because his mother was of low birth, and there was never an official wedding, we cannot determine if he is a legitimate descendant of the Tang family. Therefore, he is not qualified. Anyway, congratulations on winning, Tang Jitong. I mean, we should appoint you as the family head, now that the heir has been decided. From now on, the Tang family can focus on more important matters. Family head, listen clearly. Currently, the influence of the demonic cult has spread to the Central Plains. Our Tang family is the overlord of Sichuan. Therefore, we must protect this land. You should gather the forces under the deceased young masters and have them obey the orders of the Council of Elders. Tang Jitong replied, "That is meaningless. Even if I gather all the remaining subordinates, it cannot make up for my losses in this war for succession." The elder shouted angrily, "The power of the Tang family belongs to the Council of Elders. You just became the family head and you think you're so great?" A wave of pressure erupted, pressing down on him. He trembled in pain, spoke with difficulty. "I apologize. I will obey your orders." After returning, he smashed things in a frenzy of anger. What are these old, undying fools thinking? How dare they treat me like their puppet? Just then, the seventh brother also walked over and asked, "Second brother, what do you plan to do now?" Tang Jitong turned to look at him. "You don't need to worry anymore. I already have a plan." The next day, a lavish banquet was prepared. The elders happily took their seats. "You did very well, obeying orders so quickly. Truly commendable. We think we chose the right heir." Tang Jitong clasped his hands and said, "I have prepared a special gift for the elders." Hearing this, everyone became even more excited. "It seems he prepared something for us. Let's see what it is." Immediately, something flew down from the roof. Everyone was terrified. Poison fog. You dare use poison on the family elders? Can you be any more stupid? Do you think this kind of poison works on us? But immediately after, the poison took effect. This poison is, could it be, you dare use the forbidden poison? Tang Jitong laughed coldly. Worthy of being Tang family elders. Seeing the elders, the family is proud of rolling on the ground like maggots. I really can't help laughing. They looked up at him angrily. "Do you want to perish together with us?" Tang Jitong laughed maniacally. "I'm not a fool. I don't intend to die with you." Currently, the demonic cult's power is expanding rapidly. I will take over all the family's forces to overcome this crisis. I will make the Tang family the #1 family in the world. So, you can die in peace. One person crawled over, grabbing his pant leg and cursing. "You bastard." Tang Jitong lifted his foot and kicked the old man away. "Take your dirty hands off me. Your era is over." Tang Jitong thus seized all the power of the Tang sect of Sichuan, becoming the true master of the Tang family. The young man looked at the pill in his hand, asked doubtfully, "Second brother, what is this?" Tang Jitong explained, "I told you, we cooperate to survive. Eat it. This is a type of Tang family poison, called the formless binding poison. It was created for the descendants of the branch families of the Tang family, so they wouldn't dare covet the power of the main line. Don't worry, it won't kill you. It's just that you will never be able to use internal energy again. There are still people saying, you should be the family head. I completely trust you, but for both of us to survive, you have to prove it. Prove that you don't want to be the family head." The young man nodded. He thought to himself, he is the only relative who took care of me. Thinking so, he put the pill in his mouth. Seeing this, Tang Jitong immediately smiled a very sinister smile. "Thank you, little brother." Tang Jitong returned to his seat, deep in thought. "Excellent. Everything is according to my plan. Now, I have dealt with the bastards blocking my way. The Council of Elders wanted me to hand over all the brothers' forces to them. But those greedy old fools didn't even bother to investigate the background of those who swore loyalty to me. Now, without them, the Tang family is mine alone." Not difficult at all. It was quite easy from the start. After faking an assassination attempt, I made little brother submit to me. While he went to deal with eldest brother, I disposed of the other useless weaklings. Nothing easier than that, I bet. The poison has started to take effect now. Just wait and see. My dear little brother. On the seventh brother's side, he was sitting cross-legged meditating, circulating the pill's energy in his body. The pill's second brother gave me has fused with my dantian. Now it is spreading to all the meridians. The internal force of that pill is extremely powerful, feeling like it wants to burn everything. That power even becomes stronger by devouring my internal energy. Just as second brother said, this is just a secret poison of the Tang family, intended for branch descendants. I shouldn't resist it. Thinking so, He relaxed his body. His black cat friend was also sitting beside him. He happily stroked it. Since second brother has become the family head, I think no one will scold me for keeping you anymore. Just then, the black cat suddenly bristled and screeched. Behind the young man, an assassin appeared, wanting to assassinate him. Thanks to the cat's reaction, he realized it in time. At the critical moment, he jumped away, dodging the opponent's fatal blow. He asked confusedly who the opponent was. Immediately after, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in pain. Damn it, I circulated my energy too suddenly. The assassins on the other side looked at each other seeing this. The young man was now completely surrounded by them. His face showed clear determination, determined to escape this place. Thinking so, he took out something. The whole room was immediately covered in thick smoke. The young man rushed out like flying. He continuously used movement techniques, jumping over steep cliffs. He ran while clutching his chest. Damn it, the poison has spread throughout my body, and using internal energy again is making my dantian go crazy. Behind him, a rain of hidden weapons poured down. The young man couldn't dodge in time, immediately getting hit. He fell weakly to the ground, motionless. The assassins immediately walked over. Seeing him not moving, they stepped forward intending to lift him up. But just as they turned him over, they met his sharp gaze. The young man pulled out the hidden weapon from his back and decisively stabbed it into the assassin's head. He straddled the assassin and questioned, "Speak quickly. Why do you want to kill me?" The response was only silence. The young man was stunned. He committed suicide. At the same time, two others rushed from behind. Their swords stabbed down, but were easily dodged by the young man. He didn't linger, quickly turning to run away. On a nearby tree, Tang Jitong was secretly observing. Poor kid, you used to be as fast as lightning. Now you're this slow. Just run with all your might. The young man suddenly turned around to counterattack, killing the assassins. While fighting, he began to recall everything. The more he thought, the more unbelievable it seemed. Impossible. His dantian was now showing cracks. He knelt on the ground in pain, coughing up blood incessantly. Second brother wouldn't do that. Just then, someone walked over. "You are useless now." The person arriving was none other than Tang Jitong. He didn't say much, immediately taking out a large handful of hidden weapons. Then he waved his hand to execute the rain of 1,000 pearls. The young man looked up at the rain of hidden weapons unleashed by his second brother. The next moment, the hidden weapons fell on where he was standing. Even the ground shattered. The dust cleared. The young man's figure was nowhere to be seen. A subordinate stepped up and asked Tang Jitong, "Do we need to check and find his body?" Tang Jitong shook his head. "No need. He can't use internal energy. Plus he's poisoned. He will die on his own. My father once said, 'Little brother is a unique genius in the history of the Tang family.' Then, doesn't that make me the one who defeated the genius? I'm the head of the Tang family, the greatest person in this world. I am Tang Jitong." Switching to the young man, he lay on the ground panting, thinking to himself, "Forcing the use of internal energy while the formless, binding poison flows through my meridians. Has my dantian shattered? Am I going to die?" Just then, he saw some people searching for something ahead. Are they second brother's subordinates? I can't be caught. The two searched while talking. I think he's hiding nearby. Search quickly. Hearing them looking for him, the young man became even more panicked. Very quickly, their shout of "Found it" rang out, making him even more tense. But what they found was not him, but a rabbit. Before senior brother finds out, let's eat it first. Haven't had meat in a long time. After they left, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, someone appeared beside him asking, "Who are you? Why are you hiding here?" The young man dared not be careless, immediately springing up and firing two hidden weapons at the person. The person gently waved his hand, catching his hidden weapons. "You surprised me. You shouldn't throw such dangerous weapons upon meeting." The young man was horrified inside. He blocked my attack with just one finger. The man continued asking, "Are you injured?" The young man didn't reply, reaching out to pick up the pebbles in front of him, then throwing them all at the man. The man waved his hand. This sudden attack is a technique of the Tang family. All the flying pebbles were blocked by him. The young man was now at the end of his rope. His eyes were blurry. The next moment, he fell to the ground, unconscious. The man exclaimed, "To use that move in this condition, Who exactly is this child? Unknown how much time had passed. The young man finally woke up. As soon as he woke, the man's voice rang in his ear. You're awake? The young man was startled seeing him, sitting up in terror. The man smiled kindly. You're like a little wildcat. No need to be so guarded. The young man calmed down, asking him, why did you save me? The man asked back, to save a child who wants to live. Do I need a reason? The young man shook all over, uttering 2 words. Thank you. The man continued. I don't know what happened to you, but unfortunately, your dantian cannot recover. Did you notice? Because you forced the use of internal energy, you also lost a large amount of internal energy. I think you don't have long to live. You are for the Tang family. Do you need me to take you back? Hearing him mention the Tang family, the young man shook all over. I don't belong to that world. Hearing this, the man frowned and thought. It seems something happened. The man continued. We plan to stay here for a month. Before that, you can live with us. The young man asked back, may I know my benefactor's name? The man looked at him solemnly, said, I am a swordsman of the Wudong sect. My name is Jang Jong. The young man also stated his name. My name is San. Seeing him walk out, sitting there watching them, the disciples outside were sweating nervously, letting an outsider watch us practice martial arts. Is that okay? The great elder allowed him. He also said this child doesn't have long to live. Time flew by. In a flash, a month had passed. One night, Jang Jong saw Sin practicing martial arts alone in the yard from upstairs. He waved his hands, promoting 2 completely different streams of internal energy. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but be amazed. Those are 2 streams of internal energy. Very quickly, those 2 streams of internal energy were condensed by him. Fusing together, he hurriedly ran downstairs. Why do you know the principles of Tai Chi? Sin was sweating profusely, full of doubt. Tai Chi. He saw him standing dazed. He shouted loudly, tell me the truth, immediately. Don't you know stealing martial arts secret from other sects is a serious crime? The young man waved his hands in terror to explain. I didn't steal any secrets. He continued to question. Then how did you do it? If you didn't steal our martial arts? Sin explained. You show me once. He was startled, remembering. This kid watched me perform it once and imitated it. Thinking so, he sat cross-legged. Very well. Let me see what you have learned. He watched Sin circulate energy, thinking to himself, let me evaluate. The boy isn't simply imitating the principles of Tai Chi, but also understands the harmony of yin and yang. He used Tai Chi to strengthen his shattered dantian. Truly unimaginable. This means creating an artificial dantian. I have never heard or seen this before. This child is truly a genius. Thinking so, he loudly told him not to stop. He circulated energy and transferred it into the young man's body. You must find a way to live. Follow my internal energy. San heard this, did not resist, doing as he said. So warm. My dantian is starting to stabilize. He reminded, don't stop the circulation of internal energy in your dantian. If you continue like this, the poison in your body won't be able to fuse with your dantian. Tai Chi is the origin of all things. Darkness exists because there is light, and light forever blooms from darkness. Unknown how much time had passed, the young man Sanford back then had grown up. He was standing on a cliff watching the sunset. At this moment, a call rang out. Yes. Did you call me? He walked over and said, I have to return to the sect. They want me to become the succeeding sect leader. Sen was surprised. What? But the demonic cult's activities are increasingly suspicious. They have attacked many places. There is no force in the Central Plains that can stop them. He agreed. I know. That's why I refuse to be the sect leader. Sen asked again, do you really have to go? He explained, this world is built on conversations about rules and etiquette. Anyway, not following these will make us lose more important things. Unlike what you see, everything looks normal now. But the Jianghu is a strange place. The big fish eats the small fish, then pretends to do nothing. Behind that curtain, they're controlled by desire and selfishness. A person's level of greed can make them not hesitate to do barbaric things. You have experienced it too, right? Perhaps the status we are complacent with now hides many darker stories. We have led demons into this world. San pursed his lips, then answered seriously, if darkness is stronger, light will shine even brighter, right? He smiled slightly. That's right. Youth understood. So, I plan to gather like-minded people to fight against the demonic cult, establishing an alliance. I want to become a ray of light, dispelling the darkness from this world. San continued seriously. Then, I will follow you. I mean, Master, my experience is not much. I don't understand how this world operates. I want to see the world you dream of. That day, the Black Flower Troop was established under the Orthodox Martial Alliance leader. The scene changes. Do you know why I'm drinking here? Tang Weizhou shook his head. I don't know. Is it to comfort the departed spirits? Tang Jitong poured a cup of wine, shook his head. No, this is my starting point. Also the first step I took on the path of my great career. Tang Weizhou realized something. Is that so? He sneered inwardly. He killed all the Tang family elders here, consolidating his power as the family head. He truly is the most suitable family head for the Tang family. Thinking so, he asked, do you need me to call some subordinates to clean up this place? Tang Jitong refused without thinking. I like the current look of this place. You should go too. Very quickly, only he remained in this place. At this moment, he spoke to the person hiding in the shadows. I don't know who you are, but you'd better show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the opponent slowly stepped out. Seeing the person arrive, he was extremely confused. What are you doing here? I told you we haven't received instructions yet. Is something wrong? You are not him. Gue Mian thought to himself. Did he mistake me for someone else? Thinking so, Gue Mian asked, who is the person you mentioned? Is it a member of the Black Flower Troop? Tang Jitong decisively waved his hand, firing hidden weapons at Gue Mian. I don't need to answer you. Gue Mian completely disregarded it, waving his hand to block. Seeing this, Tang Jitong was horrified inside. He blocked my poison weapons with his bare hands. He stood up, re-evaluating the opponent. Said, I understand. You easily blocked the Poison King's weapons. So you are Gue Mian. This is the first time I've met the hero of the Orthodox demonic war. But even Gue Mian is not allowed to trespass into the Tang family's defenses. Gue Mian replied, I had no other choice. Because there are some things I must investigate clearly at all costs. Tang Jitong was puzzled. What do you want to investigate? Gue Mian spoke the name without hesitation. Blood pill. Tang Jitong replied, we also received orders from the Alliance and are investigating this. I heard you're working as a master at the Bai Martial Arts School. Why are you curious about that type of pill? Gue Mian's eyes flashed. Because the blood pill is very similar to the formless binding poison of the Tang family. Tang Jitong was horrified inside. Why does this guy know about that poison? Gue Mian saw him dazed. He shouted loudly, answer me. Is the Tang family manufacturing blood pills? Tang Jitong replied, I don't know how you know about the formless binding poison. But it seems you are crazy. Is this the Alliance leader's order? Gue Mian replied calmly. The Alliance leader is not involved in this. The Black Flower Troop has also disbanded. Tang Jitong raised his eyebrows. You mean, you are investigating alone? Why? Gue Mian reached up and removed his mask. Because I am the one who took the formless binding poison. Long time no see, second brother. Tang Jitong's eyes widened. You are Tang-san? Why are you Gue Mian? Seeing him so agitated, Gue Mian smiled. That year after being attacked by you, I was lucky to survive, but I don't blame you. Also, thanks to you, I met my master. Tang Jitong's head was spinning. He was hit by that poison, yet he can still use internal energy? Impossible. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing out loud. He couldn't cure the formless binding poison. That's right. He is dying slowly. I don't know how you survived, nor do I know how you can use internal energy. But I absolutely won't let a dead man ruin my plan. I must ask the Martial Arts Alliance leader about you. He rushed forward aggressively, but was easily blocked by Gue Mian raising his hand. I told you, the Alliance leader is not involved in this. Tell me, how was the Tang family related to the blood pill? Tang Jitong's hand was gripped tightly by him, painful enough to make him grit his teeth. Bastard, who do you think I am? Gue Mian applied more force, threatening with a fierce face. Answer me. Tang Jitong couldn't resist. Had to compromise. All right, as you know, when I took over the Tang family, the family was on the verge of collapse. We not only lost to the Amei sect in Sichuan, but also lost to the Qingchang sect. After that, the Orthodox demonic war broke out. All sects and families united, together against the demonic cult, to protect the Central Plains from their invasion. We shed blood and tears. However, that crisis became an opportunity for our Tang family. As the war dragged on, the Tang family's poison and elixirs were distributed everywhere in the Central Plains, helping us regain our glory. During the war, I happened to see the demonic blood pill of the demonic cult. Then I immediately started researching. Gue Mian was horrified inside. Demonic blood pill, the secret medicine of the demonic cult, can forcibly open the meridians of martial artists, making them use internal energy to the maximum in combat. So the origin of the blood pill is the demonic blood pill. Tang Jitong continued. If the demonic blood pill is mass-produced, the entire Central Plains will fall into the hands of the demonic cult. The demonic blood pill is a huge threat. I realized that as soon as I saw it. If we can combine the demonic blood pill and the formless binding poison, that will bring a huge change to the current martial arts situation. After the plan succeeded, we created samples and distributed them everywhere in the Central Plains. We didn't screen the subjects carefully. From martial artists to children, we gave it to them all. I guess. Go Sword was also one of them, right? Gue Mian thought of his disciple. His expression sank. Do you know what chaos this action will bring to the Central Plains? At the same time, poisonous energy spread from all directions. Tang Jitong broke free from the restraint, lamenting, "This reminds me of the time all the elders died in this place." Gue Mian's body trembled. Vision began to blur. Tang Jitong laughed coldly. "This is the soul-breaking sound wave. My new invention, secretly created by me." Gue Mian was now completely paralyzed. Kneeling on the ground, Tang Jitong laughed triumphantly. "Unless there is an antidote. Otherwise, even Gue Mian cannot withstand it. San, you are so stupid. You should have continued living as a dead man. Why force me to kill you a second time?" Gue Mian recalled the past. After our parents passed away, in this world, the only person who accepted me as a member was you. But why did you harm me? Tang Jitong covered his face, laughing even more maniacally. Accepted you? Ridiculous. I hated you from the first glance. You and that dirty woman were brought in because that old man insisted. Just that alone made me feel disgusted. I let you join the team because of your talent. I was close to you only to use you. That old man died before choosing an heir. For a concubine's son like me, it was a great opportunity to become the family head. I had to kill all my brothers. You were just a dog that had to die. Speaking of this, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The antidote lost its effect because I talked. If I don't take this pill, my meridians will also be burned like yours, and I will die. Just as he finished speaking, that pill was shattered by a blast of internal energy. Tang Jitong roared in horror. "Bastard, aren't you poisoned?" Gue Mian stood up. "The poison you created is indeed very strong, but no poison can affect me anymore, because of the formless binding poison you fed me in the past." Tang Jitong turned pale with horror. "Fighting poison with poison? Absurd." Gue Mian continued. "I knew you wanted to kill me since childhood, but I didn't expect you to hate me to the bone. Then, from now on, I won't treat you as my brother Tang San anymore, but as Gue Mian. I give you one last chance to live. I don't believe you could distribute blood pills throughout the martial arts world alone. There must be someone manipulating the Tang family from behind. You'd better answer me right now, because I am using internal energy to control your blood vessels, making the toxins in your body circulate faster." Tang Jitong roared in pain. "He is the one who will change this world, even if you are alive." Just then, something flew in from a distance, breaking through the air. Tang Jitong lost his life before he could reveal the opponent's identity. Gue Mian was horrified. Divine arrow distance art? He immediately turned towards the direction the object flew from, then executed the origin reversal art, launching a palm strike. The roof instantly shattered under this attack. Gue Mian jumped onto the roof. He channeled internal energy into his eyes, observing the surroundings. They're more than 8 kilometers away from here, yet they could hit him so accurately. The force behind the Tang family. I'm afraid it's stronger than I thought. At this moment, people from the Tang family also ran over. What happened? We heard an explosion in the building. The crowd arrived and saw Gue Mian standing on the roof. There's someone up there. Catch the intruder. Don't let him escape. Gue Mian lamented. Looks like I have to clean up this mess first. The next morning, in another place, Zhuge Mei asked confusedly while fighting. Why do we have to deal with these bandits now? Ming Ji interjected. We don't have time for this. We still have to find a person named Tan Bai Shu. Ba also spoke up. If we ignore them, the bandits will harass the common people. How can we call ourselves gentlemen then? Yu Wujin was extremely excited. You are truly worthy of being fellow disciples of the benefactor. Shui Ling reminded worriedly. The enemy is too numerous. Everyone don't get injured. Not far away, Sun Yugong stood on a tree observing, exclaiming inwardly, although these kids have different backgrounds in martial arts, they coordinate extremely well. Master Ge Mian taught them well. However, unlike ordinary bandits, this team acts quite synchronously. They look like they have been trained on the battlefield. This battle has lasted too long. Change formation. 2 people charge to the northwest. Team 4 retreat to the south. His eyes focused on the person waving the flag to command nearby. To end the battle, the kid should deal with that person first. I'm very curious to see who will discover this first. Strange. They're just a bunch of second-rate martial artists. Why are they struggling so much? Yu Wujin punched one flying. Sighing. I'm starting to get bored. Shui Ling was sweating profusely. Said, at this rate, we will be exhausted before them. Zhuge Mei suddenly looked towards the flag bearer in the distance. That man is the one commanding these bandits. We must deal with him first. Ba and Yu Wujin heard this, immediately flying towards him. The flag bearer was startled and panicked. He dared not be careless. Hurriedly taking out a flute to blow. Not far away, a person hiding in the forest heard the flute sound, immediately running into a cave. Reporting to Big Brother, we are in trouble. Subordinates heard the alarm flute. I think someone is attacking us. The Big Brother sat up annoyed. Are they all crazy? He picked up a ghost mask and put on. Let me see which bastards dare to wake up Jiang Shi. The Green Forest is an organization of brutal and ruthless robbers. They're like a beehive. On this side, the bandits have been defeated by Zhuge Mei's group, but they were still stubborn, fearless. What a pity. It seems you are still too inexperienced. Zhuge Mei asked confusedly while tying him up. What is he saying? Shui Ling, are you done tying? Done. But I need more rope. Do I need to tie another loop? The bandit laughed and said, It seems you have no experience in the Jianghu at all. Use those vines to tie it tighter. Ha! Moreover, if you tie our hands in front, we can rush forward to resist. So, you must tie them behind the back like this. Seeing him enthusiastically instructing like that, Zhuge Mei and the others couldn't help but be stunned. The bandit saw her follow his words, laughing even more happily, also reminding, Be careful not to hurt your hands. Those vines are sharper than you think. Also, before tying, just knock us out first. Ha! He was afraid she wouldn't believe him, even jumping up to demonstrate. See, being tied like this, I can't do anything. Even if I want to struggle, it's a waste of energy. Little girl, you tied really tight. Zhuge Mei thought helplessly. What exactly is wrong with this guy? Ba walked over and asked, Should we hand them over to the Orthodox sects? Zhuge Mei replied, The merchants have safely left, so no need to rush. Just then, an axe flew in from a distance, breaking the air, sticking into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhuge Mei was startled. What is this? An axe? In the smoke and dust, a figure appeared, shouting loudly, You touch my people. Let me see who you are. But seeing it was a bunch of kids, he was immediately stunned. He turned to question his subordinates. You bunch. Can't even beat children? Seeing them nod in confirmation, Jiang Shi couldn't help cursing. A bunch of idiots. I personally taught you. Yet you lost to a bunch of brats. Get ready. I will double the training intensity. Ba nervously observed the opponent, thinking to himself, he is too strong, emitting an overwhelming aura. Someone like him cannot be just an ordinary bandit leader. Shui Ling reassured everyone. It's okay. We have. She was about to mention Sun Yugong, but turned her head to see he had disappeared. On the other side, Jiang Shi, aura exploding, shouted loudly. Who should I start with? Or should all you brats come at once? Everyone turned their heads nervously to look at him, pursing their lips tightly. Yu Wujin circulated his energy and shouted, Let me, disciple of the illustrious beggar's sect, Yu Wujin, will handle this. Saying that, he rushed forward, throwing a palm strike at the opponent. Surprisingly, the opponent stood still for Yu Wujin to hit without any harm. I heard the beggar's sect's palm technique can kill dragons, but I see it's only good for swatting flies. Yu Wujin was sweating profusely, extremely shocked inside. I actually didn't cause any damage. His body is like a giant rock. Jiang Shi puffed out his chest, knocking Yu Wujin flying back. This is the power of a body trained to the limit. Yu Wujin, until he stopped, still had his eyes wide open, disbelieving. Jiang Shi clenched his fist, praising. However, for your age, you are already very strong. I can understand why my subordinates failed. Moreover, you look very talented. Do you want to cultivate the body with me? Yu Wujin was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, he is too strong. Zhuge Mei and the others also rushed up at this moment. You can't deal with him alone. We're coming. Being surrounded by 5 kids. Jiang, she was even more excited. Want to come together? You brats are quite smart too. Huh. Consider it a reward for you. I will fight seriously. The 5 didn't say much, rushing up simultaneously. Unknown how long passed. Ming Ji started awake from a coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, he sat up, holding his bald head. Murong Ba sitting next to him lamented. You finally woke up. Ming Ji cursed in annoyance. Damn it, where are we? Zhuge Mei explained. We were knocked out by one move. Then brought here. This is the bandits' prison. For a prison, it's not bad. There's enough straw to sleep on. Humidity is also just right. I think I can stay here forever. Zhuge Mei heard Yu Wujin say that, replied unhappily. You are from the beggar's sect. You can even sleep outdoors. So this is nothing. She held her head and sighed. So annoying. I haven't had time to adapt yet. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have fought those bandits. Murong Ba interjected. Helping the common people is the responsibility of an upright martial artist. Yu Wujin laughed loudly. I agree with Brother Morong's point of view. Shui Ling wondered. But speaking of which, where did that wind and cloud saber go? Yu Wujin replied dejectedly. I bet he's hiding somewhere sleeping. Suddenly, Zhuge Mei sensed something. Glancing outside, the bandit she tied up in the morning was walking over. Yo, you are all awake? Everyone saw him, all tense. The bandit laughed loudly. Hungry, right? You are at the growing age. Must eat a lot. Is there anyone who doesn't eat duck meat? You are lucky. We are having a feast, so there's a lot of delicious food. Heh. If it's not enough, just say so. We still have vegetables. Everyone heard this, faces full of doubt. Yu Wujin didn't say much, directly eating voraciously. They're not bad people. No bad person would share food with us. Ming Ji clasped his hands and chanted phrase. This little monk should avoid meat. Zhuge Mei roared. Don't you have any vigilance? Don't tell me you trust these bandits. Murong Ba picked up food, said lightly, I think we should fill our stomachs first. The leader's cooking skills here are not bad. Let's recover our strength first, then think of a way to escape. Just then, Zhuge Mei heard a familiar voice. This is Senior Nangong Shing's voice. She hurriedly shouted out, Senior, we are here. Nangong Shing smiled. What, caught already? Zhuge Mei confirmed. Surely you came to save us, right? But surprisingly, Nangong Shing was also sitting in a nearby cage. No, I was caught too. The atmosphere momentarily fell into silence. No one said another word. Nangong Shing ate voraciously, while praising. The food here is really delicious. Zhuge Mei asked weakly, Did you also lose to that guy named Jiangxi? Nangong Shing laughed loudly. Is it Jiangxi? That fight was great. Even though I lost. Ha! Zhuge Mei thought nervously. Even the fire dragon, sword, Nangong Shing lost. The leader here is stronger than I thought. Nangong Shing continued. However, this must be destiny. I didn't expect to meet my sister-in-law here. Zhuge Mei was puzzled. Sister-in-law? Is she talking about me? Her cheeks immediately turned red, denying. Senior, what do you mean by that? Nangong Hao and I are just childhood friends. Just then, another voice rang out. Long time no see, everyone. It's Jin Yuer. Zhuge Mei was even more confused. Why are you here too? Jin Yuer explained. After hearing the news that young Master Nangong Hao went missing, I sneaked out of the martial arts school alone. On the way, I learned that these bandits were causing trouble in this area. So I came here to fight. The result was getting caught. There is no more time. I have to quickly escape from this damn place to find young Master Nangong Hao. Zhuge Mei silently agreed. That's right. With so many comrades, we can escape. There are 2 guards in the prison. They patrol once every 2 hours. And they just arrived, so we have enough time. These iron bars are made of refined steel. If broken, it will cause a loud noise. So this method is not feasible. Just then, a noise startled her. Here already? But it hasn't been 2 hours yet. A bandit walked out, said to them, "Hey, brats, follow me. Our boss wants to meet you." After that, everyone was tied up and led away. Yu Wujin's mouth was still full of food. Speaking unclearly, eating is the most important thing in the world. You could have waited for us to finish eating before calling. Thought you were good people. Really disappoints me. By the way, why does he want to meet us? Zhuge Mei thought while walking. Their camp is built in a quite strategic area. Very difficult to attack. And can also help them resist any attack. I wonder if they have a strategist. Everyone quickly arrived where the bandits were feasting. They were gathering to eat and drink lavishly. Extremely lively. Keep drinking. This is freshly brewed sticky rice wine. How long do you plan to make me dance? Sun Yugong was also present, complaining. Drank too long. My shoulders are all sore. Jiangxi opposite laughed loudly. Huh, this friend of yours is really interesting. I'm starting to like you. The children saw this scene, all stunned. Then they were untied, arranged to sit at the table. Brats, come here. I heard you are his disciples. Although you attacked us, but I decided to be merciful and forgive you. Go over there and eat and drink as you please. Sun Yugong laughed loudly. Big brother is truly benevolent. Ha! Jiangxi pointed his finger. But not all. I like these 2 girls. So the 2 of them must stay with me. He pointed exactly at Nangong Xing and Jin Yuer. Nangong Xing was eating, immediately slammed the table and shouted. I don't think so, even if I lost to you. I'm also the eldest daughter of the great Nangong family. I refuse to kneel before bandits. Jin Yuer raised her bowl and drained it. I also have a fiancé, so I can't stay here. Jiangxi clenched his fist, circulating internal energy. So bold. Here, I'm the rule. Sun Yugong was confused inside. What is she doing here? He then turned to say to Jiangxi, Please, brother Jiang, can't you let them go? Jiang, she said sternly. Although this is your wish, but I cannot give up. If you want to change my mind, then beat me in arm wrestling. Sun Yugong asked back. Pure strength, no internal energy, right? Jiang, she replied. A real man must use the body's strength to prove himself. Are you ready? Sun Yugong heard this, immediately rolling up his sleeves. Let's start. Seeing this, Jiang, she praised. It seems your friend's body is also trained not badly. I admire you even more. Sun Yugong interjected. The person truly cultivating the body here is Big Brother. Why do you want to keep these 2 children? Jiang, she explained. Although they are women, but their physical qualities are really excellent. These 2 little girls are qualified to become my disciples. Especially that tall girl. She is truly a God-given gift. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Sun Yugong just touched his hand, already tense and panting, and the people around were loudly cheering. Go! Wind and Cloud Saber. Jiang, she was surprised. Wind and Cloud Saber? You mean, you are that Wind and Cloud Saber? Sun Yugong replied. That's just a title. Jiang, she continued. Don't lie. As far as I know, the Heavenly 3 Venerables are now all over 100 years old. I don't want to make friends with a liar. Sun Yugong said seriously. The one Big Brother mentioned is probably my master. I'm the 6th leader of the dragon sect. Jiangxi's aura exploded. I hate liars the most. You are no longer my friend. The bandits panicked and ran in all directions. The boss is mad. Everyone run quickly. The place immediately resounded with a loud explosion. Zhuge Mei and the others were terrified. Both of them disappeared. Where did they go? Yu Wujin pointed upwards, telling everyone to look up. The 2 of them were fighting in the air. Sun Yugong blocked the opponent's attack, horrified inside. Looks like I have to get serious. He immediately leaned over to dodge, a brilliant golden light flashing in his eyes, then launched a counter kick. A loud explosion rang out. Dust filled the air. Sun Yugong then landed on the ground, lamenting. So embarrassing. A master-level martial artist, yet acting as a lowly bandit leader. If everything is settled, then, just then, in the dust, Jiangshi's figure appeared again. Having such power is worthy of deceiving me that you are the wind and cloud saber. But you cannot overcome the muscles I trained. Sun Yugong sighed. How many times have I said? I'm not lying. He thought to himself. Why is he still safe and sound? Is that still not enough? Shung Ba, watching the battle, was also sweating profusely. His attacks have no effect. Zhuge Mei also turned pale. From the beginning, he wasn't an opponent us kids could deal with. Jiangshi spoke up again. Unless every muscle of mine acknowledges you. Otherwise you are a liar. Sun Yugong saw him rushing over, immediately transferring internal energy to his right leg. Must make him calm down first. He stomped hard on the ground. The ground instantly shattered and flew up. Jiangshi rushing over was forced to raise both arms to block. These petty tricks are useless, Sun Yugong asked while fighting. Big brother is indeed very strong. What must I do to make you believe my words are true? Jiangshi punched frantically, saying, If you really are the wind and cloud saber, then use that saber to defeat me. Sun Yugong didn't hesitate, immediately drawing his saber and launching a strike, knocking him deep into the ground. Why didn't you say so earlier? The bandits were extremely shocked inside. Real or fake? The boss was defeated with just one move. The kids cheered excitedly. Worthy of being the wind and cloud saber. Easily subduing the one we couldn't even touch. Jiangshi stood up again. It seems you are more formidable than I thought. But those little tricks, compared to our leader, are far inferior. Maybe I should change my mind. Use full strength to fight. Then he took out a mask and put it on. Now, which one shall we start with? Sun Yugong sighed. Troublesome. I didn't want to use even a bit of the Supreme Dragon Art's internal energy. The kids were surprised. Isn't that mask similar to Master Gue Mion's? That's right. Could he also be from the Black Flower Troop? Ming Ji wondered. What is the Black Flower Troop again? Zhuge Mei walked over, knocking on his head. Idiot. I told you. Master Gue Mion is the leader of the Black Flower Troop. Sun Yugong looked at the opponent and asked, Does Big Brother know Master Gue Mion? Jiangshi asked back, Master Gue Mion? Are you talking about the leader? Hearing Sun Yugong confirm, he was even more confused. Master, is it the rumored Gue Mion teaching at the Bai Martial Arts School? But according to Yi Meihua, that bastard is a fake made up by the Alliance. No one knows where the real leader is. Sun Yugong refuted. Big Brother's information is wrong. Master Gue Mion is real. I have personally verified this matter. Jiangshi interjected. I'm not even sure if you're the wind and cloud saber or not. So how can I believe your words? Just then, Zhuge Mei spoke up. Master Gue Mion hates beans. Jiangshi stopped, turning to ask her, What about cucumbers? Zhuge Mei replied. Cucumbers make him lose his mind. Jiangshi froze on the spot. Impossible. After a moment of internal struggle, he tremblingly asked back. I ask one last time. Does he like spicy stew? Shung Ba immediately answered. Gue Mion doesn't eat spicy stew. Jiangshi weakly knelt on the ground. Absolutely correct. Turns out the real leader is at the Bai Martial Arts School. After that, everyone sat back at the banquet table. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Jiangshi, captain of the 3rd unit of the Black Flower Troop. You say you're the leader's disciples. Since you are his disciples, then you are my junior brothers. And junior sisters. Just call me senior brother. Ha! The kids were stunned like statues. Mouths agape. Yes, senior brother. Thinking something else inside. The age gap is too big. Can't call him that. Sun Yugong suddenly realized. No wonder those bandits were well trained. No different from an army. So it was the credit of Big Brother Jiangshi here. Jiangshi heard this, turning his head to look at the bandits drinking behind. They said their homes fell into the hands of landlords, reluctantly having to go up this mountain, gathering together as bandits. Sun Yugong didn't understand. But Big Brother, why did you become their leader? Hearing the question, he sighed. Originally, I planned to destroy them for the bounty. But then I felt compassion, so I helped out. After that, they asked me to be the leader. During the training process, these people gradually became independent. So we settled here. My martial arts are mainly external, so physical training is extremely important. These two are very suitable to learn this art, but they come from the Mei sect and the Nangong family. What a pity, Jean Yue thought to herself. I miss young Master Nangong Hao so much. Just thinking about him being taken by the demonic cult people, I can't swallow this anger. She turned her face to the side, then pushed a plate of food in front of Yu Jin. You look very hungry. Want to eat this portion too? Yu Jin looked at her blankly, then placed his hand on his chest thinking, sharing such precious food with me. How great is this meaning? My heart is beating so fast. Could this be the legendary love? Just then, Jiang Shi slammed the table, speaking loudly. If there is anything I can help with, just say it, as long as my junior brothers ask. There is nothing I cannot do. Zhuge Mei immediately replied. We are looking for a person named Tan Bai Shu. Jiang Shi was puzzled. Tan Bai Shu? Are you talking about Yi Yan? Zhuge Mei was surprised. Yi Yan? Could it be? Tan Bai Shu is also a member of the Black Flower Troop? Jiang Shi explained. It's embarrassing to say. That greedy guy is also my comrade in the Black Flower Troop. He's currently working as a steward in a small sect. But why are you looking for Yi Yan? After hearing their explanation, he stroked his chin in thought. Wait, Nangong Hao. Did you say Nangong Hao? I seem to have heard this name somewhere not long ago. An old comrade of mine brought a kid along. That kid's name is Nangong Hao. Everyone heard this and was excited. Did Nangong Hao come here? Jiang Shi nodded. That's right. Although his temperament is very different from you junior brothers and sisters. But is he also the leader's disciple? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief then. Truly fortunate. So he wasn't taken by the demonic cult. Then why didn't he return? Nangong Xing suddenly cried out. Is he alone? Is there any older person with him? Jiang Shi shook his head. Only my comrade and that child. I heard he plans to attend Qin Shang's retirement ceremony. Sun Yigong was confused. Retirement ceremony? Why go there? Jiang Shi explained. They said they're on the way to collect blood pills. Everyone was surprised once again. Qin Shang Shung Ba. He is a highly respected elder of the Orthodox sect. But behind the scenes, he uses any means for personal gain. In that process, he has made quite a few enemies. For the retirement ceremony to go smoothly, he promised to provide pills to those who sell their lives for him. Nangong Hao heard this and asked, Is that pill the blood pill? The opponent nodded. That's right. According to Yi Yan's intelligence, the blood pills will be traded tonight. Security is very tight, so we must investigate the warehouse location first. Then on the day of the ceremony, take advantage of the chaos to seize the blood pills. Before tonight, just rest. Nangong Hao turned to walk out. We still have time. I'll go out for a walk. The opponent reminded. Don't do anything unnecessary. Come back early. Nangong Hao agreed and went out. He walked alone on the crowded street. There were many martial artists here. Most came for the pills. Just then, a conflict occurred ahead. Old man, are you senile? Wanting to go kill Shung Ba. He is a great leader of the Orthodox sect. The old man explained. You have all been deceived. My son died because of him. The guy shouted impatiently. Do you think I will believe that? Your son committed suicide. Why blame Shung Ba? Could it be just because your son had a weak will that you have to blame others even in death? The old man burst into tears. My son is not. The guy raised a saber. Since you want to meet your son so much, I'll send you on your way. Just then, Nangong Hao appeared and stopped him. The guy shouted angrily. Damn it, who are you? Dare to interfere in my business? Nangong Hao looked cold. Can't you see? I'm doing something unnecessary. The guy threatened again. Hey, kid. Interfering in adults' business will get you hurt. Nangong Hao fearlessly asked back. Who gets hurt? The guy was driven mad by Nangong Hao. The aura on his body exploded in an instant. You are truly bold. But before the guy could act, he was grabbed and thrown down by Nangong Hao, head planting into the ground. The weapon in his hand was also snatched away. Nangong Hao held the sword to the guy's neck threateningly. Try saying what you just said again. The guy dared not act rashly anymore, switching to begging. Nangong Hao comforted him with a ferocious face. Don't worry, I'll just cut your meridians. making you unable to hold a sword ever again. Just then, a person walked over from the front, telling him to stop. Nangong Hao stopped his movement. Glancing at that person, this person was Zhang Hao Chuan. I originally intended to step in sooner, but seeing you handle it not badly, so I decided to stand aside and watch a bit. However, cutting his meridians is not a chivalrous act. Nangong Hao evaluated him, analyzing inwardly. An old iron sword. A country bumpkin talking like he's reading a book. Thinking so, he asked, "Are you on the same side as him?" Zhang Hao Chuan explained, "No, I also think he is wrong. But doing that is a bit too harsh. As a disciple of the Hainan sect, I cannot stand by and watch." Nangong Hao was secretly surprised. Hainan sect. At this moment, the old man also stepped forward to dissuade. "Please stop. That is enough." Both looked at the old man with puzzled eyes. Nangong Hao then left amidst the old man's thanks. He didn't turn back, replied calmly, "Being weak yourself, yet helping others. Truly pitiful." Zhang Hao Chuan secretly lamented. What exactly has he gone through for his eyes to be so full of killing intent? The night before the retirement ceremony, Nangong Hao and his companion moved quietly on the roof. The fake Gue Mian pointed ahead. "The blood pills will pass through this road. Watch carefully where they hide the goods." Very quickly, a carriage convoy arrived. An old man stood in the middle of the yard welcoming them. "Surely you have worked hard all the way." This person was Shung Ba. A person stepped forward to reply, "Thank you for your warm hospitality. Can we go inside to appraise the pills?" Nangong Hao observed from above. Blurted out, "Is that the transporter?" "Too skinny." The fake Gue Mian replied, "Looks about your age." When the opponent took off his hat, Nangong Hao was even more surprised. Because that person was Tang Weizhou. Why is he transporting blood pills? The fake Gue Mian was puzzled. "Do you know him?" Nangong Hao explained. "Yeah. He is the son of the Tang family head. Not long ago, he was kicked out of the Bai martial arts school." The fake Gue Mian pondered. "Tang family. Is this matter related to the Tang family? Let's see how much they cooperate." Then the two disappeared from the roof. Tang Weizhou's group had entered Shung Ba's study to discuss. Tang Weizhou clasped his hands to him. "I heard the retirement ceremony will be held tomorrow. Congratulations." Shung Ba clasped his hands in return. "Nothing to congratulate. It's just this old man washing his hands of the golden basin." Tang Weizhou asked again, "Is everything going smoothly?" He explained, "Since I announced, I had prepared blood pills. Those martial artists swarmed like flies. It's all thanks to the Tang family." Tang Weizhou replied politely, "Just a helping hand. This is all the result of Qing Shang acting upright all your life." He narrowed his eyes, calling the people outside in. As soon as the words fell, a group of graceful maidens walked in. "Tonight, let's just enjoy ourselves to the fullest." Outside, the carriage containing the pills was being moved into the warehouse. Nangong Hao and his companion observed from a nearby roof. "It is this place. We have identified the location. Now let's go back." Nangong Hao thought to himself, "Why is Tang Weizhou doing this? Could there be some cooperation between the Tang family and the demonic cult?" The fake Gue Mian spoke up asking, "You said you knew that kid before. How close are you two?" Nangong Hao replied, "Just old enemies. Have the Tang sect of Sichuan and the demonic cult joined forces." The fake Gue Mian continued, "I will mention this to Yi Yan, but highly likely, the blood pill is our top target. So first let's focus on doing this well." Nangong Hao agreed, then fell into thought again. "Tang Weizhou, you blocked my way once again." On the day of the retirement ceremony, a large crowd gathered here. Everyone was discussing excitedly, extremely lively, chatting about strange things in the Jianghu. Nangong Hao was also among them, secretly observing the crowd. Were the people here also promised pills? They clearly still have huge room for growth. So greedy. I don't see any experts who can interfere in this retirement ceremony. Everyone here could become my enemy. Unexpectedly, for their own self-interest, they go protect a corrupt official. Can people like this be called the Orthodox sect? Shung Ba finally stepped out, speaking loudly. "It seems I haven't lived my life in vain. I'm very happy that all heroes have gathered here for my retirement ceremony. Since I stepped into the martial arts world, it has been 50 years. As a member of the Orthodox sect, I have traveled all over the world, constantly striving with a chivalrous spirit. finally honored by everyone as Qing Shang. I would like to thank everyone here. The crowd below the stage cheered upon hearing his words. Shung Ba smiled with satisfaction and continued. During this time, I have gained love and also accumulated hatred. Today, I will wash my hands of the golden basin. If anyone objects or is unhappy, please speak up. I will humbly use goodwill to resolve it. Before retiring into seclusion, the crowd below the stage smiled silently. No one spoke up. Waiting a while, Shung Ba spoke again. Is there no one? Everyone burst into laughter. How can there be such a person in the martial arts world? Just then, Zhang Haochuan stepped forward. I am Zhang Haochuan, disciple of the Hainan sect. I have something to ask Qing Shang. Nangong Hao saw him step onto the stage. His face couldn't help showing surprise. People around also looked at Zhang Haochuan in surprise. Hainan sect? Isn't that sect at the far south? Just looking at the appearance, I thought he was from the beggars' sect. That makes more sense. Shung Ba didn't seem displeased. Calmly asked, Thank you for coming from the distant Hainan sect to attend this old man's grand event. What do you want to ask me? Zhang Haochuan pointed at the old man beside him. This is the old man I met last night. He said his son died because of you. Shung Ba immediately denied. There seems to be some misunderstanding here. Why do you say I killed your son? The old man cried out. Liar. Your subordinates followed your orders to capture my daughter-in-law. My poor son committed suicide out of grief. Speaking of this, he glanced to the side. My son, my daughter-in-law, your father is here. Please come back to me. My child. A woman nervously avoided the old man's gaze and said, I don't know this old man. Hearing this, the old man's face immediately turned pale. The people around took the opportunity to criticize. What is the old man doing? How dare he cause trouble in such a sacred place? Qing Shang is really generous, allowing others to publicly slander him like that. A person below the stage thought to himself, this is a good opportunity. I must take advantage of this situation to impress the great man. Then that person stepped forward and said, Forgive me for speaking frankly. I think you have misunderstood something. Elder Shung Ba is an outstanding martial artist of the Orthodox sect. Accusing him of doing these petty thefts is an insult to everyone present here. Zhang Haochuan looked cold. I thought so too at first. So last night, I personally investigated. Immediately after, 2 bound men were brought up. I interrogated these 2. They admitted to capturing the old man's daughter-in-law on orders. Elder Shung Ba, you are the only one who hired these 2. Hearing this, the person walked up to him and roared. You say their words are evidence? Shung Ba laughed at this moment. Huh, they admitted knowing me? Let me ask. Then he glanced at the 2 people tied on the ground. Young man, do you know me? The young man nervously shook his head and said he didn't know. Qing Shang was excited. See? How can his testimony be evidence? Zhang Haochuan continued. That's right. Words cannot be evidence. I apologize. Nangong Hao stood aside thinking. An Orthodox sect elder talking like someone from an evil sect. Shung Ba smiled and continued. Today is the day I wash my hands of the golden basin. It is a day for us to resolve misunderstandings. So it's okay. I understand the old man's situation. So after the ceremony ends, I will talk to him privately. Zhang Haochuan sneered. If it were a dispute between martial artists, using martial arts competition to resolve, it would be appropriate. But as you can see, this old man is just a commoner. So, let's go to the court to resolve this issue. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd buzzed. Court. The old man is not a martial artist, so there is nothing wrong. But what exactly is going on? That person roared again. What did you say? Surprisingly, Shung Ba spoke up to stop that person. I understand your point, but there is a reason why the imperial court cannot interfere in martial arts affairs. Relying on the government to resolve conflicts is shameful for a martial artist. Hearing this, Zhang Haochuan bowed his head. Please forgive my rudeness. Shung Ba reached out his hand and continued. I give you a proposal. I will consider this a martial arts matter and use life to resolve it, because this is the rule of the ceremony. The crowd immediately buzzed. The great man is right. We won't sit still watching a martial artist go to court. We are people full of wisdom. The old man began to worry at this moment, walking to Zhang Haochuan's side, intending to dissuade him. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhang Haochuan. You don't need to worry. Then he stepped forward, said seriously, I accept the proposal. Yi Meihua disguised as an old woman, whispered in Nangong Hao's ear. Very good. As soon as the duel begins, we will go to where the blood pills are hidden. Get ready. Nangong Hao didn't answer, just nodded in agreement. On the stage, Qing Shang spoke loudly again. Now, Shung Ba, we'll begin the ceremony. If anyone else has objections, please speak immediately. If after today anyone still bears a grudge against me, that person will be considered a common enemy of the entire martial arts world and will be punished. The ceremony of returning to the Orthodox sect is a ceremony where a martial artist declares retirement. But retiring safely is usually uncommon. A person stepped forward clasping hands and said, I am Iron Fist Haiyang. I once owed Elder Shung Ba a favor. This duel, can you let me fight on your behalf? The crowd was astonished. Is that the young master of Iron Fist Haiyang? He is a martial artist who can split a large rock with his bare hands like cutting tofu. Another person shouted, No, I owe Elder Shung Ba a favor. I want to participate in this duel. Please allow me. The crowd immediately responded, chanting, Please let me repay the kindness. Let me participate. It should be me. Their frenzy couldn't help but surprise Zhang Haochuan. Shung Ba said to the crowd, Everyone, please be quiet. It seems I haven't lived my life in vain. There are so many brave warriors willing to stand up for me. But even so, one person cannot fight against a crowd. So, I only accept 3 people. Then he turned to Zhang Haochuan and asked, Are you willing to bet your life on this challenge? Zhang Haochuan fearlessly clenched his fist. Waves of Hainan will never stop until they hit the shore. I accept the challenge. In his mind, memories of hard training by the sea appeared. 2 people nearby were observing and discussing. What does he do all day? Does he think Buddha will manifest if he keeps doing this all day? Ignore him. If the mind is dull, the body must suffer. Truly shameful that we are in the same sect as him. A person walked up to Zhang Haochuan and asked, Why must cultivation always face the sea? The person arriving was his senior brother. Starting this cold, greeting style again? This is why other disciples don't want to interact with you. Zhang Haochuan bowed to that person. It's all because I lack the elements. Senior brother handed him the skewered fish in his hand. Stop thinking. Eat this first. The 2 brothers then sat down, eating fish while confiding. Did the sect leader let you go yet? Zhang Haochuan shook his head. Not yet. Master said my kung fu hasn't arrived yet. Senior brother continued. I want to go to the martial arts world with you. If one day you go, I will go too. Finally, that day also arrived. Senior brother clasped his hands and said seriously, I absolutely will not disgrace the Hainan sect. The sect leader instructed them. Go to the Central Plains to experience the martial arts world. Make the reputation of our Hainan sect resound throughout the world. Then they boarded the boat, starting the journey. Zhang Haochuan stayed behind, watching them gradually go far away, silently praying in his heart. Senior brother, please take care. The sect leader asked him, Do you regret not being able to go with him? Zhang Haochuan shook his head. No. Disciple knows his kung fu is still shallow. The sect leader comforted. Just keep persisting. Ocean waves will eventually wear down hard rocks. Zhang Haochuan bowed sincerely. Yes, sect leader. Some time later, he received a letter sent back by senior brother. How are you? After arriving in the Central Plains, I truly felt how vast the world is. The mysterious breadth of the formation set up by the Zhuge family is unbelievable. The traditional martial arts of Shaolin Temple are described as heavy as Mount Tai. I hope you can also come to this land to experience everything yourself. I am about to meet a famous Orthodox martial artist, the blue-clad man. When I get there, I will write to you later. After reading the letter, Zhang Haochuan immediately picked up his sword and stood up. He circulated energy and began practicing again. He swung his sword, shattering the wave in front of him. Great! I finally completed the wave-breaking technique that senior brother showed me. Really want to show senior brother. He has been there for 3 months. Just then, he was startled by a boat in the distance. The people on the boat were busy transporting a pile of coffins. A person shouted loudly, Delivery for the Hainan sect. Zhang Haochuan quickly ran to that person and asked, I am a disciple of the Hainan sect. What is the noise about? The person was surprised. You are from the Hainan sect? The disciples in the sect who left a few months ago have all been murdered. The coffins were quickly brought to the Hainan sect. The sect leader knelt on the ground, crying miserably. Why did my disciples encounter such a disaster? There are 5 bodies. But Zhang Haochuan's senior brother is not there. Zhang Haochuan asked the old man, "Are these all the bodies? Who sent them?" The old man replied, "As far as I know, it was the martial artists of the Orthodox sect who collected these bodies." The sect leader spoke up at this moment. "All right, you go," Zhang Haochuan said to the sect leader. "Master, senior brother is not in here. If we find him, we might find clues about the other brothers." Back to the present. Zhang Haochuan turned his head and asked loudly, "Who is the next person?" Those people were standing there observing. The guy from just now immediately stepped out. "Thunder Sword, I come to test your strength." The audience buzzed. "Is it the Thunder Sword? One of the 100 great experts. Heard his thunder footwork is unmatched. This kid has no chance." Zhang Haochuan politely introduced himself. On the other side, Nangong Hao and his companion had entered the warehouse. Manhwa smiled and said, "Indeed, as expected, the guards have all gathered at the arena. So sneaking in here is much easier. Quickly find the blood pills." The two immediately separated to start searching. Nangong Hao bumped into someone guarding there as soon as he entered. Before the opponent could react, he was knocked out by him. Then he pushed open the door of the room the opponent was guarding. Seeing the things inside, he knew he had found it. But just then, someone walked out. "I guarded here, just in case. But indeed, as expected, I really caught a little mouse. If you want to find the blood pills, give up." Nangong Hao saw it was Tang Weizhou. Doubts rising in his heart again. What is he doing here? The scene goes back to before. Somewhere, under a deep well with many insects, a figure stood there, letting them gnaw. This person was none other than Tang Weizhou. He stood there, recalling the day he was humiliated by Nangong Hao. Losing to that trash is truly unacceptable. If I meet him again, I absolutely won't be careless. Father is someone who can discard his own son for the benefit of the Tang family. I cannot fall into the same river twice. I must succeed in this mission. Back to the present. I heard someone is destroying the blood pills we distributed. Are you alone? Seeing Nangong Hao's appearance, Tang Weizhou sneered. You naturally won't talk. I guess I have to peel off your face mask myself to know. Speaking of this, he closed his fan. Several figures immediately appeared behind him. These people all wore masks. Faces cold, emotionless. As soon as Tang Weizhou gave the order, they rushed towards Nangong Hao in unison. Several poisoned hidden weapons were also fired accordingly. But the hidden weapons could only hit the ground. Nangong Hao had jumped into the air. Seeing this, the assassins looked up in surprise. Before they could react, they were kicked repeatedly by him until blood and flesh flew. He grabbed one's leg with his hand, then pulled hard. The opponent was slammed hard onto the ground by him, creating a huge impact. Tang Weizhou witnessed his extraordinary strength from behind, eyes widening in horror. Nangong Hao stood amidst the dust, circulating the 2 streams of internal energy in his body. The move he was preparing to execute was called Twin Dragon Roaming Intent. Tang Weizhou realized something upon seeing this move. This energy is... On the side, Manhwa also sensed something. What is that commotion? It seems something happened on Nangong Hao's side. He just turned his head and bumped into a group of people rushing over. He was fearless, standing there laughing coldly. You should have hidden, but I guess you want to seek death. The disguise layer on the outside immediately shattered, revealing his true face. Both front and back now had people from the Tang family rushing in. They completely blocked Manhwa's retreat. But Manhwa had no intention of running away, pulling out a whip and swinging it, making the group of people die in a pool of blood before they could even act. According to Nangong Hao, these people are from the Tang sect of Sichuan. Clearly, they're the elite army of the Tang family. The dark squad of the Tang family. I wonder if Nangong Hao can deal with them. On this side, Nangong Hao's move had gradually taken shape. A palm strike was launched, making 2 Tang family assassins vomit blood and fly backward. Very quickly, all of them had fallen, losing their combat capability. There were also a few small scratches on Nangong Hao's body. Poisonous gas was rising from the wounds. Tang Weizhou had also recognized his identity at this moment. Spoke up asking, You're Nangong Hao, right? Nangong Hao didn't intend to hide anymore, reaching up to take off the face mask. He walked up to Tang Wei-zhou, facing him. That's right. Long time no see. Tang Wei-zhou. Tang Wei-zhou was sweating nervously, thinking to himself, how could he easily defeat the Tang family's elite army like that? After I was kicked out of the martial arts school, what exactly happened? The more he thought, the more uncomfortable he felt. Clenching his fists, Nangong Hao didn't want to bicker with him, turning to leave. Don't hinder my mission anymore. Get lost. Did you forget you lost me once? Tang Wei-zhou was immediately provoked. His eyes became bloodshot, gritting his teeth and saying, something like you dares to look down on me? As soon as he finished speaking, he launched the 100 poison palm, rushing straight at Nangong Hao. Nangong Hao turned his head coldly to look at him. Tang Wei-zhou's palm hit one of his own subordinates instead. Nangong Hao had used that person as a shield. Said coldly, your poison technique is not bad, but the prerequisite is to hit the opponent first. Tang Wei-zhou was even more furious, roaring, Nangong Hao, you bastard! But he quickly stopped, because that corpse blocked his view. Nangong Hao continued calmly, I thought you had learned your lesson. Turns out you're still just a useless piece of trash. Finished speaking, Nangong Hao decisively threw a punch, hitting Tang Wei-zhou straight in the face. Tang Wei-zhou took the full brunt of the punch, leaning back and falling to the ground. He was in extreme pain, howling miserably. Nangong Hao pressed on him, killing intent overflowing, asking through gritted teeth, tell me, who ordered you to produce and distribute the blood pills? Although Tang Wei-zhou was miserable, his tongue was still very tough. Bastard, do you think I will tell you? Nangong Hao's face was cold as ice. Do you think I'm still the Nangong Hao you knew at the martial arts school? You are just a frog in a well, just a flower in a greenhouse. True pain is not the feeling of failure, but when you realize you are powerless. Speaking of this, Nangong Hao pulled out a knife, stabbing Tang Wei-zhou, making him scream in pain for his parents. Nangong Hao seemed to enjoy torturing him, laughing delightfully. Look at you. This is the fate of the weak. After that, he raised the knife again, intending to continue torturing. Just then, Yi Meihua also ran to Nangong Hao's side. He is controlled by his heart demon. Yi Meihua called loudly for him to wake up. Didn't you say you would only kill those two old men? Your enemies? Nangong Hao heard these words, gritting his teeth in hesitation. Yi Meihua continued to advise, is your will that weak? Easily defeated by the heart demon like that? Nangong Hao held his head, replying through clenched teeth. I still remember. Yi Meihua said coldly, if you continue like this, I have no choice but to kill you. Nangong Hao calmed down, sweat pouring down like a bath. There won't be a next time. At this moment, Tang Wei-zhou screamed again. Who the hell are you to discuss killing or sparing me? You dare treat me like this? I, Tang Wei-zhou, am the heir of the Tang sect of Sichuan. Yi Meihua mocked. The Tang sect of Sichuan is nothing big. Just one elite member of the Black Flower Troop is enough to destroy your entire family. Finished speaking, Yi Meihua threw a silver needle, sticking it into his neck. You should feel lucky that you're still young, so you kept your life. Speaking of this, Yi Meihua turned to look at the blood pills in the corner. Nangong Hao walked over, asking curiously, what are you doing? Yi Meihua squatted down to observe. We can't transport all of this away. It shouldn't exist in this world anymore. We must destroy it all. Saying that, Yi Meihua placed a grenade in there. On the other side, the sword was knocked away. Zhang Haochuan's opponent was defeated by him, kneeling on the ground, admitting defeat. Zhang Haochuan himself looked extremely miserable. He clasped his fists, speaking loudly. It was a wonderful match. The surrounding audience cheered seeing this. Shung Ba's face was gloomy, reminding the person in front of him. You are the last one, so you cannot lose. The person glanced at him. That young man from the Hainan sect is stronger than I thought. Shung Ba asked back, do you think he and you are on the same level? The person explained, I see he's slightly better, but I can try, because he must be very tired. Shung Ba said sternly, you shouldn't just try, but must win at all costs. Didn't you master the technique I taught? The person also looked at him seriously. Yes, sir. You don't need to worry. He took out a blood pill and gave it to the guy. Eat this. Since you have mastered the chaos demon art, I believe you can control the energy of the blood pill. The guy took the pill, bowing in thanks. Thank you. I will repay you by winning this match. On this side, the old man walked to Zhang Haochuan's side and asked the young man, Are you okay? You got hurt because of me. I am truly sorry. Zhang Haochuan didn't mind. Comforting. It will be fine. I also have to win this match for personal reasons. The letter from that year appeared in his mind. I'm about to meet a famous knight of the Orthodox sect, named the Blue-Clad Man. After arriving there, I will write to you later. Recalling this, he couldn't help sighing, thinking to himself, the last letter senior brother sent me mentioned the Blue-Clad Man. I have a few things to ask him. Just then, the other person also walked over. I am Deng Mok of the Stormin. Zhang Haochuan also politely bowed in return. Deng Mok drew his saber, circulating energy preparing to fight. You are younger than me, but I won't let you attack first. Saying that, he rushed up, moves fast like a tornado. Zhang Haochuan was hit, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, horrified inside. His saber is faster than the light sword. He and my previous opponent are completely not on the same level. Deng Mok didn't stop, continuing to swing his saber to attack. What are you doing, young man? Just standing like that will get you killed. Because he used a blood pill, his strength skyrocketed at this moment. Zhang Haochuan could only struggle to defend, mouth constantly coughing up blood, thinking to himself, not only fast, but his strength is also very great. Senior brother was right. I must leave the island to explore the world. After that, he actively retreated backward, creating distance. Deng Mok saw this and mocked. Why run away like a cowardly mouse? What are you thinking? Attack me. Zhang Haochuan continuously dodged his attacks. Disbelieving inside, he attacks continuously without stopping. But I always feel something is wrong. Although the moves he unleashes are extremely fierce, his center of gravity is completely off balance. Any beginner martial artist must learn how to adjust their body center of gravity. But how can a martial arts expert like him make this basic mistake, even if very small? I can see the opponent's opening. Just then, Deng Mok unleashed a supreme move, intending to finish off the opponent. Zhang Haochuan also saw the opening, bending down to rush forward. He dodged the opponent's attack, simultaneously countering, slashing a cut on his side. Deng Mok roared in disbelief. Bastard! How could you attack me? Zhang Haochuan didn't answer, just sighed. Too shallow. The aura on Deng Mok became more violent. I asked how you could. Because he used a blood pill, Deng Mok's internal energy increased rapidly. But that energy flow made his swordsmanship uncoordinated. Zhang Haochuan held his sword with both hands, circulated energy, and said, Waves of Hainan, when facing a storm, become even more fierce. After that, he slashed out a wave-breaking technique. Deng Mok clicked his tongue. Do you think that simple attack works on me? The two immediately clashed, weapons colliding directly. Zhang Haochuan raised his sword again, slashing down another powerful blow. Although Deng Mok stubbornly resisted, he eventually failed because Zhang Haochuan's offensive was truly too intense. He knelt on the ground, disbelieving. He looked up at Zhang Haochuan rushing over. Only one thought flashed in his mind. Can't block it. Just then, a loud explosion suddenly rang out nearby. Explosions occurred simultaneously around the arena. This unexpected incident made Zhang Haochuan stop, staring blankly at what was happening. The audience panicked, holding their heads and running away. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became chaotic. Shung Ba was also extremely shocked inside. The cellar storing blood pills exploded. He quickly waved his hand, ordering his subordinates. All of you go check for me what exactly happened. Everyone approached the place where the explosion occurred. That place had turned into a pile of rubble. There were two figures standing there. Yi Meihua sighed secretly. Looks like we can't hide. That group of people questioned them. Who is there? Identify yourselves quickly. Yi Meihua snorted coldly. What do you want to use that information for? I just cleaned up some low-quality goods. Shung Ba thought to himself. These two definitely came for the blood pills. Thinking of this, he shouted loudly, You dare cause trouble at my retirement ceremony? Everyone, attack! Capture all these intruders from me. The aura on Yi Meihua immediately circulated. Before that group could rush up, they were all killed. Shung Ba stood there, watching fresh blood splatter everywhere. Shocked to the extreme, killed all martial artists with one move. Who exactly are they? The scene shifts back to before. Nangong Hao asked the opponent curiously. By the way, why did you lie that you were Gui Mian? Yi Meihua replied. Since the Black Flower Troop disbanded, I have always been looking for the leader, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find a single trace. Nangong Hao didn't understand. He is at the Bai martial arts school. Yi Meihua glanced at him unhappily. How can you say such nonsense? Your master is not our leader. Nangong Hao was puzzled inside. Master is not Gui Mian. Yi Meihua continued. I've seen the leader's face. When the leader took off the mask, that half-face was truly like walking out of painting. Because the leader always wore a mask, even in front of members, so only I know the leader's appearance. In short, that bastard at Bai martial arts school is a fake. Nangong Hao saw him, so resolute, even more disbelieving inside. Is our master really a fake? Yi Meihua continued. That's why I used the leader's name to go kill those thugs and assassins using blood pills. I thought if I did that, the real leader would come looking. After that, I met you. In your body, there's a source of internal energy identical to the leader's. Only our leader knows the origin reversal art. You are the only clue leading me to find the leader. Nangong Hao heard this, heart even more confused. What exactly is going on? So he is the real Gui Mian. He intended to speak about this matter, but suddenly remembered something, raising his hand to cover his mouth. No, now I should use him. I'm not strong enough, nor do I have enough information to find the demonic cult's location. To avenge Big Brother. Thinking of this, Nangong Hao said to him, make a deal with me. Yi Meihua wondered, deal? What deal? Nangong Hao replied, I help you meet Master Gui Mian. In exchange, you must help me take revenge. Yi Meihua heard this, momentarily falling into thought. Help! In Yi Meihua's mind, the scene of meeting Gui Mian for the first time involuntarily appeared. He seemed to see the shadow of his younger self in Nangong Hao. The scene shifts to the present. Everyone discussed the appearance of Nangong Hao and Yi Meihua. Is he Gui Mian? A person wearing a mask, dressed in black. Is he really Gui Mian? Shung Ba shouted loudly. Don't be stupid. Didn't you hear the Alliance is looking for the fake Gui Mian? He is definitely a fake. Gui Mian is a hero in the war against the demonic cult. He wouldn't attack the retirement ceremony of a famous great martial artist. You dare cause trouble in a place with so many orthodox martial artists. Tired of living, everyone attacked together. Finish him off. At this moment, Deng Mok also stepped forward. The medicinal power has penetrated deep into the body, filling his whole body with demonic energy. Seeing him step up, the surrounding people cheered. Zhang Haochuan suddenly stepped forward, blocking in front of him. Wait, I am your opponent. Our battle is not over yet. Nangong Hao opened his eyes wide in surprise, thinking to himself, he's still fighting? Why is he doing this? Deng Mok roared angrily. Do you think I will make the same mistake twice with someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Let's settle this once and for all. After that, he executed the Chaos Demon Art. A powerful/terrified Zhang Haochuan, struggling endlessly. Although he raised his sword to block, he was still suppressed by this terrifying power. Injured, Deng Mok snorted coldly. Now, die. Useless scum. The old man saw the critical situation, screaming in horror. Don't. At the critical moment, Nangong Hao took action. Deng Mok's blade was shattered by Nangong Hao's hand. He roared angrily. You dare interfere? Nangong Hao himself didn't understand why he saved him. The aura on Deng Mok exploded more violently. I won't spare you just because you are a child. The scene shifts to the forest outside. People panicked and ran away, making the ground shake like an earthquake. A group of people walking were surprised by the scene of many people fleeing and asked, Excuse me, what happened? A kind person stopped to remind, quickly find a safe place to hide. An explosion occurred at the blue-clad man's retirement ceremony. That group wondered, explosion? Something definitely happened. This group was Sun Yugong and his companions. On this side, Shung Ba stood on the spot. My retirement ceremony is a scene of devastation before my eyes. Chaos to the extreme. Yi Meihua, after finishing off the minions, looked towards him. Blue-clad man Shung Ba, you distributed blood pills to satisfy personal gain. Go to the Alliance and surrender. If you do, I will spare your life. Shung Ba trembled with anger. Surrender? Now the one to be punished is you. Finished speaking, he executed the purification palm, striking towards Manhwa. The scene shifts to Shung Bai's past memories. A middle-aged man laughed excitedly. Wonderful. You reached the peak at only 15 years old. This is truly the blessing of the Shung family. Shung Bai heard the praise, extremely happy inside. So, I really have talent. With the status of the Shung family as support, plus my own talent, nothing can stop Shung Bai. One day, Shung Bai held out his hand demanding, "Give it to me." The opponent reminded, "This is a relic of my parents." Shung Bai said, "So, it must be very valuable." Before the other person could say anything, he was beaten up badly. Because he lived a noble life since childhood. Whenever there was any conflict, Shung Bai used the family's power to cover it up. The man sitting on the chair sighed. "Cause trouble again? I will solve those problems. But you must ensure no one talks about this." This made Shung Bai couldn't help smiling a ferocious smile. "That's right. What I need to do is not get caught." The next day, Shung Bai went to the young man he beat up to apologize. "I was a bit too heavy-handed yesterday. Sorry. I return it to you." The young man saw this, happily receiving the item back. "Thank you so much." After that, the young man quickly ran back. A person standing behind Shung Bai laughed. "Is that the one we need to take care of?" "How should we do it?" Shung Bai turned to look at that guy, smiling very happily. "Smash him along with that thing." Over time, Shung Bai became more and more cautious in his behavior. A fierce-looking person went to the tea table to question, "Was it you who beat my brother?" Shung Bai hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. "Wait, hold on. I think there is a misunderstanding here. A friend of mine must have made a mistake. So please accept my apology." The guy slapped Shung Bai's hand away, roaring, "I think it's better to just kill this bastard." Just then, Shung Bai spoke up. "Are you sure you can handle him?" Shung Bai looked at that guy, smiling a very ferocious smile. The young man who was aggressive just now was then beaten so badly it was unbearable to look at. Cut his body into pieces and throw it away. Right. Capture his sister and sell her to a brothel. My initial goal was his medicinal herbs. So after finding them, burn his house down. Shung Bai used this method to collect various elixirs and constantly grew as an upright martial artist of the Orthodox sect. Shung Bai did good deeds outwardly, did evil behind the scenes. Shung Bai quickly became a pillar of the Orthodox sect, an example for everyone. Because he was respected by many, Shung Bai's influence also expanded rapidly. The scene shifts back to the present. Having just fought directly with Manhwa, Shung Bai couldn't help being horrified inside. How can his internal force be stronger than mine? I have used countless elixirs since childhood. How can this be? I'm sure he is not Guamian. Could he be in existence on the same level as Guamian? Shung Bai ultimately couldn't match Manhwa, being knocked flying. Several subordinates quickly ran up to support him, asking, "Mr. Shung Bai, are you okay?" Shung Bai calculated secretly, thinking carefully. The ghost mask and black cloak do not only represent Gay Mian alone. It is also the symbol of the Black Flower Troop, the legendary assassin organization of the Orthodox sect. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth to ask, "Are you a member of the Black Flower Troop?" Manhwa confirmed. "So what?" Everyone heard this and was surprised. Black Flower Troop? The legendary organization where all members reach the infinite realm. But I heard the whole army was wiped out in the Orthodox demonic war. Shung Bai cursed secretly. Damn it, people are discussing it too. Thinking of this, he turned to shout to everyone. "Everyone, don't be deceived. He is definitely from the demonic cult. If he really reached the infinite realm, why attack me?" Speaking of this, he threw the blood pills towards everyone, telling them to catch it, use it, then destroy this demon together. Everyone looked at the pill in their hands, thinking, so this is that famous pill. On this side, Dang Mok was still swinging his saber crazily. "I told you, I won't spare you just because you are a child." Nangong Hao and Zhang Haochuan jumped up simultaneously, dodging this attack of his. Zhang Haochuan glanced at Nangong Hao, said, "Hey, this is a fair duel between me and him. It's a life and death match. So please don't interfere. Please step back." Nangong Hao clicked his tongue. Fair? How stupid. He used the blood pill. Zhang Haochuan heard this. Stunned. Blood pill. Nangong Hao didn't have free time to talk to him. Flying away, a punch fast as lightning, punching straight into the opponent. Deng Mok was hit by this move, could only fly out helplessly. Nangong Hao said again, "You stepped into this muddy water without even knowing about the blood pill. You can't beat him, so step down." Zhang Haochuan stood there dazed, secretly exclaiming, "His martial arts are so powerful." Deng Mok on the other side knelt on the ground groaning. "Arrogant rat, I will kill you right here." Finished speaking, he jumped up, swinging his leg to attack. Nangong Hao blocked with both hands, then used force to twist his leg back, making him scream in pain for his parents. Next, Nangong Hao grabbed his hand, pressing him down to the ground. Deng Mok's miserable screams rang out. Zhang Haochuan also panicked and ran to stop him. "Stop! You are going too far." Nangong Hao looked straight at his face. "Didn't you say this is a life and death match? Your life is being threatened. With that attitude, you will lose." Zhang Haochuan was once again stunned by Nangong Hao's words. "Has I, Zhang Haochuan, fallen so low that I have to be cornered by a young martial artist?" Just then, Zhuge Mei and the others also ran over. They were all shocked by Nangong Hao's appearance at this moment. His terrifying appearance right now really made them disbelieve. Sun Yugong was also extremely surprised inside. Something has changed. Nangong Hao took off his face mask, lamenting, "Long time no see, huh?" Zhuge Mei was about to say something when an explosion suddenly rang out behind her, accompanied by noisy screams. Those warriors, after using the blood pills, everyone became crazy at this moment. "I feel the power." Huh. So this is the effect of the holy medicine that those prestigious families monopolize. But immediately after, they held their heads in pain. What's happening? I'm gradually losing my reason. After that, everyone fell into a chaotic frenzy, losing consciousness. Mingji panicked. Everyone swallowed the blood pill. Shung Ba's subordinate pointed at Sun Yugong's group, shouted loudly, "They are targeting the blue-clad man. Brothers, quickly swallow the pills." They also immediately did so. After that, they also all fell into a frenzy. Mingji was even more panicked. What is this situation? Blood pill festival? Why is everyone eating it like this? Sun Yugong loudly reminded them to be careful. Very quickly, that group of people rushed towards them. Everyone had no other choice. Had to fight back. Zhang Haochuan on the side said uncomprehendingly, "What exactly is going on?" Nangong Hao explained, "Those people have absorbed the blood pill. Now they will fight ceaselessly until their energy is depleted and they die." Zhang Haochuan asked him, "Should I stop them?" Nangong Hao sighed. "Stop how? They have all absorbed it. There is no other way." Zhang Haochuan pointed at himself, continued, "Even so, we should stop them. Isn't this the right thing to do?" Nangong Hao seemed to see his old self in him. Then Nangong Hao told him the method. "Knock them out, then seal their dantian." Zhang Haochuan hurriedly asked, "So they can be saved?" Nangong Hao recalled Yi Meihua's words. "If they have swallowed the blood pill, the only thing we could do is kill them." Basically so, but our leader can absorb and destroy that energy flow in his body. Nangong Hao heard this, feeling surprised. "Master, every time I went crazy. When I woke up, I saw the leader there." Yi Meihua's voice continued to ring out. "That might be a characteristic of the origin reversal art. The infinite flow and circulation of internal energy must have absorbed that frenzied energy. But don't try it. That can be done only because it is the leader." Recalling this conversation, Nangong Hao couldn't help looking down at his hand, thinking, "The energy in my body destroyed all of Tang Weizhou's poison. So, maybe I can do it. Let's try, because they are not my enemies." On this side, Yi Meihua was constantly slaughtering the crowd. "How long do you plan to hide behind these weaklings? If it were in the demonic cult or evil sect, you would have died long ago." Shung Ba stood aside thinking, "This person has reached the infinite realm, although the training conditions are inferior. But they all swallowed blood pills. How can he deal with them so easily?" Yi Meihua looked at him. "I have never seen anyone in the Orthodox sect as cowardly as you. You didn't eat the blood pill either. Are you really the blue-clad man? Your clothes are no longer blue." Hearing these words, his eyes couldn't help becoming bloodshot. Old memories appeared in his mind again. This person is the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Min, facing the question of whether to participate or not. He shook his head. No. This time my son will participate. The servant was surprised. Oh my. Will this young master participate in a martial arts tournament? Nangong Min laughed loudly. Ha! Everyone around calls him a genius. So, I want to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Everyone exclaimed. Even with his son, he doesn't hold back. This is why the Nangong family is so famous. On the second floor of a small building, someone was watching them. Tisk. Just because they're the 5 great families, they are so arrogant. Our big brother is much stronger than that mouse. Even if it's the indestructible diamond body, it must be shattered under his palm. Hey. Shung Ba was also sitting by the window, drinking wine at this moment. Looking down, the Nangong family head is the strongest among the 5 great families. What a pity. I wanted to fight him. A younger brother turned to ask Shung Ba, Big brother, don't you think it's time to build a reputation for yourself in the Jianghu? Shung Ba smiled. I don't know. I'm not very interested in that. Being famous is just tiring. Everyone advised. You have talent and money. A man must have fame. This time no one can beat you. That's right. Let them see the dragon of our sect. Shung Ba thought. Reputation? Sounds not bad. Until now. There is nothing I haven't obtained. Very quickly, the day of the martial arts tournament qualifiers arrived. Below the stage, the person from the Nangong family defeated the opponent. The winner is the youngest contestant, Nangong Hung of the Nangong family. Shung Ba was beaten black and blue, kneeling on the ground, disbelieving inside. I lost to this brat. This is the first time Shung Ba experienced failure. That feeling of helplessness, the feeling of not being able to reach that young man. No matter what Shung Ba did, he couldn't achieve the precision in every punch of Nangong Hung. Nangong Hung was the first genius Shung Ba encountered. Nangong Hung walked over, holding out his hand. This was a very great match. Sorry for dirtying your clothes. When Nangong Hung showed sympathy, Shung Ba felt his internal organs churning. Don't look at me with those eyes. Sometime later, on a quiet night, a person covered in blood lay dying on the ground, asking confusedly, Why, senior brother? Shung Ba used a handkerchief to wipe the blood. Voice cold. You pity me too, don't you? Then all junior brothers were killed by Shung Ba. Shung Ba was convinced that, besides Nangong Hung, there are still other geniuses. No matter how hard Shung Ba tries, he cannot surpass them. Since that's the case, I will take off these clothes, replacing them with another set. And the title Blue-Clad Man came from there. Shung Ba will start over with this title. Back to the present. After thinking, Shung Ba looked down at his clothes. Deep in thought, Yu Meihua on the opposite side was also calculating. I must quickly resolve the situation in front of me and leave here with Nangong Hao before things get more complicated. Shung Ba trembled and muttered, I am the blue-clad one. I am a respected elder of the righteous faction. Yu Meihua saw his state and couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's wrong with him? Has he gone mad? Shung Ba suddenly roared. You little brats. How dare you try to destroy everything I've built? He then took out a blood pill and swallowed it. I'll make you regret this. The moment the pill entered his mouth, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. Yu Meihua showed no fear. She just stood there calmly, observing. He finally ate it. That means there are no more blood pills, right? The aura around Yu Meihua also surged. Now, I can finally kill you. Shung Ba roared maniacally. Kill who? Damn you. I was originally a martial artist at the Transcendent Realm, but after taking the blood pill, I have truly stepped into the infinite realm. Yu Meihua faced his attack. Her tone was filled with clear mockery. The infinite realm? I'm only in the early stages of that realm myself. And you dare say you're my equal? With that, Yu Meihua unleashed a palm strike. Shung Ba's body was sent spinning by Yu Meihua's attack. He then coughed up a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe it. This is impossible. My power has increased dramatically. I've reached the infinite realm. Why is it still ending up like this? Yu Meihua snorted coldly. Although our power levels are comparable, the difference in our comprehension is too vast. Shung Ba slammed his fist into the ground in agony. The madness was consuming his mind more fiercely than ever. Seeing this, Yu Meihua was utterly confused. What's happening to him? Shung Ba looked around in a panic, shouting, Who's talking to me? A voice echoed in his ear. It told him to flee this place. But he wouldn't listen. He loudly retorted, Why should I run? What the hell are you? An invisible force, and that voice continued to echo in his ear, urging him to leave. Elsewhere, Nangong Xing lay struggling on the ground. His heart was filled with terror. He's absurdly strong. Not far away, Jin Yuer and Yu Yujin were unconscious. Their bodies were covered in blood. In the middle of the courtyard stood a man dressed in black. Before Nangong Xing could figure out who he was, he succumbed to exhaustion and passed out. This man also wore a demon mask on his face. He was very likely a member of the Black Flower Troupe. He looked up towards the distance and remarked, "That surge of energy belongs to Shung Ba. It seems things have gotten complicated." Meanwhile, Yi Meihua still looked at the man before her in confusion. Has he suffered a chi deviation? Just then, a stone came flying through the air. Although Yi Meihua leaned back to dodge, she was still grazed and injured. Yi Meihua looked up. She was shocked to see who it was. Why is he here? He stood there arrogantly, looking down on the people below. Sun Yugang, who was nearby, also looked over in confusion. Who could use the finger-flicking divine art with such mastery? The man immediately swooped down to attack. Yi Meihua, not one to wait for death, drew her weapon to fight back. Wei Lanhua, what is your purpose here? Hei Lanhua remarked. It's been a while, Yi Meihua. Yi Meihua said in a low voice. For a lowly puppet like you to be making a move. You must have found a new master, haven't you? Hei Lanhua flicked his finger to attack. Why do you always get in my way? This move is called the Purple Martial Divine Art, True Finger. Yi Meihua didn't block the attack, but leaned aside to dodge. An explosion immediately occurred in front of her. Yi Meihua took the opportunity to counterattack with her whip. The two clashed continuously. The shockwaves caused the ground around them to shatter inch by inch. The battle was at a fever pitch. Sun Yugang suddenly appeared, blocking the path between them. Both were extremely surprised by his appearance. You two look like friends. Should I interfere? Hei Lanhua couldn't help but exclaim. Feng Yin Dao, you shouldn't get involved in this. Sun Yugang remarked. It's clear that you two are the ones causing such a huge mess. So I have to stop you. As he spoke, the aura around him suddenly erupted. The phantom of a golden dragon appeared behind him. Hei Lanhua struggled to withstand the pressure. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message telling Shung Ba to run. Elsewhere, Deng Myuk was roaring madly under the effects of the blood pill. Zhang Haoyan rushed forward, grabbing him tightly from behind. Nangong Hao flew in from the front, his heart filled with steely determination. Master could do it. I could do it too. He placed his hand on the man's head. The chaotic energy from the man's body was drawn out by him. This seemed to be no easy task. Nangong Hao's expression was extremely pained. A moment later, Deng Myuk finally lost consciousness. He was no longer in a frenzy. Zhang Haoyan, who was holding him tightly, also noticed this. I think this move worked. Nangong Hao fell to his knees. His entire body was trembling. He looked to be in great pain. Zhang Haoyan hurried over to him. Young hero, are you all right? Nangong Hao didn't answer. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to control the chaotic energy within him. Seeing this, Zhang Haoyan couldn't help but clench his teeth and blame himself. I've placed too great a burden on this child. He then said, we've dealt with a large group of martial artists. It seems that fire has been extinguished. Only then did he turn his head to look behind him. He saw Shung Ba about to flee. He thought to himself, I can't let him escape. He stepped forward to block Shung Ba's path, speaking loudly. Where do you think you're going? We're not finished talking yet. Shung Ba was confused. Why do you insist on blocking my way? Zhang Haoyan said seriously. I am a disciple of the Hainan sect. Do you remember someone named Zhang Ning? Shung Ba clutched his head and cursed. Damn it, I don't remember trash like that. All of you, turn to dust for me. With that, he threw a palm strike at him. Zhang Haoyan's long saber instantly shattered. Shung Ba laughed triumphantly. Huh, you don't even know your own limits. But then he was stunned, because Zhang Haoyan had somehow managed to block his attack. Among the disciples of our sect, one of them went missing. Shung Ba shouted, what are you talking about? You lowly insect. Zhang Haoyan thought to himself. He's the only one I can find a clue about my senior brother from. He furiously threw a punch. You have to know. You must tell me. Meanwhile, Zhuge Mi's group ran to Nangong Hao's side to check on him. Are you okay, Nangong Hao? We were so worried. But Nangong Hao just shook his head. Nangong Hao's aura changed. He said coldly, this has nothing to do with you. Zhuge Mi was confused. What do you mean by that? We came to save you. Nangong Hao looked at them, puzzled. Save me? With just your lot? Murong Ba thought nervously. Nangong Hao has changed. His strength, compared to mine, Just how much has it changed? Why is he directing his killing intent at us? But just as quickly, he retracted his killing intent. It almost completely vanished. This is my business, so don't bother me. Jugami said loudly. Whatever you're planning to do, let's do it together. We're all members of Class G, after all. Nangong Hao remained extremely cold. This isn't the white martial arts hall. Shung Ba was suddenly startled. He remembered something. This isn't the time to talk about this. Are we surrounded again? They immediately formed a battle formation. They formed a circle, protecting Nangong Hao in the center. Nangong Hao noticed this as well. He thought to himself, is this a battle formation to protect me? The enemies began to roar and charge forward. Jugami shouted towards Mingji. Attack! He immediately executed the icefall hand, slamming it into the ground. The ground suddenly trembled, causing the enemies to momentarily lose their balance. Shung Ba charged forward, shouting, they've absorbed blood pills. We have to shatter their consciousness. Everyone rushed forward. But just then, Nangong Hao moved a step ahead of them. He easily slammed two of their heads into the ground with both hands. This left the entire Class G completely stunned. The frenzied energy was once again absorbed by Nangong Hao. Jugami noticed this as well. She thought to herself, is he absorbing that frenzied energy just like Master Guimian? With this tactic, we can resolve the situation here. But can Nangong Hao withstand it? Thinking of this, she immediately called for everyone to support him. After an unknown amount of time, after everyone had fallen, Jugami asked Nangong Hao, is it all over? The meridians on Nangong Hao's body bulged. It was a terrifying sight. He answered, not yet. Before Jugami could ask more, he knocked them all unconscious. Nangong Hao offered no explanation. He just turned and left coldly. Meanwhile, the battle between the three continued. He Lanhua thought to himself, I know Manhwa is stronger than me, but that Fengyan Dao is no pushover either. As expected of one of the three revered ones beyond the heavens. Sun Yugang, standing in the middle, also thought to himself, as expected of a member of the Black Flower Troop, if we keep fighting here, everything around us will be completely destroyed. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. How interesting. He then opened his mouth and took a deep breath, then shouted, let's have a proper fight. A terrifying sound wave spread out in all directions. He moved forward again, blocking the path between the two. He then channeled his chi and executed the Supreme Dragon Art. The two were enveloped by two streams of dragon chi, lifting them into the air. Then he threw a palm strike, sending them flying. Neither of them could resist at all. They were sent flying just like that. Yi Meihua suddenly turned and called out to He Lanhua. Then she attacked him with her whip. The two of them actually charged at each other. Sun Yugang quickly shot up from below. Show me what you've got. With that, he swung his hand and executed the Supreme Dragon Palm. The two were hit again and sent flying backward. Both flew a great distance, crashing into a cliff face. Instantly, rubble flew everywhere and dust filled the air. Yi Meihua lay there, sighing. One He Lanhua was tiring enough. Now even Fengyan Dao has gotten involved. I should retreat after assessing the situation. He Lanhua, on the other side, was also deep in thought. It was unclear what he was thinking. Sun Yugang landed on the ground and asked, how about now? Ready to talk? They remarked, does Fengyan Dao now want to manage private matters in the martial world as well? They then stepped out from the rubble. Your sect didn't even participate in the great war of righteous and demonic. Why interfere? Sun Yugang shouted. You answer my question first. Hearing this, both of them fell silent. Sun Yugang saw their expressions and couldn't help but feel a flicker of suspicion. It seems they're not ready yet. So what caused two members of the Black Flower Troop to fight each other? Unable to figure out, he asked them directly, stop beating around the bush. What is your purpose? He Lanhua raised his hand, gathering his internal energy. I don't need to answer you. An earth-shattering blast of internal energy was unleashed. Sun Yugong's eyes widened. He was terrified, so fast, but his reaction was not slow either. At the critical moment, he leaned aside and dodged. Before he could regain his footing, Yi Meihua's chain came whipping towards him. Move! Fengyan Dao. I'll question that bastard first. Sun Yugang swung his hand, channeling his power to block the weapon. Then he executed the twin dragon's wild smash to knock it away. An extremely violent explosion erupted from within the cloud of dust. He Lanhua's voice rang out. Yi Meihua, are you still trying to find a leader? You're such a fool. Yi Meihua snorted coldly. Who's saying that? A traitor who abandoned that great person to serve another. Yi Meihua immediately brandished her weapon and leaped up, unleashing the chastising Moon River's furious release. He Lanhua, not one to wait for death, raised his hand. Before Yi Meihua's attack could reach him, it was struck by his infinite purple divine art. 3 fingers. Fresh blood sprayed from Yi Meihua like rain. He Lanhua snorted coldly. The one who left the Black Flower Troop was you. And now, I am a new leader of the Black Flower Troop. Yi Meihua cursed inwardly. New leader? With a bastard like you? Feng Yandao leaped up, disappearing from his spot. This sounds interesting. A fist slammed directly into He Lanhua's face. Tell me more. Countless cracks quickly appeared on the mask. One of He Lanhua's eyes was revealed. Feng Yandao met his gaze. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. What's with that look? He Lanhua quickly executed the infinite purple divine art, True Finger. An earth-shattering blast of internal energy shot out. Even a mountain behind them was split in 2 by this single finger strike. Boulders continuously rolled down, hidden within the cloud of dust. Sun Yogong's voice rang out again. It seems if we keep fighting like this, the scenery in this area will be destroyed. I won't hold back anymore. He finally drew his saber. A golden light flashed in his eyes, executing the supreme dragon art. Opening gate, 5th form. The dragon sect is a single lineage sect. It allows the successor to enhance their realm by unlocking the knowledge held by previous masters. The limit for the 6th generation master is the 6th form. Yi Meihua, standing nearby, was terrified. This is the true strength of one of the 3 revered ones beyond the heavens. It's like I'm seeing the leader in person. He Lanhua, on the other side, was also extremely surprised. Sun Yugang said with a grave expression, try blocking this one. A cross-shaped golden light quickly appeared in He Lanhua's eyes. The supreme dragon tore through the wind, heading straight for him. A terrifying tremor erupted here. After the attack, there was no sign of He Lanhua anywhere. Sun Yugang stood there, sighing. He thought to himself, no body to be found. But he quickly realized something. He Lanhua was sitting on the ground. His aura was powerful, as expected of the strength of one of the 3 revered ones beyond the heavens. Even the new leader of the Black Flower Troop had a rather tough time dealing with it. Yi Meihua was confused. The new leader of the Black Flower Troop? What the hell is this? Wei Lanhua. What kind of trick are you playing? Sun Yugang also felt a sense of helplessness. The leader of the Black Flower Troop, having to endure a comrade like this, must be tough. He Lanhua slowly stood up. He thought to himself, by now, Shung Ba must have escaped. Thinking of this, he spoke up. I have no more business with you. Yi Meihua shouted. Wei Lanhua. Wait, tell me, whose orders are you following? Sun Yugang also shouted. Have you forgotten who I am? Do you think I'd let you run? The 2 of them instantly vanished from their spots. Yi Meihua was left alone, her body covered in wounds. She sank into thought right there. One chased, one fled. They tore through the forest. He Lanhua, running in front, said in a low voice, your lightness skill is unworthy of your reputation. Sun Yugang furiously threw a palm strike. Shut up. He Lanhua also flicked his finger. Make a decision. Do you want to keep chasing me? Or go save them? Hearing this, Sun Yugang was momentarily stunned. What? He Lanhua didn't explain. He swung his hand, unleashing the infinite purple divine art, True Finger. The attack wasn't aimed at Sun Yugang, but flew past him. The target was the old man and his grandchild below. Seeing the attack coming, the 2 were scared out of their wits. Sun Yugang flew over without a moment's hesitation. He finally managed to block the attack in time, saving the lives of the old man and his grandchild. Because he used his body to block it, he stumbled and fell, plunging into the nearby river. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoyan had been beaten to the ground by Shung Ba. Even so, he was still incredibly resolute. It's not over. You have to tell me where my senior brother is. Shung Ba lifted his foot, still spouting that nonsense. What a stubborn fool. Shung Ba repeatedly kicked him in the face. He could only endure it silently, unable to fight back. Shung Ba stopped after a while. The Hainan sect. This reminds me of a kid, just like you. Though weak, his spirit was unusually resilient. So that kid was sent to that person. Zhang Haoyan immediately roared in agitation. Who was that bastard? Shung Ba didn't hide it. That person is the new leader of the demonic cult. It's thanks to him that I obtained the blood pills. Gong Hao clenched his fists. He thought to himself, so my senior brother is with the demonic cult. Shung Ba didn't notice. He just said coldly, kid, you could also become a perfect test subject for the demonic cult. But unfortunately, you have to die here. Just then, a golden light shot out from the side. Shung Ba didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly raised his hand to block. The aftershock of the attack still lingered warmly on his palm. Nangong Hao asked him, hey, old man, did you just mention the demonic cult? Nangong Hao gritted his teeth. He remembered the blood fiend twins who had attacked him and his big brother. They were also from the demonic cult. It's just as I suspected. The demonic cult is the one behind the blood pills. Nangong Hao then leaped up and threw a punch. Tell me everything you know about the demonic cult. But in the next moment, he was utterly stunned. Shung Ba laughed with extreme madness. Kid, you act so recklessly. You have no sense of propriety. Let me teach you some manners. With that, he threw a palm strike, sending both of them flying. His strength completely overwhelmed them both. Nangong Hao gritted his teeth and thought. A martial artist at the transcendent realm, who has also absorbed a blood pill. This is indeed a difficult situation to handle. Zhang Haoqian suddenly spoke up again. About the news of my senior brother. I still haven't heard enough. Nangong Hao waved his hand, telling him to back off. In your current state, you're just a burden. Thoughts raced through his mind. I need to calm down. With my current abilities, I'm no match for him. So, what choice should I make? A memory flashed through his mind. With my current strength, I can't get revenge. Please, let me go. Yi Meihua asked in return. Do you know what kind of organization the Black Flower Troop is? Nangong Hao answered. It's an organization of martial artists hidden under the banner of the Alliance. Yi Meihua explained. That's only half right. However, the Black Flower Troop is also an organization of assassins. As she spoke, Yi Meihua drew her weapon and stabbed at him. Fortunately, Nangong Hao reacted quickly. He managed to duck and dodge in time. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. But before he could even raise his head, the tip of Yi Meihua's sword was at his neck. We must complete our mission, no matter how the situation changes in an instant. Dodging isn't enough. Every attack has follow-up steps. You must be prepared. Act before they do. In a real battle, the most important things are small changes and a flexible mind. I must utilize every useful action in battle. Learn to create variations when your life is on the line. You will win. This is the experience I've gained. After hearing this, Nangong Hao wondered if he could do it. Yi Meihua asked in return, do you think turning a sword style like the twin dragons play into a fist style is an easy thing to do? Back to the present. Nangong Hao channeled his chi, copying Ming Ji's icefall hand. Shung Ba snorted coldly. Where did you learn such a cheap trick? With that, he swung his hand and executed the purification palm. Nangong Hao continued to use the wind and cloud shadow steps to dodge. Shung Ba couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes widened. He's so fast. In a flash, Nangong Hao appeared in front of him. Nangong Hao let out a loud shout. Unleashing counterflow. An extremely powerful attack was launched by him just like that. A long trench appeared in the ground. Nangong Hao stood there, panting heavily. He wondered to himself, is it over? Yi Meihua's reminder echoed in his head again. Before you confirm the enemy is dead, never let your guard down. A thick cloud of dust still shrouded the area in front of him. No, it's not over yet. I have to confirm it properly. Very quickly, an attack shot out from within the dust cloud. Although Nangong Hao managed to dodge, he was still scared into a cold sweat. Shung Ba, his clothes in tatters, spoke up. I thought you were a fool. I didn't expect you to be a fierce tiger. But in his head, a voice kept urging him to run. It made him extremely uncomfortable. He clutched his head and shouted, Don't manipulate me. A moment later, that voice completely disappeared. He also stopped, no longer in a frenzy. They're quiet now. No more obstacles. He then charged towards Nangong Hao to attack. Just think, kid, thanks to that guy with you, my ritual to return to the righteous faction has been destroyed. Nangong Hao was thrown into the air by him. Then he channeled chi into his fist and punched him squarely. Nangong Hao spat out blood. He thought to himself, it feels like my internal organs are about to be incinerated. Shung Ba roared. Everything I've built has turned to smoke. It's all because of you. He kicked Nangong Hao hard again. He grabbed Shung Ba's leg with his hand. If what you built was sturdy enough, it wouldn't have been so easily destroyed. The old man shouted, "You got a filthy mouth, kid." Nangong Hao paid him no mind. He swung his hand, executing the twin dragon's will. Faced with this punch from Nangong Hao, Shung Ba couldn't help but be astonished. He actually saw the shadow of Nangong Xiong in Nangong Hao. Faced with this punch, he didn't dare to block it and actively leaned aside to dodge. Nangong Hao realized something. His movements weren't the same as before. Shung Ba looked at him seriously. "Kid, you're from a Nangong family, aren't you? Is this fate? I lost to that martial art back then. Thinking back now, the way to counter it is incredibly simple." Nangong Hao was confused. "Do you have some prejudice against the Nangong family?" Shung Ba roared. "It was the Nangong family that turned me into this. In that respect, I should consider him my benefactor, Nangong Xiong, a name I can never forget." Hearing him mention his father, Nangong Hao, was also extremely surprised. Shung Ba clapped his hands. "Just lie there and it'll be fine. I've been through it once. The second time will be much easier. Everything that has dragged on until today, I will erase it all, without a trace. I guarantee it." Nangong Hao saw him gathering power for a destructive move and was horrified. Is he planning to blow this place up? I have to stop him. Shung Ba saw him move and raised his hand to stop him. "Stay still. It's best if you just watch this place disappear with your own eyes." Nangong Hao was bound by a force. He couldn't move. Shung Bai's purification palm was about to be unleashed, and the main target was the members of Class G. Seeing this, Nangong Hao could only roar helplessly. Just then, Zhang Hao Ian rushed in from behind again and cut off one of his arms. "Shut up." Shung Ba spat out blood in pain. He clutched his wound to stop the bleeding, growling, "You damn insect," interfering even at the very end. With that, he kicked Zhang Hao Ian away. Nangong Hao was freed as a result. Nangong Hao didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately started running. Even he himself was surprised that he could run so far. Hao looked at his teammates lying on the ground, then looked at Shung Bai's attack. "Because I decided to avenge my big brother. This is my only thought." He finally ran in front of that sphere of light, blocking the front, extending both hands to stop it. "But I don't know if I can block this thing." "No, I can." With iron determination, he gritted his teeth and executed reverse flow. He wanted to use it to block Shung Bai's attack. The difference in internal energy is too great. I cannot fail in front of them again. The determination in Nangong Hao's heart became even firmer. He roared, using all his strength to resist. A memory flashed in his mind again. He stood before a person lying on the ground, lamenting, so weak. Then he drew his sword. When a dantian is heavily injured, a martial artist will no longer be able to use martial arts, but they can still live a normal life. Doing this is right. With your level of ability, what awaits you in the Jianghu, aside from a tragic death, is nothing else. Yi Meihua crossed her arms and exclaimed, "Cruel enough." Nangong Hao retorted, "So, I should just ignore them?" Compared to a life of killing each other in the Jianghu, or being killed for survival, wouldn't living a normal life be better? Yi Meihua asked back, "Do you think you are a god? Who gave you the right to decide how others should live?" Nangong Hao's face darkened. "I just know what weakness means." Yi Meihua continued, "According to you, the strong can do whatever they want. So if I cripple your dantian now, would you accept it?" Seeing his horrified look, Yi Meihua continued, "I see the sophistry in your thinking. I told you, you must build your own principles. Do not succumb to killing intent and hatred. Do not justify those unreasonable beliefs. Precisely because we are weak, we can constantly move forward. True strength is something only used when protecting something. That is the martial spirit." Nangong Hao silently repeated the words martial spirit in his heart. Yi Meihua turned around. "I won't stop you anymore. One day, you will understand the meaning behind these words of mine." The scene returns to the present. Nangong Hao gritted his teeth tightly. Veins all over his body bulged. If the power to protect is greater, why couldn't I protect Big Brother? The opponent's attack pressed close to him. His feet sank deep into the ground, cracking the earth. Even so, he still stubbornly resisted, determined not to give up. Could it be that weakness is the reason I lose the precious people around me? On the other side, Shung Ba also increased his power, roaring, "You think a lowly ant like you can block my attack? Humans must know their limits. You should have run away back then. Justice without power is nothing more than the bravery of a fool." The power kept increasing. making it harder and harder for Nangong Hao to breathe. Suddenly, he noticed someone beside him. Zhang Haoyan had stepped up, speaking, "I'll help you. Let's block it together." Nangong Hao silently pondered the word together, he said. Zhugami's words from before also came back. "Wherever you go, we must go together. We are members of the snake class." Yet I abandoned the snake class to firm my resolve. I don't want to lose anyone precious to me anymore. After leaving the White Martial Arts Hall, the power of the pure ice crystal somehow remained dormant. But at this moment, I must use it. I'm not allowed to fail. The pure ice crystal is moving. Good. Even though Shung Ba has entered the infinite realm, relying on the power of the pure ice crystal, I can completely absorb his attack. Thinking this, he immediately took action. Shung Ba, on the opposite side, quickly noticed something was wrong. The power of his purification palm was disappearing. Nangong Hao roared madly, absorbing it with all his might. Both of them screamed with all their determination. After an unknown amount of time, Shung Ba stood there in a daze. He thought to himself, "This is absurd." At this point, his attack had completely vanished. Nangong Hao charged out from the thick cloud of dust, filled with killing intent. He threw a punch straight at his face, giving him no chance to dodge. Even until this moment, Shung Ba still couldn't understand. Everyone has their own limits, whether it's talent or upbringing. He himself had always been superior to others. But why could these kids keep pushing forward, even though they knew confronting him was a mistake? No matter what he thought, Nangong Hao continued to throw punches, landing a heavy blow on his chest. This punch struck his dantian directly. The blood pill energy within shattered as a result. Shung Ba was in excruciating pain. His entire body was covered in blood. He looked utterly pathetic. Could it be that I was the one who was wrong? Finally, he could no longer stand. He collapsed to the ground. Nangong Hao stood there, panting as he looked at him. Immediately after, he channeled his chi again, raising his fist. Shung Ba could only watch with wide eyes, waiting for death. But at the critical moment, Nangong Hao suddenly felt dizzy and staggered. He too was exhausted. He collapsed on top of Shung Ba. Shung Ba, in his despair, suddenly burst out laughing. That's right. In the end, the world hasn't abandoned me yet. I just need to start over." He immediately sat up, pushing Nangong Hao aside. He used his last bit of strength to crawl away, hoping to escape this place. As long as I'm alive, I can always start again. But very quickly, he was too terrified to speak, because Zhang Haoyan was standing in front of him with a murderous expression. "Are you trying to run away, blue-clad one?" He trembled with fear. He raised his hand to beg. "All these years, I was wrong." He clung to Zhang Haoyan's pant leg. "I beg you, let me live." He swung his fist without hesitation. "It's too late." Shung Ba stared blankly as the punch descended. He couldn't dodge, nor could he block. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. Then, a loud bang echoed, but the punch didn't hit his face. At the critical moment, Zhang Haoyan had punched the ground beside him. To be controlled by the desire to kill would mean becoming someone just like you. Therefore, I will restrain myself. Go and receive your punishment directly from the Alliance. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Shung Ba lay on the ground, looking up at the sky. So that's how it is. This is the reason I've remained in the righteous faction until now. I wanted to become like them. Memories of the past flashed through his mind again. The blue-clad one, Shung Ba, defeated by Nangong Xiong. It wasn't until he was over 80 that he realized his true self. Zhang Haoyan walked up to Nangong Hao. "Just as my senior brother said, the martial world is truly vast." The next day, Nangong Hao groggily awoke from his coma. "Where is this?" He startled and tried to sit up. "Someone's here." He quickly got out of bed and cautiously approached the door. The door to the room was immediately opened. Nangong Hao instantly got into a fighting stance, throwing a punch at the person's side. But he quickly stopped himself, because the person who had come was Jin Yuer. "Young Master Nangong Hao." "Miss Jin Yuer, why are you here?" The basin of water in her hands fell to the ground. Overcome with emotion, she threw her arms around Nangong Hao and screamed wildly, "Young Master, you're awake." Nangong Hao was being squeezed to the point of suffocation. Jin Yuer saw his expression and said in a panic, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." Then she shouted loudly, "Everyone, young Master Nangong Hao is awake." The members of Class G, who were eating and drinking heartily nearby, all became excited upon hearing this. "Nangong Hao is awake?" We have to repay him. Nangong Xing also ran with the crowd. My little brother is awake. I wonder how he is now. Everyone quickly ran into the room. Our savior. Please have some meat. Let me give you some acupuncture. This kid, why does he always do things that make people worry? Seeing everyone so excited, Nangong Hao was at a loss for words. Just then, another person walked over. Please stop. I know everyone is very happy, but his body hasn't fully recovered yet. Please leave for now. This Zhang Haoyan was also covered in injuries. He even had to use a crutch. It seemed his injuries were not light. Once only the two of them were left in the room, he said to Nangong Hao, young hero, your friends are better than I thought. When I first met you, you seemed quite cold, as if you didn't have a single friend. Nangong Hao asked doubtfully, why did you bring me here? What happened to Shung Ba? Zhang Haoyan laughed loudly. Huh, I'll tell you everything. First, Shung Ba went to the Alliance on his own. He confessed to his crimes. He is currently imprisoned in the Cave of Repentance. Consider it his punishment. As for you, young hero, you were in a coma for a week before you woke up. Hearing this, Nangong Hao was startled. A week? Where is the masked person who was with me? Zhang Haoyan shook his head. I don't know. They disappeared along with Feng Yun Dao. No one has seen them since. Nangong Hao frowned. Don't know. He thought, during the battle, I vaguely saw them. That person looked like a member of the Black Flower Troop. Zhang Haoyan spoke again. I wish to express my gratitude to you. Thank you, young hero. I have realized that, in this martial world, a person needs strength to be able to fight for justice. If it weren't for you, I probably would have died in vain for my stubborn beliefs. Nangong Hao looked at him, thinking to himself, this person reminds me of my past self. Perhaps. This is why I helped him. Zhang Haoyan bowed again and said, young hero, you are my savior. Therefore, if there is anything I can do to help, please just let me know. Just as he turned to leave, Nangong Hao spoke up. I have a few things I want to ask Shung Ba. Nangong Hao saw that Zhang Haoyan knew he wanted to ask about the demonic cult. He couldn't help but feel surprised. The scene shifts to another location. Sun Yugang looked rather pathetic in the forest. I'm back here again. What the hell is this? Why have I been walking for days and still end up back at the starting point? Don't tell me I'm trapped in a formation. Actually, Feng Yin Dao's Sun Yogong's sense of direction was extremely poor. He angrily punched a nearby tree. The ancient tree was shattered by his punch. He was stunned, because behind the tree, Gue Mian was sitting and eating. They met again in a place like this. The scene flashes back to earlier. Gue Mian received a letter from a subordinate, addressed to the blue-clad one, Shung Ba. So he's involved too. Based on the transaction list he obtained from the Sichuan Tang family, Gue Mian had successfully stopped all distribution of the blood pills. And now, his attention was locked onto Shung Ba. He was resting in an open field, remarking, running for 3 days and 3 nights straight. It's really tiring. I guess I should rest for a bit. Before he could even get comfortable, an explosion occurred next to him. And so, the two of them met just like that. Sun Yugang was so happy he could cry. Master Gue Mian. He then sat down and explained everything to Gue Mian. And just like that, I got lost. Gue Mian remarked, is your sense of direction really that bad? From here, it's about a 2-hour walk to the Shung family manor. If you use your lightness skill, it would probably take about 15 minutes. Sun Yugang was astonished. Only 15 minutes? And I've been wandering around here for over a week. Damn it. If it weren't for those bastards from the Black Flower Troop, Gue Mian asked in return. Are you talking about the person with the chain sword who was with Nangong Hao? Gue Mian frowned deep in thought. A chain sword? A scene from years ago flashed through his mind. Yi Meihua looked at him. Leader, my sword is broken. Gue Mian remarked. Why were you fighting with a bear? I told you to avoid it. This mountain is its territory. Yi Meihua replied. But the bear attacked me first. Gue Mian turned to look at the tragically deceased brown bear nearby. He was speechless for a moment. Then he looked at the puppies behind Yi Meihua. Yi Meihua had fought to protect those puppies. I can't blame him. Thinking of this, Gue Mian took out another sword. Your strength relies on the flexibility of your body and the use of your wrist joints. So this sword suits you better than a regular one. Yi Meihua observed the sword for a moment, then replied, I can use any kind of sword. Gue Mian patted Yi Meihua's head. I know, but this chain sword is very different. Its length can be adjusted. Therefore, use it with the intention of binding, not cutting. Yi Meihua immediately began to wield the sword. Look, leader, it's not difficult at all. Gue Mian stood there watching Yi Meihua practice, saying nothing. Remembering this, the corner of Gue Mian's mouth unconsciously curved up. Knowing that Yi Meihua is by Nangong Hao's side is truly a comfort. The scene shifts to another location. Nangong Hao and Zhang Haoyan were walking in the forest. Zhang Haoyan said doubtfully, "One thing is certain. The demonic cult is strengthening its forces. Distributing blood pills is to recruit martial artists for the revival of the demonic cult." Nangong Hao thought to himself, and those martial artists all treat the blood pills like divine medicine. Zhang Haoyan sighed. This is all due to their greed. Perhaps they already knew the danger involved. After absorbing the blood pill, Shung Ba heard a command in his head. He had to struggle greatly, pinching his own head hard to regain his consciousness. But he couldn't resist. It was an intense craving. Perhaps because Shung Ba was a martial arts master, he was able to control it. Nangong Hao asked in return, could he know the location of the demonic cult? Zhang Haoyan refuted. It seems he doesn't know that much. The blood pills were transported by a transporter. A suspicion arose in Nangong Hao's heart again. A transporter? Does he mean Tang Weizhu? That's right. Tang Weizhu is very likely connected to the demonic cult. Thinking of this, he said, did you find anyone my age in the wine cellar? Zhang Haoyan replied, although the Alliance has searched Shung Bai's manor, I haven't heard anything about that. Nangong Hao recalled Tang Weizhu's miserable state at that time. Did someone secretly move him? Impossible. On the other side, Tang Weizhu was being treated. His entire body was covered in needles. This person was none other than Yi Yan. He glanced at Yi Meihua behind him and said, this should keep him unconscious for a while. But, is this really okay? This kid is from the Tang family. What are you doing bringing him here? Yi Meihua explained. This kid is the transporter of the blood pills. He definitely has information about the demonic cult. He let out an "oh" because he knows about that group. The group that vanished without a trace in the 100,000 Great Mountains. It seems the story is starting to take a turn. Speaking of which, it's been a while since you've been injured. Yi Meihua. What on earth happened? Yi Meihua didn't hide it. I fought a battle with He Lanhua. He was surprised. Wei Lanhua. Isn't he the hidden blade of the Black Flower Troop? The two of them then went up to the rooftop to talk. Hey, do you have any information about He Lanhua? He replied, now that you mention it, since the Black Flower Troop disbanded, I haven't heard any news about him at all. In other words, finding information is impossible. You know that guy. Besides the leader, he doesn't even talk to anyone else. Mentioning him really gets on my nerves. Yi Meihua continued. He Lanhua also claimed to be the new leader of the Black Flower Troop. He was surprised. The new leader of the Black Flower Troop? Wait a minute. What kind of monster would dare say something like that? He lowered his head, stroking his chin in thought. Perhaps He Lanhua has joined the demonic cult. If so, it makes sense that I haven't been able to get any information. Why? He's not the type of person who would join. Could there be some hidden story? Yi Meihua explained. He Lanhua mentioned that he had found a new master. He went from one surprise to another. A new master? Yi Meihua, hey. Can I interrogate Tang Weizhu? Yi Meihua readily agreed. I'll leave him to you. This should be handled by an expert. The scene shifts to Nangong Hao. Jin Yuer walked over and said, the wind outside is still cold. Shouldn't you be resting more? Yu Yujin also walked over. Hero, I rushed here to repay your kindness. The beggar sect will never forget the favor it has received. The members of Class G also followed. Nangong Xing stepped forward. Little brother, I've confirmed your safety. But what happened to our big brother? Nangong Hao sadly lowered his head. Big brother, he died protecting me. Hearing this, Nangong Xing shouted in agitation. Impossible. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Impossible. Big brother was a genius who had reached the transcendent realm, right? It's not that he, but that he. Murongba stepped forward to console her. Please stop. Nangong Hao is also going through a difficult time right now. Zhugami also spoke up. What could Nangong Hao have done? Even instructor Nangong Hai couldn't defeat the enemy. So what can you expect from Nangong Hao? But Nangong Xing stubbornly retorted. To bear the name Nangong and run away is unacceptable. At this point, Jin Yuer also spoke up. Big sister. Young Master Nangong Hao possesses a warrior spirit stronger and more outstanding than anyone. Even if you're a member of the Nangong family, I cannot tolerate any more insults. An aura also erupted from Nangong Shing. I really tried to see things from your perspective. But just as the atmosphere was getting tense, Nangong Hao spoke. The only thing to know is, they're called the Blood Fiend Twins. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was horrified. Nangong Shing said, "You're talking about the two veteran martial artists of the demonic cult who have reached the infinite realm." She lowered her head and thought to herself, the accident that happened to Big Brother can now be explained. She calmed down and said, "So we thought you and Big Brother had been kidnapped. So we took corresponding actions. So where are his remains?" Nangong Hao shook his head. "There are none." Hearing this news, Nangong Shing was struck as if by lightning. Nangong Hao continued, "Only his right arm was left, because he tried to protect me." Nangong Shing gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath. "Damn it, I underestimated this matter. Not only was Big Brother harmed, the problem seems to be even more serious. I alone cannot solve this difficult problem. We need a rendezvous with the Sky Blue team and report to Father." Thinking of this, she said again, "I will return to the family immediately. You will go with me. Get ready." After saying that, she decisively turned and left, giving Nangong Hao no chance to voice an opinion. The remaining people were silent, watching her retreating back. The scene shifts to another location. Hei Lanhua and another person were standing on a mountain, waiting for Shung Ba, who did not arrive. I sent him a telepathic message. Although he was affected by the pain of that pill, it seems he's also a man of great pride. But that's fine. We have already gathered countless people. Below them was an army that had used the blood pills. Every one of them had lost their minds, only knowing how to obey orders. The other person laughed extremely excitedly. At this rate, the day of the demonic cult revival is not far off. Black Orchid asked suspiciously, "How are those specimens?" The person replied, "All prepared." Black Orchid continued, "Then I should also report this to that person." As soon as the words were spoken, he vanished on the spot. The person glanced at the cave next to him, saying, "I guess it's time to wake those kids up." There were several people lying in the cave. One of them was the missing Nangong Hi. Meanwhile, Nangong Hao is still dazed alone in the forest. Jin Yuer and Du Yujin stood observing, lamenting. Young Master Nangong looks so pained, although I like his usual kind appearance. The current situation might be better. The hero is my benefactor. But Lady Jin Yuer admires the benefactor, and I admire Lady Jin Yuer. Why is fate so cruel? Oh heavens, why must it be like this? Ignoring Du Yujin going crazy, Zhugami's group ran over. What the hell were you thinking? Why did you leave without telling us? Shui Lian tried to mediate. Calm down, Zhugami. He surely has his difficulties. Zhugami was still extremely agitated. Difficulties? What kind of damn reason is that? Do you think I can be calm? Even during the hand-washing ceremony, he knocked us out. We were very worried. Ming Ji also spoke up. That's right. Normally I would oppose Zhugami's rude words, but this time she's right. Zhugami continued. Your personality really makes me want to curse. This isn't the first time either. After that unfortunate incident happened to Brother Nangong Hai, you should have asked the adults for help, or at least asked us for help. Nangong Hao asked back. If so, what would change? My big brother is already dead. What can you do with that little strength of yours? Face reality. Your skill is acupuncture. Completely useless in combat. And you are a rascal from Shaolin. And you, always thinking of yourself as the brightest star. But in the end, you're just an immature strategist. Moron Ba interrupted. No, Nangong Hao. I understand your loss. Perhaps the person you're most angry with right now is yourself. I haven't told anyone until now. But I also understand the feeling of losing a big brother. He lost because he protected me, because of my weakness. I also blame myself like you. But someone helped me partly overcome that. That person was you. Through sparring with you, I saw my past self and saw how my big brother looked at me, just like how you're looking at me now. Assistant Instructor Nangong Hai would absolutely not blame you. Saying this, he reached out and patted his shoulder. Furthermore, we are not your burden. We are your friends. Nangong Hao was momentarily stunned by these words. Meanwhile, Ghostface and Sun Yugang were traveling together at extreme speed. Sun Yugang asked with some distrust, "Do you really know the way?" Ghostface replied casually, "Do you think my sense of direction is like Feng Yantao's? Once we cross this mountain, we'll be there." The two didn't say much more. Increasing speed. A moment later, Sun Yugang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. We're really here. Ahead, is the Shung family manor. The two quickly descended. Entering the manor, the kids eating buns inside saw them. All were surprised. They then rushed out to hug Go's face. Sun Yugang also excitedly opened his arms wide. My disciples. But Yujin was extremely cold. You're here? Where have you been these past few days? Sun Yugang clenched his fists in anger, roaring, Stupid disciple. You have no idea how many hardships your master has gone through. Meanwhile, Ghostface advised his disciples. I know you are happy to see me. But who was the one intending to leave the White Martial Arts Hall to stay here? The kids panicked instantly. No one dared to answer. Gue Mian continued. This matter is very dangerous. It even involves the demonic cult. Why didn't you return to the White Martial Arts Hall? The kids didn't answer. They just stood there looking at him. After a moment, Shui Lian finally mustered the courage to speak. We know. But how can we just stand by and watch our friends in danger? Ming Ji continued. Besides, we found Nangong Hao. He then glanced at the servant upstairs. Excuse me. Could you please call Nangong Hao for us? The person replied. The guest in this room has already left. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Very quickly, the kids became agitated again. Last night, Nangong Hao, while everyone was sound asleep, put on a black cloak again and left with his face covered. Yesterday's conversation echoed in his mind. Friends, your friend Ba was right. At the White Martial Arts Hall, I experienced real life. The joy of growing up. The joy of being with you all. These teammates all lifted my spirits. And there's Master. Master always shows me the way forward. This is why I must go alone. You all cannot walk this dangerous and deadly path. As he was thinking, Zhang Hao Ian spoke up from downstairs. Where are you going? I knew you would make your move today. He walked over and handed Nangong Hao a bundle. So I packed some necessary supplies for you. Nangong Hao asked doubtfully, so? You're not here to stop me? Zhang Hao Ian smiled and said, You've noticed the change in your expression. Based on what I said, you found a clue from it, haven't you? Hero, I really want to accompany you. But in my current condition, it's impossible. Nangong Hao continued, I'm very sorry for hurting you. But, with your abilities, revenge is impossible. Zhang Hao Ian wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he smiled. You really speak harshly. I know you didn't mean to say those things to your friends either. From the moment we met, I knew you were a good person. Hearing him evaluate him like that, Nangong Hao couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't say much more. He quickly turned and left. Zhang Haoqian stood there, watching his retreating back and remarking, just as that kid from the beggar's sect said, he truly is a hero. The scene returns to the present. Zhang Haoqian clasped his hands and said, It is my honor. I am a disciple of the Hainan sect, Zhang Haoqian. The young hero Nangong Hao left last night. Ming Ji was agitated. What? We lost track of him again? Ba stroked his chin deep in thought. Why would he do that? Jean Yuer wiped her tears, sniffling. We just reunited. And now we're separated again. Yu Yujin whispered gleefully to himself. If so, does that mean I can continue to accompany Miss Jean Yuer? Zhugami stepped forward and asked loudly, Wait a minute. You're so heavily injured. And you didn't even try to stop him? Zhang Haoqian smiled. Look at me. How could I have possibly stopped him? Zhugami gritted her teeth. She was speechless for a moment. Just then, another voice rang out, telling them to stop. The ones who had arrived were Gubbo's group. They were quickly surrounded by the Red Flower Troop. Gubbo walked in and said, How utterly reckless. You left the White Martial Arts Hall without permission, putting yourselves in danger. After we return, I will definitely teach you all a lesson. Therefore, all of you, be quiet and follow me. Gue Mian thought to himself, from Class 2 to Class Wu, their masters specialize in tracking and lightness skills. Gue Mian waved his hand to reassure his disciples. Leave this place to me. You all go back to the White Martial Arts Hall. Before he could finish his sentence, Gubbo interrupted him. Master Gue Mian must also comply. Why are you here? Instead of obeying the Alliance leader's order to rest and recover, Gue Mian fell helpless. Are they here to capture me too? Zhugami stepped forward to explain. We did this to find Nangong Hao. Gubbo said coldly, Is that so? Where's that kid? Why don't I see him? Zhugami was about to explain, but was interrupted again. Enough. No need to beat around the bush. Then, she turned to look at Gue Mian. Master Gue Mian, you too. The Alliance leader is very worried about you. Please come back to the White Martial Arts Hall with us. Gue Mian replied. There are still many problems to solve, so I cannot obey. Please relay my message to the alliance leader. Gubo flatly refused. No. Sun Yugang, standing nearby, sighed. If I go against that old Wudong warrior, it will be a huge hassle later on. Gubo glanced at him and asked Feng Yun Dao, could I trouble you to help us bring Master Gue Mian back? Sun Yugang sighed. This is such a difficult position. Who knows, maybe he and I are two peas in a pod. Forget it. I'll remain neutral. You all handle it yourselves. I'm not getting involved. Gubo felt tense. Feng Yun Dao, he never cares about discipline. Jin Wenshu, who was beside him, then spoke up. Master Gubo, it seems we'll have to handle this ourselves. Master Gue Mian, I heard you not well. Please don't make the situation worse. Please come with us. Halfway through his sentence, he was suddenly stunned by Gue Mian's strange action. What are you doing? Gue Mian finished drawing a circle. Then he stood up and stretched. You two are also masters of the White Martial Arts Hall, so I don't want to shed any blood. But once you cross this line, I won't hold back. Hearing this, the other person became angry. No matter how much the alliance leader values you, doing this is too disrespectful to us. Gubo tried to calm him down. Calm down. Master Jin Wenshu, you come from the northern grasslands. Perhaps you don't know much about the Black Flower Troop, but Master Gue Mian used to be. Jin Wenshu paid him no mind, lunging forward. That's right. He used to be. The past is the past. He kicked straight towards Gue Mian. He tilted his head back to dodge the blow, then sighed. Huh, you crossed the line. Elsewhere, Nangong Xing had just woken up. She stretched, yawning widely. I must have slept for too long. What did that kid Nangong Hao run off to without waking me up? As soon as she stepped out of her room, she was stunned by the scene downstairs. What is going on? Downstairs. Zhugami's head was spinning. This is bad. We're surrounded. If we get caught, they'll take us back to the White Martial Arts Hall. Then we won't be able to see Nangong Hao again. Moromba spoke up. We can't escape from the Red Flower Troop. Shui Ling asked in confusion. Why did the Red Flower Troop come here to capture us? Zhugami explained. Because the demonic cult has resurfaced. The entire martial world is on high alert. Ming Ji gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. So we have to go back empty-handed? Nangong Xing also came down from upstairs at this moment. Who are these people? Zhugami immediately explained. They are members of the Martial Alliance. The Red Flower Troop has come to capture us. Nangong Xing was surprised. The Red Flower Troop? Why would they do that? And where is Nangong Hao? Why isn't he here? As she was about to step forward, she was blocked by someone. Step back. It doesn't matter who you are, little girl. Nangong Xing clasped her hands and introduced herself. I am Nangong Xing of the Nangong family. The person was startled. Someone from the Nangong family. These kids left the White Martial Arts Hall without permission. We come to take them back. So please don't interfere. Nangong Xing stroked her chin, deep in thought. Of course. In the current situation, it's best to take these kids back to the White Martial Arts Hall. I just want to take my brother back to the family anyway. Zhugami's group looked at each other, exchanging glances. Then, they decisively split up and ran. Seeing this, the others hurriedly gave chase. Nangong Xing stood there dumbfounded. They bolted. On the other side, the expression on Jin Wenshu's face was tense. Immediately after, there was a loud explosion. The door was blown to smithereens. Gue Mian put on his mask and leaped into the air. Jin Wenshu looked up at his opponent hovering in the air. He was utterly stunned. Then, he kicked out again to attack. Seeing Gue Mian's moves, Gubo couldn't help but be startled. That's Tai Chi. I heard the Black Flower Troop is an assassination organization. Why is he using this kind of technique? Jin Wenshu fought while thinking in confusion. I heard Gue Mian is very strong. But this is too. Very quickly, he was sent flying by a single palm strike from Gue Mian. Just as he was marveling at his opponent's strength, he was sent flying backward and landed flat on his back. Gubo advised. I told you. Master Gue Mian was a hero in the Great War of Righteous and Demonic. Master Jin Wenshu. We should cooperate, not act alone. Jin Wenshu stood up, staring tensely at Gue Mian. Cooperating to deal with this sick man is a bit of a blow to my pride, but I still have to do it. With that, he leaped up again, executing the demonic howl kick, attacking towards Gue Mian. Gue Mian gently raised his hand. His body was immediately spun around and thrown out. Gue Mian said, I can't go back yet. Gubo ignored him and attacked with a palm strike. Gue Mian raised his hand and executed a counter technique. Gobo was then also sent flying. Please tell the alliance leader. I will explain later. Jin Wenshu shouted loudly. Nothing is more important than the alliance leader's command. After saying that, he charged forward to attack once more. Gue Mian did a flip and kicked him in the face. Just as Jin Wenshu was sent flying, Gobo charged in again. Perhaps Master has his reasons, but we also have orders to follow. Gue Mian said coldly. It seems words are useless. Gobo's face immediately turned pale. Cold sweat poured out. Gue Mian held out his hand. The two were enveloped by an invisible force, suppressing them. They couldn't resist. Sorry, but when a subordinate gets into trouble, I have a responsibility to fix it, so I hope you two can understand. Gobo lay flat on the ground, unwilling. Damn it, my consciousness. The scene shifts to a street. Zhugami's group was running frantically, causing the townspeople to stare in bewilderment. The Red Flower Troop was close behind. Mingji leaped over an old man's head, shouting, Where should we go? Zhugami pointed to the mountain ahead, shouting, Run that way. The pursuer behind him advised. Do you think you can escape? Quickly, get them. In the evening, on the mountain, Zhugami's group had successfully escaped. They gathered here. Everyone was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, exhausted. Zhugami asked in confusion, What took you so long? Mingji explained, I had a hard time shaking them to get here. Zhugami said seriously, You haven't shaken them yet. As soon as she finished speaking, Nangong Xing, standing behind Mingji, spoke up. Did you think you could escape from the palm of my hand? Mingji jumped in fright. Very quickly, the Red Flower Troop also caught up. Zhugami's head was spinning. That's right. With my abilities, it's very difficult to escape from them. What should I do? Just then, Jin Yuer peeked out from behind a bush. Let me hold him off. You all do your best to find young Master Nangong Hao. Zhugami said worriedly. Jin Yuer, you can't do it alone. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Yujin peeked out from beside her. Who said Miss Jin Yuer is alone? We will hold them off together. Yu Yujin is a genius. Discovered by Elder Hong Shugu of the Beggars Sect. Initially, he was only considered to be slightly stronger than an ordinary person. But Yu Yujin's true value lies in his extraordinary growth potential. Hong Shugu executed a move and turned to ask his disciple, Have you ever learned this move? Yu Yujin was puzzled. Is it the move you just showed me? Then Yu Yujin threw a palm strike, unleashing the exact same move. His growth was beyond imagination. He was an existence that surpassed the word genius. Nangong Xing threw a palm strike, executing the Nangong twin palms. Two streams of attacks shot straight towards Yu Yujin. He had no choice but to retreat and dodge. He landed beside Jin Yuer, praising, Amazing, channeling Yang Qi, then pushing it out with both hands. The bloodline of the Nangong family is truly incredible. Nangong Xing broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, He seems to be my brother's friend. But how can he have mastered the techniques of the Nangong family? While she was distracted, Jin Yuer had already leaped forward, throwing a punch, unleashing a series of fierce punches. Nangong Xing blocked these few punches. Her heart was even more astonished. The skill level of these two kids is on par with mine. This is absurd. I have no other choice. I'll have to use the move I was planning to use to defeat my big brother. Jin Yuer and Yu Yujin both became tense upon seeing this, because the aura around Nangong Xing was soaring. On the other side, the four members of Zhugami's group had once again escaped the pursuit of the Red Flower Troop. There are too many of them. How do we shake them off? Zhugami. Hurry up and think of a way. Zhugami felt puzzled. Strange. Their numbers are fewer than before. Or is it just me? Mingji shouted excitedly. What's wrong? We seem to be doing well. Zhugami gritted her teeth. Extremely tense. There's no one here. But then she shouted loudly, Don't stop. Keep running. A person was hiding behind a tree. He reached out and pulled a member of the Red Flower Troop. Before he could cry out, the person covered his mouth and hid his pressure points. After doing all this, the person let go. It's really hard not being able to help directly. And so, that person knocked them out one by one. This person was none other than Sun Yu Gang, Master Gue Mian. I've helped you enough. On the other side, Shui Lin finally noticed something. She exclaimed in surprise. I deployed my chi sense. I feel that the number of people chasing us has decreased. Zhugami suddenly understood. It wasn't my imagination. Someone is helping us. She closed her eyes and focused, thinking of a countermeasure. I'll think about that person's identity later. Our opponents are at least at the transcendent realm, but we have to shake them off here. Thinking of this, she stopped and loudly told everyone to form a battle formation. The other three also obeyed and stopped, getting into position. Among the pursuers who arrived, one person charged forward to attack first. Ming Ji threw a punch to meet him and used his strength to push him back. Even so, the person wasn't pushed back very far. Shung Ba jumped onto Ming Ji's back and then kicked towards the opponent. The person was terrified. A seasoned transcendent realm master like me was pushed back by the combined attack of these kids. Could it be that these kids have already entered the early stages of the realm? Thinking of this, he shouted loudly, "Red Flower Troop, Team 2, cover us." But when he turned his head, there were only 2 people left behind him. Shui Lian took advantage of his exposed weakness and threw a hidden weapon. He panicked and hurriedly leaned aside to dodge. Zhugami didn't miss the opportunity. Attacking from behind, a staff hit him on the head without any resistance. Ming Ji and Shung Ba also rushed forward to add a few more blows. And so, he was knocked unconscious by them. A moment later, all 3 of them were defeated. Just then, a voice of praise rang out. "Look at that. You can already fight against the Red Flower Band." Zhugami shouted in surprise. "Master." Ghostface sat on a tree. Smiling, he said, "But that's because they let their guard down." On the other side, Jin Yuer and Du Yujin looked very wretched. Nangong Jing opposite them wasn't doing much better. "Damn it, these kids are really tough. I've never seen geniuses like you." Jin Yuer replied, "This is the power of love." Du Yujin also spoke up. "I'm also very surprised. Who knew you had hidden skills? But next time I won't lose." Nangong Jing huffed coldly, still talking nonsense in the end. As soon as Du Yujin fainted, Nangong Jing also fell to the ground. "I can't hold on anymore." Only Jin Yuer could still barely hold on. Nangong Jing lay on the ground cursing. Damn it, the reputation of the Nangong family. Meanwhile, Ghostface had jumped down from the tree next to the disciples. Zhugami looked around, thinking of something. "I don't see the other masters and Master Jean once you here." She recalled Ghostface's words before they ran away. "Master Ghostface also wants to take us back to the White Martial Arts Hall." Thinking of this, she immediately told everyone to set up a formation, preparing for a death match with their master. Ghostface was stunned seeing this. "All right, you've thought it through, haven't you? Then let's see if you can pass my test." He took out his mask and put it on again. A terrifying aura radiated out, causing rocks and dust around to fly everywhere. For these kids, just resisting the pressure of this aura was already very difficult, let alone fighting. Even so, Zhugami still tried to make everyone persevere. The whole forest shook from Ghostface's power. Zhugami gritted her teeth. "This pressure, Master is just releasing internal energy. This is something I have never felt from Mother." Shui Lian was the first one unable to bear it, coughing up blood. Zhugami reached out her hand and shouted, "Grab my hand." The 4 of them firmly held each other's hands, determined to stand their ground and not retreat. Shung Ba roared, "We must resonate our internal energy to resist." Ming Ji replied, "Easier said than done." Everyone resonated their internal energy, creating a protective shield, blocking Ghostface's internal energy. Ghostface was also very surprised seeing this. Resonating internal energy to withstand pressure? These kids are more like martial artists now. A moment later, he withdrew his internal energy. The kids were all exhausted by now, lying on the ground panting. Ghostface walked over and asked, "Planning to sit there forever? We still have to go save Nangong Hao, remember? In another place." Nangong Hao carried his luggage alone and set off. Yimeiwa spoke from the roof. Finally coming back, Nangong Hao took off his face covering, looking up at Yimeiwa. Meanwhile, Yi Yin was casting a spell on Tang Weizhu. According to the information I gathered through the mind control art, the demonic cult base is in the 100,000 Great Mountains. Yimeiwa asked back, "What do you mean? You said they have always been in a place we couldn't find." Yi Yin confirmed, "That's right, couldn't find, because their traces were hidden by a formation." Nangong Hao said suspiciously, "Strange. If there was a formation, the Zhuge family should have sensed and destroyed it already. Is this logical? I mean, how could they deceive everyone?" Yi Yin replied, "I'm not sure either. Whether it's an ancient formation or whatever, I'm sure they are there. And this kid Tang Weizhu will take us close to it." Nangong Hao said seriously, "Let me do it." Yimei Hua didn't understand. "What do you mean? What are you planning to do? Nangong Hao explained. Even if Tang Weizhu takes us to the demonic cult, don't we also need to destroy the formation to enter? Yi Yin agreed. That's right. Nangong Hao continued. Shung Ba said. After taking the blood pill, he heard a voice echoing in his head. If that's the case, where do you think he would go? Where would those who can't resist that voice go? The other two were startled. Could it be to the demonic cult? Yi Yin refuted. Impossible. What you mean is, Nangong Hao pointed to himself. So, let me take the blood pill. Meanwhile, Gue Mian was also explaining everything to his disciples. After listening, Moronba remarked, so you're saying he distributed blood pills from his own family and secretly contacted the demonic cult? It's unbelievable. So the source of all the problems is related to the demonic cult. Gue Mian continued. This is why I want to test your resolve. I suspect Nangong Hai was very likely captured by the demonic cult. Therefore, it's highly probable that the final destination of Nangong Hao's journey is the demonic cult. Ming Ji said excitedly. Then it's simple. We just need to go to the demonic cult. Where is it? Zhugami glanced at him impatiently. Don't you know anything? After the great war of righteous and demonic, the demonic cult went into hiding. We basically can't find them. Hearing this, Ming Ji was flustered. What? So what do we do? Gue Mian confirmed. That's right. We can't find them on our own. Hearing this, everyone seemed to realize something. They all looked at Gue Mian with wide eyes, waiting for Gue Mian to continue. However, there's an expert in this field. The scene shifts back to Yi Yin and the others. You're willing to take such a huge risk just to find their lair? Make no mistake. That's no benevolent pill. It's a poison pill. Nangong Hao's expression was grave. His mind was made up. I know. I've experienced it. Yi Meihua nodded. That's right. By absorbing the energy of the blood pill, Yi Yin was horrified. Just like the leader? All right. I understand. For now, you two rest first. Yi Meihua reminded him. We need to recover our strength before infiltrating the demonic cult. You, come with me for a moment. The two of them then went up to the roof. Why did you come back? Didn't you meet your friends there? I'm very curious why you left your friends to come back here. Nangong Hao answered frankly, for revenge. Yi Meihua reminded him. You nearly lost yourself in that battle. If I hadn't intervened, you would have turned into a demon and harmed innocent people. Nangong Hao bowed sincerely. I'm sorry. Yi Meihua said coldly. I can't trust you anymore. I said, before you turn into a crazed demon, I will kill you with my own hands. That was not a lie. Now, convince me. Nangong Hao clenched his fists. My determination for revenge has not changed. However, I am different from before. Yi Meihua was skeptical. What's different? Nangong Hao explained. The reason I wavered back then was because I was angry at my own weakness. Because I couldn't save my big brother. I used to think I was all alone. But when I met my friends again, I realized that the precious thing to me wasn't just my big brother. I left my friends and came here alone, precisely because of my desire to protect them. I don't want the precious people by my side to be in danger. Yi Meihua, as you said, if I lose my reason again, please take my life. But don't you also need me to find the demonic cult? Yi Meihua crossed her arms, interrupting him. That's enough chatter. Go get some rest. Very quickly, the sky brightened. Yi Yin handed the pill to Nangong Hao, asking, Kid, are you ready? His expression, Nangong Hao's steadfastness, spoke for itself. Yi Yin reminded him, if there are any signs of trouble, immediately send a signal for help. We will use our internal energy to help you expel the poison. Nangong Hao didn't say much. He put the pill in his mouth. The internal energy in his body immediately became violent. Madness quickly invaded his mind. The two stood silently by his side, observing his every move. In Nangong Hao's mind, a voice urged him to attack. The scene shifts to another location. Hei Lanhua knelt before a waterfall, reporting, as per your command. The forces of the demonic cult are being prepared. The person in the waterfall replied, I heard you fought with Feng Yin Dao. How did it feel? Hei Lanhua explained, when I fought with him, the hidden power in his martial arts seemed to be all for show. The person was not surprised. That's to be expected. He hasn't been the leader of the dragon sect for long. He must have had difficulty organizing his master's internal martial arts. Hei Lanhua continued, the next time we meet, I can win, because I haven't used that move yet. The person agreed. That's right. The blood pill I gave you has no restrictions. Make good use of it. Hei Lanhua asked again, when does the plan begin? The person slowly walked out. His entire body was enveloped in a halo of light. The water from the waterfall could not touch his body. His eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. Righteous energy flowed throughout his body. He quickly walked up to He Lanhua and ordered, "Inform the young master of the demonic cult. Tell them to attack the martial alliance immediately." Behind He Lanhua, an army wearing masks appeared. He Lanhua clasped his hands and accepted the order without hesitation. Meanwhile, Nangong Hao was still struggling with the blood pill. Strange scenes appeared in his eyes. It was the image of countless people who had also taken the blood pill and were going mad. They all had one thing in common. They were all being controlled like puppets by one person. Yin, standing beside him, advised, "Calm down." "What do you hear?" Nangong Hao clutched his head, trying to answer. "It's telling me to attack." Yin was puzzled. "Attack? Attack what?" Just then, a violent tremor occurred. The ceiling shook continuously. Yin shouted towards Yimehua, telling Yimehua to go outside and see. Yimehua glared at him irritably. "Don't order me around. Even if you didn't say anything, I was going to check." After saying that, Yimehua leaped onto the roof. Outside was now a sea of fire. Yimehua was horrified. "The attack is an attack on this place?" Yin shouted from below. "Give me more details. What exactly does the attack you mentioned mean?" Nangong Hao tried to explain. "The martial alliance, they are preparing to attack, and seize all the roads leading to it." Yin was horrified. Could it be that the noise just now was also caused by them? Nangong Hao was finding it increasingly difficult to control himself. "I'm about to lose it." Yin immediately moved forward, channeling his chi to help him suppress it. "Damn it, the situation is not good. Absorb the energy inside. I will help you." Nangong Hao listened to him and began to channel his energy to absorb it. The madness and tension radiating from him were truly agonizing. Outside, large and small battles were breaking out continuously. Those controlled by the blood pill had no fear of death. They charged forward like moths to a flame. The righteous faction was being suppressed miserably. One person recognized the opponent's moves. "This technique is the bright sword art. Who on earth is this man? Could he be the Moonlight Warrior?" Looking closely, that person is the Dark Knight sword, and that one is the Wind Wolf fist. Aren't they all renowned martial artists in the martial world? Why are they attacking civilians and carrying such heavy demonic energy? The old man was dazed and confused. Another person carrying a saber charged over to slash him. The old man didn't notice at all. It seemed he was about to lose his life. At the critical moment, something flew over and knocked the opponent away, saving his life. The old man came to his senses, turned his head, and said, "I don't know who you are, hero, but thank you." Yimehua stepped forward and said, "Your martial arts are not enough. Leave this place. Evacuate the civilians." The old man had no objections. He quickly accepted the order and ran off. Yimehua then brandished her weapon and began to fight. Not far away, there was a figure who looked stronger than the others. Yimehua turned her head and asked him, "One-armed man, it seems you're the strongest among them." The person opposite her was none other than Gong Hai. He was now completely under control, only knowing to follow orders. Meanwhile, the old man was urging the civilians to evacuate. The martial artists charged to the front, preventing the demonic cult's forces from advancing. The battle between the two sides was still extremely fierce. Meanwhile, Nangong Hai led the charge, shouting, "Attack!" Everyone received the order and charged towards Yimehua in unison. Yimehua stood there, remarking, "Calling yourselves people of the righteous faction, but you've lost your humanity, turning into monsters. First, I'll just suppress them." Yimehua then brandished her weapon, spinning in the air. The people who charged forward were sent flying before they could do anything. Rocks and dirt also slammed into them. Yimehua thought to herself, actually, because they are in a berserk state, it will be easier to kill them. From within the dust cloud, Nangong Hai charged forward with his sword. The two officially clashed. Seeing his moves, Yimehua couldn't help but be surprised. This sword technique is Nangong Hai's Twin Dragon's play. A loud explosion echoed where the two clashed. Yimehua asked her opponent, "Hey, bastard, are you from the Nangong family?" In the room, the blood pill's energy was now showing signs of stabilizing. Then it immediately shattered. Yin was surprised. "It's just as I expected. The energy of the blood pill has dissipated." Nangong Hao was no longer in a frenzy. Yin asked doubtfully. Have you mastered the counter-origin technique? Nangong Hao replied. Just a few basics. Yin nodded. I thought so. In our Black Flower Troupe, no one could master the counter-origin technique. That's because the leader's dantian is different from ours. Looking at your body, you can also master the leader's technique. The leader created the counter-origin technique to compensate for his shattered dantian and being poisoned. Therefore, his internal energy doesn't circulate throughout his body. It only revolves within his dantian. This is the core of the counter-origin technique. Nangong Hao is horrified. Internal energy only circulates within the dantian? So that's how it is. This is the flow that Master once spoke of. The counter-origin technique includes both reversal and circulation. One must operate the flow of internal energy and achieve that right within the dantian. Only then can it become the true counter-origin technique. Yi Yin reminded him, You recover your body first. I'm going to support you, Manhwa. Nangong Hao clenched his fists. I have to go help too. Seeing his determination, Yi Yin didn't stop him anymore. He just told him not to overexert himself. Outside, Yi Manhwa and the other person were still fighting fiercely. Yi Manhwa thought to herself, This guy isn't reacting at all. Is his level of awareness that low? He's using the sword techniques of the Nangong family. Are you Nangong Hao's big brother? Are you Nangong Hai, right? Nangong Hai gritted his teeth. I will protect. Yi Manhwa noticed his gaze and thought to herself, His eyes are different from the others. The image of a timid and weak Nangong Hao was still clear in Nangong Hai's mind. His fighting stance was as if he were protecting his younger brother behind him. Yi Manhwa sighed inwardly. He's even stronger than I thought. What should I do now? During this tense moment, several more people charged in from the side. Yi Manhwa began to channel her chi. Dragging this out will only cause more losses. It seems in the end, I have no choice but to make a decision. Meanwhile, Nangong Hao stepped out. He was horrified by the scene before him. So many martial artists have taken the blood pill. This place is no different from a living hell. Just then, his eyes widened, because he had seen his big brother. On the other side, Yi Manhwa had channeled her internal energy, unleashing the ultimate truth blossoming flower. Yi Manhwa immediately swung her hand to attack her opponent. Fresh blood immediately sprayed out. But the one who was injured was Nangong Hao. At the critical moment, he had rushed in front of his big brother to block the blow. In Nangong Hai's memory that night, he patted his younger brother's shoulder and said, I've decided to acknowledge you now. I'm proud of you. You are a strong member of our family. Of course, our mother in heaven will also be very happy. Nangong Hao interrupted, No, big brother. I will return home with you and serve our family with all my heart. Nangong Hai smiled and said, All right, then let's go together. The two brothers then returned to the family together. Their other brothers and sisters all welcomed them happily. The whole family was harmonious, laughing and talking cheerfully. Just then, Nangong Xiong also walked over. He didn't say much. He stepped forward and hugged his two sons. Nangong Hai was initially surprised, but then he closed his eyes in contentment, smiling. A moment later, he took out a sword box. I entrust the Heavenly Palace sacred sword of the Nangong family to you. From now on, you are the head of the Nangong family. Nangong Hai happily accepted the sword. Thank you, father. The other brothers and sisters also clapped and congratulated him happily. It was everyone's wish for Nangong Hai to become the family head. One day, as he was cultivating, a voice called out in his ear, Family head. He woke up and saw that it was his younger brother, Nangong Hao. Oh, it's you. Is something wrong? Nangong Hai asked with a smile. It's time to go, family head. Nangong Hai sat trembling in his chair. Family head. Father is still healthy. Why am I the family head? Nangong Hao didn't understand. Big brother. What are you talking about? Our father passed away many years ago. Nangong Hai was utterly shocked. Father passed away? Seeing his state, Nangong Hao sighed. It seems you've been too busy lately. Nangong Hai clutched his head and asked him, How old are you? Nangong Hao was even more confused. Family head. No, big brother. What's wrong with you? You should take your medicine. Hearing the word medicine, Nangong Hai became even more tense. The image of the blood pill flashed through his mind, and the scene of the demonic cult member forcing the pill into his mouth. He felt as if he were imprisoned in a gloomy, demonic aura. Nangong Hao's cries for help also echoed. Not far away, Nangong Hao was sitting and clutching his head in fear. Seeing this, Nangong Hai ran over. Are you all right, little brother? Nangong Hao clutched his head and shouted, "Big brother! Please kill them all. They want to wipe out the Nangong family. Only you can save the family, big brother." Nangong Hai swung his sword, killing. "Don't worry, little brother. I will definitely protect you. Just trust in your big brother." That was the memory woven in his mind. But now, Nangong Hao's current state had interrupted that memory. Nangong Hai clutched his head, screaming in extreme pain. Manhwa, realizing she had hit Nangong Hao, couldn't help but curse under her breath. Manhwa took advantage of Nangong Hai's confusion. She ran over, picked up Nangong Hao, and jumped away. "Get out of here! You fool, Nangong Hao! Did you think I was going to kill your big brother?" Nangong Hao smiled and said, "You probably wouldn't have killed him, but he would have been hovering on the brink of life and death. You only held back when you realized it was me, right?" Manhwa sighed. "I thought you had grown up, but you're still so reckless." Nangong Hao propped himself up. "I have to handle this problem." Manhwa advised. "Don't you see? He's lost his mind. He's not like those other crazed martial artists. You can't handle him." Nangong Hao paid her no mind, standing up and clenching his fists. "That doesn't matter. Just let my big brother save me. Now it's my turn to save him." Manhwa said helplessly. "So stubborn. Are you sure?" Nangong Hao was extremely firm in his thoughts. "I have no intention of giving up." Meanwhile, Nangong Hai screamed amidst his psychological struggle. "Little brother, I will protect our family." Nangong Hao slowly stepped forward. Tears streamed down his face. He held out his hand and called. "It's so good to see you're still alive, big brother." Nangong Hai still clutched his head. In extreme pain, Nangong Hao patiently walked over. "It's me, big brother. I'm Nangong Hao." Nangong Hao bit his lip tightly, his heart filled with guilt. "I'm sorry. If I had been stronger, big brother wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself for me." Nangong Hai suddenly roared and threw a palm strike. Nangong Hao was shocked to see his big brother attacking him. He quickly activated counterflow in his dantian. The counter-origin technique was immediately unleashed. Nangong Hai, who had just leaped up, was blocked by him, unable to attack. He was pushed back just like that. Even so, Nangong Hai didn't give up. He got into a fighting stance again, opposite him. So did Nangong Hao. "It's been a while, hasn't it, big brother?" Nangong Hao was referring to the time they sparred at the family estate. Then, the two of them charged at each other again for a decisive battle. Fists and feet flew between them. Endlessly, Nangong Hao gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Even though he's lost his mind, he's still my big brother. Every blow is so powerful. He must have repeated this tens of thousands of times." After fighting for a while, Nangong Hao was finally hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He slid across the ground in pain. Even so, he still smiled, not giving up. "Big brother, do you remember? Even when mother was still alive, you treated me very well." But in response, he only got a kick. Nangong Hai kicked him straight in the face, stomping him deep into the ground. Even while pinned to the ground, Nangong Hao didn't give up. Just like big brother saved me. Nangong Hao trembled as he raised his hand. Nangong Hai roared madly. "I will protect my little brother." He lifted his foot with even more force, wanting to crush his brother's head. Meanwhile, Manhwa worriedly called his name. The area in front was now covered by a thick cloud of dust. Nangong Hao had blocked Nangong Hai's stomp with his hand. His eyes were filled with determination. "This time, it's my turn to help you, big brother." His internal energy erupted once more. In Nangong Hai's mind, he was also extremely tense. Sweat poured down like rain. How many people have I defeated? 100? 200? What's the point of counting? My body feels so heavy. How much longer? Do I have to fight until the end? Just as he felt despair, he heard Nangong Hao's voice calling in his ear. "Big brother." Nangong Hao rushed over, telling him to get out of here quickly. However, Nangong Hai couldn't escape. He knelt there helplessly, letting that thing slowly devour him. Nangong Hao ran over and hugged him, pulling him up. "What is connecting to my big brother?" Nangong Hao saw someone below using a thread to control Nangong Hai. Having identified the target, he decisively charged forward. The thread connecting the two of them was instantly severed by him. Nangong Hai also regained his senses as a result. "Is it really you?" Nangong Hao nodded. "Yes, big brother." Suddenly, Nangong Hai was surprised again. Not far away, there was another Nangong Hao crying for help. "Big brother, save me. Are you going to abandon me again? Just like the other members of the family?" Nangong Hai propped himself up. "Right, I have to protect." The Nangong Hao on this side spoke up again, advising, "It's okay even if you don't do that. You don't have to carry everything on your own. I will help you, big brother. Let's move forward together." The Nangong Hao on the other side shouted agitatedly, "What are you doing, big brother? You have to save me. I'm in this state all because of you." Nangong Hai's expression was grim. "My younger brother, Nangong Hao, is someone who can stand on his own 2 feet. Therefore, you're not my brother." Nangong Hai had finally distinguished between the real and the fake, exposed by his opponent. The fake Nangong Hao immediately screamed. The fake Nangong Hao screamed in pain. His body gradually faded away in despair. Nangong Hao was no longer controlled by anything. His consciousness gradually returned. "Looks like I made a fool of myself in front of you." Nangong Hao smiled happily. "It's okay." The 2 brothers stood there, smiling at each other. The scene shifts to the 100,000 Great Mountains. The person who had been controlling Nangong Hai was now coughing up blood in pain. The connection has been severed. This situation was truly unexpected. Who dares to interfere? However, I've only lost 1 pawn. The plan will not be hindered by this. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers of the Nangong family had both collapsed on the ground. Nangong Hai was still conscious. He called for his brother to wake up. Manhwa walked over and reminded him, "Don't touch Nangong Hao." Nangong Hai didn't understand. He looked at Manhwa tensely. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from Nangong Hao's body. Nangong Hai exclaimed in disbelief. What is this?" Manhwa explained. "Because he has absorbed all of your berserk energy. So it's best not to touch him now." Nangong Hai was even more shocked. "Absorb my energy? He's in this state because of me?" Guessing his thoughts, Manhwa spoke up again to remind him. "You can't draw anything out. We can only hope he absorbs it well. I will take care of your brother. So you should rest." Nangong Hai used his last bit of strength to reply. "Please take care of him." Manhwa thought to herself, "I have to get these 2 to a safe place." "Where on earth did you run off to, old man?" Yen, just as she mentioned him, he ran over. "Been waiting long?" Manhwa looked at him, puzzled. "Why are you only showing up now? I thought you ran away." Yen laughed loudly. "Huh, I brought reinforcements." Manhwa was even more confused. "Reinforcements?" Jiangxi and his band of mountain bandits quickly walked over. "It's me, old comrade." Seeing him, Manhwa said in surprise, "Hey, mutant." Jiangxi roared, "Let's go, brothers." The mountain bandits revealed ferocious expressions. They charged forward with soaring morale. "Yes, leader." Jiangxi also began to take action, slamming a powerful punch into the ground. The people in front were sent flying into the air as a result. "Surround the enemy for me." Ian also put on his mask and charged forward. "You have to attack their chi points. Cut off the flow of internal energy in their bodies." He continuously flicked his hand, shooting coins at the pressure points on their bodies. He ran to Manhwa's side and asked, "What happened, Manhwa? Why is this kid in this state again?" Manhwa explained. "He absorbed his big brother's energy." Ian was horrified. "He did this after absorbing a blood pill? Does this kid want to die?" Nangong Hao lay on the ground, screaming madly in pain. Ian was worried. His body can't take it. Leaving this kid here is too dangerous. Manhwa asked in return, "So what should I do?" Ian channeled his chi. "First, let's use our combined energy to stop him from going berserk." Manhwa didn't hesitate. She immediately followed his lead. "Damn it, Wei Mulan. Protect us." Jiangxi replied cheerfully, "Leave it to me. This is to save the leader's disciple. I, Jiangxi, will protect him even if it costs me my life." Manhwa and Yin were both extremely serious and focused. Nangong Hao, hang in there. In his sea of consciousness, Nangong Hao was sinking at an extremely fast rate. Where am I? Why did I save my big brother? Was it for him? Or out of guilt? I don't know. My body is so heavy. If I close my eyes, maybe it will be more comfortable. In his daze, he vaguely saw a figure. That person reached out and took his hand. Gue Mian smiled and said, "Don't you want to become strong? Why give up so easily, Nangong Hao?" Nangong Hao woke up, surprised. "Master, why are you all here?" Gue Mian explained. "You just absorbed a large amount of energy, so don't push yourself too hard. You must have had a tough time." Nangong Hao asked worriedly. "How's my big brother?" Gue Mian comforted him. "Don't worry. That kid is very stable. You saved him." Only then did Nangong Hao burst into tears. Zhugami walked over and bopped him on the head. "I was so worried about you, you idiot." Ming Ji chimed in, "Well done, Zhugami. This side needs a few more hits. Shui Lian smiled cheerfully. Go ahead and hit him. I'll treat him right away. Nangong Hao looked at everyone and said. Everyone, Gue Mian also said cheerfully at this moment. Come on now. I know you're all happy to see each other again, but we should still clean up this place first. Hearing this, Nangong Hao turned his head to look behind him. That's right. The battle isn't over yet. Gue Mian ordered sternly. Class G, form up. Nangong Hao, despite being covered in injuries, quickly stood up. The members of Class G gathered together and answered in unison. The kids then charged forward together. Nangong Hao's face beamed with the joy of being reunited and fighting alongside his friends. Yi Meihua stood to one side, observing deep in thought. It was unclear what she was thinking. In the evening, everything was finally brought under control. Zhang Ning of the Hainan sect stood on a cliff, sighing. It seems we have failed. The ghosts of the past have ruined the plan. It's truly not easy to outsmart Gue Mian and the Black Flower Troop. But that's fine. Whether it's the Black Flower Troop or whatever, they can't possibly protect the entire Central Plains. Perhaps I should leave this matter to that person. Zhang Ning then vanished from his spot, leaving. Meanwhile, the mountain bandits were cheering excitedly. All right, bring the martial artists whose pressure points were hit over here, and those who are still conscious. Bring them to the leader. Hurry up. The sky quickly darkened. In a tavern, Jiang Shi excitedly said loudly, Ha! I never expected to meet the leader like this again. Since the Black Flower Troop disbanded, everyone had to find their own way to survive. Yi didn't understand. You're not using this as an excuse to justify your actions, are you? Jiangxi was still smiling very happily. You already know, so why ask? The Black Flower Troop was an organization formed for the Great War of Righteous and Demonic. So its end was only a matter of time. Yi Meihua had been silent from beginning to end. She didn't even take off her mask. Gue Mian raised his wine cup and remarked, I think everyone is like me. Received a personal mission. Jiangxi asked with interest. The leader's mission is to be a master? Huh. That great person really gave the leader a terrible mission. Gue Mian replied. Because that great person knows the condition of my body. Yi Meihua was startled. The condition of your body? Jiangxi stroked his chin. Our leader is a master now. I really miss those days. The leader was truly a demon. Especially that time we crossed the desert for a month. Not a single drop of water. Not a single night's sleep. I really almost died back then. Yi Yin added. That was nothing. I was even pushed off a cliff, with several thousand pounds of iron tied to my body. The leader was really like a demon from hell. Gue Mian showed a helpless expression. Kids these days don't do things like that. Jiangxi was startled. What? Then what the hell do they learn? Gue Mian explained. People live in different eras. Don't compare now with the time of the Great War of Righteous and Demonic. Jiangxi thought that made sense. He raised his cup. Haha, you're right. Come on, drink up. Just then, Yi Meihua slammed the table. I don't accept it. Everyone turned to look at Yi Meihua, confused. What's wrong? Yi Meihua gritted her teeth and said, I can't accept it. Yi Yin asked again. Accept what? Yi Meihua slammed the table again. You all are acting as if nothing happened. How can you accept that person as our leader? Look at him. The leader I once knew was a handsome man. When the leader stepped onto the battlefield, the enemy could only clutch their heads and flee, not daring to look back as they screamed, Damn it, it's Gue Mian again. Cruel to his enemies. But behind the scenes, he had a good and charming personality. Everything about the leader was perfect. How could our leader be so cowardly and skinny, like a drug addict? Yi Yin was astonished. You're not doubting the leader just because of his appearance, are you? Yi Meihua was momentarily speechless. Well, Yi Yin continued, I don't mean to blame you. It's just that everything is already clear. So for now on, just admit it. You're shallow. Yi Meihua was criticized by them. She couldn't refute it for a moment. Then Yi Meihua broke down the door and flew out. I still can't accept it. The sky quickly brightened. Nangong Hao woke up from his daze. His body was still very sore. Shui Lian was helping him bandage his wounds. Bear with the pain for a little while. Because of you, everyone else got hurt too. Nangong Hao lowered his head sadly. I'm sorry. Ming Ji, in the next bed, laughed heartily. Acting like you're carrying all the sorrows of the world. It doesn't suit you at all. Huh, Zhugami said. Now you're more like the real Nangong Hao. Murong Ba replied. However, it was truly impressive. You know, I mean, you finally saved your big brother on your own. Zhugami glanced at him. Hey, why are you so blunt when you talk to us? But so normal when you talk to Nangong Hao? Murong Ba was stunned by her words, his face turning red. That's not true. Zhugami laughed heartily. There's again. Huh. The atmosphere in the room was truly joyful at this moment. Everyone was talking and laughing, chatting comfortably. Nangong Hao seemed to have returned to his old self. I've really come back. In the evening, somewhere else. A servant was sweeping the courtyard when a pigeon flew over. Is it a letter from another branch? He quickly held out his hand for the pigeon to land. After reading the letter, he was utterly shocked. What is this? He hurriedly ran inside to report. Yen, we're in trouble. Yen asked doubtfully, what's wrong? He hurriedly explained. There's a report saying, besides this place, all other towns have been attacked. Hearing this, Yen was also horrified. What? He immediately gathered with Gue Mian and the others. Their actions now are too unusual. Just like last time, they attacked us by controlling the martial artists who had taken the blood pill. Jiangshi interrupted. Wait a minute. Hasn't the demonic cult disappeared? Didn't they suffer enough in the great war of righteous and demonic? How dare they show their faces again? Yin nodded in agreement. We have to slowly figure out the reason. The number of martial artists who have taken the blood pill is estimated to be around 80,000. Jiangshi was horrified. Isn't that a bit too many? Yin pointed on the map with a pen, continuing, at the same time. All their actions are directed towards one place. No matter how you look at it, their target is the Martial Alliance. What should we do, leader? Gue Mian replied. First, we need to inform our master. Xi and Bu. No, Yin. Immediately use a carrier pigeon to report the situation to that great person. Ave Mudan. You lead Class G and your men to the master's place. Yin asked doubtfully. What about you, leader? Gue Mian's expression turned fierce. I will go to the demonic cult. There is someone controlling the martial artists who have taken the blood pill. Deal with that person, and we solve everything. Will you assist me, Yi Meihua? Yi Meihua covered her mouth in surprise. Yes. Then she immediately turned and ran off, leaving the group bewildered. The members of Class G outside saw Yi Meihua's agitated state and also felt extremely confused. Jiangshi asked, What's been wrong with this one since yesterday? Yin shook his head. Forget it. After saying those words, it's inevitable that she's embarrassed. After all, Yi Meihua is a woman. Nangong Hao, who was outside, heard this and was shocked, completely stunned. Yi Meihua stepped onto the roof and removed her mask. Yi Meihua's beautiful face was flushed with embarrassment. Is he really the leader? The next morning, Nangong Hao went to visit his big brother. Nangong Hai lay on the sickbed, smiling. I've become a burden to you, haven't I? Nangong Hao comforted him. Don't say that. I've contacted the family. They will come to pick you up soon. Nangong Hai asked in return. Are you preparing to go to the Alliance? Nangong Hao nodded. Yes. Along with my friends. Nangong Hai's eyes widened. He thought to himself, perhaps I don't need to protect this child anymore. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh of relief. You need a rest. Nangong Hao turned to leave, thinking to himself, please take care, big brother. Thanks to the friends who believed in me. Thanks to the master who helped me correct my mistakes. Nangong Hao was able to return without losing himself. I will never let go of the people who took my hand, nor will I drown in resentment. Gue Mian glanced at the kids and asked, all right, are you all ready? Nangong Hao nodded seriously. Yes, master. Gue Mian ordered the kids, Class G. We're heading to the Martial Alliance. When the kids reached Jiangshi, he immediately gave an order. Stay close to me, kids. We're taking a shortcut to the Martial Alliance. Leader, we'll go on ahead. Please finish your business quickly and come back. Gue Mian stood there watching them leave. A cold wind blew past. Ian walked up behind him and asked, are you worried? Gue Mian smiled. Not at all. Whose disciples are they, after all? Ian walked up to stand beside him. You're becoming more and more like a master. Meanwhile, Class G had begun to pick up the pace. Do we have to run at this speed all the way to the Martial Alliance? Mingji covered his mouth, cursing tiredly. Damn it, I'm about to puke. Zhugami glanced at Nangong Hao, thinking to herself, he doesn't show any signs of fatigue. Then she glanced at the cheerfully laughing mountain bandits behind them. Moreover, why can they maintain this speed when their internal energy is less than ours? A mountain bandit laughed mockingly. These kids are too slow, leader. At this rate, when will we ever get there? Hearing this, Jiangxi turned back and glanced at them. Hey, you guys, can't you see the kids are struggling? Act like adults for a change. They laughed even more cheerfully. You kids. Lightness skill is different from regular running. You have to use your whole foot, not just your toes. The kids were surprised to hear this. The whole foot. Jiangxi's voice rang out again. You've all been too pampered since you were young, haven't you? The mountain path is not flat. Focus your internal energy on the soles of your feet. Feel the terrain. Don't waste it. The kids immediately did as they were told upon hearing this. They began to channel their chi and feel. Their speed immediately improved. Jiangxi laughed loudly in praise, as expected of the leader's disciples. Before we reach the martial alliance, I'll teach you a few more tricks. The scene shifts back to Gue Mian. Is Manhwa really not going to cooperate? Yin glanced at Manhwa, sighing. That girl is still the same leader. You go ahead and start. She'll follow on her own. Gue Mian recalled old memories, sighing inwardly. Manhwa was such an adorable child back then. Yin took out a blood pill. With this, we can track the location of that demonic cult group. Gue Mian took the pill, smiling. Really? This method is truly vicious. He then put the pill in his mouth. A terrifying aura immediately erupted. The person controlling the blood pill users was immediately alarmed. Before him was not an ordinary pill user, but a monster, an existence that he could not control. On the contrary, it made him feel fear. Gue Mian smiled. Found you. Ian smiled happily. When you return, I'll have the wine ready. Gue Mian waved goodbye. See you later. He then quickly flew away. Manhwa also immediately stood up. She did indeed immediately give chase. Ian stood there watching their retreating backs, remarking, who would have thought I'd be able to see those two again? Night fell. He went to Nangong Hai's room to check on him. His dantian is quite weak, but very stable. The difficult phase has passed. The Nangong family will handle the rest. The servant was doubtful. Will the martial alliance believe us? The beggar's sect is one thing, but intelligence from the Haoyu sect. Yin patted his shoulder comfortingly. What does intelligence have to do with righteous or demonic? Don't worry too much. Just then, he was suddenly startled. He sensed something. He quickly stepped outside. Strange. I thought the leader had returned. Who are you? I see. You must be the members of the Black Flower Troop that Heilonghua mentioned, right? What a bunch of fakes. Ian put on his mask. The aura around him also changed. Let me give you a taste of the real Black Flower Troop. He took out a handful of copper coins and immediately threw them towards the group. Unexpectedly, they raised their shields and blocked them. Ian's copper coins couldn't penetrate these shields made of black iron. He was horrified. They know my moves? Are they targeting me? I have to hold out until the people from the Nangong family arrive. Thinking this, he charged forward for close combat, unleashing the silent fury wheel. A heaven-shaking explosion echoed. The explosion erupted instantly. When the dust and smoke cleared, his leg had been grabbed by a hand. The one who did this was Heilonghua. A moment later, the ground here had been shattered by the shockwave. Ian clutched his chest in pain and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Long time no see, but isn't your way of greeting a bit too warm? Heilonghua raised his hand. You talk too much. Seeing this move coming, Yian's face changed. Dangerous. He didn't dare to block the blow. He hurriedly leaned aside to dodge. That was truly a fatal blow. But why was fresh blood continuously pouring from his body? The wound is too deep. I've lost a lot of blood. Dragging this out is not good. Moreover, the kid in that house and the other martial artists will be in danger. I have to get out of here first. Thinking this, he took out a smoke bomb. Seeing this, Heilonghua immediately ordered his subordinates to charge forward and block him. The smoke bomb was thrown in an instant, before the others could even react. They were knocked to the ground by Yi Yan's charge. The path is open. I have to lure them into the forest. Seeing this, Heilonghua ordered his subordinates to give chase. Yi Yan flew away without looking back. Behind him, the members of the new Black Flower Troop pursued relentlessly. Damn it, they're faster than I thought. Just then, a rain of hidden weapons shot out from behind. Yi Yan didn't dare to be careless. He immediately turned to defend. Taking advantage of this opportunity, another figure appeared behind him. Heilonghua pierced his hand through his chest. Got you, Yi Yan. The scene flashes back to the past. Yi Yan looked ahead and said, Leader, there's a child here. He walked over and held out his hand to the child, asking, "Are you all right?" The child's face was bruised and battered. He looked up at him. Then, that child was brought back to the Black Flower Troop by Yi Yan. Eating alone is no fun. Jiang Shi, who was only 8 at the time, also walked over. "My God, your food tray is so tiny. You're at a growing age. How can you grow tall, eating so little?" Yi Meiwa also came over and sat down at the table. "If you get any fatter, you'll be taken away to impersonate someone for an assassination." Yi Yan wondered, Su Qing, is eating so little really enough? Hearing him call her by her real name, she said agitatedly, "Don't call me by my name. Call me Yi Meiwa. Besides, I have to maintain this physique to be faster with my lightness skill." Jiang, she reached out to take her pastry. "Big sis, let me have a bite." "Damn it, don't call me big sis." Seeing this atmosphere, the child unconsciously cheered up. During a mission, He Lanhua was injured. Above them, the enemy was in hot pursuit. Yi Yan, who was beside him, asked in confusion, "Hang in there a little longer. Why are you always so stubborn?" He Lanhua clutched his wound and replied, "In any case, we're just disposable pawns. Just follow the rules. Leave me behind." Yi Yan scolded angrily. "Don't say such nonsense. Taking care of our comrades is also part of the rules." He Lanhua begged them to leave, but they refused. Jiang, she carried He Lanhua on his back and said, "You really don't understand anything. We have to go together." The pursuing troops above had discovered them. "I hear movement over there. Brothers, after them." They were quickly blocked by the group. Yi Meiwa kicked Jiang Shi, scolding, "You idiot. You gave away our position." Yi Yan tried to mediate. "Come on, everyone. Our lives are hanging by a thread right now." And yet now, Yi Yan was harmed by the very comrade he had once cared for with all his heart. He lay on the ground. Fresh blood sprayed out like rain. He trembled as he asked He Lanhua, "Why did you betray us?" He Lanhua said coldly, "What are you talking about? Weren't you the ones who abandoned me first?" Yi Yan didn't understand. Abandon what? In the end, Yi Yan couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. He Lanhua ordered his subordinates behind him to return. In his daze, Yi Yan remembered his conversation with Gue Mian. At that time, Gue Mian asked him, "What is your dream?" Yi Yan replied, "I want to build a home for orphans, a place they can return to." Gue Mian remarked, "That would require a lot of money." Yi Yan also said to him, "Then you should contribute a little." The Yi Yan of that year, tears unconsciously streamed from the corners of his eyes. His life was taken by the very child he had once cared for. Elsewhere, Gue Mian suddenly looked up at the sky, deep in thought. "I have a bad feeling. Did something happen?" Then Gue Mian looked forward again. "Don't just stand there. Come over here and warm up. Are you still doubting me?" Yi Meiwa was startled. "No, I'm not. It's just that you've changed so much." Gue Mian sighed. "I'm sorry for not telling you all for so long. My body exceeded its limits during the great war of righteous and demonic." Yi Meiwa was surprised. Could it be the decisive battle with the demonic cult leader that year? Gue Mian confirmed. "That's right. It was thanks to you all handling those guards that I was able to reach the demonic cult leader. If the alliance leader hadn't been there at that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't be in this world anymore." As he spoke, Gue Mian lowered his head sadly again. Yi Meiwa stepped forward and pressed, so then, from then until now, the leader's body. Gue Mian comforted her. "Don't worry. It's not my time to die yet. I won't die, and I won't abandon you all. I promise." Yi Meiwa clenched her fists in agitation. "Who's worried? I was just curious." Gue Mian nodded. "I understand." Elsewhere, He Lanhua was leading his brothers back. He suddenly stopped and ordered them to go back first. No one objected. They immediately accepted the order and left. Then, He Lanhua took off his mask. He recalled Yi Yan's word from earlier. "Who said we abandoned you?" He Lanhua snorted coldly, still denying it even at the very end. Remembering Yi Yan's disappointed expression at that time, his heart grew even more troubled. That was a truly unfamiliar face. He Lanhua clenched his fists tightly. He stood there alone, dazed. The scene shifts to the 100,000 Great Mountains. In a cave, a man asked Tang Jitong, "You're awake?" Tang Jitong woke up, shouting, "Who are you, you bastard?" As soon as he sat up, the other person replied, "It's me, family head." He then reached up and took off his mask. This person was actually Tang Suha. Tang Jitong asked again, "You saved me?" He thought to himself, "This brat has that kind of ability?" The aura around Tang Suha surged. He said with a smile, After all, the family head still has some use. Tang Jitong gritted his teeth. You bastard. Tang Suha smirked. Tang Jitong sensed the state of his body and panicked. What's going on? Tang Suha's smile grew wider. You can't move your body? Tang Jitong gritted his teeth and said coldly. What did you do to me? Tang Suha reassured him. Please don't worry. I've only restricted your killing intent towards me. Your current strength is much greater than before. At least you won't easily lose to that Gue Mian again. Tang Jitong recalled the scene from that time in his mind. That's right. I should have died back then. But what is this now? He felt the internal energy surging in his body and said in a panic. My internal energy, it's flowing. Tang Suha explained to him. I have implanted the energy of the upgraded version of the blood pill, the demonic blood pill, into your body, family head. The life you snatched back from Gue Mian's hands must be put to good use. The scene shifts to the waterfall. The mysterious person asked Heilanhua, is the mission handled? Heilanhua confirmed, yes, I have carried out the order. The person questioned, is that so? But why is your internal energy fluctuating like this? Don't waver. He slowly stepped out from the shadows. This face was actually that of the Alliance leader. Remember, in the end, who is the one still by your side? And don't forget your goal. The grand plan is about to be realized. Elsewhere, the two, Gue Mian, were rushing on their way. The kids of Class G were as well. The Alliance leader looked at Heilanhua, lost in thought. Heilanhua clasped his hands and said to him, this subordinate will definitely follow your will.